Chapter 1: The Truth Before the End. In the luxurious Jincheng Hotel of Longhua City, Dongjiang Province, one enters through an elongated, antiquated corridor, arriving at an artificial lake nestled beside the main building. Surrounded by a verdant lawn. On this lawn, a number of elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies congregate, engaging in conversation in small groups. Amidst them, waitstaff in crisp shirts and bow ties weave through the crowd, occasionally presenting drinks and refreshments to the esteemed guests. Mr. Liu's son has been admitted to the globally renowned Yefu University this year, reportedly into its illustrious business school, suggesting that the Liu family has a promising heir indeed. When one considers the executives of the world's leading companies, a significant proportion hail from Yefu University, that I have heard that several princes from wealthy Middle Eastern nations also studied at Yefu University's business school. To become their classmate and enter their circle is an extraordinary opportunity. As the guests gathered, Lu Qingyun, impeccably dressed in a suit, along with his wife, Wu Pianpian, emerged from a side entrance of the hotel. He called out warmly, "Thank you, dear friends, for your presence. Today, we celebrate our son Lu Don's impending enrollment at the world-class Yefu University. The banquet is ready. Please take your seats." Wu Pianpian, adorned in a delicate lavender sleeveless gown, with her graceful shoulders and rosy cheeks, exuded elegance, her hair styled in a classic updo. Though she was no longer in her youth, her charm remained undiminished. With a graceful gesture, she extended her jade-like hand, invitingly smiling. "Dear friends, please come in." Indeed, this gathering marked the celebration of Lu Don's academic advancement. The son of Lu Qingyun, chairman of the Lu Group, a prominent figure on the wealth rankings of Longhua T18, Lu Dan was seated in the restaurant of the Jincheng Hotel, engaging in lively discussions with his peers. As the guests entered with Lu Qingyun, they approached Lu Dan to offer their congratulations. Enthralled in conversation, he merely responded politely to a few greetings before returning to his jovial banter with friends. "Why such a lack of courtesy? Our guests are elders, Lu Dan. Come with me to the main table and properly attend to the uncles and aunts." Lu Qingyun expressed a flicker of dissatisfaction towards Lu Dan. "Let him be, he prefers the company of his friends." Wu Pianpian interjected, waving her hand dismissively, and led Lu Qingyun, along with several important guests, to the main table. In this setting, Wu Pianpian, linked arm in arm with Lu Qingyun, presented themselves as a devoted couple. Lu Qingyun, accustomed to his wife's whims, allowed her to dictate the flow of the evening, as long as she understood the nuances of propriety. The banquet featured over 200 tables, with attendees representing the elite of Longhua City, as well as distinguished guests from other cities within the province, and even from the commercial spheres of the capital and the metropolis, all gathered to extend their congratulations. Lu Qingyun was elated. He had toiled in entrepreneurship for many years, remaining single until his 30s. Eventually, through introductions, he married Wu Pianpian. Over the years, they had only Lu Dan as their sole heir, entrusting the future of the Lu Group's enterprises entirely to him. Now, Lu Dan has the opportunity to enter a prestigious business school at a top university worldwide. Upon his return, arrangements will be gradually made for him to take over the family business. During the gathering, numerous guests raised their glasses, approaching the main table to toast Lu Qingyun, offering various congratulatory remarks. Lu Qingyun, who has seldom indulged in such revelry over the years, often abstained from alcohol at many social functions, relying on his assistant to deflect drinks on his behalf. At this intimate banquet, he entrusted his assistant and driver, Yu Guanghui, with the responsibility of attending to the company colleagues who came to extend their congratulations, allowing him a moment of solitude. The guests at the main table were all long-time acquaintances who understood his health issues and were mindful of his limited alcohol consumption, gently encouraging him to partake without overindulging. However, Lu Qingyun was in high spirits, proactively raising his glass to toast with everyone. He even rose to reciprocate the toasts at other tables. Eventually, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the floor. "Lu Dong is drunk. Mrs. Lu, please have someone assist him upstairs for a proper rest," a kind-hearted guest suggested to Wu Pianpian. Among the guests was a doctor who immediately rushed forward to examine Lu Qingyun on the ground. Shaking his head with a grave expression, he declared, "We cannot delay. He must be taken to the hospital at once." I suspect an acute cerebral infarction. We need to act fast. Call 120 for an ambulance. Wu Pianpian panicked and signaled to the driver, Yu Guanghui, who approached, his neck flushed. You, quickly, drive Lu Dong to the hospital. But I've had a drink as well. Yu Guanghui hesitated. It's better to call an ambulance. They have the necessary medical equipment for emergencies. The doctor insisted decisively. The Longhua City's First People's Hospital. Lu Qingyun was carried from the ambulance directly into the emergency room. A few hours later, he was transferred to the ICU. Some close acquaintances who had followed were gently persuaded to leave by Wu Pianpian, leaving only her son Lu Dan, and Yu Guanghui in the corridor. Son, I will stay here, you should go home, she said as she watched Lu Dan descend in the elevator. Glancing at Yu Guanghui, who was now mostly sober, he leaned closer and quietly said, I will inquire with the doctor about Lu Dong's condition and whether family members can visit him in the ICU. He made to leave. Wu Pianpian grasped his arm tightly. With her husband's life hanging in the balance, she felt utterly lost. Yu Guanghui had become her sole source of support. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. Silence enveloped them as Wu Pianpian leaned against him, finding solace in his kindness and concern. Meanwhile, inside the ICU, a middle-aged female doctor observed the monitor's readings and sighed deeply. Director Lee, the patient has regained consciousness, a nurse whispered. Director Lee glanced at the clock on the wall. It's about time. If it weren't for you today, this patient might not have survived, the nurse said, her voice brimming with admiration. Director Lee shook his head. It's hard to say we need to continue observing. He turned and pushed open the ICU door, stepping outside. Who is the patient's family? I am, Wu Pianpian replied, her face flushed. Can I go in? Director Lee cast a glance at Yu Guanghui beside him and said to Wu Pianpian, the patient has awakened, but the situation is quite dire. Family members may enter, but please ensure the patient remains emotionally stable and is not subjected to any distress. If anything arises, use the emergency call to summon a doctor. With that, he departed. Wu Pianpian's face grew even redder. She whispered to Yu Guanghui, you stay outside, I will go in. As she entered the ICU, she was met with the sight of Lu Qingyun, connected to an array of tubes and various machines, leaving her with a tumultuous heart. Lu Qingyun's eyes were open, yet he could not speak, staring intently at Wu Pianpian. She gazed back at him, at a loss for words. After over 20 years of marriage, could this truly be their final farewell? Pianpian, he is beyond saving. You should tell him the truth, so he can leave this world with clarity. Yu Guanghui's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Startled, Wu Pianpian turned to see that Yu Guanghui had entered the ICU and stood just behind her. Get out! Wu Pianpian raised her hand, attempting to push Yu Guanghui towards the door. Pianpian, at this moment, I've endured for nearly 20 years. How much longer must I bear it? Yu Guanghui broke free from Wu Pianpian's grasp and, disregarding her attempts to stop him, lunged towards the emergency bed, shouting at Lu Qingyun. Chairman Lu. No, Lu Qingyun, you may not be aware, but Pianpian is my woman. Fear not. Once you depart, I will take good care of her. Furthermore, the Lu Group's assets will henceforth be renamed the Yu Group. Yu Guanghui, be silent. Wu Pianpian tried to pull him away, but he forcefully shoved her, nearly sending her to the ground. Pianpian, 19 years ago, after that class reunion, you became mine, did you not? Why have you never dared to tell him? You said he should earn for us, so that our son could have a bright future. Thus I endured. You also mentioned that you could leverage your position in his company to assist me in expanding mine. You love me, do you not? Yet, as his company flourished, mine fell into despair. You transferred funds from him to me and even shifted business contracts. But you know what I truly desire is for you to belong to me entirely. Wu Pianpian's eyes were clouded, her lips trembled, and her hands shook. She had envisioned a lifetime with Yu Guanghui, yet she never anticipated that he would unearth everything at such a critical moment, as Lu Qingyun lay on the brink of death. Yu Guanghui turned back to Lu Qingyun. Do you know why I chose to be your driver? It was because my company collapsed, and I wished to be by her side every day, so I beseech her to bring me into the company as your driver. Indeed, today's graduation banquet was organized for my son and the son of Pianpian. Lu Dan, he is my son. He should be named Yu Dan. On the hospital bed, Lu Qingyun wore an expressionless face, striving to speak but unable to utter a sound. His gaze was fixed intently upon the couple before him, tears cascading down the corners of his eyes. Then he turned his head, and on the monitor, the readings gradually flattened into a straight line. The drifting soul seemed to hear a familiar, yet heart-wrenching voice. Qingyun, how could you depart in such a manner? Chapter 2 Rebirth. Lu Qingyun opened his eyes once more and surveyed his surroundings, only to realize he was in a hospital room, his hand wrapped in bandages. The room was encased in pristine white walls, adorned with a snow-white quilt, and his hand was swathed in white dressings. Beside the bed stood a nurse clad in a white coat, hanging in forebag on a hook. Behind her stood a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman, her face etched with concern. Upon noticing Lu Qingyun's awakening, her features softened into a smile, and she exclaimed with delight, "Oh my God, you have finally woken up. What is going on?" Lu Qingyun strained to recall the circumstances that led him here. How'd he end up in this place? Hadn't he merely indulged in a few too many drinks at his son's graduation banquet, resulting in a stroke that landed him in the hospital? Why was he now in a standard ward? Could it be that his condition had improved? Yet, he distinctly remembered hearing a woman's sorrowful wails, the kind that accompanies a farewell to a loved one. Was it his wife, Wu Pianpian? It seemed so, yet the memory was hazy, as if it belonged to a distant past. Had he perhaps transitioned to another realm? Was he saved from the brink of death by the underworld? He shifted his left arm, now ensnared in bandages, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain that caused him to grimace slightly. But something felt amiss. What had happened to his hand? It hurt. It appeared the effects of the anesthetic had worn off. Lie still, I'll insert the four for you. The nurse's voice was sweet, and though her face was obscured by a mask, Lu Qingyun mused that her voice was likely that of a beauty. Nurse, what has happened to my hand? He queried, vaguely recalling the doctor mentioning a stroke. How did my hand sustain an injury? The nurse widened her eyes above her mask, staring at Lu Qingyun for a moment before extending a few fingers in front of him, observing his gaze follow their movement. She then asked, "How many fingers do you see?" "Two. Do you think I am foolish and rambling?" Lu Qingyun responded, his eyes clear and bright, his speech fluid and coherent, which belied his supposed condition. The nurse shook her head. "No jokes. You have a fractured left arm, but no other injuries. The doctor has already conducted a thorough examination, and it's quite peculiar. The car was completely wrecked, yet you were trapped in the driver's seat and suffered no internal injuries. Only your left arm was harmed." "What? The car was totaled? My left arm is fractured?" A flash of memory surged through his mind, a long-ago recollection. At that time, he was driving to meet an important general contractor. Shortly after leaving the city, he noticed a small boy struggling in the rear of a box truck, his silhouette visible through the shattered back window. Accelerating, he drew closer, realizing the boy's mouth was gagged, his terrified eyes darting towards the rear, his hands seemingly bound. Suddenly, he comprehended the horrifying truth. The boy was being kidnapped. He pulled out his phone, dialing the police while fervently tailing the box truck. The vehicle, sensing it was being pursued, hastened its speed. Without hesitation, Lu Qingyun pressed the accelerator, determined to catch up and force the truck to a stop. He believed that the police would arrive shortly, and as long as he could force the pickup truck to slow down or come to a stop, he could leave the rest to them. The two vehicles were engaged in a pursuit along the road, and at that moment, the traffic was sparse. Lu Qingyun seized the opportunity, utilizing the exceptional power of his Mitsubishi SUV to overtake the pickup truck. He noticed 3 men inside the truck, and in such a precarious situation, he certainly would not exit his vehicle lightly. Just as the pickup truck found itself blocked, the driver abruptly swerved, colliding with Lu Qingyun's car, sending both him and his vehicle tumbling down the roadside slope. On that occasion, he suffered a fractured left arm, multiple injuries across his body, and severe internal trauma. He spent 2 months in the hospital before gradually recovering. Meanwhile, the men attempting to flee in the pickup truck were soon apprehended by the police, who had arrived to surround them, leading to the rescue of the young boy in the vehicle. Kaya was the boy's elder sister. This all transpired many years ago. Was he merely dreaming, revisiting the past? It is said that when a person nears death, they reflect upon many memories from their life. Yet the pain he had just felt was agonizingly real. It could not possibly be a dream. He turned to glance at the wall beside his bed, where a sign clearly read, Emergency surgery ward, bed number 16. Name, Lu Qingyun. Gender, male. Age, 29. Condition, fractured ulnar bone in the left forearm. Admission date. It truly was a replay of a story from many years ago. The details were so vivid. He attempted to move his left arm again, but the pain persisted. Didn't I tell you not to move? Now you've gone and hurt yourself again. The nurse squeezed a few drops of medication from the syringe, bending down to prepare for the injection. The sharp sting of the needle once more confirmed to Lu Qingyun that this was no dream. Nurse, may I inquire what date it is today? Didn't you just read the sign on the wall? Today is the 21st, the nurse replied. I meant, what year is it today? Lu Qingyun pressed further. Oh, you're quite the character, aren't you? Didn't you see it? Are all men like this? Trying to make small talk with women. She chuckled. Well, I tend to do that only when it's a beautiful lady. If she is not attractive, I'm not interested. Lu Qingyun laughed, but inside, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that, like the tales in online novels, the opportunity for rebirth had come upon him? Kaya stepped forward, responding on behalf of the nurse. Mr. Lu, today is March 21st, 2003. You saved my brother, and I am exceedingly grateful. Her face flushed with emotion, her expression fervent. It's a relief to know your brother is well, Lu Qingyun instinctively replied. Now it was Kaya's turn to be astonished. She stared wide-eyed at Lu Qingyun and asked, Mr. Lu, how did you know my name just after waking up? Lu Qingyun's mind raced as he hastily explained. Though I have just regained consciousness, I was unable to speak earlier, yet I could hear your conversation with the doctor. This was merely an excuse. He wasn't certain if Kaya had mentioned her name to the doctor. Nevertheless, this concern soon faded from Kaya's mind, who did not dwell on it further. Upon hearing that her younger brother had been kidnapped, and that it was Mr. Lu who had alerted the authorities and bravely confronted the abductors, sustaining injuries in the process, she rushed to the hospital without hesitation. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this man from the Dragon Country. Her brother, Xiao Yaosha, was her father's only son, and during his first visit to the Dragon Country to see his sister, he had fallen victim to such a horrific ordeal. Had it not been for Mr. Lu's courageous intervention, she could scarcely fathom how she would explain the calamity to their father. While he lay in a coma, she fervently implored the divine for his protection. Now that her savior had awakened, the weight upon her heart could finally begin to ease. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun, resting on the hospital bed, found himself once again lost in contemplation. I have truly been reborn. Chapter 3. I remain to care for Mr. Lu. My phone. Lu Qingyun murmured softly, his gaze sweeping the room. The nurse replied, Your phone is on the bedside table. The traffic police brought you here. They attempted to contact your family, but the call could not connect. After relaying some instructions, she departed. Lu Qingyun reached for the device, which had transformed from his latest model smartphone into a vintage Nokia. It was understandable, given that this era had yet to witness the advent of large-screen smartphones. He quickly scrolled to find Wu Pianpian's number and dialed. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was 6 in the evening. Where could she be at this hour? Still out of service. He returned the phone to the bedside table and scrutinized the figure of Kaya. The silhouette of Wu Pianpian began to emerge from Kaya's form in his mind. He recalled Wu Pianpian standing by his bedside, along with Yu Guanghui. He also remembered the revelation that Yu Guanghui had made in front of Wu Pianpian at the last moment. His wife, Wu Pianpian, had long been entangled with her driver, Yu Guanghui. No, it was not merely an entanglement. Yu Guanghui had ingratiated himself into his life as his personal driver. Moreover, his son, Lu Dan, was not his own, but rather the offspring of Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui. The ghastly visage of Yu Guanghui loomed large in Lu Qingyun's mind. He recalled everything. Yu Guanghui had claimed that their affair had begun after a reunion of Wu Pianpian's classmates, which ultimately resulted in the illegitimate Lu Dan. Calculating the timeline, it coincided with the day Lu Qingyun had been injured and admitted to the hospital, while Wu Pianpian had attended her class reunion. In his solitude and helplessness, he had attempted to call her, but the call had not gone through. He was unaware of her attendance at the reunion, despite being married for 3 years. Wu Pianpian had never shared every detail of her life with him. as the general manager of Shengbang Engineering Company, albeit a modest enterprise. He was often preoccupied with the daily operations at the construction site and had not closely monitored his wife's social interactions. It was only after the fact that Wu Pianpian had explained that her phone had died during the gathering. Wouldn't a dead phone prompt a voice message indicating that the number had been turned off? Reflecting on the message he had just heard, Lu Qingyun picked up his phone once more and dialed again, only to receive the same message. Hello. The number you dialed is not in the service area. Please try again later. He understood that the unavailability of the mobile phone signal could stem from two possibilities. One was that Wu Pianpian was located in an area without signal coverage. The other, more deliberate scenario, was that the phone had been turned off without shutting down, merely by removing the battery, leading to a similar notification when someone attempted to call. The former situation was unintentional, while the latter indicated a conscious effort to conceal her whereabouts and evade incoming calls. At that moment, Wu Pianpian was undoubtedly enjoying pleasant conversation with Yu Guanghui. Lu Qingyun preferred not to dwell on the matter. Everything became abundantly clear. This wife, with whom he had shared a bed for 3 years, was no longer someone he could keep. Reflecting on the past, several years ago, Wu Pianpian had only met him once but had expressed her willingness to marry him, which deeply moved Lu Qingyun. He had vowed to cherish her, to earn more money, and to ensure she would never regret her choice, providing her with a life to be envied. Yet, married life did not unfold as Lu Qingyun had envisioned. Wu Pianpian, though fulfilling her duties as a wife, often resisted his advances. Lu Qingyun assumed her lack of desire was merely a personal trait, and he did not press the matter, which ultimately led to years of childlessness. Initially an accountant at a shopping mall, Wu Pianpian resigned after their marriage to join Lu Qingyun's company as a financial manager. Thus, Lu Qingyun was responsible for generating income, while Wu Pianpian managed the accounts. In the end, Lu Qingyun had labored his entire life, unknowingly working for Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui, even supporting their son. Lu Qingyun was filled with resentment. He loathed himself for not having recognized the affair between the two sooner, for not questioning whether Lu Dan was truly his biological child. Yet now, fate had granted him a second chance at life. He would thwart the scheme of this treacherous couple and ensure they faced the consequences they deserved. As for Lu Dan, he had no right to exist in this world. With his resolution firm, Lu Qingyun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Mr. Lu, please do not be anxious. Perhaps your wife is simply in a location without mobile signal. If you require anything, please let me know, and I shall attend to it, spoke Kaya, pulling him back to reality. Lu Qingyun shook his head. There is nothing I need. Kaya, should you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. You need not stay here with me. I have no pressing concerns. By the way, my father will be visiting Longhua in a few days to express his gratitude to Mr. Lu, Kaya remarked. Lu Qingyun murmured softly. In his previous life, it was indeed with the assistance of Kaya's father, Vladimir Kokin, that he had gradually carved out a new realm of business opportunities. It appeared that in this rebirth, such a benefactor would again emerge. Having achieved remarkable success in his past life, Lu Qingyun was filled with boundless anticipation for this new life. Armed with the wisdom of his previous experiences and an understanding of future economic trends. Knock, knock. With the sound of a knock, his secretary and assistant, Lu Tingting, appeared at the door. Mr. Lu, she called out softly as she briskly entered. Lu Tingting had joined his company last year, a graduate of the business management department at Dongjiang University. Although still young, she approaches her tasks with meticulous attention to detail. After the probation period, Lu Qingyun appointed her as his secretary and assistant. She arrived at the bedside, placing the fruit basket she carried onto the nightstand, followed by a bouquet of fresh flowers. Who are you? Kaya inquired cautiously. I am Assistant Lu. My name is Lu Tingting, she replied. Kaya extended her hand, shaking Lu Tingting's. Say, Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kaya. Mr. Lu was injured while trying to save my brother. Lu Tingting turned to Lu Qingyun. I just consulted the doctor. Fortunately, you have no major issues. You have a fractured arm and will need to stay in the hospital for a few days, followed by a period of recovery at home. As she spoke, she pulled up a chair and began to peel an apple for Lu Qingyun. How is the situation at the company? Lu Qingyun asked. Lu Tingting nodded, Suddenly recalling something, she looked up at Kaya and continued, "Oh, by the way, I have already contacted the client you were supposed to meet and explained your situation. They have agreed to postpone the meeting until next week. We can schedule a specific time after your discharge." Lu Qingyun, leaning against the headboard, observed Lu Tingting. In his memory, she had served as his assistant for 5 years since joining the company, later becoming the general manager of a subsidiary of Lu Group. She was a strong woman, wholly devoted to her work, and at over 40, still unmarried. This made Lu Qingyun feel a twinge of guilt, as if he had turned her into a mere instrument for his financial success. During that time, his thoughts were consumed by Wu Pianpian, and he paid little attention to the emotional aspects concerning others, particularly female subordinates, lacking the curiosity to explore. In this new life, he resolved to be more attentive towards his loyal subordinates who had followed him for so long, ensuring they would not regret their commitment to him. Noticing her boss's silence as he gazed at her, Lu Tingting lowered her head, glancing at her form, which was accentuated by her sweater, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Lu Qingyun quickly diverted his gaze, saying nonchalantly, "All right, please return and prepare the materials more thoroughly, checking if anything else needs to be added. Mr. Lu, you need care here. Why isn't the boss's wife present?" Lu Tingting inquired. Lu Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "She has her own matters to attend to. This minor injury does not require assistance." Lu Tingting handed him the peeled apple and suggested, "How about I stay tonight? It would be inconvenient for you to move around like this. I will ensure that work matters are expedited tomorrow and will not cause any delays." Having been at the company for nearly a year, she had heard a bit about the situation between the boss and his wife, but felt it was inappropriate to ask further. Kaya quickly interjected, "Miss Lu, I am here. I could take care of Mr. Lu." "No, I should stay," Lu Tingting insisted. Lu Qingyun shook his head. "Neither of you should argue. I truly do not require assistance. And there are nurses present." Before Lu Tingting could respond, 2 individuals entered the ward. They were Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong, the 2 vice presidents of Lu Qingyun's company. Gao Junsheng, a university classmate of Lu Qingyun, both departed from the state-owned construction group to embark on their own entrepreneurial journeys. They began by undertaking small projects, and later, Gao Junsheng proactively brought his entire team under Lu Qingyun's wing, elevating the company to new heights, leading to its current success. Wang Chong, a childhood friend of Lu Qingyun, previously worked as a small contractor and was recruited by Lu Qingyun to manage the construction team. Upon entering, Gao Junsheng exclaimed to assistant Lu Tingting, "Assistant Lu, Lu Zong is absolutely right. With us brothers here, you can head home." He then noticed a foreign woman nearby, puzzled by her presence. Lu Qingyun chuckled and reminded him, "Junsheng, please keep your voice down. This is a hospital." Lu Qingyun felt a sense of joy as he observed his young companions. In his previous life, he had been surrounded by ill-suited individuals who had brought trouble into his life. In this life, he vowed to remain loyal to his brothers and ensure they were well taken care of. "I would like to introduce this lady, Kaya, from Russia. These 2 gentlemen are my colleagues, Mr. Gao and Mr. Wang. And Miss Lu, you have already met Kaya." Gao Junsheng remarked, "Since we are here, you lovely ladies may take your leave." Hi General and Wang General, seeing that Lu Tingting no longer insisted, stood up, greeted them, and said, "Then I shall take my leave." Kaya, realizing that she was among the company's people, felt it inappropriate to linger and bid farewell. "All right, you all chat. I will visit Mr. Lu again tomorrow." As Gao and Wang stood by the bedside, they exchanged words of comfort. Lu Qingyun suddenly announced, "Since you are both here, I have an important matter to declare. I will be relieving Wu Pianpian of her duties as financial manager." "What?" Gao Junsheng was taken aback. Wang Chong inquired with surprise. "Lugo, what do you mean? Just because you are hospitalized, your sister-in-law hasn't come to see you?" Lu Qingyun had initially advocated for Wu Pianpian's entry into the company, assigning her a significant role as financial manager and as 2 major shareholders. They had their own thoughts on the matter. However, as the founder and largest shareholder, Lu Qingyun's decision was final, leaving no room for dissent. Now that he was hospitalized due to an accident, this sudden proposal left them contemplating whether to agree or to persuade him otherwise. Lu Qingyun continued, "Whether she comes to see me or not does not influence my decision. I merely wish to inform you. I will issue a formal notice later. Very well. Since Lu Zong has made a decision, I have no objections. It is essential to appease your sister-in-law and prevent any domestic discord, Wang Chong remarked, casting a glance at Gao Junsheng. Gao Junsheng interjected, has Lu Zong already considered the candidate for the new financial manager? Will it be a recruitment process, or? Lu Qingyan replied, let Sister Su, the former deputy financial manager, take over. She is an experienced accountant and is fully capable. Gao Junsheng pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. I concur. Sister Su indeed possesses years of financial experience and is reliable. Wang Chong added an affirmation. I have no objections either. In private enterprises, the financial supervisor's capability is one aspect, but reliability is of paramount importance. Sister Su's competence and dependability left the 3 shareholders with no further concerns. Thus, the matter was settled. Furthermore, Lu Qingyun turned to Wang Chong and declared, Wu Piampian is no longer your sister-in-law. I intend to divorce her. This left Gao, Junsheng, and Wang Chong momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After exchanging glances, it was Gao Junsheng who finally spoke up. Qingyun, are you serious? Lu Qingyun shrugged his shoulders. Could I jest about such matters? Once again, silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, this was a personal affair. Wu Piampian had not left a favorable impression on them. In their hearts, they believed that an early separation would bring liberation. Wang Chong glanced at the flowers on the bedside table and suddenly chuckled. Lu Ge, I just realized we shouldn't have sent those 2 beauties away. One Eastern and one Western, both should have stayed to serve Lu Ge. Now that would have been delightful. Right, Gao Zong? Indeed. Why didn't you think of that sooner? Gao Junsheng chimed in. How could I have known Lu Ge would actually seek to divorce his wife? No, Wu Piampian. Would he dare to consider such a thing? Wouldn't he end up kneeling on a washboard? Yet, times have changed. Lu Ge would soon be a free man, free to pursue whomever he desired. Lu Qingyun propped himself up on the bed and barked at the 2 enough. We are a group of older men, accustomed to jesting. But let us refrain from making light of someone else's daughter. It could reflect poorly on us. Wang Chong countered, well, the foreign lady may not be ideal. But Assistant Lu, I suspect she has long-held feelings. She simply refrained from expressing them due to Lu Ge's marital status. Xiangzi, are you ever going to stop? Office romances are prohibited. We, as leaders, must set an example. Lu Qingyun understood that these 2 men were, on one hand, jesting, yet on the other, seeking a topic to alleviate their own spirits, to distract from the weight of the impending divorce. Lu Ge, once you are discharged, let us have a few drinks together. Wang Chong continued. Absolutely. Now both of you be off. After Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong departed, Lu Qingyun retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number. Hello, this is Lu Qingyun. He introduced himself into the receiver. Oh, Mr. Lu, greetings. How may I assist you? Came a man's voice from the other end. I need you to investigate someone, Wu Piampian. Mr. Lu, did I hear correctly? You wish to investigate your wife? The voice paused for a moment before continuing. Understood. Rest assured, this is my line of work. What specific aspects would you like me to investigate? Lu Qingyun replied. Tonight, she is attending a class reunion at Deming Restaurant. I need you to ascertain who she is with, and if a person named Yu Guanghui is among them. I require all information regarding her and Yu Guanghui. Mr. Lu, that's 2 individuals. We must charge for 2 separate investigations. Enough with the pleasantries. Money is not an issue. Just get it done. With that, Lu Qingyun hung up the phone. Although he had arranged for a private investigator, he decided to personally visit Deming Restaurant to see for himself how that pair of individuals might connect tonight. After finishing his 4-drip, he discreetly slipped out of the hospital when the nurse's station was unattended. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Lu Qingyun hailed a taxi. After providing the driver with an address, the taxi driver switched off the vacant light and accelerated away from the hospital. Outside the Deming Restaurant, Lu Qingyun alighted from the vehicle. Instead of entering immediately, he sought refuge in the shade of a tree, waiting patiently for his opportunity. As soon as Wu Piampian emerged, he would be the first to see her. Though he had not brought a camera, he firmly believed that the private investigator would deliver the necessary photographs to his desk. He remained remarkably composed, intent on catching Wu Piampian and Yu Guanghui in the act. This marriage must end, and she must leave with nothing. He took out a cigarette, smoking quietly as he awaited the unfolding events. Chapter 5. The reunion in a spacious private room on the second floor of the Deming restaurant. Over a dozen of Wu Pianpian's high school classmates gathered around a large round table. Earlier that day, she had received a call from her close friend, Yang Xiaoyue, informing her of a gathering that evening among some old classmates. Wu Pianpian had initially not intended to attend. In those days, few of their high school peers had gone on to university, and Wu Pianpian was among the fortunate few. Those who did not pursue higher education often found themselves laboring on construction sites, engaging in small businesses, or working in factories. The gatherings typically revolved around reminiscing about their school days or boasting about their financial successes. Classmates who had purchased cars would seize the opportunity to showcase their vehicles, regardless of whether they owned a modest auto or a Chang'an van, eliciting admiration from others. Wu Pianpian felt no inclination toward such gatherings. Pianpian, do you know who else will be there tonight? You'll regret it if you don't go, Yang Xiaoyue said mysteriously. Naturally, Wu Pianpian immediately inquired. Who? Xiaoyue, please tell me. Your high school crush, your white moonlight, has just returned from abroad. Are you really not planning to meet him? Yang Xiaoyue exclaimed, bursting into giggles. What? You mean Yu Guanghui is back? You can't be serious. Wu Pianpian responded, disbelief evident in her voice. Why would I deceive you? He is the guest of honor at tonight's gathering, and this dinner was organized to welcome him back. Hurry up and get ready. We'll see each other tonight. Yu Guanghui had vanished after graduating high school, leaving everyone in the dark about whether he had attended university or where he had gone. He seemed to have evaporated into thin air, losing contact with most of his classmates. As a close friend and classmate, Yang Xiaoyue was aware of Wu Pianpian's lingering feelings for Yu Guanghui. She had previously attempted to gather information about him, but to no avail. Now that Yu Guanghui had reappeared, returning from abroad, she took the initiative to contact Wu Pianpian as soon as she learned about it from the classmate organizing the reunion. Wu Pianpian could hardly contain her excitement. Without needing Yang Xiaoyue's encouragement, she would undoubtedly dress to the nines, determined to make a favorable impression in front of her long-admired white moonlight. Originally, she had planned to drive her company's Mitsubishi SUV, but Lu Qingyun had taken a vehicle. Consequently, she returned home to prepare and, after getting ready, took a taxi to the Deming restaurant. Upon her arrival, Yang Xiaoyue scrutinized her from head to toe. The snug high-neck woolen sweater enveloped her upper body, accentuating her curves, as two prominent peaks proudly stood within the fabric, gently swaying with her every step. She wore a brown plaid long skirt paired with knee-high sheepskin boots and complemented by a light brown trench coat, which further highlighted her fair and delicate skin and exquisite features. Quite impressive indeed. When Yu Guanghui sees her, he will surely be captivated. Yang Xiaoyue led Wu Pianpian up to the second floor. Look who has arrived, she exclaimed, her voice piercing the air as they approached the door of the private room. A dozen pairs of eyes at the large round table turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Pianpian? Wu Pianpian is becoming increasingly beautiful. She is undoubtedly the most striking sight at our gathering tonight. A group of male classmates fervently praised. Wu Pianpian should sit next to Yu Guanghui. Have you all noticed their outfits? They look like a couple. It was then that Wu Pianpian noticed Yu Guanghui seated at the innermost part of the round table, his presence a constant source of her longing thoughts. He, too, wore a woolen sweater, his coat draped over the back of his chair. A female classmate whispered, Isn't Wu Pianpian here tonight, just for Yu Guanghui? She rarely attended our gatherings before. Look at her today. Not only has she come, but she's also dressed so beautifully. Yang Xiaoyue guided Wu Pianpian to the seat beside Yu Guanghui, taking her place next to Wu Pianpian. Old Yu, don't you think Pianpian looks particularly special tonight? Yang Qiue inquired playfully. She looks beautiful, truly. Yu Guanghui replied without hesitation. Look, everyone. Old Yu can't take his eyes off Wu Pianpian. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Wu Pianpian felt a slight flush creep onto her cheeks, unsure whether it was from the hurry to send up the stairs or the teasing of her classmates stirring her heart. Yu Guanghui, have you been abroad all these years? What have you been up to? She asked curiously. Before he could respond, an eager classmate interjected. Since our graduation, Old Yu's been in Russia, working alongside his father in border trade. He has struck it rich and is now planning to return to his hometown to develop further. Another classmate chimed in, "Old you. When will your new company go public? Perhaps we could all work for you?" Yu Guanghui's face beamed with pride, yet he humbly waved his hand. "It's just a small company, a small company. I am flattered by your kind words, dear classmates." The classmates continued, "A small company that drives a BMW? For us who cycle, there seems to be no future." Wu Piampian recalled seeing a BMW parked outside just moments ago. "So that BMW downstairs is yours?" she asked quietly. "Indeed," Yu Guanghui replied. "Wu Piampian, did you drive here? What car did you come in?" He countered. Wu Piampian, as previously calm face flushed again, "I took a taxi." Yu Guanghui silently thanked his stars for having borrowed a friend's second-hand BMW. Otherwise, he would have felt rather embarrassed in front of the beautiful Wu Piampian. I recall that the last time someone spotted classmate Wu Piampian, she was driving a Mitsubishi SUV. One of our classmates chimed in, "Is that so?" It seems that Wu Piampian is doing quite well for herself. "You are too modest. Being overly humble is not always beneficial. Nowadays, people tend to be rather superficial. Anyone driving a fine car will naturally draw a few admiring glances," Yu Guanghui remarked while casting a sidelong glance at Wu Piampian. Although it was a gathering of classmates, the evening primarily served as a welcoming celebration for Yu Guanghui. Nevertheless, his attention remained fixated on Wu Piampian. He was taken aback by how much she had blossomed in the nearly 10 years since they last met, radiating elegance and femininity. He regretted not having noticed her beauty back in high school. Had she been so striking then, he would have pursued her relentlessly. What a pity! However, as Yu Guanghui pondered, he felt that simply being in her presence tonight was a fortune in itself. Since they had crossed paths, he was determined to win her over. In Wu Piampian's eyes, Yu Guanghui exuded an undeniable charm that evening. Every word he spoke resonated beautifully, and his gaze was utterly captivating. Yang Xiaowa leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Piampian, this is your chance. Don't let this opportunity slip away. You will regret it for a lifetime if you do." "Oh, please," Wu Piampian retorted softly. Yet, her flushed cheeks betrayed the secret of her heart, turning crimson to the roots of her neck. After dinner, someone suggested they continue the festivities at a bar, but Yu Guanghui swiftly dismissed the idea. Upon seeing Wu Piampian, he had no desire to mingle with other classmates. He loudly declared to everyone, "Tonight's bill is on me. It brings me great joy to gather with old friends. However, it is getting late. I believe we should end the evening here." "Old you just returned. How can you treat us?" Someone feigned protest. "It's nothing. Just a meal," he replied. Once they had finished dining and descended the stairs, Yu Guanghui waved goodbye to everyone as they departed. Only Wu Piampian and Yang Xiaowa remained, standing beside him, one on each side. "Piampian, Xiaowa, where do you live?" "I drove here. Allow me to give you a ride home," he offered. Yang Xiaowa quickly interjected, "I'll take a taxi. You can drive, Piampian." With that, she hailed a cab and left. Chapter 6. Tonight, I'll follow your lead, Piampian. "May I call you that?" Yu Guanghui cautiously inquired, glancing at Wu Piampian. "As you wish," she replied. "All right, Piampian, let us get in." He walked over to his BMW and opened the door. Under the shade of the trees, Lu Qingyun observed the scene unfold. Even though it had been 19 years, and Wu Piampian was now in her late 20s, far younger than the Wu Piampian of his previous life, she stood outside the Deming restaurant, the street lamp illuminating only her back, creating a striking silhouette that Lu Qingyun recognized instantly. As for the man beside her, there was no mistaking it. It was undoubtedly Yu Guanghui. His memories of Yu Guanghui began when he joined the company as a full-time driver, leaving him with scant knowledge of the man's other circumstances. Upon reflection, it seems that even if the truth were known, it is likely a mere fabrication, a fallacy. Thus, he sought the assistance of a private investigator to delve into the enigmatic figure of Yu Guanghui. Wu Piampian took her seat in the passenger side of Yu Guanghui's car as he made his way to the driver's seat. The headlights flickered momentarily before they departed from Deming Restaurant. Lu Qingyun hastily emerged from the shade of the trees, waving to hail a taxi. "Follow that BMW," he instructed the cab driver. Meanwhile, seated in Yu Guanghui's vehicle, Wu Pianpian found herself captivated by the man she had not seen in a decade. His profile was sharply defined, with a prominent nose and a clean-shaven appearance. His voice exuded a masculine charm that prompted Wu Pianpian to indulge in fanciful thoughts. She pondered whether it was prudent to allow him to escort her home. If Lu Qingyun were to witness this, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward encounter. As she contemplated whether to have him drop her off at her doorstep or a street away, Yu Guanghui turned to her with a gentle inquiry. Pianpian, it's still early. Why don't we find a place to enjoy some tea and chat? There, sha? Wu Pianpian echoed. Yes, just the two of us, tea and conversation. Whatever you desire, Yu Guanghui asserted, his gaze unwavering, sensing that she was not entirely dismissive. It has been 10 years since we last met. A fleeting reunion tonight leaves us uncertain of when we shall meet again. I can't help but feel a sense of regret for the time lost. He continued, aren't you back to develop your career? We shall have ample opportunities to meet in the future. Upon uttering these words, Wu Pianpian felt a pang of regret. If Yu Guanghui had merely been polite, her statement could be construed as a subtle rejection, which was not her intention. Of course, I hope we can see each other often in the future, but it is still early, and returning home alone would be rather dull. It would be much more enjoyable to be with a friend, someone like you, she exclaimed. Are you not happy? Yu Guanghui's ardent gaze lingered on Wu Pianpian's figure. She lowered her head and softly replied, all right then, I shall acquiesce to your plans. Where shall we go? With a flourish, Yu Guanghui placed his right hand gently upon her shoulder, his heart swelling with joy. Having interacted with numerous women, he was adept at discerning the nuances of their hesitant allure. Wu Pianpian, in this moment, would not oppose any suggestion he made. Simply follow me, and I assure you, you will enjoy it. He deftly turned the steering wheel, maneuvering the car ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun, trailing behind in his taxi, urgently instructed the driver. They turned. Hurry up and keep pace. The cab driver, a loquacious man in his 40s, glanced at Lu Qingyun while driving and inquired. It seems there is a man and a woman in the car ahead. What is your connection to that woman? Why don't you ask what my connection is to that man? Lu Qingyun retorted. It's quite simple. If you have ties to that man, and he is taking a woman away, it's none of your business. Clearly, the woman has been led away by him, and that is why you're in pursuit. The driver concluded. Just drive properly and refrain from asking so many questions. Lu Qingyun replied curtly. After a while, the driver remarked, my friend, there is a car behind us that seems to be following the one ahead. They must be the individuals you were looking for, right? Lu Qingyun, irritated by the incessant chatter, retorted, enough with the nonsense. Can't you just keep your mouth shut? The car in front stopped in front of a hotel, and Lu Qingyun instructed the driver, stop here, don't follow them. All right, the driver replied, applying the brakes to let Lu Qingyun alight. Before departing, he rolled down the window and advised, although you may not appreciate my chatter, I can't help but offer a word of caution. If you haven't enlisted anyone's help, attempting to catch a cheating partner alone with an injured arm is quite perilous. Best of luck. With that, he revved the engine and sped away. Upon reaching the hotel, Yu Guanghui opened the door for Wu Pianpian. As her high-heeled boots stepped out, she extended her arm, and Yu Guanghui pulled her hand, bringing her to stand before him. After closing the door, Yu Guanghui tentatively wrapped his arm around Wu Pianpian's slender waist, but she brushed his hand aside, linking her arm with his. She glanced up at the hotel sign, remaining silent as they entered the grand doors, leaning against each other. Indeed, on the day of the reunion, they had become entangled, even going so far as to book a room at the hotel without a hint of pretense. The intimacy displayed before even entering the hotel was infuriating to Lu Qingyun, who turned to see that the car that had followed them had also parked outside. It must belong to the private detective's operatives. Lu Qingyun couldn't afford to dwell on that. Now that he was at the scene, he could not delay the confrontation any longer. He turned up the collar of his coat to shield half his face and quietly entered the hotel, taking a seat on a nearby sofa. Observing coldly as the couple approached the front desk, the lighting in the sofa area was dim, and Wu Pianpian remained oblivious to the fact that her husband was seated there. After Yu Guanghui completed the registration, the front desk attendant informed them, room 512. Take the elevator on the left. The two embraced and made their way toward the elevator. Lu Qingyun stepped back into the lobby returning to the street, gazing up at the fifth floor. In a short while, a light flickered on in one of the rooms. The taxi driver had been right. With his injury, charging in to confront them alone was certainly not the wisest course of action. Just as Wu Dalong had unwittingly walked into his demise while attempting to catch Pan Jinlian with Shimin Qing, Lu Qingyun was not foolish enough to confront the operative sent by the private detective. Those individuals motivated by money had their own methods. Recklessly approaching them could jeopardize their operation and complicate matters further. It seemed he would have to rely on himself tonight. Lu Qingyun calculated the time, with their passions ignited. Once they entered the hotel room, it was clear what would ensue. Having lived two lives, he, as a man, understood all too well. Estimating that they were nearing the pivotal moment of the unfolding drama, he took out his phone and dialed 3 digits. Chapter 7. Public report. Wu Pianpian followed Yu Guanghui into the hotel room, her mind swirling in a daze. She was not drunk, but rather entranced. During the gathering, she engaged in delightful conversation with Yu Guanghui, having consumed only a modest amount of alcohol. She was entranced by their reunion, enveloped in a mutual affection that rendered them inseparable, exhilarated by the prospect of stepping into a shared world together, and soon to spend a captivating evening with the one who held her heart. Without the need for excessive words, they understood each other implicitly. After swiping the card to enter, Yu Guanghui gently closed the door behind them, securing it with a lock and deliberately attaching the anti-theft chain. Seizing a moment when Wu Pianpian turned her head, Yu Guanghui pulled her into his embrace, his hands caressing her back, holding her tightly, pressing her ample form against him. Their bodies, akin to conductive materials, formed a short circuit of desire, igniting sparks of passion between them. Yu Guanghui's hand glided down from her waist to the curve of her hips, gently pressing, savoring the elastic texture through her long dress. He then swiftly lifted her chin, cradling her cheeks, murmuring, "Pianpian, I adore you. Ever since we became classmates in high school, I have cherished you." Though Wu Pianpian was somewhat prepared, she was still overwhelmed by his sudden declaration. Her body weakened, and she dropped her handbag to the floor, wrapping her arms around him, tilting her face upwards, her lips parting slightly to respond to his fervent gaze. "Guanghui, so do I. I liked you even back in high school. But why did you suddenly disappear? Emotionally," she recounted, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Yu Guanghui lowered his head, pressing his lips to her cheek, kissing away her tears. "I too was powerless, taken away by my parents to the land of demons. Pianpian, do you know? For the past decade, I have missed you constantly. I am finally reunited with you today. You have no idea how excited and thrilled I am." With her eyes gently closed, Wu Pianpian sought his lips, and seeing the moment was ripe, Yu Guanghui descended from her cheek, and they ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. Their passionate French kiss lasted for 10 minutes, causing Wu Pianpian to tremble, soft moans escaping her throat. Yu Guanghui's hand mischievously began to lift the turtleneck of her wool sweater, filled with the joy of the victor. However, he was unexpectedly thwarted by Wu Pianpian, who playfully protested, "Why the rush?" At that moment, half drunken and half awake, the shadow of her husband, Lu Qingyun, flickered in her mind. She knew that taking this step tonight would betray him, yet the allure of Yu Guanghui's sudden appearance was irresistible. The words of her friend, Yang Xiaoyue, echoed in her ears. Opportunities must be seized. Miss it, and it may be gone for a lifetime. Olait Norus. Tonight, I am yours. Yu Guanghui, despite feeling that this woman belonged to him tonight, instead insisted, "I am yours." He guided Wu Pianpian to sit on a chair, retrieving a bottle of vodka from his suitcase and preparing 2 glasses. "Pianpian, this romantic evening should be celebrated with a glass of red wine. However, all I have is vodka brought back from the land of demons. I wonder if you have ever tasted it?" Wu Pianpian shook her head and replied, "Tonight, I shall follow your lead. Let us drink vodka." Before a solitary individual stands a glass of wine, their heart parched with desire. They drink swiftly. After downing 1 cup, they find it refilled by Yu Guanghui. Wu Pianpian, now genuinely intoxicated, feels a dizzying haze envelop her, the visage before her shifting between Yu Guanghui and Lu Qingyun, her mind playing a kaleidoscope of fleeting images. She yearns to rub her eyes, but finds her limbs unresponsive. Yu Guanghui takes the wine glass from her grasp and places it upon the coffee table. He rises and, with a swift embrace, lays Wu Piampian gently upon the bed. Seizing the moment, he pinches her prominent bosom. He kneels to remove her knee-high boots and, in one fluid motion, lets her long dress slide away, revealing her fair, exquisite legs. Piampian, you've come so far, yet this final step eludes us. How can I not feel anxious? He mutters, intoxicated, panting as he sheds his own garments. Just as he is poised to pounce, a series of urgent knocks resound at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It is a knock at his own door. He barely manages to inquire who it is when the door lock clicks open with a card swipe. The security chain remains fastened, leaving a narrow opening. Open up. Police inspection. A gruff voice calls from outside. The effects of alcohol dissipate in an instant, and he hurriedly dons his clothing, pulling the covers over Wu Piampian's lower half. Quickly, what are you dawdling for? The voice outside presses impatiently. Yu Guanghui, flustered, rushes to unfasten the security chain. Several uniformed police officers burst into the room with force. Behind them follows a hotel staff member and a few onlookers, seemingly guests of the establishment. Two of whom brandish cameras. Hands on your heads, crouch down. The police command. Yu Guanghui, overwhelmed by the authoritative presence, obediently squats against the wall, cradling his head in his trembling hands. Officer, what seems to be the trouble? He quavers, his voice quaking. A female officer, noticing a woman still lying on the bed, lifts the covers only to find her without pants, and hastily recovers her, raising her voice, "Wake up, quickly, we are the police." Wu Piampian remains oblivious, emitting faint snores. The officer approaches, shaking her vigorously until she stirs, albeit still in a fog of inebriation. The police fix their gaze upon Yu Guanghui and commence their inquiry. We receive reports from the public alleging illicit activities in room 512. Tell us your name. What is the name of the woman on the bed? Yu Guanghui, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, stands up in a hurry, eager to clarify. Crouch down. Who permitted you to stand? He has no choice but to comply, muttering, "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. We are friends, intimate friends. My name is Yu Guanghui, and she is Wu Piampian. You may verify with her." Friends? Look at her state. You've intoxicated her. The officer presses. The female officer adds, even if friends. What were your intentions in getting her drunk? Were you engaged in illicit conduct when you delayed opening the door? No, no, no. It is not as you presume. Seeing someone capturing the moment with a camera, Yu Guanghui hurriedly raises his hand to shield his face. The police notice and turn, intent on intervening. The individual taking photographs presented their identification, explaining, as an early reporter, it is the duty of every citizen to oversee police enforcement. Unlike in later times, when police operations were equipped with law enforcement devices that recorded every moment, the absence of such equipment meant that media reporters were permitted to follow and report on the actions of the police. Do not obstruct the entrance. It hampers our investigation, the police reminded. The female officer commenced her inquiry into Wu Piampian. Although she was in a state of semi-consciousness, she refrained from speaking indiscriminately, merely acknowledging her name while remaining mute on all other matters. The leading officer gestured decisively, stating, "At this rate, we shall not uncover any truths. Let us take both of them back to the precinct and await sobriety for further questioning." Chapter 8. "You must divorce me," Lu Qingyun made a report. And at the moment the police arrived at the hotel, he hailed a cab back to the hospital. On one front, police were preparing to apprehend the suspect, while on another, a private investigator was gathering evidence. He could rest securely in the hospital, healing his physical wounds as well as those of the heart. After this tumultuous episode, Lu Qingyun was convinced that Lu Dan's illegitimate child would not easily enter this world. It was the first day of his rebirth, and he had accomplished a gratifying task. That night, he slept soundly, dreaming of lightness, where even the air in his dreams felt refreshing and cool. Upon awakening, he realized he had forgotten to close the window the previous night. The gentle breeze danced the curtains gracefully. It was spring, 19 years ago, and the spring of his new life. He had no desire to remain in the hospital any longer. When the department head arrived with a group of doctors and nurses for rounds, Lu Qingyan inquired about the possibility of immediate discharge, proposing to return periodically for medication changes and checkups. Your mental state appears quite good. However, do not even consider an early discharge. Although your injuries are not severe, you must stay for at least another week. Should a secondary fracture occur, this arm could become permanently incapacitated. The attending physician sternly denied his request. Indeed, one's health is paramount. Earning wealth without life is futile. No matter how much one possesses, it cannot be spent if one is no longer alive. The head nurse chimed in. This statement struck Lu Qingyan deeply. He reflected on his past life, where he became the wealthiest individual in Longhua City, amassing a fortune of over 100 billion, only to ultimately benefit others, supporting their children, cars, homes, and families, all while his own legacy dissipated. He remained silent, recognizing the need to heed the doctor's advice and focus on his recovery. Gaining composure, he called Lawyer Tian from the law firm, asking him to draft a divorce agreement on his behalf. Lawyer Tian, known for his efficiency, arrived at the hospital before noon, presenting Lu Qingyan with 2 copies of the divorce agreement. Mr. Lu, in accordance with your wishes, the agreement stipulates that the wife shall leave with nothing, with all family and corporate assets retained entirely by you. As your attorney, I must advise you that if the other party does not agree, it will be challenging to secure her signature on this document. After Lu Qingyan reviewed the contents of the agreement, Lawyer Tian expressed his perspective. What if there was significant wrongdoing on her part, such as infidelity during the marriage? Lu Qingyan inquired, raising his gaze. That would indeed complicate matters. According to the law, even if one spouse is at fault to a significant degree, leading to the dissolution of a marriage, the division of assets is only skewed in favor of the innocent party. In essence, the innocent party may receive a larger portion of the property, while the culpable party is allotted less, serving as a form of reprimand. After all, the assets accumulated during the marriage are jointly owned, and neither party has the right to unjustly deprive the other. Furthermore, conclusive evidence is required to substantiate claims of significant fault on the part of the other spouse. Lu Qingyan pondered for a moment, then tucked away the divorce agreement and remarked to Lawyer Tian, "Thank you for your reminder, Lawyer Tian. I will give it some thought." "Very well, President Lu. Focus on your recovery, and should any questions arise, we can discuss them over the phone," Lawyer Tian responded before taking his leave. As a former tycoon, Lu Qingyan possessed a certain understanding of legal provisions. He recognized that what Lawyer Tian articulated was indeed the truth. Numerous divorce cases exist where one party agrees to leave the marriage without any assets. This often represents a concession or consideration toward the other party, particularly when the latter faces increased burdens post-divorce, lacks financial resources, or has children to care for. Often, the interference of the other party and their family can become overwhelming, prompting one to relinquish financial assets in pursuit of peace and expeditious resolution. Moreover, some individuals still harbor love for their partners, having reluctantly reached the point of divorce, yet feel averse to allowing their former spouses to suffer post-separation. However, this goodwill is mistakenly perceived by many as a rigid legal stipulation. In truth, no law mandates the relinquishment of all assets. If one insists on asset division, even if an agreement cannot be reached and the matter escalates to court, the court will not endorse a complete relinquishment of assets. Regardless of fault, each party is entitled to their rightful share. Lu Qingyan, however, remained resolute on this issue. Many business owners experience a decline in their companies post-divorce, with shares divided and ownership lost, ultimately leading to a downturn from which recovery becomes impossible, even bordering on bankruptcy. His Shengbang engineering company was established and nurtured solely by him, and he could not bear to witness its decline due to personal familial matters. This was his bottom line, one he would never compromise. Particularly poignant was the knowledge he had gained before his previous lives and regarding the conspiracy of Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui, who sought to usurp the Lu Group's assets for themselves. Should shares be awarded to Wu Pianpian, it was highly likely they would ultimately fall into Yu Guanghui's grasp. Such a scenario was one he wished to avoid at all costs. To this day, he remained unaware of Yu Guanghui's current standing. from memories of his past life. He could infer that you owned his own company, though the nature of the business and its scale remained unknown. Lu Qingyun had also witnessed Yu Guanghui driving a BMW 4 Series the previous evening, suggesting he was likely a newly affluent individual. He contacted a private investigator to confirm the progress of the inquiry. The response indicated that they had fully secured evidence of Wu Pianpian's infidelity. As for her relationship with Yu Guanghui and his background, investigations were ongoing, and they would strive to gather sufficient information promptly to provide President Liu with a satisfactory explanation. Well then, with evidence of infidelity now in hand, there could be no further delay regarding the divorce proceedings. Please deliver the evidence of infidelity to the hospital. I will be waiting in the inpatient department, he urged the private detective. When she met Wu Pianpian again, she held a bouquet of fresh flowers. Her eyes shadowed by dark circles, clearly indicating a restless night. After regaining consciousness at the police station, in an effort to clear herself of the suspicions of prostitution, and with Yu Guanghui attempting to take advantage of her intoxicated state, both were compelled to confess the truth. As for extramarital affairs, as long as both parties consent, the police would not intervene excessively. Thus, they were released. She placed the flowers on the bedside table and noticed another bouquet already there. Frowning slightly, her conscience pricked, leaving her unable to think of anything else. Qingyun, I only learned this morning that you were in a car accident. What happened? I heard the car was totaled. Are you feeling any better? Her face was filled with worry and concern, which Lu Qingyun found particularly grating. You didn't come home last night? He asked coldly. I did. We had a class reunion, and I got back a bit late. I thought you were meeting with the general contractor, so I assumed you were delayed outside. I only heard from Assistant Liu at the company today that you had an accident. A guilty conscience often prompts one to weave elaborate explanations, and she spoke more than usual without realizing it. Lu Qingyun, however, found it amusing. Did I ask you that many questions? Why are you so eager to explain? He pulled out the divorce agreement and placed it before Wu Pianpian. What is this? Wu Pianpian took it, glanced at it, her surprise and panic evident as she exclaimed, Divorce? You want to divorce me? Chapter 9. What can tears resolve? Qingyun, you want to divorce me? Why? Lu Qingyun merely nodded heavily, a silent acknowledgement. Wu Pianpian scrutinized the divorce agreement again, shouting, I do not agree. I will not leave with nothing. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this? Truly shameless. You haven't done anything wrong? Do you know that I received a call from the police station last night, informing me that you and a man named Yu Guanghui were caught in a hotel room? What more do you have to say? Although the police had not actually called him, at this moment, he believed that Wu Pianpian would not contemplate such details. He pulled out a yellow envelope and tossed it onto the bed. Take a look at this. Inside was a stack of photographs. When the female officer lifted the blanket in the hotel room, Wu Pianpian was exposed below the waist, and Yu Guanghui was seen crouching nearby, being interrogated by the police. At the bottom of the photos was a piece of paper. Wu Pianpian unfolded it to find it was the transcript of her and Yu Guanghui's statements at the police station, detailing their illicit affair, concrete evidence beyond dispute. Wu Pianpian felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Trembling, she set down the photos and paper, her voice thick with tears as she pleaded, Qingyun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have met my classmates behind your back. I shouldn't have foolishly gone to the hotel with them. Please forgive me just this once. Lu Qingyun regarded her performance with cold indifference. Wu Pianpian continued to lament, I promise I will never make such a mistake again. I do not want a divorce. I never contemplated divorce. Qingyun, once your wounds have healed, let us return home and live our lives well, shall we? I shall accompany you wholeheartedly. You may pursue whatever you desire. I will never force you onto another's bed again. How disgusting. Do you believe there is still room for reconciliation? When one errs, they must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. You should sign the papers. Let us find a time to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qingyun, I refuse. I have not engaged in anything with you, Guanghui. I remain innocent. Look, the record states as much. You must trust me. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, unwilling to hear her explanations. Even if Yu Guanghui had not succeeded last night, it could not alter the fact that in a past life, this woman conspired with him to usurp his assets and humiliated him by making him support their child. At that moment, The ward door was surrounded by onlookers drawn by the commotion. A nurse shouted, "Everyone disperse. What are the family members of the patient arguing about? This is a hospital. Do not disturb others." Wu Piampian rose, wiped her tears, and left with a parting remark, "I will not sign." She abandoned Lu Qingyun and ran out, weeping. The ward returned to tranquility. Lu Qingyun had intended to have her sign the agreement immediately and then announce his decision to terminate their relationship. However, he did not have the opportunity to speak. He did not wish to cause a disturbance in the hospital. If she wished to leave, so be it. He would find another chance to confront her later. After leaving the hospital, Wu Piampian lost her desire to return to work and called her close friend, Yang Xiaoyue, to meet at the Xingqiao CAF. Hearing the sorrow in Wu Piampian's voice, Yang Xiaoyue quickly inquired, "What happened? Did you have a good time with old you last night? Stop asking. Let us discuss it in person." Wu Piampian hung up and headed straight to the CAF. It was their usual haunt. Upon entering, she chose a seat by the window, ordered a cup of coffee, and anxiously gazed outside. Yet Yang Xiaoyue was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for a while, she could not resist calling Yang Xiaoyue again. "Xiaoyue, have you arrived? Why the delay? Do you think I have a rocket?" Wu Piampian glanced at her watch, realizing her impatience made the time drag unbearably. After a bit longer, a red car pulled up outside the CAF. Yang Xiaoyue emerged, carrying a petite handbag, and hurried inside. "What is the rush?" she exclaimed, having left her tasks behind to come over. Yang Xiaoyue had married a freight company owner and, out of boredom, often lingered at the loading docks. Wu Piampian summoned a waiter for another cup of coffee and then confided to Yang Xiaoyue, "Qingyun wants a divorce." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyue leaped from her seat, exclaiming, "On what grounds? Why would you get a divorce?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice to ask, "Did President Liu find out about last night? You really cannot keep anything under wraps?" Despite her words, curiosity bubbled up as she pressed, "Piampian, how was your night with old you? Was it intoxicating? Did you get carried away and let something slip today?" Wu Piampian's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, "What are you talking about? We merely indulged in a few drinks and did nothing else. It was simply unfortunate that we encountered the police during a vice sweep, who mistook us for engaging in illicit activities and took us to the station. Isn't it infuriating? To make matters worse, this incident reached the ears of Qingyun. How unlucky can one be?" Even more wretched was the fact that Lu Qingyun must have had his suspicions all along. He even sent someone to the hotel to take photographs. I found myself at a loss for words. Yang Xiaoyue pondered for a moment and remarked, "How is that possible? Did you report to him at Deming Restaurant? Or did you call him from the hotel?" "Neither. I have carefully recalled how he could possibly know I attended the class reunion. Furthermore, how did he know I would go to the hotel with Yu Guanghui? Could it be that there is an informant among our classmates?" As she spoke, Wu Piampian cast a glance at Yang Xiaoyue. "Hey, you're not suspecting me, are you? I am your confidant, not one of his associates. Why would I aid him over you? Besides, I wasn't even aware that you were headed to the hotel." After Wu Piampian relayed Lu Qingyun's divorce conditions, Yang Xiaoyue was utterly enraged. Lu Qingyun was utterly ungrateful. After all they had been through as a couple, could he truly be so heartless? So merciless? She set down her coffee cup and prepared to rise. "I'm going to confront him and ask him face to face. I've never met anyone so cold-hearted." Wu Piampian had sought her out, hoping for some solace, but instead, Yang Xiaoyue's outburst only deepened her discomfort, and tears began to stream down her face. "Stop crying. Will tears solve anything? I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. Just wait. I'll be back shortly." Birds of feather flocked together. Yang Xiaoyue, having learned the ways of dominance and assertiveness from her dealings with the freight company owner, would not hesitate to defend her sister in arms. Similarly, without Yang Xiaoyue's prodding at the class reunion, Wu Piampian would not have taken that step. For Wu Piampian, this was a case of poor judgment and friendships. Yet, she remained oblivious to this fact. Observing Yang Xiaoyue standing up for her, she felt a twinge of gratitude. Truly, they were good sisters. Lu Qingyun lay in his hospital bed, eyes closed in repose, when he heard a woman's voice ringing out in the corridor. "Lu Qingyun, Lu Qingyun, where have you gone?" Chapter 10. What constitutes disturbance having been married for so many years? How could Lu Qingyun not recognize Wu Pianpian's close friend? He watched as Yang Xiaoyue stormed into the hospital room, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lu Qingyun, by what right do you seek to divorce Pianpian and demand she leave empty-handed? You owe her a great debt for where you are today. When Pianpian married you, she sought nothing in return, not even a dowry. She simply followed you. One must possess a conscience. What are you looking at? Is there something to see? Those lingering outside, drawn by the commotion, were hastily shooed away by Yang Xiaoyue. Lu Qingyun shot her a sideways glance. He had seen this Yang Xiaoyue the previous night at Deming Restaurant, where she was the last to bid farewell to Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui. If she claimed ignorance about Wu Pianpian's situation, no one would believe her. Every unfaithful woman has a loyal friend who discreetly covers for her. Cui Yingying sneaked out at midnight to meet Zhang Sheng, and her maid, who also served as her confidant, held her pillow for her. He could hardly be bothered to engage with this madwoman. Merely responding with a dismissive air, did Wu Pianpian truly deserve my regard? She did what she knew, you knew, and I knew. I advise you to save your energy. This marriage is destined for dissolution. Yang Xiaoyue paused for a moment, and then continued. Let us hypothetically consider that if Pianpian has indeed wronged you, do you feel justified in your actions towards her? You are constantly preoccupied. Have you ever taken a moment to care for Pianpian? Do you even know what her heart desires? As a woman, how she longs for her man to be by her side, to show her affection. If you were a competent husband, would she even entertain thoughts of other men? If you could earn a living, maintain a tidy household, and prepare exquisite meals while being attentive and considerate, would she be so foolish as to seek solace in another's arms? You fail to understand the importance of cherishing a woman, yet you forbid others from doing so? What kind of logic is that? Listening to Yang Xiaoyue's unreasonable arguments, Lu Qingyun could not help but smile bitterly. What reasoning could one possibly engage in with such a woman? Yang Xiaoyue, cease your nonsense. With that energy, you ought to persuade your friend to sign the divorce papers post-haste. You do not speak for her. I have no desire to debate with you. Do you think I want to? She retorted. Scoundrel. Lu Qingyun truly witnessed what it meant to be subjected to unreasonable disturbance. If I am not mistaken, your friend Wu Pianpian's liaison with Yu Guanghui last night may very well be attributed to your influence. You should encourage her to swiftly finalize the divorce and pursue her connection with Yu Guanghui openly and without fear, rather than skulking around and ending up in a police station. Is infidelity truly so exhilarating? Yang Xiaoyue slapped her forehead, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, compared to you, Yu Guanghui is in an entirely different league. If Pianpian were to be with him, it would be 100 times better than being with you. Go on, go persuade her. Lu Qingyun dismissively waved his hand, choosing not to engage further. As Yang Xiaoyue departed, she added, however, if you two divorce, you must ensure she receives her fair share of the assets. With that, she turned and left. Assets? Let her request them herself. Wu Pianpian sat alone in the Xingqiao CAF, lost in contemplation. Despite her numerous grievances regarding her marriage to Lu Qingyun, a lingering fondness for Yu Guanghui remained at her heart. Thus, regardless of Lu Qingyun's actions, she often envisioned how things might differ if she were with Yu Guanghui instead. He was the object of her youthful affection, the one who had quietly captured her heart. In her eyes, he embodied perfection. However, in the years spent with Lu Qingyun, she had only come to notice his flaws. The longer they were together, the more pronounced those shortcomings became. Even in moments of intimacy with Lu Qingyun, visions of Yu Guanghui frequently invaded her thoughts, for he was her ideal. Yet, when she opened her eyes, the reality was Lu Qingyun at her side. Instantly, the budding emotions within her body recoiled in rejection, often leading to untimely interruptions. This left Lu Qingyun feeling profoundly disheartened. As he endeavored through various means to rekindle the spark in Wu Pianpian, yet to no avail. Consequently, Lu Qingyun concluded that his wife likely fell into the category of being frigid. Nevertheless, Wu Pianpian had grown accustomed to the care and attention that Lu Qingyun provided. Now, Lu Qingyun has proposed a divorce, insisting on leaving with nothing. She cannot accept this, whether in terms of the division of assets or emotional dependence. In truth, She has not thoroughly contemplated why she went to the hotel with Yu Guanghui, nor has she genuinely considered leaving Lu Qingyun for a life with him. Perhaps it was a sudden sensory stimulation after a prolonged period of melancholy that led her to comply with Yu Guanghui's whims without hesitation. Thus, her plea to Lu Qingyun to reconsider their divorce stems from genuine feelings. It may not qualify as love, but rather an attachment, a familial bond forged through years of companionship. She is uncertain. Wu Pianpian glanced at the time. Yang Qiaiyue had been gone for a while, leaving her anxious about the outcome. The phone on the table lit up, followed by a ringing sound. Was it Qiaiyue? Wu Pianpian quickly seized the phone only to discover it was Yu Guanghui. She promptly declined the call and placed the phone back on the table. Since her release from the police station last night, Yu Guanghui had called several times, all of which she had dismissed. At that moment, she had been startled and lacked the mood to converse. Now, with the impending divorce looming, her mind was even more unsettled, and she wished to avoid discussing her troubles with Yu Guanghui. He had also sent several text messages, inquiring whether she was unhappy or angry. Wu Pianpian merely glanced at them without responding. She looked outside the CAF, pondering why Yang Qiaiyue had not yet returned. She decided to leave if necessary. Just then, she noticed a BMW approaching the CAF. It was Yu Guanghui's car. Wu Pianpian's heart raced. She prepared to rise and evade him. But Yu Guanghui had already exited the vehicle and was waving at her through the CAF window. "How did you find me here?" she stammered as he approached briskly. "You didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. If it weren't for Yang Qiaiyue telling me you were here, I would have wondered how long you intended to avoid me. I wasn't avoiding you. I was simply feeling a bit troubled and didn't wish to talk." With a broad smile, Yu Guanghui inquired, "Am I the cause of your distress?" Wu Pianpian shook her head. "No, it has nothing to do with you." She was oblivious to what Yang Qiaiyue had divulged to Yu Guanghui, hoping she had not disclosed the details of the divorce. "Good," Yu Guanghui sighed in relief, then suggested, "Why don't we find a place to have some fun and relax? It might lighten your mood." "I'm not going." Wu Pianpian frowned and shook her head. "It's nothing. It was just a misunderstanding with the police. Don't take it too seriously," he reassured her. "I told you, it has nothing to do with you. Please leave. I want some peace." Wu Pianpian insisted, waving her hands. "Wait. From now on, I promise to be quiet and not disturb your tranquility," Yu Guanghui replied, taking her hand gently and continuing, "Let me keep you company." Wu Pianpian withdrew her hand and stood up to leave, prompting Yu Guanghui to hurriedly follow her out of the CAF. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the CAF, someone was capturing their encounter on camera. Chapter 11. I wish to have a serious conversation with you, Qianqian. Where are you headed? I drove here. Let me give you a ride. Yu Guanghui eagerly rushed to the front and opened the car door. Wu Qianqian hesitated for half a second, but ultimately shook her head. "You should go. I'm not going anywhere right now. Just taking a stroll." "All right then, I'll accompany you." Yu Guanghui closed the car door and turned around. "Guanghui, there are some matters I need to clarify with you. I am married. I have a husband. You really don't need to do this." Since their encounter the previous night, Yu Guanghui had not inquired about her marital status. Why would he seek to know such details if he did not intend to make her his wife? It would only lead to unnecessary discomfort. Now that Wu Qianqian had brought it up, he sensed a hint of unease. It appeared she was contemplating withdrawal. How could he willingly let go of a prize so close at hand? The truth was, he had yet to claim her. He hastily declared, "Qianqian, I love you for who you are. As long as you love me back, nothing can hinder us from being together." "Did I ever say I wanted to be with you?" Wu Qianqian retorted. Yu Guanghui was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Wu Qianqian continued, "Moreover, last night you got me drunk and, without my consent, took off my dress. You showed me no respect. You should leave. Don't linger in front of me. It's distressing." Internally, Yu Guanghui cursed her. "You hypocrite. Weren't you so forward last night? Now you're blaming me." Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of composure and explained, "It's just that I love you so deeply. Truly, I felt you wouldn't oppose my actions." His words were abruptly interrupted by Wu Qianqian. "Forget the past. Let remain in the past. Don't follow me. I don't want to look down on you." Hearing this, Yu Guanghui halted in his tracks, standing still, seething internally, vowing, "You will eventually be mine. Just wait and see." Wu Qianqian turned back to find Yu Guanghui had not followed, letting out a sigh of relief as she pulled out her phone and dialed Yang Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, what were you thinking, bringing Yu Guanghui here to discuss me? After hanging up with Yang Xiaoyue, Wu Qianqian's phone chimed with a new message. Wu Qianqian, do not attempt to stir up trouble. It won't resolve anything. I am waiting for you by the flower bed behind the inpatient department. I wish to have a serious conversation with you. I hope you can come. This message was from Lu Qingyun. Upon reading such a note, she felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Without hesitation, she hailed a taxi and hurried to the hospital. She was uncertain of what Lu Qingyun wished to discuss, but at the very least, it presented her with an opportunity, an occasion to converse. Lu Qingyun was right. Some matters must be faced personally, and when problems arise, they must be resolved by oneself. Others only exacerbate the situation, rendering it uncontrollable. Just like when Yang Xiaoyue intervened for her, the outcome was uncertain, but it surely would not be beneficial. One could discern this from the undertones of Lu Qingyun's words. What is even more distressing is that upon Yang Xiaoyue's arrival, not only did she fail to respond to her, but she also took the liberty of summoning Yu Guanghui. Should Lu Qingyun or any of his associates catch sight of this, it would undoubtedly lead to an inexplicable misunderstanding. This was the thought that plagued Wu Pianpian. Upon alighting from the car at the hospital entrance, she hastened towards the flower bed behind the inpatient department. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Qingyun, it was as if she had been transported back in time, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Lu Qingyun remained unchanged, and she believed that with a few tender words, he would readily forgive her for whatever transgressions she had committed. After all, since their marriage, Wu Pianpian had predominantly taken charge of their domestic affairs, while Lu Qingyun had simply played the role of an obedient executor. However, this time, she was mistaken. The Lu Qingyun of now was acutely aware of her and Yu Guanghui's subsequent machinations. Perhaps it was due to the excessive indulgence and trust he had shown her in their previous life that emboldened her to so audaciously arrange for her paramour, Yu Guanghui, to be openly integrated into the company without Lu Qingyun harboring any suspicions. From this perspective, she had committed an unpardonable error. Upon her arrival, Lu Qingyun did not greet her with his usual gentle tone or amiable demeanor. Instead, he spoke coldly. You've arrived? Please take a seat. He gestured towards a nearby long bench. As Wu Pianpian settled beside him, Lu Qingyun began speaking. He did not broach the subject of the previous night, but rather cut to the chase, stating, I have made a decision regarding the divorce. I called you here in hopes that you would sign the agreement. At that moment, the flower bed was nearly deserted, with only a few healthcare workers or family members of patients passing by in haste, oblivious to the two of them. Lu Qingyun had chosen this location for its relative tranquility, rather than the ward. On her way there, Wu Pianpian had contemplated that this meeting would be an opportunity to have a heartfelt discussion with Qingyun, and, if necessary, she would even kneel to plead with him. After years of marriage, she had never adopted such a submissive stance. This time, she was prepared to go to great lengths to win Lu Qingyun back. Yet his words extinguished the flicker of hope she had just glimpsed. To claim she felt no regret would be disingenuous. A woman's infidelity often stems from a fleeting inability to control her inner stirrings, being stirred by long-forgotten sweet nothings, and unwittingly taking a step she had scarcely contemplated. However, one misstep leads to another. Once that step is taken, she finds herself endlessly comparing the two men in her mind, inevitably favoring the more passionate and impulsive partner, who appears more alluring, romantic, and enticing, flawless in her eyes. Consequently, in pursuit of her romantic aspirations, she becomes willing to risk everything, a pursuit she labels as the quest for freedom and true love. There exists a renowned literary classic that explores this very theme. A woman forsakes her husband to passionately entangle herself with a dashing rogue, only to be ultimately abandoned and meet her demise on the tracks. Countless individuals have lauded her, as if love and freedom were shackled by family. And only by bravely stepping into the unknown could one attain the truly rare. Presently, Wu Pianpian could only be regarded as having taken a tentative half-step, not yet consumed by desire. Thus, she was steeped in profound regret. In Lu Qingyun's eyes, what she had taken was not merely half a step. It was a betrayal spanning nearly 2 decades. Furthermore, she had conspired with her paramour to usurp what rightfully belonged to him, even allowing that illegitimate child to ascend, with legitimacy, to become the sole heir of the Liu group under his protection. Could he possibly tolerate this? Wu Pianpian sensed the resoluteness in his demeanor, and the words she had meticulously prepared evaporated into silence. Bowing her head in quiet despair, she attempted to suppress her tears, yet they cascaded down her nose and chin. "Do not weep in my presence. It is of no use," Lu Qingyun remarked, unperturbed, as he continued. "I present you with 2 choices. First, obediently sign and leave with nothing. Second." Wu Pianpian, upon hearing there was a second choice, lifted her gaze to Lu Qingyun, uncertain of what this alternative could entail. Was he suggesting a court petition for divorce? Was it not essentially the same? Chapter 12. Agreement to sign. Observing Wu Pianpian raise her head without articulating the second choice, Lu Qingyun shifted his tone, stating, "Wu Pianpian, over the past few years, you have exploited your position as financial manager to misappropriate substantial funds from the company. You are aware of it, as am I. Just consider the amount you contributed for your brother's wedding and the house he purchased. Was it a gift or a loan? I refrained from inquiring before because, after all, we are family. And what of her dear friend? Did you not lend her a sum when her husband's freight department faced financial difficulties? Have you recovered that amount?" Wu Pianpian's eyes widened in disbelief. She believed her actions were clandestine, planning to rectify any deficits once the money was returned. How could Lu Qingyun possibly know of these matters? She replied, "It is my fault for not mentioning it to you. But all of it was lent out. They agreed to return the principal with interest in due time." Lu Qingyun shook his head. "You are exceedingly naive. You fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. If I were to report you directly for embezzling company funds, do you understand the consequences? I stated it was a loan, and I will repay it in due course. How can this be characterized as embezzlement? Where is the evidence? The IOUs? Even if you possess them, that would still constitute the unauthorized diversion of company funds. The criminal law clearly stipulates that the misuse of company funds for personal gain or lending to others in substantial amounts, unreturned for over 3 months, or engaged in profit-making or illegal activities, may result in imprisonment of up to 3 years or detention. Misappropriation of significant amounts could lead to imprisonment of 3 to 7 years, and in cases of particularly egregious amounts, over 7 years. Lu Qingyun concluded his discourse in one breath, observing Wu Pianpian's astonished expression, her mouth agape, and her eyes wide with shock. Clearly, she had not anticipated the severity of the situation. "Wu Pianpian, this is your second choice. Spend a few years in prison, and when the day of your sentencing arrives, I shall still pursue divorce proceedings against you in court. You will remain devoid of any claim, and the law will reclaim all funds you misappropriated." In a moment of realization, Wu Pianpian unexpectedly burst into tears. The sound of soft weeping briefly stirred a sense of pity within Lu Qingyun. Yet he quickly recalled all that this woman had done in her past life. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a cigarette, lit it, took a solitary puff, extinguished it, and discarded it into the trash bin. "Cease your crying. For the sake of our years together as a couple, if you sign the papers now, I shall pretend that our earlier conversation never transpired. I will find a way to cover the company's losses. However, you need not return to the company. You have been dismissed." Wu Pianpian wiped her tears, stifling a sob, and timidly inquired, "Qingyun, is there truly no chance for redemption?" "None. Once you sign, you are free to pursue whomever you wish. Our bond shall be severed entirely." Wu Pianpian understood. The current Lu Qingyun was resolute about the divorce. He could easily report her and have her arrested, a course of action that would leave him with nothing and potentially facing imprisonment. Weighing the consequences, Wu Pianpian chose the lesser evil and agreed to sign. Lu Qingyun produced the prepared divorce agreement and a pen, handing them to Wu Pianpian. Trembling, she signed her name. "Once I am discharged, I will arrange a time for us to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the process," Lu Qingyun stated. Ultimately, Lu Qingyun could not bring himself to push his wife to the brink of despair. In his previous life, just before his demise, Wu Pianpian had prevented Yu Guanghui from revealing the truth and had been pushed down by him. It was her hesitation that spared him from years of imprisonment. As he watched Wu Pianpian leave, numb against the cold wind, Lu Qingyun carefully stored the divorce agreement and resolutely returned to the hospital ward. Upon entering, he saw his assistant, Lu Tingting, who had brought food from the cafeteria and placed it on the bedside table. "President Lu, where have you been? The nurse came by earlier and couldn't he find you? You must eat. You need to have your four soon." "Oh, I felt stifled in the room, so I went for a brief walk," Lu Qingyun explained. "Well, I'm not sure if this food will suit your palate. If not, I can bring you a home-cooked meal tomorrow," Lu Tingting suggested. "No need for that, Lu. It's unnecessary trouble. I will get my meals from the cafeteria myself from now on." "You needn't keep coming to the hospital," he replied. "Nonsense. It's just a small gesture. Now, eat while it's warm. I'll peel you an apple," Lu Tingting said as she settled into a chair and began to peel the fruit with care. Her warmth reminded Lu Qingyun of his past life, where Lu Tingting had insisted on staying by his side, only to be assigned to lead a project 5 years later. He could surmise her feelings, and in light of his recent divorce, it seemed inappropriate to keep her close. "Tell me, Lu, with the real estate market gradually heating up, what do you think about my starting a real estate agency?" Lu Tingting pondered for a moment before responding. "A real estate agency? That would certainly be a good venture. However, with new buildings emerging one after another, I believe we should primarily focus on acting as sales agents for real estate developers. This requires negotiating with developers to secure first-hand listings." Exactly. In the real estate sector, construction companies earn their keep through hard work, only to face malicious delays in payment, exerting endless effort to collect debts, yet many funds remain unrecouped. If one were to engage in real estate sales, it would predominantly involve cash transactions. I have certain connections with developers that could be beneficial for effective integration. Pausing for a moment, Lu Qingyun inquired, "What is your perspective on the current second-hand housing market?" Lu Tingting responded promptly. "The second-hand market differs significantly from new developments. Presently, there are numerous restrictions on second-hand property transactions. Thus, we should initially focus on selling new properties before gradually expanding into the second-hand market." "Oh, it seems you have contemplated this matter previously," Lu Qingyun remarked appreciatively, encouraging her to continue. "Lu, allow me to share my thoughts, and please correct me if I am mistaken. For instance, in Longhua City, out-of-town clients purchasing new properties can establish residency for their entire family, whereas those acquiring second-hand homes are not afforded the same privilege. Additionally, numerous second-hand properties are unable to circulate in the market due to ownership issues, which hampers the development of the second-hand market. Although second-hand properties possess a price advantage, their true activity hinges on the introduction of relevant policies. Nevertheless, I believe that circumstances will soon render these issues moot. Therefore, while managing the sales of new properties, we can gradually lay the groundwork for second-hand property brokerage. We should first cultivate our team, ensuring we are prepared when the time comes." "When you mention laying the groundwork, do you mean establishing a chain of brokerage offices?" Lu Qingyun probed further. Chapter 13. Are you truly willing to collaborate with us? Noticing Lu's keen interest, Lu Tingting grew increasingly animated as she continued. "Indeed, if we are to undertake this venture, let us aim for greatness and establish a reputable brand. By achieving information sharing and expanding our service points, we can effectively reduce costs. The additional expenses primarily consist of rent and personnel training. Competent brokerage agents do not require a base salary. They earn commissions based on their sales performance. The more offices we establish, encompassing the entirety of Longhua City, the more advantageous it is for business expansion. Compared to small independent brokerages, our credibility and influence would be on an entirely different level." Lu Qingyun nodded in agreement, aware that real estate agency chains were still quite rare at this juncture. Reborn, Lu Qingyun had his own strategies in mind. Yet he desired to hear Lu Tingting's analysis and judgment. In this regard, he found Lu Tingting to be exceptionally astute. "Lu, your analysis is quite sound. The chain model for second-hand property brokerage indeed necessitates seizing the initiative. If funding permits," Lu Tingting interjected, "should we have sufficient capital and encounter suitable properties, we could opt for full cash acquisitions, waiting for favorable market conditions to sell at a higher price, thereby earning a greater profit than simply collecting commissions." "Precisely. That is exactly my intention. Moreover, I am confident that it will not be long before a wave of discerning investors emerges, acquiring properties en masse, inevitably driving up prices. Lu Qingyun referred to the real estate speculation group from his previous life in Ouching. They pooled substantial resources to purchase properties before the nationwide purchase restrictions were enacted, inflating the housing market and subsequently selling at exorbitant prices. Many profited handsomely during the real estate frenzy. He is determined to seize the wave of wealth and must act ahead of the investors from Euro City to secure properties at prices more favorable than the market norm. However, how could he possibly contend with the affluent and business-savvy merchants from Euro City? Although his Shengbang engineering company has earned some profit, as he often remarks, it is all hard-earned money, accumulated brick by his diligent workers. To engage in speculative real estate investment would be akin to a drop in the bucket. Aspirations are grand, yet reality is starkly disheartening. With his current capabilities, engaging in agency work to earn some commission seems feasible, as his own capital investment is relatively modest. Yet, the prospect of outright purchasing properties for speculation, despite the clear financial opportunity it presents, feels beyond his reach. Mr. Liu, are you planning to venture into the real estate market? Unexpectedly, Kaya, who had just entered, overheard their conversation and inquired. We have a preliminary plan, Lu Qingyun admitted. Kaya responded with a smile. Mr. Liu, you possess great insight. In today's Dragon Country, the most promising projects undoubtedly lie within real estate. I have been monitoring this sector for quite some time. Unfortunately, our foreign entities are currently barred from engaging in this industry due to policy restrictions. Lu Qingyun added, what we were discussing earlier pertains to real estate sales, including the trading of second-hand properties. At present, my capabilities do not extend to participating in real estate development. I'm aware of that. In the coming years, the real estate market in Dragon Country is bound to flourish. Now is indeed the opportune moment to enter. If you have a well-formed idea, once you are discharged from the hospital, feel free to share the feasibility analysis report with me. Perhaps we could establish a collaborative agreement. Kaya paused before continuing. Mr. Liu may not yet know my profession. My family, the Koken family, is the largest consortium in the far east of Russia, and identifying suitable investment projects in Dragon Country is part of my responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting stood up in excitement, eagerly asking, really? Miss Kaya, are you truly willing to collaborate with our company? Kaya shook her head gently, not just me, but our Koken consortium. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, foreign capital is currently restricted from entering the real estate sector in Dragon Country. Therefore, we are keen to find a suitable agent to collaborate with us, operating through a lending arrangement. The specific business operations would be managed entirely by the agent. Lu Tingting turned to Lu Qingyun. Mr. Liu, does this mean the funding concerns we had earlier are resolved? Kaya beamed with delight. I am personally thrilled to have the opportunity to repay Mr. Liu's kindness. Thus, I kindly ask that you present a viable plan soon, so I can report it to the consortium's board. The excitement within Lu Qingyun matched that of Lu Tingting. Yet he maintained his composure and asked, Kaya, when is your father, Mr. Koken, expected to arrive in Dragon Country? Kaya replied, he should be arriving next week. Very well. I will ensure that a detailed feasibility report is ready by the time your father arrives. Excellent, Kaya exclaimed, and in a moment of exuberance, she leaned in and left a kiss on Lu Qingyun's cheek, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Glancing down, he noticed her ample neckline, which stirred a reaction within him as he swallowed hard. As she glanced at the elegant Lu Tingting beside her, a flush crept across her cheeks, and her eyes drifted towards the window. Kajia straightened up, adjusted his clothing, and hastily remarked, I apologize. I understand that in the Dragon Kingdom, the custom of kissing is not customary. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. In their previous life, Lu Qingyun had shared a rapport with Kajia, and their relationship had been rather amicable. However, in the presence of Lu Tingting, an air of awkwardness lingered. After Kajia departed, Lu Tingting's mind lingered on the image of her kissing President Liu. Lu Qingyun continued the conversation. Xiao Lu, please put some effort into the feasibility report and aim to finalize it soon. Certainly, President Liu, she replied. After leaving the hospital, Wu Piampian felt a profound emptiness. Unsure of where to go, She found herself devoid of the desire to meet her friends for coffee, and returning to Lu Qingyun's home held no appeal. After years of cohabitation, the house was infused with his presence. Furthermore, she had already signed the divorce agreement, leaving her with no place in that home. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, she eventually found herself knocking on the door of an apartment as night fell. Upon seeing her mother, Luo Chunhong opened the door. Wu Pianpian was taken aback and looked up at the door number, realizing she had unconsciously arrived at her parents' doorstep. Pianpian, what troubles you? Her mother asked, noticing Wu Pianpian's forlorn expression and haggard features. Glancing behind her, she inquired, where is Qingyun? Did he not accompany you back? Wu Pianpian snapped back to reality and forced a smile, replying, he had some matters to attend to at the company. I was feeling bored at home, so I thought I would come and see you both. Then you haven't had dinner yet? Come in. I will prepare some dishes for you, Luo Chunhong said, ushering Wu Pianpian into the living room before hastily heading to the kitchen. Wu Pianpian followed her, saying, Mom, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can make do with whatever is available. That won't do. You sit in the living room. I'll be done shortly, her mother insisted. The warmth of her mother's care enveloped Wu Pianpian, making her realize, in that moment, that home truly is a sanctuary. As her mother brought in steaming dishes, Wu Pianpian's eyes filled with tears once more. She turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes. This gesture did not escape Luo Chunhong's notice, and she quickly asked, Pianpian, tell me the truth. Did you and Qingyun have a quarrel? He isn't busy with company affairs, is he? No. Mom, please don't overthink it. We are perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. From the moment you entered, I sensed something was amiss. It's clear you two have had a disagreement, and you've run back to your mother's house. Speak up, what is it about? Whatever it is, I'll stand by you and confront him. Wu Pianpian placed her chopsticks down and exclaimed, Mom, please don't complicate matters. I can handle my own issues. All right. Let us eat quickly. The food will get cold. Luo Chunhong surrendered. By the way, where's Dad? Wu Pianpian inquired, having only seen her mother since entering. Oh, he tossed aside his bowl and chopsticks and went off to drink tea with a group of old friends, her mother replied. I was just about to head downstairs to dance when you arrived. Well then, Mother, you go enjoy your dance. I'll finish my meal and leave shortly. With that, she stood up and gently pushed Luo Chunhong towards the door. Once her mother departed, Wu Pianpian shut the door behind her, unable to restrain herself any longer, and collapsed onto the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 14. A visit to the bar. After crying for a while, Wu Pianpian sat up. She needed to contemplate her situation. Following her divorce from Lu Qingyun, she had also been dismissed from his company. This meant that not only had she lost her place to stay, but she was also without a job. She did not wish for this predicament to become widely known, particularly to her parents and Yu Guanghui. She called Yang Xiaoyue, imparting a strict warning. If you disclose my circumstances to Yu Guanghui, our sisterhood will be in jeopardy. Her tone was resolute, causing Yang Xiaoyue to nervously assure her over the phone, Pianpian, since you put it that way, I promise. Furthermore, I intend to rent a place for temporary accommodation. Wu Pianpian continued, and I must also seek employment. Xiaoyue, I currently possess nothing. Could you possibly return the money I lent you previously? Yang Xiaoyue responded with astonishment. What? You've agreed to leave with nothing? How could you be so foolish? Let us not discuss that now, shall we? The situation is as it is. I do not wish to return to my parents' home. Yang Xiaoyue quickly replied, no problem. Let me think about the rental situation. By the way, my husband has a property that is currently rented out. Perhaps I could retrieve it for you to stay in. As for the rent, we are good friends, so it's all negotiable. Since it is already rented, let it be, Xiaoyue. I will search on my own. I truly am in a tight spot at the moment. Yang Qiaoyue get, alas. I never imagined you would agree to leave with nothing. I will think of a way to gather the money you lent me and return it to you. Don't worry, with friends like us. You won't be left out in the cold. I'll hang up for now and will contact you later. Relationships have their closeness and distance, and matters have their urgency. Wu Pianpian pondered whether she should reach out to her brother Wu Tong for some financial assistance. However, she struggled to devise a suitable excuse. She couldn't possibly confess to him, as she had with Yang Xiaoyue, that she was without a place to stay and needed to find work. That would inevitably lead her parents to discover her predicament, which she desperately wished to avoid. It was better to set this aside for now and think about it later. It was already evening, and she had informed her mother that she would leave shortly. She could not remain at home any longer. After tidying up the dishes, she noticed her parents had yet to return. She stepped out of the house. Just as she exited the community, her phone rang. Upon checking, it was Yang Xiaoyue calling. Piampian, where are you now? Yang Qiaoyue inquiret. I just left home and am outside my community. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly, Yang Xiaoyue cheerfully replied. All right. You know it's my parents' house. Wu Piampian reminded her once more. 20 minutes later, Yang Xiaoyue arrived in her red car, appearing before Wu Piampian. Piampian, get in. She called out from the car window. Wu Piampian opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. Yang Xiaoyue took a small bag from her side and extracted a paper envelope, tossing it to Wu Piampian. Piampian, my husband's company isn't faring well at the moment. I've managed to scrape together some money for you. Here is what I can offer for now. As for the rest, allow me to find a way to gradually gather it. Wu Piampian received the envelope and weighed it in her hand. 20,000 yuan, Yang Qiaoyue declared. This is all I can muster at present. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Piampian stowed the envelope into her bag. Yang Xiaoyue started the car and turned to ask Piampian, where do you plan to go now? I can give you a ride. Wu Piampian replied softly, I haven't decided yet. Either a budget hotel or maybe a net cafe to catch a movie all night. I can't seem to sleep anyway. Yang Xiaoyue pondered for a moment. Then an idea struck her. You look a bit lost. Why don't we go to a bar and unwind? I'll keep you company tonight. Noticing Wu Piampian's hesitation, she pressed the accelerator and added, That's settled then. Don't worry about the expenses. Tonight's on me. After all, we are good sisters. In the eastern part of Longhua City, there stood an ancient-style corridor bridge, with Shunjiang Road at its entrance being a renowned bar street in the city. At the entrance of one bar, where the neon lights flickered and formed the words Corridor Bridge Dream, a few young men eager to attract customers quickly approached the two young women. Ladies, please come in. Upon entering the bar, they were welcomed by the smooth strumming of a guitar. Looking up, they saw a male singer with a ponytail, cradling his guitar, beginning his heartfelt serenade. The dim lights in the hall were filled with a dense crowd. Guided by the hostess, the two women found a booth that provided a clear view of the performer on stage. On the small table in their booth sat an exquisite vase, illuminated by a spotlight that highlighted a single violet within, making it particularly striking. Let us have a half-dozen beers, Yang Xiaoyue instructed the server. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, ladies, he replied. What do you think? Enjoying drinks and music here, we can cast our worries aside, Yang Xiaoyue suggested to Wu Piampian, who was seated across from her. The server approached with the beers and leaned in to whisper something to Yang Xiaoyue. The music was too loud for Wu Piampian to hear clearly, so she glanced at Yang Xiaoyue. Raising her voice, Yang Xiaoyue asked Piampian. He mentioned that two handsome gentlemen over there would like to share a table with us. What do you think? It was only natural that with two beautiful women entering the bar, several gentlemen would take notice. It was quite common to receive invitations to join tables when they were there unaccompanied. However, Wu Piampian shook her head. I'm not in the mood. Yang Xiaoyue countered. I think it could be fun. The more, the merrier. Wu Piampian stood firm. If I say no, then it's no. You can go if you want. I'll just sit here alone for a while. Yang Xiaoyue quickly relented, saying, All right then. My sole mission tonight is to accompany you. She waved her hand to the server, requesting 2 glasses, one for each of them. As the guitarist finished his song, a new group took the stage, dancing and singing, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Amidst the throng of individuals indulging in libations, many rose from their seats, glasses in hand, swaying their heads in rhythm to the melodies. Beauty, come accompany me, let us drink. A tipsy middle-aged man suddenly emerged from an unknown corner, lunging toward Yang Xiaoyue and Wu Piampian, leering at Wu with a lustful gaze. Step away. My friend is not interested today, Yang Xiaoyue exclaimed, pushing the man aside. Wait, don't be so dismissive. My friends are watching. Don't deny me face, he persisted. Undeterred, Wu Piampian glanced over her shoulder and noticed several men at a nearby table, all staring intently at them. Yang Xiaoyue, rising with determination, lifted her glass and addressed the man. Come, let us share a drink. With that, She downed her drink in one gulp, signaling to a waiter to approach. "This gentleman is inebriated. Kindly escort him back to his seat," she instructed the waiter. With the waiter's coaxing and apologetic demeanor, the drunken man staggered away. After this encounter, Wu Piampian found herself devoid of any desire to continue drinking. She quietly suggested to Yang Xiaoyue, "Let us leave." "So soon?" Yang Qiayue, clearly still in the mood to revel, checked her watch and replied, "It's still early. How about we stay a little longer and finish this drink?" She filled Wu Piampian's glass once more and handed it to her. Wu Piampian downed the drink, then poured herself another. Hey, no need to drown yourself." Yang Xiaoyue swiftly seized the bottle, stopping Wu Piampian. "Never mind, I see you're not in the mood. Let's go." Picking up her small bag, Yang Xiaoyue led Wu Piampian from their seats toward the bar's exit, unaware that a few individuals had also risen behind them to follow. Chapter 15. Beauty, Don't Leave. Wang Chong returned home after work, enjoying dinner with his family while reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a popular television drama. Suddenly, his phone on the coffee table rang. He picked it up to see it was Wei Hu, a former colleague who had since become a security guard. "Tiger, why are you calling so late? What is the matter?" he inquired. "Brother Chong," the voice on the line continued, "your company's proprietress and a woman are at our bar and may be in a bit of trouble." Wang Chong stood, exiting the living room to the balcony. "Tiger, clarify your situation. Which bar are you at?" "I'm at the Langxiao Yimeng bar. Your proprietress and her friend seem to have inadvertently provoked a group of thugs and might be targeted. Should I keep an eye on them until you can send someone over?" "At your bar, you can't manage it?" Wei Hu quickly clarified, "No. As long as they remain inside, I can intervene. I'm just worried about what happens once they leave." "All right. Ensure they do not leave just yet. I will inform the boss." After ending the call with Wei Hu, Wang Chong immediately dialed Lu Qingyan. "Boss, it's me, Wang Chong." He succinctly relayed the situation regarding Wu Piampian at Langxiao Yimeng. Although Lu Qingyun had previously indicated intentions to divorce Wu Piampian, the separation had not yet transpired. Wu Piampian had matters to attend to, and Wang Chong felt it was prudent to inform Lu Qingyun. On the other end of the line, Lu Qingyun fell silent for a moment before uttering, "She has already signed the papers and consented to the divorce. From now on, her affairs are no longer my concern. Do not involve yourself." With that, he hung up the phone. Wang Chong pondered for a moment. Wei Hu was still waiting for him. And now that Lu Qingyun had distanced himself, he felt compelled to make the trip. Even if the boss was indifferent as a subordinate and a good friend, he could not simply stand by. He promptly called a few brothers and set off in his car. As Wu Piampian and Yang Xiaoyue reached the entrance, a security guard approached them, extending his hand politely, and inquired, "Ladies, having consumed so much alcohol, is someone here to pick you up?" Yang Xiaoyue assessed the guard and replied loudly, "We haven't drunk excessively. We don't need anyone to pick us up. We drove here ourselves." "Miss, considering you have been drinking, it would be wise not to drive. It is better to wait here and call someone to collect you." "I am looking out for your safety," the guard insisted, gesturing behind them. However, Yang Xiaoyue did not grasp the guard's insinuation and pulled Wu Piampian along, continuing towards the exit. At that time, there were no regulations prohibiting driving under the influence, nor the existence of designated drivers. Most patrons who drove to bars, as long as they were not completely intoxicated, would typically drive themselves home. Seeing that he could not deter them, the guard followed closely behind, quietly warning, "It is unsafe for you to leave like this. Be cautious of being followed. Do not frighten us. As long as you do not interfere, who would dare to follow us?" Yang Xiaoyue dismissed him with a wave of her hand, not looking back, and continued on her way. The guard had no choice but to accompany them until they reached their car and closed the doors, finally exhaling in relief. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a drunken voice call out, "Ladies, don't go. Get out." He turned to see a group of intoxicated men blocking the front of the car, shouting at those inside. The leader was the middle-aged man who had earlier approached Wu Piampian in a drunken stupor. As the guard was about to question them, the men shouted, "Hey, little security guard, mind your own business." Inside the car, Yang Xiaoyue realized the guard had indeed acted out of goodwill. But now, regret was futile. She hesitated to open the door, let alone exit the vehicle. The alcohol she had consumed was wearing off, but the fear had set in. "Brothers, we bear you no grudge, and we have no enmity. Please, allow us to leave, she pleaded through the window. Now you're afraid? It's too late. You were quite bold earlier, refusing to acknowledge our brother's presence, rejecting our toast, and now you will face consequences. Hurry up and come out to serve us, or we might not let you go. The group clamored. Beside Yang Xiaoyue, Wu Pianpian gritted her teeth and urged, step on the gas and drive through. There's no need to waste words on them. Oh, didn't he expect you to have a bit of grit? Why don't you just charge through? One of the men sneered. Smash it, he shouted, and immediately someone fetched a stick, preparing to strike the car door. Guard, you must intervene. We are paying customers at this bar. Yang Xiaoyue turned to the security guard, pleading for help. The security guard, compelled by the situation, stepped forward to mediate, saying, Gentlemen, let us converse peacefully. There is no need for hostility. Mind your own business. Get lost. The group forcefully shoved the guard aside, who, daunted, retreated and discreetly dialed the police. One man brandished a club, ready to strike, when Yang Xiaoyue urgently shouted, Wait, wait. She opened the car door. Alighting to confront the leading middle-aged man with an ingratiating smile, Brother, it's merely a matter of sharing a few drinks. We could discuss this amicably. The middle-aged man sneered, Just moments ago, you were too proud to share a drink with us. Now, that is no longer an option. You will accompany us for some fun. With that, he seized Yang Xiaoyue's arm, attempting to drag her toward a nearby van. And another one, Come here, brothers. Upon hearing this, his associates rushed forward, grasping Wu Pianpian and attempting to pull her outside. Let me go, Wu Pianpian shouted desperately. In the parking lot, aside from a security guard, it was solely their group, with a few distant onlookers too fearful to intervene. Wu Pianpian, feeling helpless despite her frantic struggles, was escorted to the van. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyue had already been pushed inside, while Wu Pianpian braced against the van door, resolutely refusing to enter. Help! Help! Both Yang Xiaoyue inside the van and Wu Pianpian outside cried out in unison. The security guard, anxious and glancing around, silently prayed, Police. I've been waiting for you for several minutes. Where are you? Brother Chong, why haven't you arrived yet? I've done all I could. He pulled out his phone, contemplating urging Wang Chong once more, but then reconsidered. With the victims abducted, how could he explain a call? He returned the phone to his pocket. Hearing the desperate cries of Yang Xiaoyue and Wu Pianpian, he longed to rush over and stop the vehicle. Yet, he felt outnumbered and powerless against the assailants. He turned and dashed back to the bar, intending to summon additional security. As he ran, he glanced back at the van, mentally noting the license plate number. At that moment, from the crowd of onlookers, a burly figure stepped forward, shouting at the van, Ma Lao-san, Get down! Who gave you the audacity to abduct people in broad daylight? Chapter 16. Act boldly and fearlessly, seeing the newcomer through the car window. Yang Xiaoyue felt a surge of hope. She recognized him as someone known to her husband, both being in the logistics transportation industry. And this man's operations were considerably larger than her husband's. Tales in the underworld spoke of his influence, as he wielded power across both legal and illicit realms, holding a formidable reputation within the logistics sector of Longhua City. She called out to him, Boss Liu, please save us. The man known as Ma Lao-san, upon seeing Boss Liu, was struck with panic like a mouse before a cat. He hastily released Yang Xiaoyue, leaping from the van and scurrying to Boss Liu, wearing a sycophantic smile. Ah, Boss Liu, I didn't realize it was you. These two ladies have been dismissive of my brothers. I was merely planning to take them back for a proper lesson. Liu Qiming forcefully pushed Ma Lao-san aside and strode towards the van, calling out to those inside, Sister-in-law, the moment you entered the bar, I had a feeling it was you. He then turned to the side and inquired about Wu Pianpian. And who might this be? Oh, she is my friend, Yang Xiaoyue began to explain. Before she could finish, Liu Qiming interjected with a hearty voice. Since she is your friend, she is also my friend. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Qiming. With that, he extended his hand towards Wu Pianpian. Wu Pianpian politely shook his hand, and as Yang Xiaoyue stepped out of the vehicle, she continued her introduction. Pianpian, this is the prominent figure in the logistics industry of Longhua City. Boss Liu of Tianshan Logistics. Hello, Boss Liu. Wu Pianpian greeted him with a smile. Sister-in-law, how shall I address your friend? Since we are friends now, let us get acquainted. Lu Qiming said, appraising Wu Piampian and looking inquiringly at Yang Xiaoyue. She is Wu Piampian. Miss Wu, a pleasure to meet you. Lu Qiming then turned back to Ma Laosan, his expression serious. I do not care what grievances you may have. These two individuals are my friends, and I shall ensure their safety. Ma Laosan quickly bowed in response. Since you, Master Lu, have spoken, it seems like a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Yang Xiaoyue shot him a sidelong glance. Who considers you family? Lu Qiming shouted at him. Why don't you take your people and leave? Certainly. I shall leave at once. Ma Laosan waved his hand, and his group promptly boarded the van, departing swiftly. Yang Xiaoyue turned to Lu Qiming and expressed her gratitude. I truly appreciate your timely intervention today. Boss Lu, I am at a loss for how to repay you. Indeed. Thank you, Boss Lu, Wu Piampian echoed. Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. After all, I am brothers with you, Li Wei. I noticed you seem to have not enjoyed your drinks. I have a few friends inside. How about we return for a while? That sounds great. I would be delighted to meet Boss Lu's friends, Yang Xiaoyue said, disregarding Wu Piampian's subtle signals urging her to leave. She tugged at Wu Piampian's hand and whispered, Let us just stay for a little while. It's fine. Reluctantly, Wu Piampian agreed, thinking that since Boss Lu had just saved her, it would be impolite to leave without acknowledging it. Together with Yang Xiaoyue, she headed back towards the Dream Bridge Bar. Just then, two SUVs sped toward them and came to a halt. Wang Chong stepped out of the vehicle and approached Wu Piampian. Sister-in-law, I heard you were in trouble? He asked as he walked over. Yang Xiaoyue quickly responded. Yes, there was a bit of trouble, but thanks to Boss Lu, everything is fine now. However, Wu Piampian halted her steps. She had not intended to linger, and Wang Chong's arrival provided her with a perfect excuse. She turned to Yang Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue, you go and keep Boss Lu company. I will return with Wang Chong and the others. Yang Xiaoyue hesitated for a moment, then addressed Lu Qiming. Boss Lu, how about I accompany my friend back? I shall have Li Wei arrange a special dinner for you another day to express our gratitude. Lu Qiming cast a glance at Wang Chong and the two off-road vehicles behind him, where several silhouettes could be faintly discerned in the darkness. He chuckled heartily, remarking, It's nothing, merely a trifling effort, hardly worth mentioning. However, I truly look forward to sharing a few drinks with Brother Li Wei when the opportunity arises. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Wu Piampian, pulling Yang Xiaoyue alongside her, discreetly inquired, President Wang, how did you come to know about this? Let us not dwell on the details for now. Will you be joining me in my vehicle, or? I think I shall accompany Xiaoyue instead. Thank you very much, President Wang. Wu Piampian was unsure if Lu Qingyun had informed Wang Chong about her divorce. She knew that following Wang Chong would inevitably lead her back to her former home. Wang Chong did not press the matter further. As long as everything was settled, why should he entangle himself deeper? There was even no necessity to relay the events of the evening to Lu Qingyun. Luo Tingting had worked several night shifts before finally delivering the feasibility analysis report for the real estate agency to Lu Qingyun. After a thorough review, Lu Qingyun nodded appreciatively. As a distinguished graduate of Dongjiang University, her report was evidently well-researched, replete with substantial data. With the discerning eye of the former chairman of the Lu Group, Lu Qingyun was exceedingly satisfied with the document. He addressed Luo Tingting, saying, Please keep this with me for now. I will ponder it further. After a pause, he continued, Xiao Luo, should this project proceed successfully, I intend for you to shoulder this responsibility. President Lu, do you mean? Luo Tingting gazed at Lu Qingyun in astonishment. What I mean is, consider forming a preparatory team. Once the real estate agency is established, you would assume the role of general manager. Is there an issue with that? Me? I fear I may not perform adequately. I would prefer to continue as your assistant. This task would be better suited for General Gao or President Wang, given their higher ranks. Lu Qingyun placed the analysis report on the bedside table, his expression encouraging as he looked at Luo Tingting. Do not harbor doubts. I believe in your capabilities. Not only will I entrust you with this responsibility, but I will also offer you shares in the new company as a token of my confidence in you. As for operational strategies, we can recruit a capable individual from the industry to assist you. Should any issues arise, remember that I am here. Go forth with confidence. Upon hearing this, Luo Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stood up, declaring to Lu Qingyun, "With your support, President Lu, I will strive diligently and ensure I do not let you down. Indeed, please take a seat." Lu Qingyun leaned back, continuing, "When you return, gather information on developers, including newly commenced projects, not just in Longhua City, but also in other cities, especially those in first and second-tier markets." "Understood, President Lu." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tingting quietly asked, "Additionally, should I look into Kaya and her Koken consortium?" "No need. I have a fair understanding of their situation. Moreover, we cannot rely solely on others for our projects, nor should we place all our hopes on Kaya alone. As long as the project is sound, we can secure more funding. It is wise not to put all our eggs in one basket. In the event that Mr. Kaka's father harbors doubts about our project, we must persist in our endeavors." Lu Tingting nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that General Lu's perspective was indeed comprehensive. Chapter 17. On television, Lu Qingyun has been discharged from the hospital. Awaiting his arrival were not only Gao Junsheng, Wang Chong, and several colleagues from the company, but also Director Liang from the police department, Captain Yao from the criminal investigation team, and a contingent of officers, all gathered in anticipation. To Lu Qingyun's astonishment, Director Liang had also brought local media reporters, who set up their cameras at the hospital entrance to conduct a live interview with him. This spectacle drew a considerable crowd of onlookers. "Mr. Lu, when you discovered the assailants kidnapping a foreign child, you disregarded your own safety and bravely rushed forward. Could you share your thoughts during that moment?" A reporter inquired persistently. "Mr. Lu, it is said that in your effort to save the child, you delayed an important meeting for your company. Do you harbor any regrets?" Lu Qingyun turned to Director Liang, who interjected with a smile. "Indeed, had it not been for Mr. Lu's courageous intervention, we might not have apprehended the criminals so swiftly. This could have escalated into an international incident, severely tarnishing the reputation of our nation. We have submitted the necessary materials to commend Mr. Lu for his bravery. Please, share your thoughts with the reporters," he encouraged Lu Qingyun. This scene had unfolded in his previous life as well, but then, standing beside Lu Qingyun was another individual, Wu Pianpian. Now, having reached a divorce agreement with her, she no longer held the right to stand at his side or appear in the public eye. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingyun organized his thoughts and spoke into the microphone that was thrust before him. "Honestly, there was no need for such a grand interview. I was alone at the time. Upon seeing the vehicle of the assailants, I noticed 3 men inside alongside the kidnapped child. I'm no hero. I never intended to exit my car to rescue anyone. I understood that one pair of fists could not contend against 4. I first called the police and then merely drove past, hoping to compel the assailants to slow down or stop, thus granting our police comrades some time. Unexpectedly, they collided with my vehicle. This was merely an accident, not an act of reckless bravery as my reporter friend suggested. I believe that most individuals would call the authorities and assist the police in such a situation. Isn't that what a responsible citizen ought to do?" Pausing momentarily, he pointed towards Director Liang and remarked, "Apprehending the criminals is the duty of the police. Perhaps you should interview Director Liang instead." With that, he prepared to push through the crowd to depart. "Mr. Lu, please hold on," Director Liang called out, then leaned closer to the microphone, raising his voice, "Mr. Lu has articulated an excellent point. When ordinary citizens encounter criminals, their first priority must be to ensure their own safety, followed by alerting the police and offering assistance within their capabilities. In this regard, Mr. Lu has set a commendable example. This kind of courageous and astute heroism is something we should fervently promote and learn from." Director Liang spoke, gesturing grandly as a police officer presented a wrapped cylinder. Upon unwrapping, it revealed a ceremonial banner. "Mr. Lu, please accept this. It is our police station's token of gratitude to you." Lu Qingyun received the banner and stood alongside Director Liang as reporters clamored to capture this rare moment. The surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. In the distance, at the far corner of the street, Wu Pianpian silently observed the scene at the hospital entrance, her expression forlorn. Once Lu Qingyun had departed in Tingting's car, and the police and journalists had dispersed, she turned and quietly walked away. Upon returning to the company, Lu Qingyun immediately summoned Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong to the conference room. with Lu Tingting appointed as the meeting recorder. He distributed a feasibility report drafted by Lu Tingting, which he had revised and supplemented, to the company's two major shareholders. Although Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong were initially surprised by Lu's proposal, after an afternoon of fervent discussion, they reached a consensus. Lu Qingyun's South's suggestion to place Lu Tingting in charge of the new project was also smoothly approved. Concurrently, a decision regarding the appointment and dismissal of the head of the finance department was ratified. Former deputy finance manager Su Yiji was officially promoted to finance manager, succeeding Wu Pianpian. As the meeting concluded, Gao Junsheng proposed, "Lu, you just got out of the hospital today. Let us find a place to gather this evening." Wang Chong chimed in, "Yes, we had agreed on this a few days ago. How about the Deming restaurant? Their dishes are quite good." Lu Qingyun silently lamented. Why must they choose the very venue of Wu Pianpian's gathering? However, no one was aware of his covert intentions to follow her, and he felt no need to elaborate. Why seek far when we can stay close? The old chef's tavern across from the company seems quite suitable, he suggested. Indeed, Gao and Wang readily concurred. The old chef is nearby, and it means we can all indulge without the need for transportation. We can drink to our heart's content. Lu Tingting interjected. Several project managers have already mentioned they would like to join. Lu Qingyun nodded. That's fine, but Lu, please remind them that they are only to bring their appetites and leave behind any frivolities. Meanwhile, Wu Pianpian, having returned from the hospital to her newly rented residence, sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The past lingered vividly, yet it felt like yesterday. She sent Lu Qingyun a brief text message. "Congratulations on your recovery and discharge." Once sent, the message sank into silence, receiving no response from Lu Qingyun, a reaction both anticipated and unexpected. Leaning back on the sofa, she fell into a drowsy slumber, only to be awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Yang Xiaoyue calling. "Pianpian, your Mr. Lu is on television. The evening news is broadcasting it. Did you see?" Wu Pianpian replied weakly, "Please don't tease me. Knowing I'm about to get a divorce. What does it matter whether he appears on television or not?" Realizing how much time had passed, she noted it was already evening. "Yang Xiaoyue continuet, Pianpian. Don't you think this could be an opportunity for you? Mr. Lu has now become a hero, having saved lives. I recently browsed the internet and discovered that this incident has become a hot topic in our city. At such a time, if word were to spread about the hero abandoning his faithful wife, one can only imagine the repercussions." Wu Pianpian felt a stir in her heart, but upon reflection, she realized that she was at fault, and thus lacked the confidence to act. Moreover, Lu Qingyun held leverage over her. She sighed and spoke in her phone, expressing her desire to avoid further complications. Yang Xiaoyue, growing anxious, quickly urged her, "Are you out of your mind? Even if you wish to part ways, you could seize this opportunity to negotiate, demand a fair share of his wealth. Otherwise, consider exposing the situation online and see how he handles it." "No, stop right there," Wu Pianpian suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 18. "You are not allowed to go." Wu Pianpian's outburst left Yang Xiaoyue momentarily speechless. "Pianpian, what is the matter? I'm merely offering suggestions. How can I bear to see you end up with nothing, leaving with naught but the clothes on your back?" Wu Pianpian adjusted her tone, striving for calmness. "Xiaoyue, if you truly wish to assist me, please gather the funds you owe me as soon as possible." "Oh, I already gave you 20,000, which should suffice for the time being. Our family's freight business is currently unable to spare any more cash. As soon as I have it, I promise to repay you first," Yang Xiaoyue replied, her demeanor unhurried. Wu Pianpian felt it unwise to press the matter further. The debt remained, and if their relationship soured, would she ever see her money again? People often say that the debtor is the master, while the creditor is the servant. Wu Pianpian now deeply understood the truth behind this saying. No wonder Lu Qingyun had once remarked that she was too naive. Noticing Wu Pianpian's silence, Yang Xiaoyue continued, "If you are unwilling to confront him, I will approach Lu Qingyun on your behalf. We can merely discuss it, not necessarily make it public online. Trust me, I know my limits." "No, Xiaoyue, you are not to go," Wu Pianpian insisted. Lu Qingyun had warned against seeking others to create a scene, asserting that it would resolve nothing. Wu Pianpian now felt no trust in Yang Xiaoyue's approach. "Fine, if you say so, I'll one-t go." After a moment's thought, Yang Xiao added, "In a few days, my family Esley Wei will be hosting Boss Lu. You should come as well, after all. He did save both of us and deserves our gratitude." "We shall see," Wu Piampian replied. "I have no other matters to discuss, so I will hang up." No sooner had she ended the call than Lu Qingyun's phone rang. Wu Piampian excitedly pressed the answer button. "Wu Piampian, I have been discharged from the hospital. Tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, bring your identification. I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." Wu Piampian's heart sank once more. The day of divorce loomed closer, intensifying her anxiety. She replied, "Understood." After hanging up, she retrieved a bottle of white wine she had purchased earlier and took several swigs. After Lu Qingyun notified Wu Piampian via phone from the corridor of the old chef restaurant, he returned to the private room. "Qingyun, tonight you are the star. You must not shy away." Gao Junxing poured a drink for Lu Qingyun and handed it to him. "President Gao, Lu has already consumed quite a bit. Perhaps it would be best not to encourage him further." Sitting nearby, Assistant Lu seized the cup and added, "I shall drink in place of President Lu. Come, President Gao, I raise my glass to you." After speaking, he tilted his head back, raising his glass to the heavens. "Well done, Xiao Lu, a remarkable woman, truly admirable. Good fortune comes in pairs. Let us drink 2 cups to celebrate." Wang Chong cheered from the side. "Xiangzi, don't just enjoy the spectacle. Did I say Xiao Lu should drink on my behalf?" Lu Qingyun snatched the cup and said to Gao Junsheng, "Come, fill it to the brim. This drink is for us brothers. No one else is allowed to stand in." Then, lowering his voice, he quietly advised Lu Tingting, "You should head over to Sister Su's side now. Let her settle the bill later." Lu Tingting felt a warmth in her heart. This was Lu's way of protecting her. At Suiji's side, no one drank alcohol. Observing Lu's demeanor, it was evident he desired to indulge in a drunken revelry tonight. She had only learned today about Lu's impending divorce from the boss lady, the reasons for which remained unclear to her. Yet, at this moment, Lu's mood surely was not as tranquil as it appeared. Thus, she had initially intended to shield him from alcohol, but now she obediently withdrew. This man needed a night of intoxication. She retreated beside Sister Su, all the while keeping her gaze on Lu Qingyun. Noticing Lu Tingting's withdrawal, Su Yiji prepared to approach with her glass, ready to toast to the executives, but was halted by Lu Tingting, who shook her head. "Sister Su, you've already toasted. There's no need to join the fray again. Let me accompany you with some soft drinks." Su Yiji sat back down and said, "Assistant Lu, congratulations on your promotion." "The same to you." Buten o'clock. Having feasted and imbibed, Lu Qingyun was indeed intoxicated. How could this happen? Lu usually has a strong tolerance, a project manager murmured. Gao Junsheng waved his hand dismissively, glaring at the individual who says Lu is drunk. He is merely enjoying the moment. This is the ideal state of drinking. Lu Tingting approached and said, "It's getting late. Since we didn't arrange for a driver, I'll take Lu back." Gao Junsheng was about to insist he would go, but Wang Chong slapped him on the shoulder, winking, "Let Xiao Lu take him. We had quite a bit ourselves, and she has had less to drink. So she can drive." Understanding the hint, Gao Junsheng conceded, "Then let us trouble Xiao Lu." "When did you become so fussy, Gao? Xiao Lu is attentive enough without your reminders." Wang Chong joked with a broad grin. The two men supported Lu Qingyun and followed Lu Tingting to the parking area, where they gently placed him in her car. This vehicle had been provided by Lu to Lu Tingting, as she often needed to travel to job sites and lacked transportation. He had given her an old car he once used. Lu Tingting rolled down the window to let in fresh air before starting the engine, waving goodbye to Gao and Wang as she released the clutch and drove towards Lu's residence. Initially, she intended only to drop Lu at his doorstep, but Gao's earlier ramblings conveyed a message. The boss lady no longer resided with Lu. There was also an implicit request for her to take good care of Lu. Regardless of the circumstances, as the assistant to Mr. Lu, she would undoubtedly fulfill her duties without needing explicit instructions. Upon arriving at the residential complex where Lu Qingyun resided, Lu Tingting parked the car, preparing to turn off the engine and engage the handbrake when she suddenly heard Lu Qingyun's voice. "You need not turn off the engine. After I exit the car, you may head back directly." Startled, she turned her head to see Lu Qingyun, who had shaken off his earlier days. Mr. Liu, you are awake. Allow me to escort you inside. I shall come down shortly, she said. Lu Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. No need. I am fine. With that, he opened the door, exited the vehicle, and closed the door behind him, wishing Lu Tingting a good night as he made his way toward the building entrance. Lu Tingting remained in the driver's seat, uncertain whether she should step out to accompany Mr. Liu home, especially since he had expressly stated she need not do so. Observing Lu Qingyun sway slightly as he walked into the night, her concern lingered. Lu Qingyun shook his head vigorously, attempting to maintain his composure. However, as he approached the entrance, his vision blurred, and he stumbled, quickly reaching out to steady himself against the wall, narrowly avoiding a fall. Oh no, how embarrassing, he thought to himself. Just then, he felt a hand catch him, and a gentle voice whispered near his ear, Mr. Liu, allow me to assist you home. Chapter 19. Let us spend the night in the guest room. Lu Qingyun was oblivious to how he ascended the stairs or how he came to lie on his own bed. His head was buzzing, and his eyelids felt heavy. Tomorrow, he was to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Wu Pianpian to finalize their paperwork, marking the first significant event since his rebirth. Although he was infuriated by the actions of Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui in his past life, he vowed not to let these two individuals off easily this time around. Prior to Wu Pianpian's attendance at the class reunion, their home life had been somewhat domineering, and their marital relationship left much to be desired. Yet, she was still the driving force behind Lu Qingyun's endeavors, the source of his motivation. Many at the company observed that the household was matriarchal, and he accepted this reality, once deeming it happiness. A man ought to cherish his woman. However, beginning tomorrow, he would be single once again, free from any obligations or affections. This realization left him with an unsettling void, a new life. A new beginning. He would need time to adjust. That evening, his friends refrained from mentioning his divorce. Yet they made an effort to clink glasses and drink together to comfort him. He understood their intentions well, though Lu Qingyun lay with his eyes closed. His mind was awash with thoughts. Who had assisted him back home just now? Was it Lu Tingting? Hadn't he told her not to come? He attempted once more to open his bloodshot eyes. The bedroom light was on, yet he was alone. Lu Tingting must have seen him home and then departed. He sighed in relief. After lying there a while longer, he felt a dryness in his throat. Turning over, he noticed a fruit bowl on the bedside table containing several segments of peeled grapefruit. Lu Tingting was indeed considerate. She must have purchased the grapefruit on her way. Lu Qingyun muttered a few words, propped himself up, and sat at the head of the bed, taking a segment of pomelo. Indeed, it was quite sweet. At that moment, a woman's silhouette appeared at the bedroom door. Mr. Liu, I noticed you had some tremella at home, so I went to the kitchen to make you tremella soup. Lu Tingting approached, holding a bowl. You, why haven't you gone back? I truly appreciate your kindness. Lu Qingyun expressed his gratitude. Mr. Liu, you are intoxicated, and I felt uneasy leaving you home alone, Lu Tingting explained. She placed the bowl of tremella soup on the bedside table, standing up straight, slightly anxious. It was late at night, and the room was just the two of them, a solitary man and woman. Lu Tingting's face flushed, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably. After calming herself slightly, she continued, It's still a bit hot. Let it cool for a while. Once you've had some and settled down, I will take my leave. Lu Qingyun looked at Lu Tingting, her graceful figure standing before him. This place had once been a love nest for him and Wu Pianpian, filled with her presence. Yet now, before him stood the youthful and beautiful Lu Tingting. Lu Qingyun's mind felt somewhat hazy. Lu Tingting's face occasionally morphed into that of Wu Pianpian, only to revert back to Lu Tingting. He felt an impulse, a primal desire. Regardless of whether it was Wu Pianpian or Lu Tingting, he yearned to pull her onto the bed and indulge for a night. Was this some form of punishment for betraying Wu Pianpian? Lu Tingting was clad in a fitted business suit, her waist cinched, and her long legs made the trousers appear impeccably tailored. The open collar revealed alluring curves, both graceful and upright. Lu Qingyun, reeking of alcohol, could even catch a faint whiff of her feminine fragrance. He hastily averted his gaze, glancing out at the dark night, and then at his watch. Xiao Lu, it's quite late now. If you don't mind, you can stay in the guest room next door for the night. There is no need to watch over me. I'm truly fine now. He understood that, like him, Lu Tingting did not have a home in Longhua City and was alone here. Sending her back in the pitch blackness could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Lu Tingting pondered for 5 seconds before nodding. All right, I will go rest in the guest room shortly. May I use your bathroom first to take a shower? Of course. Feel free. Please close the door behind you, he replied. Watching Lu Tingting exit the room, Lu Qingyun took a deep breath, the fragrance she left lingering in the air. He pinched his thigh. The pain heightened his clarity. What are you thinking? She kindly brought you back, and yet you entertain such thoughts. Lu Qingyun silently reproached himself. He shouldn't have allowed Lu Tingting to bring him home tonight. He could have taken a taxi or found a hotel to stay for the night. After all, returning home was solitary. How could he have foolishly accepted a ride from Lu Tingting? After finishing the tremella soup, he returned the bowl to the kitchen. He couldn't expect everything to be done for him, including cleaning up. Lu Qingyun was still unaccustomed to being waited on. He had always been the one attending to Wu Piampian, who never required such care. As Lu Qingyun passed by the bathroom, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Lu Tingting was still indulging in her bath. He tiptoed back to his bedroom with great urgency, fearing that Lu Tingting might unexpectedly open the bathroom door, revealing a scene he ought not to witness. After securely closing the bedroom door, he finally lay back on the bed with a sense of relief. That night, after awakening from his inebriation, Lu Qingyun found himself tossing and turning. A beautiful woman resided next door, while he was on the verge of singlehood. His heart was in turmoil. Deciding to sit up, he lit a cigarette and picked up a book from the bedside, trying to immerse himself in its pages to distract his restless mind. In his previous life, he could have easily scrolled through his phone, watching short videos to pass the time. Yet now, he was still in an era before smartphones. Accessing the internet required a computer, and watching shows meant heading to the living room to turn on the television. In his former life, Lu Qingyun resided in a grand villa, but now he found himself in this community, living in a modest 120 square meter apartment. Although his living conditions were slightly better than the average citizen, the means of entertainment remained quite limited. Growing weary of reading, he tossed the book onto the bedside table, extinguished the light, and surrendered to sleep. In a realm of dreams, he absent-mindedly reached out beside him and discovered the presence of another person, silent, warm, silky, and soft, with a pleasantly rounded form. Unable to discern whether it was from his past life or the present, nor to identify who it might be, he felt as though he were floating among the clouds. Invigorated, several times he soared to great heights, only to gracefully descend into the plains below. The mountains and rivers beneath him displayed an array of enchanting forms, a sensation Lu Qingyun had never encountered before. Just as he yearned to soar once more, he seemed to still lie on his bed, where the figure smiled gently before vanishing through the doorway. "Don't go. Please don't leave," he called out in desperation. "Mr. Lu, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Should I bring it to your room, or will you join me?" Came Lu Tingting's voice from outside. Lu Qingyun, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quickly checked his covers. "Oh no, one awkward situation. No need to bring it in, Xiao Lu. I'll come out to eat shortly," he replied, hastily rolling out of bed and rummaging through his wardrobe. Although nearly 20 years had passed, this was his first return to his former home. Thankfully, some remnants of memory remained, and he quickly found his clothes, stashing away the ones he had discarded. After adjusting his appearance in the mirror, he made a facial expression before stepping out of the bedroom. Lu Tingting was setting the table with dishes, dressed in the same professional attire as the previous night. She had not returned home. She had bathed but changed not a stitch. Lu Qingyun rushed to the washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Seeking to mask his embarrassment, he was uncertain whether Lu Tingting had overheard his dream-induced exclamations. If she had, it could lead to a significant misunderstanding. "Xiao Lu, please eat first and feel free to leave afterward. You need not wait for me. I have a few other matters to attend to," he called out from the washroom. Lu Tingting nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I prepared this for you specifically. I'm indifferent. I can eat something casual on my way." She then grabbed her bag, placed the car keys on the dining table, and said to Lu Qingyun, "Mr. Lu, I'll leave the car for you." He then left Lu Qingyun's home. At 9:30, Lu Qingyun had been waiting at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau for nearly 20 minutes. He glanced at his watch, speculating that Wu Piampian must have arrived by now. They had agreed over the phone the previous night to meet at 9:30. Lu Qingyun was unaware of where Wu Pianpian had been staying these past few days or from which direction she would be coming. He shifted his gaze from left to right, observing the ebb and flow of people and vehicles. The Civil Affairs Bureau had commenced operations at 9 o'clock. Beside Lu Qingyun, couples frequently brushed past, their faces radiating happiness as they headed to complete their marriage formalities. Conversely, two individuals emerged from within, each heading in opposite directions, having just obtained their divorce certificates and choosing to part ways. Lu Qingyun watched them numbly. His calm demeanor gradually gave way to anxiety. A quarter of an hour had elapsed, yet there was still no sign of Wu Pianpian. Could it be that the morning rush hour had caught her in traffic? He murmured softly to himself. Would she be taking public transport or hailing a taxi? The former Wu Pianpian rarely opted for buses. She either drove her company car or took a taxi. Now that her vehicle had been totaled, she had no choice but to take a cab. Lu Qingyun focused intently on the taxis stopping at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but none of the passengers disembarking were Wu Pianpian. Finally, unable to contain his impatience, Lu Qingyun retrieved his phone and dialed the familiar number. The ringtone of Wu Pianpian's mobile was a poignant melody, but continued to ring unanswered until the song concluded. What could be the matter? Even if she were late, she should at least answer the call and explain her situation. Lu Qingyun attempted to call twice more, but to no avail. He scrolled through his contacts, found Wu Pianpian's family number, and pressed dial, only to hang up almost immediately. The matter of their divorce agreement was perhaps still unknown to her family, and he was reluctant to elaborate unnecessarily. He decided to wait a little longer. Suddenly, he looked up as a red car sped towards him, coming to a halt. Yang Qiayue? Lu Qingyun peered into the vehicle and saw only Yang Qiayue inside. Wu Pianpian had not accompanied her. Surprised? Pianpian ISN T coming, Yang Qiayue remarked. Lu, I advise you to remain calm for a while. Both of you should reflect on your issues. There is no need to rush into exchanging those documents. Lu Qingyun waved his hands in protest. Stop, stop, Yang Qiayue. I have already spoken with Wu Pianpian. Why are you meddling? Did she ask you to come? What are you talking about? I came on my own accord. Pianpian specifically instructed me not to seek you out. Look how much she cares for you. But what about you? Now you're a public figure, a hero to many. If people find out that you've become renowned, yet abandoned your wife, how will they perceive you? Last night, Wu Pianpian had downed a bottle of liquor and had called Yang Qiayue in the dead of night. Concerned, Yang Qiayue had rushed to Wu Pianpian's residence to keep her company through the night. It was from Wu Pianpian that she learned about their meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau that morning. It was only with the dawn that Wu Pianpian finally fell into a deep slumber. Yang Qiayue's anger grew as she pondered the situation, disregarding Wu Pianpian's earlier admonitions. Seizing the opportunity, while Wu Pianpian was deep in slumber, she quietly slipped out and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Her intention was to mediate and counsel Lu Qingyun. However, her words only served to infuriate him further. Yang Qiayue, what exactly are you trying to convey? What do you intend to do? Lu Qingyun barked, abandoning all pretense of civility. It became clear that Wu Pianpian would not be coming, and he felt no need to linger any longer. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Qiayue, he shouted, "You are putting Wu Pianpian in jeopardy." With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward his car, leaving Yang Qiayue in a state of confusion, unsure of which words had led to this calamity. Hastily, she caught up with him, calling out, "Pianpian was intoxicated last night. You have no idea how heartbroken she is. She spent the night in distress. I barely managed to soothe her, and now she is at home, still asleep. Aren't you going to check on her?" Lu Qingyun did not look back, dismissively waving his hand. "It is of no concern to me." He started the engine and sped away. Meanwhile, Wu Pianpian awoke from her slumber, suddenly recalling her need to attend the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce proceedings with Lu Qingyun. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. There were several missed calls from Lu Qingyun on her phone. Oh no, had she missed the time? What to do? She remembered that she had called for Yang Qiayue last night, but now she was alone in the room. Where had Yang Qiayue gone? In a rush, she dialed Lu Qingyun's number, and upon connection, she could hear that he was likely driving. "Wu Pianpian, what is going on? Did you summon Yang Qiayue to create more chaos?" He barked, irate. "I did not." Wu Pianpian defended herself. "I truly did not. I have no idea where she is." "Forget it. I have already left. We can reschedule for another day. If you wish to avoid incarceration, do not allow Yang Xiaoyue to meddle further. You wouldn't want your private affairs to become public knowledge, would you? Lu Qingyun concluded, slamming the phone down. Wu Pianpian stared blankly at her already disconnected phone, murmuring, I do not wish for things to be this way either. It dawned on her that Yang Xiaoyue was her soul friend. Despite knowing that Yang Xiaoyue did not fully grasp her emotions, she still called her while intoxicated. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek an opportunity to clarify her position to Lu Qingyun. She was in agreement with the divorce and wished to avoid further complications. Oh, the troubles she faced. Just then, her brother Wu Tong called. Hey, sis, I need to talk to you about something. Wu Tong got straight to the point, not waiting for Wu Pianpian's response. Could you possibly help me out by lending me some money? Wu Pianpian, simmering with frustration, retorted, You still want to borrow money? You haven't repaid me for the last time I lent you money for your house. That is not it, sis. We are family. If I had the money, would I be asking you again? Wu Tong whined, trying to coax her. I have none. Do you think I run a bank? That I can provide whatever you desire? What's wrong with you today? You seem particularly irritable. Did you have a fight with my brother-in-law? Wu Tong inquired. I did not. Wu Pianpian exclaimed. What do you mean? I did not. There were neither quarrels nor impatience from Wu Dong, who relentlessly pursued his goals. No arguments, nor wealth. Address your own matters and devise your own solutions. Do not deny it. I have heard from our mother that a few days ago, you had a disagreement with my brother-in-law and even returned home. If there are issues, why not discuss them amicably with him? He will certainly assist me. I have heard that housing prices are expected to rise soon, and I wish to exchange our current apartment for a slightly larger one before the increase. Our parents agree to this. Wu Dong, you need not seek me out. I am unable to help you. Wu Pianpian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After a brief pause, Wu Dong replied, Then I shall approach our parents. Upon hanging up the phone, a wave of sorrow washed over Wu Pianpian. She did not wish to be a burden to her brother, yet when both her parents and brother sought her help, she found it difficult to refuse. Thus, she secretly diverted company funds to assist her brother in purchasing their current home. This was one of the many secrets held by Lu Qingyun against her. Lu Qingyun demanded that she leave with nothing but refrain from pursuing the matter of the loans, thereby granting her a degree of dignity. However, in recent days, she had come to realize how challenging it was to reclaim the borrowed funds. Yang Xiaoyue was evasive, offering only 20,000 yuan, hoping to indefinitely postpone the remaining debt. Meanwhile, her brother Wu Dong had not yet broached the subject, yet audaciously sought even more assistance, desiring to upgrade to a larger residence. Was he capable of such a feat? Wu Pianpian made up her mind that this time, even if their parents intervened, she would not relent. At worst, she would simply inform them of her divorce. In the opulent suite of the most luxurious hotel in Longhua City, Mr. Vladimir Kokin from the country of Rocha stood by the window, gazing at the urban landscape of Longhua, where skyscrapers stood in harmony and numerous towering cranes busily attended to construction. He turned to his daughter, Kaya, and remarked, Kaya, your analysis is astute. The development momentum of Longhua far surpasses that of our Rocha. There will undoubtedly be many opportunities here in the future. Indeed, dear father. Thus, we must not let such a promising opportunity slip by. The individual from Longhua whom I wish for you to meet today not only rescued Serioza, making him a benefactor to our Koken family, but he is also a remarkably discerning businessman. Once you meet him, I am confident you will share my perspective. Is that so, my dear daughter Kaya? You speak so highly of him that I can hardly wait to meet him. By the way, what time have you arranged for the meeting? Kaya glanced at her wristwatch and replied, At 3 o'clock this afternoon, in just a quarter of an hour. He should be on his way. Mr. Koken nodded slightly and added, Why was Serioza kidnapped? Is the security situation in Longhua truly that concerning? Kaya pondered for a moment before responding, Dear father, this matter may not be as simple as a security issue. According to the report from the Longhua police, the individuals apprehended recently arrived from our Rocha, and it is likely that the orchestrators are from our homeland. The police are continuing their interrogations, and I fear that if it is indeed the work of Rocha's criminal elements, the local police may be at a loss. Upon the conclusion of my journey to the Dragon Country, I shall escort Alexei back with me. He is indeed the future heir of our Koken consortium. Casting a glance at Kaga, I added, of course, there's a share for you in the Koken consortium as well. Once you find your ideal spouse, I shall present you with a splendid gift. Thank you, dearest father. At that moment, the landline rang, prompting Kaga to rush over and answer it. It was the hotel front desk calling. Hello, Miss Koken. A gentleman named Lu Qingyun and his assistant are here to see you, as per your arrangement. Yes, please let them come up. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang. Kaga approached the door, peered through the peephole, and then opened the door. Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, please come in. My father is waiting for you in the living room. Dressed in a sharp suit, Lu Qingyun, accompanied by the elegantly attired Luo Tingting, nodded in greeting at Kaga before entering the living room. Mr. Koken rose with a beaming smile, extending his hand in welcome. Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. My daughter Kaga has spoken highly of you. As he shook Lu Qingyun's hand, he turned to Luo Tingting and inquired, May I know the name of this beautiful lady? This is Luo Tingting, my assistant, Lu Qingyun promptly introduced. Ah, Miss Luo, Mr. Koken said, taking her outstretched hand and bestowing a kiss upon it. Your presence graces my humble abode, as the saying goes in your dragon country. Kaga, please serve our esteemed guests some coffee from our homeland. Lu Qingyun then turned to Kaga and asked, How is your brother faring? You mean Alexei? He is quite well. Currently at my residence, under the care of a dedicated attendant. Today, my father wishes to discuss business with you. Hence I did not bring him along, Kaga explained. Speaking of Alexei, both I and our Koken family owe our gratitude to Mr. Lu for his timely intervention. Mr. Koken interjected, bowing deeply to Lu Qingyun. You are too kind, Mr. Koken. As long as Alexei is well, that is what matters, Lu Qingyun replied. The two parties then engaged in a profound exchange on topics of mutual concern, enveloped in a harmonious and amicable atmosphere. Initially, Kaga served as the translator for the Russian language, but soon Mr. Koken, Lu Qingyun, and Luo Tingting began conversing directly in English, despite Mr. Koken's thick Russian accent. It was evident from Mr. Koken's demeanor that he was highly satisfied with Lu Qingyun and Luo Tingting's performance, particularly regarding the project proposal meticulously revised by Lu Qingyun and explained by Luo Tingting, which he regarded with great importance. Dear Mr. Lu, Miss Luo, your project is remarkably forward-thinking and feasible. I personally endorse it wholeheartedly. I can now unequivocally express my agreement that, on behalf of the Koken Consortium, we shall collaborate with Mr. Lu and his forthcoming company. The specifics will be coordinated by Kaga with Mr. Lu. Wonderful, Luo Tingting exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Lu Qingyun. We must express our gratitude to Mr. Koken for his affirmation. I am confident that Mr. Koken will not regret this decision. Lu Qingyun extended his hand, firmly grasping that of Mr. Koken. Chapter 22, Enemies on a Narrow Path. As previously mentioned, in his past life, Lu Qingyun, with the assistance of Mr. Vladimir Koken, forged a realm of commercial prosperity. Although this was their first encounter, Lu Qingyun felt as though he was reuniting with an old acquaintance, a cherished friend. Their exchange bore the sentiment of a long-awaited reunion. Prior to this meeting, although he had not articulated it explicitly to Lu Tingting, he held a strong conviction, nearly 90% certainty, regarding the outcome. With this step now successfully achieved, he was filled with joy as the clouds of uncertainty that had lingered in his heart dissipated. Once the formalities were concluded, casual conversation ensued. Mr. Lu, tomorrow evening at the Silver Lake Resort, there will be an upscale cocktail party. I would like to extend an invitation to you and Miss Lu to join me, Mr. Koken said with genuine enthusiasm. Kaya added, this gathering is hosted by some business associates from the Rus Nation in Longhua City, in honor of my father. Attendees will include the elite of the Rus business community, as well as friends from Long Nation who have long engaged in trade with us. Certainly, I will be delighted to attend, Lu Qingyun promptly replied. Kaya continued, I will have someone deliver the invitation to your company, personally handing it to you, Mr. Lu. Lu Qingyun and Lu Tingting stood up simultaneously, shook hands once more with Mr. Koken and Kaya, and took their leave of the room. What? The Silver Lake Resort? A cocktail party hosted by the Rus business community? And prominent figures from the Rus consortium will be present? Boss Lu, are you jesting with me? How come you didn't team mention this earlier? Yang Xiaoyue exclaimed upon receiving a call from Lu Qiming, her surprise evident. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied, "This was never really your affair. Didn't your brother Li Wei always aspire to establish a cargo route to the Rus Nation? I figured of you in this regard. Then you should directly discuss it with Li Wei. He has always been the one to make decisions in business matters," Yang Qiaoyue countered. "Isn't it the same if I tell you? Moreover, at such high-profile cocktail parties, everyone is expected to bring a partner. When Li Wei attends, you must accompany him as well. Is that so? I truly appreciate Boss Lu for considering us. Last time, we mentioned having a table set for Li Wei, inviting you for a few drinks, but he was too busy to find the time. It feels quite embarrassing," Yang Xiaoyue expressed with excitement. Lu Qiming laughed heartily. "Amongst us brothers in this small Longhua city, when have we not been able to gather for drinks? The opportunity tomorrow night is rare. Please inform Li Wei that I managed to secure an invitation to the cocktail party for him." "Absolutely," Yang Qiaoyue agreed. "Also, could you extend an invitation to that Miss Wu Pianpian, who was with you last time? I mentioned that everyone should bring a partner. I would like her to accompany me. I entrust this matter to you, dear sister-in-law." Yang Xiaoyue paused, realizing that Boss Lu was interested in Wu Pianpian, which explained why he contacted her instead of Li Wei. Boss Lu was indeed a significant figure in the logistics industry of Longhua City. He had the power to ensure Li Wei's attendance or absence at the event. In the future, should a dedicated route to the realm of Rakshasa be established, a mere word from Boss Lu would render their operations far from seamless. Just observe how Ma Lao-san, who once threatened them, dared not utter a word in the presence of Boss Lu. This is a man one cannot afford to offend. Yang Xiaoyue pondered that if she could cultivate a favorable relationship with Boss Lu, not only would Li Wei's business thrive, but it would also navigate smoothly without encountering significant obstacles. She sweetly addressed Boss Lu, saying, "Boss Lu, technically, you saved us, and we owe you our gratitude. Moreover, attending the banquet presents an excellent opportunity to broaden our horizons. Since you've extended the invitation, what more is there to discuss? I will ensure that Wu Pianpian accompanies us." The delight in Lu Qiming's voice was palpable even through the phone. "Then it is settled. I shall pick you up tomorrow afternoon." After hanging up, Yang Xiaoyue felt compelled to inform Wu Pianpian immediately. However, reflecting on Wu Pianpian's recent melancholic disposition, she realized that a direct phone call might provoke an outright refusal. It would be wiser to visit her in person, to express genuine concern and gauge the situation, ensuring she would be persuaded. Thus, she set off in her small car and swiftly arrived at Wu Pianpian's residence, only to find that she was absent and would have to call instead. "Pianpian, are you not home?" she inquired. "I'm out. I just went for a job interview," Wu Pianpian replied. "I'm at your place. When will you return?" "Xiaoyue, is there something you need? I happened to be passing by and thought to check on you. By the way, how did the interview go?" she asked with genuine concern. "I'm awaiting the results," Wu Pianpian responded. "You, an experienced accountant, should easily secure a position. Don't worry, you'll find something good. Where are you? I can come pick you up." Wu Pianpian glanced around and replied, "I'm on Zhongshan Road at Longzhu Building. If you're free, come over. We can have a meal together." Yang Xiaoyue drove directly to Zhongshan Road. Along the way, she received another call, and upon glancing at the screen, she realized it was Yu Guanghui. "Yang Xiaoyue, it's me, Yu Guanghui. I know. What's going on? Are you looking for me?" Yang Xiaoyue asked while driving. "What do you mean, am I looking for you? Are many people seeking you out?" "No, just tell me what you want." "I'm driving," she urged, suddenly slamming on the brakes and nearly running a red light. "I've been trying to reach Wu Pianpian, but she hasn't answered. I thought you might know her current circumstances or her address. Could you share that with me?" "What do you mean? She has a husband. Are you planning to disturb her?" "That's not your concern. Just give me the address, and I will be discreet," Yu Guanghui implored. "I want to get involved. So why are you still asking me? Goodbye." As Yang Xiaoyue finished her sentence, she was about to hang up, but Yu Guanghui hastily added, "Wait. It's fine if you want to give me the address. Just let her know that there's a rare banquet tomorrow night, and I wish to invite her." "What? Don't say another word. She wants to attend," Yang Xiaoyue declared without hesitation, tossing the phone aside and muttering, "What nonsense. I was merely playing matchmaker for the fun of it. Now, let us not jeopardize my important matters." Upon reaching Zhongshan Road, she found Wu Pianpian waiting in front of Longzhu Building, having been there for quite some time. With elegance, They entered the vehicle, seeking a suitable place to dine and converse. Through the car window, she waved at Wu Piampian. Wu Piampian opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. "Where to?" she inquired. "Let us try a new venue today. A Hunan restaurant has recently opened by the East Gate, and I have heard delightful things about its cuisine. Shall we give it a go?" "Yang kia yue sugestet." "I am indifferent. Let us proceed there," Wu Piampian replied, fastening her seatbelt. She reclined against the seat back, lost in the sights of the streets. As Yang Xiaoyue started the car, she offered words of encouragement. "Do not be disheartened. Opportunities will arise, and sustenance will follow." It was the hour for dinner, and the Hunan restaurant was bustling with patrons. The two women struggled to secure a table and finally ordered their dishes. "I did not expect such a thriving business right from its opening," Yang Xiaoyue remarked, noticing Wu Piampian's silence as she gazed intently at the entrance. Yang Xiaoyue followed her line of sight, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Lu Qingyun? What an unexpected encounter. What brings him here? And who is that woman with him?" Chapter 23. No need for explanation. Lu Qingyun and Lu Tingting appeared sequentially at the entrance of the Hunan restaurant. The attendant inquired, "May I ask how many, sir?" "Just the two of us," replied Lu Tingting. The attendant, with an apologetic tone, responded, "I regret to inform you that you may need to wait, as there are no available seats at the moment." She scanned the dining area and added, "If you do not mind, there are two ladies over there. I could ask if they would be willing to share their table with you." Lu Qingyun, following the attendant's gaze, locked eyes with Wu Piampian, their gazes meeting. He turned to the attendant and said, "No need to trouble yourself. We shall seek another establishment." With that, he stepped back outside, and naturally, Lu Tingting followed suit. After a fruitful discussion with Mr. Vladimir Kokin, having left the hotel, it was now the end of the workday. On a whim, Lu Qingyun decided to dine at a restaurant along the way with Lu Tingting. As they drove a couple of blocks, they stumbled upon the Hunan restaurant. Observing its popularity, it was evident that the food must be delightful, prompting them to park and make their way to the entrance. Unexpectedly, they encountered Wu Piampian. Lu Qingyun was not inclined to let Wu Piampian affect his mood, and with Lu Tingting by his side, it seemed prudent to avoid any awkwardness. However, just as they exited, a woman's voice called out from behind, "Oh, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. You are dining here as well? Since you are here, why not join us?" Yang Xiaoyue had pursued them. "Never mind. You enjoy your meal. We have other matters to attend to. Farewell." Lu Qingyun replied coolly. "Could it be that you feel uncomfortable with Piampian and are hesitant to join us? Mr. Lu, your marriage is not yet dissolved, and here you are, accompanying a stunning beauty. Is that not a bit hasty? Such actions could tarnish your heroic image," Yang Xiaoyue teased. Lu Tingting's face flushed slightly as she hastily interjected, "Please do not speak recklessly. My relationship with Mr. Lu is strictly professional." Lu Qingyun gestured to Lu Tingting and then addressed Yang Xiaoyue, stating that it was unnecessary for him to explain himself regardless of their thoughts. He took Lu Tingting by the hand and proceeded towards the parking area. Yang Xiaoyue returned to her seat, her chest heaving with indignation, and remarked to Wu Piampian, "That Lu is truly insufferable. Let's just focus on our meal." Wu Piampian replied, "I told you not to go, yet you insisted. That woman is his assistant, and judging by his demeanor, she must have just finished work. What could possibly be the matter? Fine, let us not discuss him any further. Piampian, I have some delightful news to share with you," Yang Xiaoyue continued, while eating, subtly informing Wu Piampian about the upcoming gala at the Silver Lake Resort, which her husband Li Wei had managed to secure invitations for them both. She mentioned that Lu Qiming would also be attending, and since the men would be engaged in discussions, it wouldn't be enjoyable for her to be alone. Hence, she hoped Wu Piampian would accompany her for companionship. Initially, Wu Piampian showed little interest, as she had yet to finalize her work commitments. "What purpose would a gathering of merchants from Russia serve me?" she questioned. Yang Xiaoyue set down her chopsticks and earnestly replied, "It's not solely about Russian merchants. My husband will be attending as well, and so will Mr. Lu. There will undoubtedly be more entrepreneurs from Longhua City present. Establishing connections with such influential figures is invaluable. Do you understand the significance of networking? With such connections, securing a good job would never be an issue." She nearly mentioned that Yu Guanghui would also be there, but caught herself before the words could escape her lips. Despite her persistent entreaties, Wu Piampian ultimately relented, albeit reluctantly. In the car, Lu Qingyun instructed Lu Tingting to first return him to the office and then to prepare a couple of dishes from the old chef to bring along. Understood, Lu Tingting affirmed, adhering to her boss's orders without question. Throughout the drive, she remained largely silent. Lu Qingyun then called Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong, asking them to wait at the office for a discussion. With the initial round of financing for the new project proceeding so smoothly, it was essential to meet with several shareholders to deliberate on matters. After a brief pause, Lu Qingyun added, "Please reach out to General Manager Pang tomorrow. We missed our last meeting. Arrange a new time for us to meet." "We? How many of us?" CEO Lu Tingting inquired hesitantly. "Indeed, this time, I will be accompanied by General Gao. If the negotiations are successful, General Gao will oversee the new construction site. The engineering company will continue along the trajectory established in my previous life. The projects acquired from General Pang were entrusted to Gao Junsheng for management, which gives me great confidence. This allows me to free up more time to contemplate new developmental directions. Furthermore, an essential aspect of this endeavor is talent acquisition. In Lu Qingyun's vision, rapid business growth necessitates the presence of suitable individuals. Currently, the number of capable personnel under his command remains insufficient, primarily concentrated in construction, with merely a handful of project managers. This falls far short of his aspirations. Upon returning to the company, Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong had just arrived from the construction site. "Mr. Gao and Mr. Wang, I presume you haven't dined yet?" inquired Lu Qingyun. "Not yet. We received the call and hurried over," they replied. "Xiao Lu, please order several dishes from the old chef. We shall eat and converse simultaneously." Initially, he intended to escort them to the nearby restaurant, but upon reflection, some materials were in the office. This was essentially a small working meeting, and it was more prudent to discuss matters on home turf, where time constraints would not apply. These individuals were his most capable subordinates, and based on his previous life's experiences, they were unwaveringly loyal to him. Lu Qingyun was determined to achieve brilliance once more and would never forsake them. While Lu Tingting went to order from the old chef, Lu Qingyun succinctly briefed his two brothers on the meeting with Mr. Koken. Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong were equally exhilarated upon hearing the news. The conversation shifted to the prospect of hiring a professional manager for the new project to assist Lu Tingting. Wang Chong, furrowing his brow in contemplation, murmured, "This might prove somewhat challenging. Most real estate agents today operate small family-run businesses. They aspire to be their own bosses, and all the profits are theirs. Entrusting such individuals with the management of a new company is fraught with difficulties. First, they may not even be willing, and second, even if they are, they may lack the requisite competence. Their educational background and management experience are often inadequate to meet the demands of a professional manager. Educational qualifications are not paramount. Management experience is the crux," Lu Qingyun asserted. Gao Junsheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one employs incorrectly, even the finest project is unlikely to yield the desired results. At that moment, Lu Tingting arrived with two waiters from the old chef, bringing the dishes. "I have an idea," she interjected, having overheard the previous conversation. "We do not necessarily have to seek individuals from the real estate sector. Then where do you propose we find suitable candidates?" Wang Chong inquired. Lu Tingting glanced at Lu Qingyun before continuing. "Consider this, gentlemen. We aim to establish a chain company. Which industries currently boast well-established chain operations?" Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong simultaneously responded, "Chain supermarkets and the chain restaurant industry." Lu Qingyun experienced a moment of clarity. Broadening their horizons and recruiting talent from other chain sectors could serve as a shortcut. He also gleaned another insight regarding his next project. However, it required further contemplation, and the time to divulge it had not yet arrived. As the discussion unfolded, night had already fallen. Suddenly, Lu Qingyun's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen before answering promptly, "Dad, it's rather late." Before he could finish, his father, Lu Jinchuan, urgently asked, "Qingyun, why are you not home yet? Your mother and I have been waiting outside your house for quite some time." "What? Why are you here?" "I will return immediately. Take care and drive safely," came his mother's voice, Tang Yulin, from the other end. Mom, you could have informed me that you were coming to Longhua. I could have gone to the station to pick you up, Lu Qingyan replied into the phone. We saw it on television. You sustained an injury and didn't inform us. Your father and I were completely unaware. Regardless of the circumstances, since I must arrive, I might as well come directly instead of incurring the cost of a long-distance call. Take your time. We can wait a little longer. Lu Qingyan glanced at the time and hastily bid farewell to Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong before making his way outside. His parents had traveled from their hometown and were currently waiting at the doorstep, unable to enter. Could he not feel anxious? Mr. Lu, shall I drive you back? Or would you prefer to drive yourself? Asked Lu Tingting, who had hurried to keep pace with him. After a moment's thought, Lu Qingyan replied, You could drive. Just drop me off at the entrance of the community. Behind him, Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong exchanged glances and remarked, Mr. Lu's car is totaled. We need to procure a new one for him post-haste. Lu Qingyan rushed back to his residence, where he found Lu Jinchuan and Tang Yulin by the flower bed. 2 large bags placed before them. This was the first time he had seen his parents since his rebirth. They were still under 60, and his father appeared particularly robust. Mom, Dad, Lu Qingyan called out, attempting to mask his inner excitement. His mother, Tang Yulin, looked him up and down and inquired, Had her injuries healed? Lu Qingyan quickly extended his left hand and waved it in the air, saying, Just this hand. It was a minor injury, but it's fine now. Is it acceptable for me to be discharged? He then noticed the large bags on the ground, grasped one with his right hand, and, while supporting his mother, asked, How long have you been here? Why didn't you call me sooner? His father, following behind, chuckled and replied, We thought you must be busy with work at the company and didn't want to disturb you. You would return home after your shift, after all. Huh? So, you arrived before I finished work? It's my fault for keeping you waiting so long. I should have come back earlier. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We have. We found a small restaurant outside the community, his father quickly responded, as Lu Qingyan reached to support his mother with his left hand. She gently pushed him away, saying, Healing from an injury takes time. You mustn't be careless. I don't need your assistance. I'm not so old that I require help. Pausing for a moment, she then inquired softly, Qingyan, why didn't your wife come back with you? Mom, let us go inside first. We can chat later, he replied. As they walked, his mother continued to chatter. Every couple has their disagreements. Look at your father and me. We've had our share, yet still made it through. You must be accommodating with her. Pian is a girl from Longhua City, delicate and significantly younger than you. You mustn't make her feel wronged. Do you understand? All right. I hear you, Mom. Can we please go inside? Yes. Whatever needs to be said can wait until we're indoors. It's not good for anyone to overhear us out here, his father chimed in from behind. Lu Qingyan pondered in his heart that it seemed inevitable to confront this issue tonight. Should he reveal the truth to his parents? His relationship with Wu Piampian was, after all, a private matter. Even though she had wronged him, he did not wish to exaggerate the situation in front of outsiders. Thus, when speaking to Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong, he merely mentioned his intention to divorce Wu Piampian, without disclosing any further details. He had also kept his discreet inquiries with a private investigator to himself. His affairs were his own to resolve. Even when it comes to his own parents, he wished to keep them uninvolved. At over 30 years of age, he had only just married Wu Piampian. To his parents, marrying a girl from the city was a blessing earned from a previous life. They beamed with pride when speaking of it in front of the villagers. Whenever the elder couple visited the city, they would always side with Wu Piampian. Any minor disagreement would see them firmly in her corner. What would they think if he were to tell them tonight that he wished to divorce Wu Piampian? Lu Qingyan pondered rapidly on how to broach the subject. Should he speak up or refrain from mentioning it for now? Perhaps he could devise an excuse to deflect the conversation. Yes, that would suffice. Upon entering the house, he closed the door behind him. Lu Qingyan invited his parents to sit on the sofa while he busied himself preparing 2 cups of tea, which he then presented before them. Lu Jinchuan reclined on the sofa, producing a pack of white sand cigarettes. Lu Qingyan quickly retrieved a pack of Huazi and tossed it to his father, saying, Dad, while you are here, please enjoy this. It's a token of my respect. Lu Jinchuan examined the pack, turning it over in his hands before setting it down, questioning, Is this what you usually smoke? It's rather extravagant. No, this is a gift for you. I only indulge on special occasions. Most of the time, I settle for soft clouds. You know how it is. It's all part of work. Lu Jinchuan lit a cigarette from the white sand pack, and Lu Qingyun shook his head, continuing to persuade, this pack is for now. When you head back, take a few more with you. After all, you must bring something back for Uncle, and the neighbors. Please, sit down, his mother interrupted, shifting over to make room and pulling Lu Qingyun beside her. Tell me, honestly, what is going on between you and Piampian? Is she not returning tonight? With a relaxed demeanor, Lu Qingyun replied, What's there to discuss? There is nothing amiss. Mom, you're overthinking it. Piampian had some matters to attend to at home and went to her family after work. You're just deceiving me. Do you think I can't see through this? On the television, you came out of the hospital without her in sight. How could a husband be discharged and his wife not be there to greet him? Lu Qingyun chuckled. She was there. During my hospitalization, she visited every day. When I was discharged, she was waiting for me in the car during the press interview. That's why you didn't see her on camera. To make his story more credible, Lu Qingyun took out his phone, feigning an intention to call her. Piampian, wasn't he aware of your visit today? If you wish to see her, I can call her back right now. His mother snatched the phone away and placed it back on the coffee table. Didn't you just say she had matters at her family's? Is it appropriate to call her back now? Besides, look at the time. If you call her now, she might think something significant has occurred. Now do you believe me? There really is nothing going on. Lu Qingyun sighed with relief, confident his mother wouldn't allow him to make that call. It was a gamble that paid off. However, his mother pressed on, what happened at her family? Why aren't you lending a hand? Well, it's nothing too serious. I was busy at work this evening, and she said she could manage on her own. Lu Qingyun felt a bead of sweat forming. The old adage rings true. One lie necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it. If my parents were to remain here indefinitely, how could we possibly conceal it? Given that they have traveled such a distance, it would be unkind to send them away. Tonight may pass with superficial pleasantries, but what about tomorrow? The day after? Perhaps I should accompany your father to visit the in-laws? My mother's suggestion caught Lu Qingyun off guard. Before he could respond, his father exhaled a few puffs of smoke and interjected, Indeed. Since they have come all this way, it is only proper to pay a visit. Chapter 25. Father and son in confrontation faced with his parents' request, Lu Qingyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Rising to refill their teacups, he took a moment to compose himself before asserting, This time, you need not go. Your visit was unexpected, and they are not aware of it. Besides, I can visit them when I have the time, and once Pian learns of it, she will have nothing to say. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for debate. Tang Yulin attempted to interject, but Lu Jinchuan diverted the conversation. Very well. If we aren't going, then we aren't. Our primary reason for coming was your injury. Your mother was quite worried and wanted to see for herself that you are well. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Mother, Lu Qingyun replied with a knowing smile towards his father. Your mother is currently engrossed in Lu Laojian too. You should turn on the television. It's airing right now. Lu Jinchuan pointed to the TV on the wall. However, Tang Yulin waved her hand dismissively. What is there to watch? I am tired today. Let us retire early. Very well. I shall turn on the water heater and wash up before sleeping. After settling his parents into the guest room and ensuring they were in bed, Lu Qingyun entered the bathroom, shedding his clothes for a refreshing hot shower. In his joy, he hummed a soft tune as he bathed, but suddenly remembered that he was no longer alone in the house. With his parents asleep, he quickly silenced himself. After washing and donning his pajamas, he emerged from the bathroom to find his father reclining on the couch in the living room, still smoking. Dad, didn't you go to bed earlier? Is the craving for smoke bothering you? For your health, it's best to indulge less. Lu Qingyun approached quietly. His father remained silent, but handed Lu Qingyun a cigarette and gestured toward the guest room. Come, light it up. Your mother is already asleep. Let us have a proper talk, just the two of us. Lu Qingyun sat down, repositioning the ashtray between them, and lit the cigarette. Whenever his father wished to communicate, it always commenced this way, sharing a moment of silence, accompanied by the smoke. Since Lu Qingyun began his career, this had become their unspoken understanding. He did not need to rush to speak, but rather waited patiently for his father to initiate the dialogue. Qingyun, have you encountered some difficulties? His father finally broke the silence, tossing the butt into the ashtray and lighting another cigarette, continuing with, "I am referring to matters regarding you and your wife." At that moment, Lu Qingyun resolved to no longer conceal the truth. He nodded and confessed, "Dad, I am preparing to divorce Pian Pian." Lu Jinchuan took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he calmly replied, "As expected, I noticed your hesitance in front of your mother, and I surmise there must be something amiss. You are no longer a child. You have seen more of the world than your father and mother combined. I shall refrain from inquiring about the specific reasons, as I trust that you have your own justifications for your decision. As for your mother, do you not intend to inform her? For the time being, I prefer not to. I fear she may find it difficult to accept," Lu Qingyun replied. Lu Jinchuan pondered for a moment before responding, "That is reasonable. She has such an affinity for Pian Pian. If she finds out, it may indeed be hard for her to come to terms with it at first. Upon my return, I shall seek an opportunity to subtly inform her. Father, you and mother have made a long journey. Why not stay a few more days? I've been rather busy lately, but once my schedule eases, I will take you both on a tour of the city. You tend to your matters. We shall manage on our end. We will stay for a couple of days, perhaps until the weekend. On the weekend, you can accompany us, do some shopping, and then return home." Lu Qingyun, having unmasked the deception, felt an unexpected lightness. The next day, he entrusted his spare key to his parents and hurried back to the company early in the morning. After breakfast, the elderly couple ventured to the nearby market to partake in the morning bustle. This was not their first visit. They had grown somewhat familiar with the area surrounding Lu Qingyun's home, having purchased various meats and vegetables for lunch and dinner. Lu Jinchuan found himself laden with bags as they prepared to return. As they walked, Tang Yulin suddenly turned to Lu Jinchuan and said, "Dear, hand me your phone. I ought to call our daughter-in-law. Now that we are here, we should inform her. If her family obligations conclude, we could buy a few more items for dinner. No need to call. At this hour, everyone is at work. It would be unnecessary to disturb her." Qingyun mentioned he has social engagements this evening and will not return for dinner. Moreover, we have procured quite a bit already. Even if she comes back, it will suffice. Lu Jinchuan resolutely decided against allowing his partner to confront Wu Pian Pian directly. The couple shared a single mobile phone, and as long as he withheld it from her and diverted her attention, Tang Yulin gradually ceased her inquiries. In the evening, the Silver Lake Resort Center was bathed in the golden hues of sunset, with the lake's surface rippling gently under the caress of the evening breeze, creating a mesmerizing pattern akin to scales. The graceful willow branches swayed in the wind along the lakeshore. Several luxurious yachts bobbed lightly in the water, producing a soft clattering sound. A Western-style courtyard lay hidden beyond the willow grove, surrounded by lush green lawns and tastefully arranged artificial landscapes that adorned the various corners of the grass. The courtyard, both inside and out, had been meticulously arranged, with several attendants busily attending to their tasks. This was the venue for tonight's soiree. At the entrance of the resort center, an array of luxury vehicles arrived intermittently, displaying their invitations before being granted access by security, proceeding into the premises and parking in designated areas. The invitees comprised not only business figures from the Rakshasa Nation and Longhua City, but also commercial elites from the Dragon Nation with whom they had various collaborative ties. Additionally, representatives from different countries' industrial and commercial enterprises were also included in the guest list. All had come drawn by the illustrious reputation of the renowned magnate from the Far East, eager not to miss such a remarkable opportunity. The high-profile business gathering commanded significant attention from the relevant departments of Longhua City, with key officials and their entourages also in attendance. Regarding the media aspect, at the request of Mr. Corkin, only one national media outlet from the Dragon Kingdom and a news agency from the Rus Nation station in the Dragon Kingdom were selected, each dispatching a team of reporters to cover the event. In no time, the Silver Lake Resort was bustling with luxury vehicles and a throng of guests speaking Russian, English, German, French, and island languages, all of whom were well-versed in the Dragon Kingdom's business landscape, with Dragonese being the predominant language of communication. Today, I am fortunate to meet the esteemed industry magnate, Mr. Corkin, and I wonder if this encounter might pave the way for potential collaboration with the Corkin Consortium. I had the pleasure of a brief acquaintance with Mr. Corkin a few years ago in the Far East, and today feels like a reunion. However, We at the International Group have already established a solid partnership with Ms. Kaga, who happens to be Mr. Corkin's only daughter. As the crowd gathered in small clusters discussing matters before the arrival of the evening's guest of honor at the entrance of the resort, Yu Guanghui found himself halted by security while driving his rented BMW. Chapter 26. You cannot enter. Sir, please present your invitation. The security personnel saluted Yu Guanghui and spoke politely. Yu Guanghui rolled down his window and handed over the invitation. The security officer examined it carefully and then added, "May I see your ID or passport?" What? No one informed me that I also needed an ID or passport. Yu Guanghui inquired, perplexed. The security officer, peering through his sunglasses, scanned Yu Guanghui's BMW and scrutinized his attire before stating flatly, "Indeed, we do not verify the identity of every individual. However, sir, your vehicle. No. I must say, I harbor doubts regarding the legitimacy of your invitation. Therefore, I kindly ask for your cooperation. Should everything check out, you will naturally be allowed entry." Yu Guanghui retrieved a passport from his bag and handed it to the officer. To his surprise, the security personnel promptly returned both the passport and the invitation. "May I enter now?" Yu Guanghui asked eagerly. "Absolutely not. You cannot enter," the officer firmly interjected, extending his hand to block him. "Why not?" "I apologize, sir. Your invitation states it is for Mr. Yu Changhong, yet you are Yu Guanghui. We cannot permit you entry. I'm afraid you must turn back." "But Yu Changhong is my father, and I am here on his behalf. Why is that not acceptable?" Yu Guanghui argued. "Sir, if Mr. Yu Changhong were indeed your esteemed father and accompanied you, there would be no issue. However, he is not present. Thus, you cannot enter. My father is currently in the Rus Nation. How could he possibly be here? I am his full representative in Longhua City. Is it not possible, sir?" "I'm afraid not. Please move your vehicle aside to avoid obstructing other vehicles," the officer politely insisted, disregarding his explanation, as a large Mercedes behind him honked impatiently. With no other option, Yu Guanghui reluctantly shifted his car to the side of the entrance. As he parked, a glance revealed two familiar faces. "Yang Kia Yue, Tian Tian. What brings you here?" He quickly leaped from his car and dashed to the side of the Mercedes, calling out to the occupants inside. Lu Qiming stood on the opposite side of the vehicle, presenting his invitation to the security personnel. Upon hearing someone call out, mentioning the names Yang Xiaoyue and Wu Pianpian, he softly inquired of Wu Pianpian beside him, "Do you know this person?" Before Wu Pianpian could respond, Yang Xiaoyue, seated closest to the window, exclaimed loudly through the glass, "Hey, ISNT that Yu Guanghui. What brings you here?" "I mentioned yesterday that I would be coming," Yu Guanghui replied with an awkward smile. "Oh, right. I completely forgot. That's wonderful. My husband, Pianpian, and I came here with Boss Lu. Yang Xiaoyue, may I ask you for a favor?" An idea struck Yu Guanghui. If Yang Xiaoyue could enter and speak with security on his behalf, perhaps he could gain entry as well. However, it seemed Yang Xiaoyue did not hear him. As she waved and continued, "We'll head in first. See you later." Yu Guanghui quickly leaned closer to the window, peering inside. Though he did not personally know Lu Qiming, he had certainly heard of him. His father, Yu Changhong, had long engaged in trade with the Rus, and their business had a long-standing partnership with Lu Qiming's logistics firm. Assuming the middle-aged man mentioned by Yang Xiaoyue was indeed Lu Qiming, he turned to him and earnestly requested, "Mr. Lu, my father is Yu Changhong, and we conduct business through your logistics services. Might you allow me to enter as well? My invitation is under my father's name, and they want to let me in." Yu Guanghui spoke in one breath, gazing imploringly at Lu Qiming. The security had already verified the invitations when Lu Qiming turned to him, asking, "What is your father's company called?" "Changhong International Trade," he replied. "Mr. Lu, my father has mentioned you several times. I have returned to Longhua City to organize supplies on his behalf and will rely on your continued support." Lu Qiming pondered. "Changhong International Trade? That rings a bell." He glanced at Wu Pianpian, who had lowered her head, offering no response. Outside, the security began urging, "Hurry inside. The VIP's vehicle has arrived. Don't block the entrance." Inside the gate, several portly men from the Rus, clad in suits, appeared to be the organizers of the soiree, waiting with utmost respect. Lu Qiming quickly donned a smile, repeatedly assuring, "We'll be on our way shortly." He then turned to Yu Guanghui. "We'll head in first. Think of a way to join us later. We should have a proper discussion soon." With a rev of the engine, the driver maneuvered through the gates, leaving Yu Guanghui behind, stunned and motionless. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious, extended Lincoln limousine glided toward the entrance. Inside were none other than the evening's guest of honor, Mr. Vladimir Kokin, his daughter Miss Kaya Kokin, and two men in sunglasses, presumably his bodyguards. The Rust gentleman waiting at the door greeted the opulent vehicle with broad smiles, and Mr. Kokin acknowledged them with a slight nod. The leading man approached the car and courteously addressed Mr. Kokin. "Please, Mr. Kokin, allow us to escort you to the VIP lounge for a brief respite." At once, a figure appeared to guide the driver towards the VIP lounge. The security personnel regarded Mr. Kokin's vehicle with a watchful eye. Upon turning back, he noticed Yu Guanghui still lingering nearby and urged him, "Sir, why are you still here? Just look at the distinguished guests arriving tonight. Each one holds a significant status. Your dilapidated car is an eyesore at the entrance. Move it along." Yu Guanghui's patience waned, and he felt an urge to retort, questioning the guard's authority to belittle him. However, considering the importance of the evening's gathering, not only due to Mr. Kokin's stature, but also because he had witnessed Wu Pianpian enter, the desire to infiltrate the event consumed him. With a forced smile, he addressed the security guard. "Brother, I just need to make a quick phone call. It will only take a moment." Retreating to his vehicle, he incessantly dialed numbers. During this time, several other cars arrived at the resort. Among them was a man from the Russian nation, who whispered to the security guard before they both stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Lu Qingyan occupied the front passenger seat of a modest vehicle driven by Lu Tingting. He glanced at his watch. 20 minutes remained until the gathering commenced. Spotting the entrance of the Silver Lake Resort, he exhaled in relief. Earlier that afternoon, he had accompanied Lu Tingting to discuss subcontracting matters with Mr. Pang, a leader of a large construction firm with new projects on the horizon. Lu Qingyan hoped to secure a portion of the subcontract. During their last meeting, an unfortunate car accident occurred when he was on his way to meet Mr. Pang. Upon learning of this incident, Mr. Pang not only rescheduled their meeting, but also expressed admiration for Lu Qingyan's character. Although Lu Qingyan intended to treat Mr. Pang to a meal to celebrate the successful negotiations, prior commitments forced him to postpone. After a hurried journey, he finally arrived without being late. The security guard at the entrance noticed the worn-out vehicle before him and the young woman in her 20s behind the wheel, dressed quite ordinarily. Beside her sat a man in a suit and tie, yet nothing of high fashion. Observing Yu Guanghui in the BMW across the way, the guard muttered, "What a crowd we've gathered. This individual is even less impressive than the last." "Sir, there is an important event here tonight. You must leave," the guard stated condescendingly. "Leave? Where would I go? I am here to attend the gathering." Lu Qingyan retorted without reservation. "Attend the gathering? You? Who do you think you are? Move along and do not block the way." The guard, expecting compliance after his initial courtesy, was taken aback by Lu Qingyan's defiance, disdain evident on his face. Lu Tingting, reaching into her bag, produced an invitation and presented it, saying, "We were invited by Mr. Kokin. Please take a look." At that moment, the elegantly dressed man from the Russian nation approached. As the security guard received and examined the invitation, he leaned in to catch a glimpse. "Mr. Lu Qingyan? You are indeed Mr. Lu?" Mr. Kokin instructed that upon your arrival, you should proceed directly to the VIP lounge where he awaits you. Turning to the security guard, he barked, "What are you still doing? Let Mr. Lu's vehicle through at once." Yes, of course. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense." The security personnel expressed their regrets while manipulating the remote control to raise the barrier. "Hey, why did you let him in, but not me?" Yu Guanghui, having approached the security from behind at some point, questioned loudly. Chapter 27. What misunderstanding could there be? With such a dilapidated vehicle, you let him enter? Did you not claim that only individuals of stature would be present tonight? In response to Yu Guanghui's inquiry, the security guard shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "Can you even compare yourself to him? You saw for yourself. He was specifically sent by Mr. Kokin." Yu Guanghui scoffed, "What is so impressive about that? Someone will come to escort me in shortly. Just wait and see." He had just spoken on the phone with the individual who had procured the invitation for him. and the person had indeed promised to arrive at the entrance momentarily to clarify the situation. His earlier despondency dissipated, and his face regained its customary haughtiness. Along the way, Lu Qiming had arranged with Wu Pianpian to act as his partner at the gala. Although somewhat taken aback, Wu Pianpian reluctantly agreed, feeling indebted to Lu Qiming for having once rescued her. After parking the car, they proceeded together toward the lawn. Some acquaintances of Lu Qiming approached to greet him, indicating that he was well known among many attendees, including longtime residents from the country of Russia and merchants from the Dragon Kingdom engaged in trade with Russia. In contrast, Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue felt as if they had wandered into a grand garden, marveling at everything around them and recognizing no one. Naturally, Lu Qiming had no intention of introducing them to any familiar faces. His purpose was to bring Wu Pianpian, while Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue were merely incidental. Now that they were inside, they could pursue their own activities. Yang Xiaoyue had previously asked Wu Pianpian to accompany her, but now Wu Pianpian realized she had been deceived, as Lu Qiming led her around engaging in social pleasantries, leaving her unaware of Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue's whereabouts. Miss Wu, tonight we have prominent figures from Russia's business community attending. It is truly splendid that you could join us for such a grand occasion. I can assure you, your presence will be worthwhile, Lu Qiming humbly stated, holding a glass of red wine beside Wu Pianpian. However, what relevance do business magnates hold for me? Wu Pianpian felt little enthusiasm. Of course, it may not be apparent now, but I aim to cultivate broader business relations with the Corkin Consortium, which will, in turn, naturally connect to you. Miss Wu, he replied confidently. I don't understand, Wu Pianpian said, her tone indifferent. Well, let us set that aside for now. When we entered, Mr. Corkin's special vehicle was right behind us. He has arrived, and I believe he will soon come out to meet everyone, Lu Qiming said, displaying unwavering confidence. Not only in the gala, but also in Wu Pianpian. The Corkin Consortium's business in Longhua City was intrinsically linked to Lu's logistics, which, to date, operated the largest dedicated logistics line from Longhua City to Russia. As for Li Wei, he paid him no mind whatsoever. Yet he had not anticipated that his mere words would impart a glimmer of understanding to Wu Pianpian. Boss Lu, I wish to visit the restroom, she stated, placing her wine glass onto a server's tray. With a brief nod to Lu Qiming, she departed from the crowd. Guided by the server, she proceeded directly towards the restroom. At that moment, she shared the sentiments of Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue. This grand and formal occasion marked her inaugural attendance. Previously, her interactions at Lu Qingyun's Shangbang Engineering Company were predominantly on construction sites, where she encountered laborers and the affluent developers. However, her purpose for attending, unlike that of Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue, was devoid of any ulterior motive. If one were to insist that she had a purpose, it would be merely to broaden her horizons. Upon exiting the restroom, she hesitated, contemplating whether to return to Lu Qiming's side or seek out Yang Xiaoyue. Pianpian, a man's voice called from the side. Turning her head, she saw Yu Guanghui emerging from the adjacent men's restroom, having caught sight of her. Pianpian, what a delight it is to see you here. I had not expected your presence. Yu Guanghui hastily approached her, closing the distance. How did you get in? Wu Pianpian inquired, her curiosity piqued, before quickly adding, weren't you stopped at the door just now? I had an invitation all along, Yu Guanghui replied, pulling an invitation card from his pocket and waving it triumphantly before her. He refrained from mentioning the reason for his prior obstruction, nor did he disclose that he had relied on connections to gain entry. After a brief pause, he continued, Pianpian, I've been calling you every day. Why haven't you answered? If there's something on your mind, you can share it with me. After all, we are old classmates and, more importantly, good friends. I came with Boss Lu today, and he is still waiting for me, Wu Pianpian replied, furrowing her brow as she did not halt her stride. Pianpian, Yu Guanghui exclaimed in frustration, raising his voice. You would rather attend this gathering with Lu Qiming than accept my invitation to accompany me? Are you avoiding me? What are you talking about? When did you ever invite me? Wu Pianpian asked, bewildered as she regarded Yu Guanghui. Did Yang Xiaoyue not inform you? I called her yesterday, asking her to convey my message, but I did not expect her to withhold it from you. Wu Pianpian contemplated for a moment before responding. That's not her fault. Even if she had told me, I would not have accepted. Yu Guanghui was taken aback, but quickly pressed on. It appears you are indeed avoiding me. Is it because of Lu Qiming? You are overthinking it. Wu Piampian retorted, preparing to leave. Piampian, do you truly know Lu Qiming? Are you aware that he not only has a wife, but also several lovers? Pursuing him will lead you nowhere. Yu Guanghui insisted, unwilling to relent. Wu Piampian paused, turning back to face him. Are you not bored? I never claimed to be with him. Moreover, how much do you actually know about him? When I observed him at the entrance, it seemed he did not recognize you at all. Did you plead with him? Would he even consider you? As Yu Guanghui approached, he nodded and admitted, I do not know him, nor does he know me. However, I am aware of him. At the very least, in the nation of Luocha, it is a well-known fact among the merchant circles that he has no fewer than 2 lovers. I do not wish to see you deceived by him. Wu Piampian remained expressionless and coldly replied, What you say has nothing to do with me. She turned to leave. Yu Guanghui grasped her hand, pleading, Piampian, may we talk? I feel there may be some misunderstanding between us. What misunderstanding could there be? I am quite busy, she retorted, reluctant to divulge her impending divorce to Yu Guanghui or reveal that she was searching for a job. She withdrew her hand from his grasp and said, I will be going ahead. Yu Guanghui followed closely behind, murmuring, Piampian, after the banquet, ride with me. We can, Wu Piampian interrupted. I came here with Boss Lu and Xiaoyue, so naturally, I will leave with them. As she spoke and walked forward, she suddenly looked up and spotted several individuals emerging from the VIP room beside a middle-aged man from Luocha. Among them was Lu Qingyun. Alongside Lu Qingyun was Lu Tingting. At that moment, Lu Qingyun was looking in her direction, causing Wu Piampian to feel a rush of panic as she quickened her pace, her heart racing. She silently cursed her misfortune. After evading Yu Guanghui for so many days, she had not anticipated this chance encounter, only to be seen by Lu Qingyun. Now, there was no way to clear her name. Just then, she noticed Lu Qingyun stepping away from the group and striding toward her. Her heart raced even more frantically as her mind raced to devise an explanation for the earlier scene. Upon reaching her, Lu Qingyun scrutinized the space between Wu Piampian and Yu Guanghui. Qingyun, let me explain. Wu Piampian endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor while carefully choosing her words. Lu Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, Come here, I need to speak with you. Piampian, who is he? Yu Guanghui asked, his gaze filled with hostility toward Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun recognized him, but Yu Guanghui was unaware of Lu Qingyun's identity as Wu Piampian's husband. Does that concern you? Lu Qingyun replied bluntly. Yu Guanghui scrutinized Lu Qingyun and suddenly exclaimed, I remember you. You are the one driving that clunker. And you think you can set your sights on Piampian? How absurd. You think just because you're at this upscale banquet, you're someone important? Wu Piampian could no longer contain her anger and shouted, Yu Guanghui, be quiet. Blushing, she followed Lu Qingyun to a secluded spot. Qingyun, I didn't come here with him. I just happened to run into him, she explained. You need not explain, Lu Qingyun replied, maintaining his unruffled demeanor. I am here to inform you that once I finish my current matters, we will proceed with the paperwork. Wu Piampian murmured, her head bowed low, her voice barely audible. All right, I will leave this matter to you. Please continue. Having spoken, Lu Qingyun turned and strode away. Wu Piampian stood rooted to the spot, her mind a blank slate. Even when Yang Xiaoyue approached her, she remained oblivious. Piampian, Boss Lu is looking for you, Yang Xiaoyue urged, pulling Wu Piampian toward the direction of the lawn. Wu Piampian felt increasingly awkward. She wished to avoid Lu Qingyun witnessing her entanglement with Yu Guanghui, as well as her association with Lu Qiming. At that moment, she wished fervently that she had not attended this evening's event. Mr. Koken arrived at the center of the lawn, flanked by 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed friends, may I have your attention, please? He announced. We are honored to welcome our most distinguished guest tonight, the actual controller of the Koken Consortium from the Rus Nation, Mr. Vladimir Kolkin. Let us extend a warm welcome. The event's host delivered the opening remarks in both Dragonese and Rus languages through the microphone, eliciting a resounding applause from the audience. Subsequently, a representative from the relevant authorities of Longhua City took to the stage to speak, followed by a representative from the local business community who offered welcoming remarks. Mr. Koken then delivered his words of gratitude. Beyond the customary pleasantries, what captivated the attention of everyone present was Mr. Koken's announcement of a colossal investment plan to be implemented in Longhua City. This was not only a point of paramount interest for the Longhua officials, but also the very reason many attendees had gathered this evening. He chose to unveil this information at the welcome reception, providing a generous benefit to the hosts. Specific investment negotiations would unfold in the days to come. This mere tidbit of news ignited excitement among all attendees. Lu Qingyun's unexpected presence at the soir took Wu Pianpian by surprise. Ignoring yang kiayues repiated adfisaments. She refrained from returning to Lu Qiming's side and instead positioned herself at the edge of the venue, observing from a distance. It was then that she noticed the middle-aged man from the Rus nation walking ahead of Lu Qingyun and Lu Tingting, a figure of considerable stature, the head of a renowned consortium in the Far East. How had she never realized that Lu Qingyun was acquainted with such a wealthy magnate? No, perhaps she was overthinking it. Simply following someone out does not necessarily imply a close relationship. They might have merely crossed paths that evening. Wu Pianpian rationalized to herself. Yet, how could someone like him, a mere contractor, more accurately, a foreman, find significance in attending an event hosted by a Rus businessman? Just as her confusion deepened, Mr. Koken unexpectedly drew Lu Qingyun to his side, loudly introducing him to the gathered guests. This evening, I wish to take this opportunity to formally introduce a dear friend of mine, Mr. Lu Qingyun. He recounted the story of how Lu Qingyun had saved his son, Alexei, his words brimming with admiration and gratitude. Through the translator's efforts, Wu Pianpian finally grasped that the child Lu Qingyun had rescued from a car accident was none other than Mr. Koken's only son. In essence, Lu Qingyun had become the Koken family savior. Mr. Koken continued, Mr. Lu Qingyun is not only a benefactor of the Koken family, but also a dear friend of mine. I have made the decision to initiate the first round of funding for Mr. Lu's new project. What? So Mr. Koken's investment plan has already commenced? When did this happen? What is Mr. Lu's new project? Have you all heard about it? Mr. Koken just arrived in Longhua City yesterday, and he has already made such a swift decision regarding funding. What could possibly have persuaded him? You may not be aware, but I just saw Mr. Lu being escorted to the VIP room as soon as he arrived, at Mr. Koken's behest. Could it be that the deal was just finalized? The crowd whispered among themselves. Quiet. Let us continue to listen to Mr. Koken, someone reminded. Mr. Koken cleared his throat and continued, furthermore, as a token of gratitude, I, on behalf of the Koken Consortium, would like to present Mr. Lu Qingyun with a modest gift, a black gold membership card. With this card, Mr. Lu will have the opportunity for further funding at any bank under the Koken Consortium worldwide. What? Mr. Lu Qingyun is extraordinarily fortunate. It is known that there are no more than 100 black gold members of the Koken Consortium globally. What an immense honor. Indeed, this announcement signifies that, apart from the initial round of funding, subsequent financing will not require further assessment. Mr. Koken's approval has been granted directly. When will such good fortune ever fall upon us? The atmosphere erupted with mixed feelings of envy and jealousy, as gazes turned towards Lu Qingyun, standing beside Mr. Koken. Lu Qingyun himself was equally taken aback. This was something Mr. Koken had not mentioned to him beforehand. This was no mere token gift. Although Lu Qingyun had maintained a good relationship with Mr. Koken in his previous life, he could never have imagined receiving such a lavish honor tonight. At this welcoming banquet from Mr. Koken, Lu Qingyun had unwittingly become the center of attention. Chapter 29, a subtle hint, the public announcement, made before everyone, served as a direct affirmation of the extraordinary bond between Mr. Koken and himself. For Lu Qingyun, who was poised to make significant strides, this was tantamount to declaring that he was indeed an ally of Mr. Koken, thereby elevating his status in Longhua City. Meanwhile, standing on the periphery, Wu Pianpian felt more exhilarated than anyone else. As if Lu Qingyun were still her husband, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his moment of glory. She regretted agreeing to the divorce. Yet, recalling the leverage Lu Qingyun had over her, she lacked the courage to retract her decision. Witnessing Lu Qingyun basking in the spotlight, she feared that remaining at the banquet might lead to further awkward encounters. Two others, Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue, also found their emotions stirred. Both were acquainted with Lu Qingyun, but had been unaware that he would be present tonight, let alone in such a dazzling manner. Alas, Piampian was about to divorce him. Otherwise, we could still cultivate a good relationship with him. Perhaps the logistics line from the land of the Rakshasa could be effortlessly resolved. Who could argue otherwise? How do they find themselves on the brink of divorce? Is there still a chance for reconciliation? Li Wei mused, questioning his wife. Yang Xiaoyu shook her head in silence, retreating to the periphery of the crowd, where she found Wu Piampian. Piampian, I never anticipated Lu Qingyun's fortune to be so favorable, saving a person, and yet he fortuitously rescued the heir of the affluent Mr. Korjin. It seems that wealth is indeed flowing in, unstoppable. Why tell me? What relevance does it have to me? Wu Piampian, currently devoid of the mood to engage with Yang Xiaoyu, remained aloof as Yang Xiaoyu incessantly urged, Piampian, you shouldn't have signed the divorce agreement. The paperwork hasn't been finalized yet, has it? Have you considered making another effort to reconcile with Lu Qingyun? With a fervent hope, she sought to persuade Wu Piampian. Yet, Wu Piampian coldly interjected, I'm feeling unwell. I must take my leave. Wait a moment. Let us leave together with Boss Lu, Yang Xiaoyu implored, grasping Wu Piampian's arm in an attempt to retain her. Wu Piampian's face flushed a mix of red and purple as she could no longer maintain her composure as a friend. Breaking free from Yang Xiaoyu's grasp and hastily exiting the scene, Yang Xiaoyu stood there, gazing at Wu Piampian's retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh. If one were to consider who was most envious this evening, it would undoubtedly be Yu Guanghui. Moments ago, he had donned a look of disdain, ridiculing and mocking at every turn. In his eyes, his rented BMW, however temporary, was undeniably superior to Lu Qingyun's dilapidated vehicle. Having just returned from the land of the Rakshasa, he could effortlessly comprehend Mr. Korjin's discourse without the need for translation. At the gala themed around the land of the Rakshasa, he could easily engage in witty banter, far outshining the seemingly unsophisticated laborer who resembled a construction worker. As Mr. Korjin summoned Lu Qingyun to the forefront to recount his heroic deeds, Yu Guanghui maintained his air of disdain, inwardly grumbling. Isn't it merely the rescue of Mr. Korjin is seul? No wonder he, with such an unremarkable status, could appear at this prestigious event. However, when Mr. Korjin announced Lu Qingyun as the first recipient of financing from the Korjin Group, Yu Guanghui found himself reassessing Lu Qingyun. It turned out that this individual had come solely from Mr. Korjin's investment initiative. Mr. Korjin had even directly bestowed upon Lu Qingyun the status of a black gold member. How could he not feel envy and resentment? Previously, he had assumed that this man was vying for Wu Piampian's affection, but now he understood why Lu Qingyun had not even deigned to glance his way. In the eyes of the latter, he was nothing of significance. Yu Guanghui was also adept at bending and yielding, having learned to navigate the winds of fortune while laboring alongside his father in the land of the Rakshasa. At this moment, he even forgot that Wu Piampian was present, neglecting the opportunity to curry favor with her. Establishing a connection with Lu Qingyun was his priority for the evening. As Mr. Korjin concluded his speech, a multitude of individuals flocked toward Lu Qingyun, eager to ingratiate themselves with him. As Yu Guanghui pushed his way to the forefront, he sincerely apologized to Lu Qingyun in front of the crowd, saying, Mr. Lu, I acted rashly earlier, and I sincerely apologize for my previous remarks. Lu Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at him and, raising his voice deliberately, inquired, Sir, do we know each other? What was it that you said earlier? Could you kindly remind me? Yu Guanghui's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a liver, as he swallowed hard, rendered speechless. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he forced a smile, retrieved his business card, bent at the waist in a profound bow, and presented it to Lu Qingyun with both hands. Mr. Lu, my name is Yu Guanghui. I have just returned from the land of the Rakshasas. Here is my business card. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. At that moment, numerous business figures present began to flock around, eager to exchange business cards with Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun's gaze bypassed Yu Guanghui entirely as he engaged enthusiastically with the others. Yu Guanghui's outstretched hand remained suspended in the air, rigid, before he reluctantly withdrew it after a while. The sensation of being disregarded ignited a sense of bitterness within him, and he realized he had irreparably offended Lu Qingyun that evening. While Lu Qingyun dismissed Yu Guanghui as inconsequential, he did take a keen interest in another individual present, Lu Qiming, the titan of the logistics industry in Longjiang City. This man not only commanded the logistics sector, but was also one of the leaders of the local underworld. In subsequent years, he began to infiltrate the real estate market in Longhua City and became a competitor of Lu Qingyun's engineering company during a bidding process. He resorted to unscrupulous tactics to force Lu Qingyun out of the competition, even going so far as to have his brother Wang Chang assaulted when his objectives were not met. Such a person could never be a suitable ally for Lu Qingyun. Rather, he needed to find a way to eliminate Lu Qiming, this stumbling block. He deliberately extracted Lu Qiming's business card and tucked it into his pocket. Encountering Lu Qiming tonight served as a reminder to Lu Qingyun that in order to make his mark in Longhua, he needed to establish his own power. Not only were the business figures of Longhua City circling Lu Qingyun in hopes of forming connections, but even the officials of Longhua City approached him. One of them, holding a glass of red wine, stepped forward and warmly introduced himself. "Mr. Lu, I am Liang Chongming, the director of the Longhua City Bureau of Commerce." He gestured toward a middle-aged man beside him. "This is Comrade Sun Guangfu, the deputy director of the Bureau of Commerce and the president of the Trade Promotion Association." Lu Qingyun clinked glasses with both officials. Director Liang continued, "We hope to invite you to the Bureau of Commerce for a more in-depth discussion at your convenience." Another middle-aged man approached and greeted Director Liang, saying, "Old Liang, don't steal my thunder. Mr. Koken has already confirmed his first round of financing with Mr. Lu, and this matter naturally falls under my jurisdiction at the Investment Promotion Bureau. We will be hosting Mr. Koken in the coming days, and I would like to invite Mr. Lu to accompany us. As an entrepreneur from Longhua City, it is only fitting that you contribute to our investment attraction efforts." This man was Director Yuan Jiangwo of the Investment Promotion Bureau, whom Lu Qingyun recognized. He grasped Yuan Jiangwo's hand and humbly replied, "Director Yuan, esteemed leaders, I am truly honored by your regard. As per your directives, I shall comply." "Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. I shall await your arrival tomorrow morning." Director Yuan interjected. Chapter 30. A journey at a moment's notice. Lu Qingyun had initially planned to address numerous tasks after securing the financing. He needed to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau the following day to submit his application and obtain the license for the new company. With several official representatives placing such importance on this matter, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip by, and thus he readily agreed. Director Liang chuckled heartily. Glancing at Deputy Director Sun, "Look, old Sun, Director Yuan is swift in action, arranging everything promptly. It is no trouble. It is all for the benefit of Longhua City. We are all in this together," Director Yuan responded. Lu Qingyun raised his wine glass and addressed the three directors with enthusiasm. "Esteemed leaders, I toast to you. Mr. Lu, do you have a moment?" Kaya, elegantly clad in a stunning evening gown, emerged from the crowd and approached Lu Qingyun. Noticing him engaged in a toast with the directors, she promptly bowed. "Director Liang, President Sun, Director Yuan, once you have concluded your discussion, I would like to speak with Mr. Lu." "What is it?" Lu Qingyun inquired. Kaya leaned closer to Lu Qingyun and whispered, "It is nothing of great consequence. May I invite you to my yacht to admire the beautiful night view of Silver Lake?" Of this, Lu Qingyun hesitated, glancing at Lu Tingting beside him. Lu Tingting, having overheard Kaya, quickly interjected, "Mr. Lu, please go ahead. I have just met a couple of new friends. I shall join them for a conversation." "Please do come," Kaya said, linking her arm with Lu Qingyun's, and, amidst the gazes of onlookers, they traversed the lawn towards the yacht dock, shaded by willows, leaving the crowd in awe. A luminous full moon hung in the sky, and a yacht had already been moored at the dock. The two stepped aboard, and a waiter presented them with refreshments before retreating. Seated opposite each other, Lu Qingyun and Kaya watched as the staff started the yacht, slowly gliding towards the heart of the lake. "Kaya, I wish to express my gratitude to you and your father for your unwavering support." Lu Qingyun broke the silence, speaking sincerely. "No, it is we who should be grateful to you. Mr. Lu, how is your health now?" Kaya inquired with genuine concern. "It is nothing serious. I am nearly recovered," Lu Qingyun replied. Kaya continued, "While at the hospital, I did not see any family members accompanying you. Are you a local of Longhua City?" "I'm not originally from here, but I have settled down in this area. I did not inform my family about my injury," he responded, By the way, Mr. Liu, your car was totaled, and I have ordered a new one as compensation for you. It will be delivered to your residence in a couple of days. May I have your home address?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun quickly stood and said, "Kaya, you have done too much for me. I cannot accept your gift. No. In business, we are partners. This car is a personal gesture of compensation from me to you, Mr. Liu. It is a separate matter. You need not decline," Kaya insisted, originally intending to surprise Lu Qingyun with the car once it arrived. That evening, Lu Qingyun arrived in a dilapidated second-hand car, prompting an impromptu decision to inform him in advance. Lu Qingyun no longer hesitated. He needed the vehicle and was not a saint who could regard wealth as trifling. "I can accept the car, but I have a condition," he stated. Kaya shook her head, replying, "I have no conditions. It is a gift to you without any strings attached." "No, listen to me. I can accept the car, but must be deducted from your company as financing. I cannot accept something for nothing," Lu Qingyun insisted. Kaya immediately countered, "That is not acceptable. I believe Mr. Liu has misunderstood my intentions. This is a personal compensation for you and cannot be counted against the financing amount." Before Lu Qingyun could respond, she swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Mr. Liu, have you ever considered expanding and strengthening your engineering company?" "Of course. I have certainly thought about it," he replied. "Well then, I look forward to witnessing your success. When can I visit your company for a tour?" Lu Qingyun hesitated, aware that his company, lacking both scale and qualifications, was not ready for such scrutiny. Would inviting Kaya for a visit backfire? "How about this, Kaya? Once I have reorganized the company, I will invite you for guidance, all right?" Kaya shook her head and waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for Mr. Liu to worry. I have inquired about your company's basic situation. I genuinely wish to assist you." With the conversation reaching this point, Lu Qingyun could no longer refuse, both for emotional and logical reasons. "Very well. Miss Kaya, please call me when it's convenient for you, and I will come to fetch you." While Lu Qingyun and Kaya shared laughter aboard a yacht at Silver Lake, Wu Piampian returned alone to her modest rented room. Gazing at the cramped and shabby space, it felt as though the entire world had abandoned her. Everyone around her was immersed in their own pursuits, while she found herself still job hunting, adrift like a floating weed, rootless and unsure of her direction. That night, she tossed and turned, contemplating numerous thoughts. From the introduction to Lu Qingyun to their marriage, he had cared for her immensely over the years. Memories flooded back. Yet everything had changed. As the saying goes, one only realizes the value of something when it is lost. She truly regretted her momentary lapse of control at the class reunion, when she took that fateful step with Yu Guanghui. His disrespectful behavior that night left her heartbroken. The beauty of her once secret affection was utterly shattered by that evening. Not only was the cherished memory destroyed, but also her once simple and happy family. Lu Qingyun could not forgive her, and she bore no resentment. Some things, once lost, cannot be regained. Some mistakes, once made, last a lifetime. She suddenly felt utterly exhausted. With her current state of mind, even if she found a position in finance, her heart would not be in it. Her emotions were in disarray. She needed to escape, to embark on a spontaneous journey to an unknown destination where no one recognized her, allowing her heart to find peace and contemplate her future. Before her marriage, she harbored a dream of traveling, but over the years, the demands of her work gradually caused her to set this aspiration aside. Now, the allure of distant lands has once again rekindled her dreams. Without hesitation, she decides to embark on her journey tomorrow. Energized, she springs from her bed and begins to pack her belongings. Her first destination is the western frontier, where she hopes to witness the vast Gobi and desert landscapes, along with the rich cultural essence of the western regions. She yearns for the journey to cleanse her weary spirit. Early the next morning, she sends a message to Lu Qingyun, conveying her intention to take a break and suggesting they arrange a time for their visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau upon her return. She refrains from informing anyone else, turning off her phone, and sets off alone on a westward train. Chapter 31. You might be interested in this that night. Lu Qingyun enjoyed a deep slumber and awoke to find a message from Wu Piampian on his phone. He tossed the phone aside and gazed out the window. "As you wish. I've been quite busy myself these days," he muttered before getting up to freshen up. He had an appointment with Director Yuan, intending to visit the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. Upon leaving, he hailed a taxi that took him directly to Shengbang Engineering Company. Lu Tingting had arrived ahead of him. Upon returning home the previous night, she had diligently organized the relevant materials. Upon seeing Lu Qingyun, she presented them to him. After reviewing them, Lu Qingyun smiled and said, "You will handle the registration of the new company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau today." "Rest assured, President Lu," Lu Tingting replied, filled with anticipation as the head of the new company. Observing her panda eyes, Lu Qingyun teased, "Did you not sleep last night?" Lu Tingting did not deny it, simply stating, "I just feel the weight of responsibility is heavy, and I fear disappointing your expectations. Trust me, I have a keen eye for talent. You will undoubtedly excel." Lu Qingyun encouraged her. Lu Tingting placed the materials into her bag and said, "President Lu, since you are heading to the Investment Promotion Bureau, allow me to drive you there before I go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau." "Very well," Lu Qingyun agreed. As they traveled to the Investment Promotion Bureau, Lu Qingyun sensed an atmosphere markedly different from usual. Several major streets nearby were under traffic control, with numerous police officers present. After all, Mr. Corkin was considered a distinguished guest of the city, and such temporary restrictions were deemed necessary for security. Director Yuan personally led a group awaiting at the entrance. With a banner unfurled behind them, "Warmly welcome Mr. Corkin and his entourage to our city." Lu Qingyun wondered why such a grand reception was not arranged for Mr. Corkin's arrival at the airport, yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. Before long, a Volkswagen Passat appeared in the distance. "He is here. Everyone, stand ready to welcome him," someone quietly urged. Lu Qingyun felt even more puzzled, as this did not resemble Mr. Corkin's vehicle. Director Yuan stepped forward to personally open the car door, bowing slightly as he greeted Mayor Li. Descending from the vehicle was Li Yuqi, the mayor of Longhua City, clad in a dark gray suit and a red plaid tie, exuding formality. "Is he not yet here?" he quietly asked Director Yuan. The colleagues dispatched to pick him up just called. "He will arrive shortly." Yuan Zhangwo specially summoned Lu Qingyun to introduce him to Mayor Li. "This is Lu Qingyun, the one who rescued Mr. Coerkin's son." Mayor Li extended his hand with a smile, shaking Lu Qingyun's hand. "Excellent. Very youthful indeed." He turned back to Yuan Zhangwo, saying, "You have done remarkably well. Mr. Coerkin visited our Longhua city in a private capacity without prior communication with the municipal government. Had you not received the news and arranged a timely response, I would have had difficulty explaining to the province for missing such a rare opportunity." Director Yuan discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, humbly replying, "We were unaware beforehand." This also owes much to Comrade Qingyun. The abduction of Mr. Coerkin's son had a severely detrimental impact on our city. It was Comrade Qingyun who stepped forward to assist, which led Mr. Coerkin to reconsider his stance and be open to investment plans. Is that so? Hence, you proposed involving Comrade Lu Qingyun in the investment promotion conference? Director Yuan nodded in silence. Lu Qingyun stood quietly aside, recalling that in his previous life, when Mr. Coerkin visited Longhua, he picked up Xiao Yaosha and immediately returned to Russia, without lingering or any intention of investment. He had come quietly and left quietly, without a trace. This time, due to his project, he received support from Kaya, which led Mr. Coerkin to agree to finance him and specifically arrange a meeting. It was clear that Kaya had also discussed the prospects of investing here with Mr. Coerkin, prompting his decision to inspect investment opportunities in Longhua City. Clearly, it was not Lu Qingyun who changed Mr. Coerkin's mind, but rather Kaya's pivotal role. The sound of engines approached from afar. Several police cars led the way as Mr. Coerkin's vehicle slowly made its way to the Investment Promotion Bureau. Mayor Li stood alongside Director Yuan, beaming as everyone lined the streets to welcome them. Following a brief welcoming ceremony, Mr. Coerkin and Ms. Kaya were invited to the conference room of the Investment Promotion Bureau. The Bureau staff first introduced the investment policies of Longhua City and some key construction projects set to commence. This was precisely what Lu Qingyun was most interested in. He urgently needed to understand the current official key projects supported by the city, which was far more important to him than accompanying Mr. Coerkin. These projects included the construction of a large logistics base in Longhua City and the establishment of a freight train service connecting Longhua City to Russia, among others. Although these matters were not closely related to Lu Qingyun's current business, he hoped to discover opportunities for expansion. At noon, Mayerly hosted a luncheon for the guests. Afterwards, under Director Yuan's guidance, Mr. Kowerkin and his entourage visited several proposed project sites. Along the way, Kaya leaned closer to Lu Qingyun, whispering, "If our Kowerkin consortium can secure these projects, I hope your company will participate in the bidding." Lu Qingyun turned to her, smiling candidly. "It seems we are on the same wavelength. To be honest, Miss Kaya, I just heard the official introduction and had the same intention. If you need my assistance in any way, I shall do my utmost to help." He discerned that Kaga harbored a sense of gratitude. Yet he pondered whether relying too heavily on Kaga might suggest a certain dependence. A vague feeling crept over him. How was it that since his rebirth, everything proceeded so smoothly? His progress was swifter than he had anticipated. Upon reaching an expansive area in the northern part of the city, Director Yuan introduced the site designated for the forthcoming logistics base. A luxurious vehicle awaited them ahead. A robust, middle-aged man emerged from the car, and Lu Qingyun instantly recognized him as Lu Qiming. With a broad smile, Lu Qiming approached and shook hands with Mr. Korjin. "Mr. Korjin, it is a pleasure to see you again. The land we discussed last night is right here. Just envisioning this logistics base is truly an unparalleled opportunity." He then turned to Director Yuan, greeting him warmly. "Director Yuan, if you entrust me with the construction of this project, I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied." Director Yuan chuckled, replying, "Lu, aren't you in logistics? Once our logistics base is completed, we will need your leadership to relocate your Lu Logistics to support the government's efforts." "Of course. Absolutely." Lu Qiming readily agreed. Noticing Lu Qingyun standing nearby, he remarked, "Boss Lu, are you also interested in this project?" In the previous evening's gathering, Lu Qiming had learned that Lu Qingyun secured financing from the Korjin Consortium, but was unaware of the specifics of a new project. Now, seeing Lu Qingyun accompanying Mr. Korjin for an on-site inspection, he attempted to probe with his words. Lu Qingyun, however, was fully aware of Lu's intentions. Not only did he lack a definitive plan at this moment, but even if he had one, he would not prematurely disclose it to a rival. "Lu, I am here to accompany Mr. Korjin for a look around. I recall you specialize in logistics, and the establishment of this logistics base is undoubtedly of utmost importance to you. Furthermore, this base is primarily intended to connect with another project, the cargo train route to Russia, which you are engaged in transporting, is it not?" Indeed. That is precisely why I proposed to Director Yuan that if the construction of this project were entrusted to me." Lu Qiming's satisfaction was evident as Lu Qingyun skillfully redirected the conversation towards him. However, before he could finish his thought, Director Yuan interjected. "This is a significant project for our city and cannot be decided by just anyone. The contractor will be determined through a bidding process. Lu, if you're interested, I suggest you prepare in advance." "Very well. With your assurance, Director Yuan, I feel more confident." Lu Qiming chuckled and continued to accompany Mr. Korjin on the tour. For several consecutive days, Lu Qingyun's primary task was to accompany Mr. Korjin and his daughter during their inspections in Longhua City. This also afforded him greater opportunities to interact with officials from the municipal government. On a day when Mr. Korjin had no scheduled visits and was resting at the hotel, Lu Qingyun returned to his company. There, Lu Tingting had completed the necessary procedures for their new venture, navigating real estate, and drafted an initial proposal for the project's layout. "Xiao Lu, I have no objections to your draft in principle. However, there is one point to consider. Many of the branch locations have nearby individual intermediaries. Are you planning to compete for business with these individual agents right from the start?" Lu Tingting nodded. This was a plan she had meticulously researched over several days. Her intention was to dismantle those individual agents to ensure that Linghang Real Estate could make a resounding debut and swiftly dominate the real estate brokerage sector in Longhua City. "Mr. Lu, if we are to embark on this venture, let us become the leaders of the industry. Being adjacent to those individual agents allows the public to make comparisons. Our services and the volume of information we provide will certainly surpass those of the individual operators." Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment. Lu Tingting's words held a degree of validity. Market competition, characterized by the survival of the fittest, was indeed normal. However, he expressed concern that by entering the industry this way, they would accumulate too many adversaries. Had she considered that this could lead to fierce competition among peers, resulting in price wars over brokerage fees? I have thought this through. In the initial phase, we can charge below the standard rates of ordinary individual agents. Once we have pushed them out, we can gradually revert to normal pricing. That is not advisable. Lu Qingyun swiftly countered, patiently elucidating. The real estate sector does not consist solely of us, and the industry's pricing standards are not dictated by us alone. I have an idea. Let me know if it is feasible, he continued. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Lu Tingting inquired eagerly. We could establish our branches a certain distance away from those individual agents and then negotiate with them to share information. The property listings they obtain from us will yield them a commission once they make a sale. Conversely, we can reciprocate. This would create a cooperative win-win model. As long as our listings are abundant, our profits will far exceed theirs. Since we are collaborating, they would not harbor hostility towards us. What do you think? Lu Tingting pondered this, and a sly smile appeared on her face as she responded, Mr. Lu, I understand. This effectively transforms those individual agents into our peripheral members, allowing us to avoid rental and personnel costs. This is incredibly advantageous, isn't it? Indeed. Remember, wealth in this world cannot be exhausted by one individual. Rather than multiplying adversaries, it is wiser to have them work for us. One more friend means one less enemy. Lu Qingyun reflected on the wise cooperative model proposed years later in the National Strategy of the Belt and Road Initiative. All right, I will refine this proposal according to your guidance. Mr. Lu, Lu Tingting declared as she picked up the draft. Additionally, regarding personnel recruitment and training, I would like to invite officials from the Housing Management Bureau to discuss current policy trends. What do you think? Lu Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely no problem. You should proceed with this matter without needing to report back to me. Watching Lu Tingting leave with renewed confidence, Lu Qingyun realized he urgently required a new assistant. He thought of someone and promptly picked up the phone on his desk, dialing a number across the ocean. Victory, are you close to completing your studies? He inquired directly as soon as the call connected. Uncle Lu, it was originally expected that I would not receive my degree, Master of Business Administration, until summer. However, I have completed my credits ahead of schedule and will graduate next month. Tang Shengli paused for a moment before inquiring, by the way, Uncle Lu, did you call me for a specific reason? Shengli, now that you have completed your studies, what are your plans? Tang Shengli Zipli, most of my classmates intend to stay here, with some already receiving offers from major companies on Wall Street. However, my mother is alone in Longhua City, and I wish to return home. Uncle Lu has supported me since middle school, through my university graduation, and even during my studies abroad. My roots are in the Dragon Country. A look of satisfaction spread across Lu Qingyun's face. Tang Shengli was the child of an old colleague from his previous workplace, who had tragically perished in an accident on a construction site, leaving behind a pair of orphans and a grieving widow. At that time, Shengli was only in the third year of middle school, though Lu Qingyun was only about 10 years older than Tang Shengli. He had always addressed him as Uncle Lu out of habit, having worked alongside his father. Lu Qingyun spoke into the phone. That's wonderful. When you return, come to my office and work as my assistant. How does that sound? Really? That would be fantastic. I believe I would excel working alongside you, Uncle Lu. I can hardly wait to purchase my plane ticket. The joy radiating from Tang Shengli could be felt even through the transcontinental call. There's no rush. I will reserve the assistant position for you. Enjoy your graduation celebrations with your classmates. Once you return, you will have plenty to keep you busy. In his previous life, under Lu Qingyun's direction, Tang Shengli had stayed across the ocean and joined a world-class corporation. It was several years before he was summoned back to oversee international operations under Lu Qingyun. Now, the circumstances had shifted, necessitating Tang Shengli's earlier return to fulfill Lu Qingyun's immediate needs for talent like his. As Lu Qingyun exited the company, he noticed a brand-new Maybach parked outside. Who could it be? Are they looking for me? Lu Qingyun wondered, approaching the vehicle with curiosity. As the window rolled down, Kaya waved from the driver's seat. Mr. Lu, are you off work? Is it you, Kaya? Why didn't you inform me you were coming to our company? It's rather late for a visit. Kaya stepped out of the car, her face beaming with a smile. I timed my arrival just right. What do you think? This car is now yours. What? You mean you are giving me this car? Lu Qingyun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Previously, when Kaya mentioned compensating him with a vehicle, he assumed it would be one costing a mere few $100,000. His own scrap Mitsubishi was worth only about $300,000 to $400,000. He had hoped to offset that amount from the financing provided by the Koken Consortium. To be honest, he did not wish to appear greedy by accepting anything under the guise of needing assistance. However, upon seeing the lavish Volkswagen Maybach, which far exceeded his expectations, Lu Qingyun felt he could not accept it under any circumstances. Mr. Lu, this car is only a little over $2 million. It's truly not extravagant. Furthermore, you require such a vehicle for your business activities. I understand how important this is in the Dragon Country. No, Kaya, if I need something, I prefer to earn it through my own efforts rather than accept it as a gift. Such a present is far too valuable for me. Please, keep it for yourself. Two individuals found themselves in a stalemate before the company's entrance. Kaya had not anticipated that her intention to surprise Lu Qingyun would be met with such obstinate rejection. She had chosen to personally drive the car she had ordered for him, rather than having someone else bring it, all the while preparing to invite him to dinner after work. However, her good intentions were thwarted by his firm refusal. This vehicle was specifically procured for you. I have several other cars at my disposal, she expressed with a troubled countenance. Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment, realizing that this particular model could only be imported from abroad. Since the purchase had already been made and the delivery completed, returning it was out of the question. Kaya genuinely did not lack for vehicles, and besides, she had his best interests at heart. After all, the car served as the company's FAAD. Following the scrapping of his previous vehicle, he had indeed intended to acquire a new one, especially since he was gearing up for a significant endeavor. This new vehicle needed to surpass the previous Mitsubishi in stature. Reluctantly, although this car exceeded Lu Qingyun's current budget, he found himself rather fond of it. Very well. Let us consider a compromise, he proposed to Kaya. Please go on, Mr. Lu, she replied, noting that the street was not an appropriate venue for such discussions. He invited her to his office for a more private conversation. Kaya secured her vehicle and followed Lu Qingyun into the company. The entrance of a strikingly beautiful foreign woman, with her prominent nose and vivacious demeanor, elicited curious glances from several colleagues preparing to leave for the day. Who is this enchanting lady? I haven't seen her before. One whispered. Did you notice she arrived in a Maybach? She must be a wealthy heiress, another speculated. Could she possibly be the representative from the next project? Someone mused, observing Lu Qingyun's courteous demeanor towards her. I believe I've encountered her online. Yes, she is from the Koken Consortium, someone exclaimed, as they hurriedly reopened their computer to search for local news, eventually uncovering official reports about a gala at the Silver Lake Resort. Are you familiar with the Koken Consortium? This lady is the daughter of a prominent Koken family leader named Kaya. I was right. Another chimed in. Look, even Mr. Lu was present at the gala. At that moment, Lu Tingting approached, tasked with serving tea to Lu Qingyun and his guest. As she passed by, she gestured to the group, saying, Let us disperse now that work is over. There is no need for idle gossip here. After delivering the tea and exchanging a nod with Kaya, Lu Tingting exited Lu Qingyun's office, closing the door behind her. Mr. Lu, please elaborate on your compromise, Kaya inquired, taking a delicate sip of her tea and smiling at him. Lu Qingyun replied, It is quite straightforward. Since the car has already been purchased, I am willing to keep it. However, we must formalize this arrangement with a financing lease agreement. What? Is this truly your idea of a compromise? Kaya set down her teacup, her lips pursed in skepticism. Indeed, the lease term will be 5 years, during which I will transfer the rental payments to your account punctually. Throughout this period, ownership of the vehicle will remain with you, while I will possess the right to use it. Upon the conclusion of the 5-year term, ownership will be transferred from your name to mine. This is my only proposal. Lu Qingyun concluded firmly. This is a financing method that has become quite popular among many small and medium-sized enterprises. For substantial production equipment, once a supplier is selected, a financial leasing company steps in to procure the equipment, which is then provided for use by the small and medium-sized enterprise. The enterprise pays a rental fee punctually, and upon the expiration of the lease, ownership is transferred, while the right to use the equipment remains unchanged. This arrangement is akin to modern installment payments. However, in the case of installment payments, ownership is transferred from a seller to the buyer upon signing the contract, with subsequent payments constituting a form of debt. In contrast, with financial leasing, the user does not acquire ownership during the lease term. Rather, the relationship remains one of tenancy. Kaya was fully aware of this. Lu Qingyun simply did not wish to owe her any favors, opting instead to handle everything through a business framework. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. If you insist on this approach, I shall agree. Lu Qingyun summoned Lu Tingting and promptly drafted a financial leasing contract. Kaya placed the car keys before Lu Qingyun, smiling. Now it is yours. Since Kaya arrived alone, without any attendants, Lu Qingyun would have to drive her back. Regardless, I must express my gratitude, Kaya, for helping me resolve the issue with the car. May I invite you to dinner? Certainly. I've been awaiting your invitation, Kaya replied, her earlier gloom dissipating as she stood up with delight. Although Lu Qingyun did not accept any gifts, he accepted the car and the dinner invitation, which was also a part of her hopes. At the most upscale restaurant in Longhua City, Lu Qingyun ordered a variety of signature dishes, including Lu Tingting as company. Once again, it was clear that he was entertaining Kaya on behalf of the company. After the meal, Lu Tingting took her leave, and Lu Qingyun personally drove Kaya back. Are you returning to the hotel where Mr. Kurjin is staying, or? Lu Qingyun inquired once they were in the car. No. Today I'm going back to my own residence. Following Kaya's directions, they navigated through streets and alleys, arriving at an upscale villa community in the southern suburbs, where they were halted by security at the gate. Sir, you are not a resident here, are you? Please present your identification. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to retrieve his ID, Kaya leaned forward from the passenger seat and said to the security guard, "He is my guest, returning me home." The guard recognized Kaya, saluted, and said, Miss Kaya, please come in." As Lu Qingyun drove, he remarked, "Kaya, are you quite familiar with the security personnel here?" Kaya smiled sweetly and retorted, "You don't think I always come off as aloof and unapproachable, do you?" "Not at all. In fact, I find you quite amiable." After a brief silence, Kaya turned to Lu Qingyun and said, "Mr. Lu, I understand you intentionally maintain a partnership with me, always addressing me politely. I would prefer if we could become friends, if that is agreeable to you." "Are we not already friends, Kaya? I've always referred to you as such. Yet you persist in calling me Mr. Lu and using formalities. In our country, friends do not require such honorifics. You may call me Qingyun or Lao Lu, whichever you prefer." Lao Lu. In our culture, adding Lao denotes respect, does it not? For instance, Lao Wang, Lao Wai. Lu Qingyun chuckled, saying, "While the term Lao does convey respect, it is typically reserved for those with whom one is quite familiar." "Very well, I shall call you Lao Lu." "Lao Lu, we have arrived at my doorstep. Would you care to come in for a cup of tea?" In Chapter 34, The Nonsense of a Little Rascal, Kaya spoke in fluent Dragon Country dialect, merely using this topic as a pretext to invite Lu Qingyun to her home. "Do you know why I returned here tonight? It is so that you may become acquainted with my abode, and I hope you will visit often in the future," she continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun found it difficult to decline. After stepping out of the vehicle, he followed Kaya into her home. Kaya's residence was bustling with activity, housing not only staff but also dedicated security personnel. A young boy emerged from a room, and Kaya pulled him close, introducing him to Lu Qingyun. "This is Serioza, my younger brother." At that moment, Lu Qingyun had only glimpsed the boy inside the pickup truck and had not paid attention to his features. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed a striking resemblance between the siblings. They were indeed true siblings. "Serioza, this is your Uncle Lu, who saved you," Kaya said to him in her native tongue. The little boy bowed to Lu Qingyun and exclaimed, "Spasibo, thank you." He then spoke a lengthy string of words that Lu Qingyun could not comprehend, prompting him to look toward Kaya for clarification. Kaya's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. "He said he is very thankful for your help." Clearly, this was not the full sentiment, but seeing Kaya's embarrassment, Lu Qingyun refrained from probing further. "Kaya, why don't you go play in your room? I will spend some time chatting with Uncle Lu." Kaya sent Serioza away. "Lao Lu, please make yourself comfortable. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Would you prefer coffee or tea?" she inquired. "I would like tea," Lu Qingyun replied. Kaya personally brewed a pot of tea and brought it to him. This is Dragon Well tea from the Dragon Country, brought by a friend from Westlake. Please do try it. Lao Lu. Lu Qingyan took a sip and praised indeed. It is exquisite tea. In the Dragon Country, one should enjoy the local delicacies. When the opportunity arises for you to visit the Rus country, I shall treat you to our coffee, Kaya remarked. Ah, this is what they call one in Rome. Do as the Romans do, both Kaya and Lu Qingyan exclaimed in unison, followed by hearty laughter. Upon entering the house, Kaya had removed her outer coat, now clad in a fitted sweater that accentuated her alluring figure, which swayed enticingly with their laughter. Lu Qingyan found it difficult to maintain direct eye contact, yet could not resist stealing glances. Goodness! The women of Rus possess such captivating physiques. Moreover, being in such close proximity, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air, causing Lu Qingyan to involuntarily swallow. He quickly shifted back in his seat, feigning interest in the room's decor. Lao Lu, last time you mentioned that you are not a local of Longhua City. How are your parents? Are they back in your hometown? Kaya skillfully redirected the conversation to more personal matters. Yes, they are well. They visited my home recently. Initially, they planned to stay for 2 days, but I've been quite busy, so I encouraged them to extend their stay. Lu Qingyan replied. That is wonderful. Filial piety is paramount. If you don't mind, perhaps one day you could take me to visit them. Lu Qingyan quickly responded, I appreciate your kindness. But please do spend more time with Mr. Koken during his stay in the Dragon Country. Speaking of his father, Lu Qingyan added, you know, he holds you in high regard, saying you possess the acumen of a seasoned expert in the business realm, with insightful perspectives on matters. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, Kaya replied with a smile. Lu Qingyan mused inwardly, acknowledging the astuteness of the Koken Consortium's leader, whose discerning eye nearly pierced through his past experiences in the business world. However, this very insight served as his advantage. It explained why the decision to invest in him and grant him the status of a Black Gold member came so swiftly. His success would inevitably yield profits for the Koken Consortium, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He aspired to forge collaborative relationships with individual intermediaries, enabling them to generate wealth for him. While Mr. Koken sought to profit from individuals like himself with potential, it was a tacit understanding that business people pursue profit, with monetary gain as their ultimate objective. After a leisurely chat at Kaya's residence, he took his leave, with Kaya personally escorting him to the door and even embracing him. The absence of a coat and the closeness of their encounter left Lu Qingyan somewhat flustered, prompting him to hastily open the car door and slip into the driver's seat. As he watched her wave goodbye, he returned the gesture before turning back indoors. Xiao Yaosha emerged from another room, grinning mischievously at Kaya. Sister, do you think uncle and sister could become a family? Kaya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pinched him on the backside. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? And in front of our guests, too. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Upon returning home, Lu Qingyan found his parents comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in a rerun of Lao Lao Gen 2. After greeting them, he retreated to his study and powered on his computer. He first checked the company's email before opening his personal inbox. Among the unread messages was one from a private investigator, accompanied by photographs. Their recent surveillance had revealed substantial information regarding Yu Guanghui. After graduating high school, Yu Guanghui had ventured to the country of Rus, working alongside his father, Yu Changhong, in the Dragon Kingdom Mall, where they operated a business specializing in clothing and accessories. Initially sourcing supplies from the Dragon Kingdom, he eventually secured the exclusive rights to several foreign brands in the Far East region of Rus after establishing a stable clientele. One must concede that Old Yu possessed considerable business acumen, achieving a modest level of success among the Dragon Kingdom populace in Rus. Last month, Yu Guanghui returned from Rus to assume the role of procurement representative for Changhong International Trade in Longhua City and established a trading company to manage the supply of goods destined for Rus. As a wealthy second-generation heir capable of independently contributing to the family business, his accomplishments were commendable. However, he should never have entangled himself with Wu Pianpian, nor should he have, in his past life, placed his hopes for a resurgence of the family business on her, a mere illegitimate child, harboring delusions of seizing others' wealth. Lu Qingyun scrutinized the investigator's report with keen interest, particularly regarding Yu Guanghui's recent activities. "Old Yu, my apologies," he silently lamented. Although Yu Changhong had toiled diligently in a foreign land, he remained blameless. Yet, having a son like Yu Guanghui, who attracted scrutiny, was a consequence he deserved. Lu Qingyun was uncertain about the exact circumstances that led to the demise of Changhong International Trade in his previous life, whether it was influenced by the financial crisis years later. Yet, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that Lu Qingyun intended to ensure that this misfortune befell Yu's Changhong International Trade ahead of schedule. Indeed, is the Changhong International Trade not situated in the far east of the Rus nation? Is the arrangement of this lifetime not rather fortuitous? Lu Qingyun smirked slightly, revealing a hint of inscrutable cunning. At that moment, a small window popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen, indicating a friend request. With a gentle click of the mouse, he enlarged the window. It was Kaya. "Old Lu, this is Kaya. I would like to add you as a friend. Please accept." Chapter 35. Halting the investigation at this juncture, the messaging platform was primarily utilized for registering game accounts and playing games, while instant messaging served as a means to communicate with friends across the globe. It was frequently employed by expatriates and those with friends abroad. Lu Qingyun had created this account long ago, even printing it on his business cards prior to attending the soiree at the Silver Lake Resort. Thus, Kaya sent a friend request based on the card. Without a second thought, he clicked to accept. "Kaya, old Lu, I didn't expect you to be online so soon." Lu Qingyun, "Haha, it's a coincidence. I just got home and decided to check online. I rarely chat with people online." Kaya, "Neither do I. However, I'm always online as I am accustomed to handling matters in the evening." Lu Qingyun suddenly realized that Kaya's work differed significantly from his previous engineering endeavors. She frequently utilized the internet for her job and, owing to the time difference, lacked a defined work schedule. Lu Qingyun, "All right then, you carry on." Kaya, "Sure. Let us chat when you have time." This brief exchange of dialogue was akin to establishing a new communication line, a preliminary test of the connection. Lu Qingyun closed the chat window and opened the Google browser, typing in Changhong International Trade. Under the Chinese interface, a link to a Rus language website was displayed. This was the official website of the Yu Guanghui Family S Company. Utilizing Google's translation feature, he confirmed that Changhong International Trade indeed served as the agent for several internationally renowned brands in the Far East. It seemed the private investigator's inquiry was thorough and precise. After all, they were professionals. It was precisely due to their expertise that Lu Qingyun resolved to halt their investigative efforts. He picked up his phone and dialed. "Hello, I have read the email you sent me. Your work is commendable, and I am quite satisfied. Mr. Lu, I have always assured you that we would provide satisfactory results. How about that? Our efficiency is quite commendable, right?" The other party appeared encouraged and continued. "My team is currently monitoring Yu Guanghui's recent activities. No, there is no need to continue the investigation. I only require knowledge of his profession. I will transfer the payment directly to your account tomorrow. I wish for this matter to conclude here." The other party, somewhat taken aback, asked, "You're not investigating him anymore?" "Not anymore. The materials you provided are sufficient. Is my request unclear? All right, I will withdraw my team. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, although our mandate has reached a conclusion, we will continue to uphold confidentiality for our clients. Should similar tasks arise in the future, please do keep me in mind." "Get lost. Do you think I'll have such opportunities again?" He. The scope of our services is extensive." Lu Qingyun hung up the phone and lit a cigarette. One must not entrust everything to a private investigator. It is a perilous game of driving away tigers only to raise them in one's midst. Allowing such an individual to seize one's vulnerabilities inevitably leads to backlash. This is a path he would not tread. Seeking revenge on Guanghui is not his sole purpose for reincarnation. He has numerous other endeavors awaiting his attention. Presently, an urgent matter demands resolution. How to elevate the qualifications of his engineering company, which is indeed his foundation. The real estate agency has already taken the first step, yet progress in engineering remains stagnant, primarily sustained by past subcontracted projects. To partake in the significant projects of Longhua City, enhancing the company's capabilities is essential. 2 days later, Mr. Koken signed a series of strategic investment letters of intent with the municipal government, achieving satisfactory results from his investigation of Longhua City. Lu Qingyun, alongside Kaya, escorted Mr. Koken and his companion, Shelyosha, to Longhua Airport. The municipal leaders wished to bid farewell, but were graciously declined by Mr. Koken. His visit to the Dragon Nation was intended to be discreet, arriving quietly and departing similarly, without the intention of drawing undue attention. After all, given his stature, how could he possibly travel on a standard commercial flight? 2 bodyguards escorted Shelyosha through security, while Mr. Koken shook hands with Lu Qingyun, saying, "Mr. Lu, I will keep an eye on you. Keep up the good work, young man." After embracing Kaya, he waved goodbye. Once Lu Qingyun returned to Xingbang Engineering Company and entered his office, Lu Tingting walked in, beaming with joy. "What brings such happiness?" Lu Qingyun inquired. Lu Tingting presented him with tea and settled into the chair opposite him before responding. "The first tranche of funds from the Koken Consortium has been deposited into the account of Linghang Real Estate. General Lu, is this not a delightful development?" "Is it? I just spent time with Kaya, and she did not mention it. Their efficiency is indeed impressive. We must expedite our own affairs. Let's first find a suitable office building to serve as the headquarters of Linghang Real Estate. Only with a proper company headquarters can we proceed to the next phase." Lu Tingting promptly produced a document and handed it to Lu Qingyun. "General Lu, I have identified several locations. Here are the details, including layout plans of the office buildings. Perhaps you could find time for us to visit the sites together, allowing you to make the final decision." "Very well, let us go now. Please check if Gao and Wang are available, and summon them as well." Linghang Real Estate's primary legal shareholder is Xingbang Engineering Company. Besides Xingbang, Lu Qingyun, Gao Junsheng, and Wang Chong each hold personal stakes, with Lu Tingting also possessing a share in Linghang Real Estate. Thus, it is prudent for everyone to inspect the prospective headquarters. The decision to establish Linghang Real Estate under the name of a legal shareholder, with him merely being one among many individual shareholders, reflects his far-reaching considerations. The legal representative of the company is Lu Tingting, authorized by Xingbang Engineering Company. Lu Tingting drove Lu Qingyun's car, leading the way, while Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong followed in their respective vehicles, departing from the Xingbang Engineering Company located on the outskirts towards the city center. They inspected several upscale office buildings in the commercial district, but Lu Qingyun expressed dissatisfaction. The office environment was commendable, and the location was advantageous. Towering skyscrapers exuded an impressive aura. Lu Tingting elaborated. This choice was made considering the convenience of transportation, with nearby subway and bus services, as well as wide roads. Furthermore, having the company headquarters in such a prestigious commercial building enhances our stature and attracts talent during recruitment. However, she continued, there are drawbacks, such as the expensive rent and the mingling with various trading companies. Before she could finish, Gao Junsheng interjected. "But have you considered that the company headquarters primarily consists of management departments rather than storefronts? Those working here are management personnel who prioritize the company's growth potential and their own career advancement. As for transportation, will either of us commute daily by subway or bus?" "That's a valid point. Once the company's operations are established, transportation will not be an issue, even if individuals lack personal vehicles. The company could consider providing shuttle services for employees," Wang Chong added. Lu Qingyun concurred. "We are engaged in real estate agency services, with clients located at various storefronts. Unlike trading companies that host foreign clients in such luxurious office spaces, leaving a more favorable impression." Lu Tingting nodded and said, "Indeed. That's why I have also selected 2 other locations, both on the outskirts. One is a defunct factory, 2 stories tall, with the lower level originally serving as a workshop and the upper as the administration. The other is a standalone 3-story building, enclosed by a wall, previously a hotel, situated near the Municipal Housing Management Center." "Let us go see the standalone building," Lu Qingyun decisively stated. Chapter 36. You are General Manager Lu upon arriving at the small building on Longxin Avenue in the eastern suburbs. They could see the Municipal Housing Management Center from a distance, with the drive taking less than 10 minutes. An elderly man at the gate opened the iron door, allowing them to park inside the yard. "Sir, I was here yesterday. Do you remember me? Lu Tingting greeted the old man. Ah, it's you. And these are? The old man inquired. These are my bosses. They wish to take a look as well, and if suitable, we shall finalize the arrangement. That sounds great. Feel free to look around. This place has been vacant for quite some time and hasn't been tidied up, the old man said awkwardly, taking the keys and leading them to unlock the door of the small building. After a thorough inspection, everyone expressed satisfaction. Let us choose this location. What do you all think? Lu Qingyun asked the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. Lu Tingting further explained, compared to the previous commercial office buildings. This location is somewhat remote, but it has its advantages. First, the rent is considerably lower. The entire building, including the enclosed area, is cheaper than a single floor in the commercial district. Second, there is ample space for future employee training. Third, its relative seclusion is conducive to management. Thus, I am indeed inclined toward selecting this site. After a brief pause, she continued. Moreover, there is an advantage in our proximity to the Municipal Housing Management Center, which serves as the direct governing body for our industry. This will facilitate future communications with them. Lu Qingyun discerned that she was uncertain about the opinions of shareholders, which prompted her to select a few venues of varying standards for reference. In truth, they all hailed from engineering backgrounds and were not overly concerned with the grandeur of their offices. Practicality was their primary concern. Seizing the moment while the others conversed with the gatekeeper, he pulled Lu Tingting aside and whispered, Director Lu, as the head of Linghang Real Estate, you should prioritize your own judgments moving forward, without constantly accommodating others. If we have differing opinions, we will present them to you for discussion. This way, our efficiency will be enhanced. Do you understand? Lu Tingting nodded silently. Lu Qingyun recognized that someone in her position would inevitably consider various perspectives. He continued, You are the authorized representative of Shungbang Engineering Company, representing the interests of the largest shareholder. Have confidence and take bold actions. I will support your endeavors. Lu Tingting felt a surge of emotion, her eyes becoming slightly misty. She pondered for a moment, raised her gaze to meet Lu Qingyun's encouraging eyes, and hesitantly parted her lips. Is there anything else you wish to express? Lu Qingyun inquired. Lu Tingting replied, I have tentatively selected the financial manager and business manager for the new company. I believe it would be best for you, Mr. Lu, to make the final decision regarding these two positions. Very well. If you believe they are suitable, arrange for them to meet with me at your earliest convenience. Lu Qingyun did not hesitate, as these significant roles required his personal oversight. I will first provide an overview of their backgrounds. Lu Qingyun gestured towards Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong. Let us discuss this in the car later. For now, while everyone is present, let us locate the property owner here and finalize this matter. Once everything was settled, Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong departed first, leaving Lu Tingting and Lu Qingyun. This time, Lu Qingyun drove, with Lu Tingting seated beside him. She was still unfamiliar with the vehicle, driving cautiously and unable to engage in conversation. Conversely, Lu Qingyun had encountered all manner of luxury cars in his previous life. For him, it was akin to play. Director Lu, have you met those two individuals? We can now discuss their situations, he said. Mr. Lu, please refrain from addressing me in such a formal manner in your presence. Lu Tingting shyly responded. This is a work-related discussion. You are Director Lu here. Please proceed. Lu Qingyun, while driving, spoke earnestly. All right, Mr. Lu, in our Longhua city, there are several chain agencies in the real estate brokerage industry, though their numbers are few, with each having only around 10 outlets. In contrast, the southern city of Shenzhen has already experienced vigorous development. Lu Tingting spoke enthusiastically. I engaged a headhunting firm to find several candidates. One of them, named Wu Shikai, has served as the marketing department head at Nangwar Real Estate in Shenzhen for many years. As he is from our Dongjiang province, he hopes to return to his hometown for development. I have also communicated with him via corporate video and found him to be quite promising. Lu Qingyun listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Excellent. He harbored a desire to return to Dongjiang province and had been entrenched in this industry for many years. I had previously mentioned considering recruiting talent from other chain industries, and someone like him, who possesses both industry experience and a willingness to join our leading real estate firm is akin to a perfect match, truly fortuitous. Indeed. However, his contract with Nangwa Real Estate will only expire next month. If necessary, he could take a leave to return to Longhua City and meet with you. Mr. Liu, when would be convenient for you? I have no objections. Just help me arrange it. Upon finishing, Liu Qingyun elaborated, my new assistant will not be in place until next month. During this interim, please assist me. I sincerely wish to remain by Mr. Liu's side as your assistant. The pressure I currently face is quite overwhelming. Liu Qingyun remarked, pressure is the catalyst for progress. Only under pressure can one continuously improve. As the saying goes, an assistant who does not aspire to be a marshal is not a good soldier. Once the atmosphere lightened, Liu Tingting proceeded to introduce the situation regarding the financial manager. He is also a young man, a graduate from a finance and accounting academy with 5 years of industry experience. In emerging industries, employing young talent brings vitality. However, I would like to suggest that the age requirement for store salespeople be somewhat relaxed. Individuals with a bit more age often instill greater confidence in clients when presenting properties. Ultimately, it depends on the specific circumstances, and I trust your judgment. Liu Tingting continued, I've already drafted a recruitment brief and posted it on the talent website. The age requirement is set between 20 and 45 years. For particularly qualified candidates, we can consider relaxing this stipulation. There are no stringent educational requirements. I discussed this with Wu Shikai as well. Just as she was speaking, Liu Qingyun's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from his father. Liu Jinchuan. Son, what is it? Qingyun, I didn't intend to call you at this moment. Are you busy? Not at all. Please tell me, Dad. The conversation was clear enough that Liu Tingting, sitting nearby, fell silent, her gaze directed out the window. Qingyun, if you are free, please come home for a visit. A foreign woman claims to be your friend and has brought many gifts for us. We are unsure whether she is indeed your friend and whether we should accept these gifts. Oh, is her name Kaya? Liu Qingyun inquired in surprise. Yes. She says she is Kaya. Is she truly your friend? His father asked through the phone. Liu Qingyun was taken aback. Kaya had previously delivered a car to him, and now she was visiting his parents. They had been together at the airport that morning, yet she had revealed nothing. It was no wonder his father was eager to contact him. Kaya's concern for him was so profound that Liu Qingyun found himself at a loss for how to respond. She was indeed a tenacious woman. Was her persistent affection a means to express her gratitude for his refusal of her personal gifts? Qingyun, do you wish to speak to her directly? His father persisted. The phone was now in Kaya's hands. Old Liu, I merely brought a small token of my appreciation to visit your esteemed parents. Please accept it. Kaya's voice and tone resembled that of an old, familiar friend. Kaya, you are too kind. Just wait for me. I will return shortly. Uncertain of the gifts Kaya had brought and the expenses incurred, Liu Qingyun hesitated to accept them without personally returning home. After hanging up the phone, before he could speak, the perceptive Liu Tingting proactively suggested, Mr. Liu, if you have matters to attend to, I shall alight here and take a cab back to the office to retrieve my car. Liu Qingyun halted the vehicle and let Liu Tingting exit. Upon his hurried arrival at his residential complex, he parked and rushed upstairs. The door was slightly ajar, and in the living room, only Liu Jinchuan and Tang Yulin were present, staring blankly at a pile of items on the coffee table. Where's Kaya? Liu Qingyun inquired. She left. Liu Jinchuan replied. Did I not ask her to wait for my return? I mentioned the same, his mother, Tang Yulin, explained. I asked her to stay for dinner before departing. She brought so many things, but didn't even have a sip of water. What kind of behavior is that? However, she insisted she had other matters to attend to and left in a hurry. We could not keep her. On the coffee table lay several packs of cigarettes and a case of liquor, which was reasonable enough. However, there were also 2 large bags containing down jackets, purportedly for the elderly couple. Upon examining the brand, Liu Qingyun realized they were quite expensive. Nevertheless, if he continued to repeatedly refuse Kaya's gifts, he could only imagine what she might do next. He dialed Kaya's number to express his gratitude. After hanging up, he noticed the 2 pairs of eyes belonging to his parents fixed intently upon him. His mother spoke first. Yin'er, that foreign girl's Mandarin, is truly commendable. I wonder, given that she has come to your home, does she harbor feelings for you? You are a married man. We must not engage in any clandestine affairs. Mother, what are you saying? Do you even know who Kaya is? Tang Yuan shook her head. Who is she? She is the sister of the child I rescued. She brought gifts to express her gratitude towards you both. Oh, I see. She is kind-hearted, grateful, and quite polite. That is commendable. Although Lu Qingyun managed to placate his mother's inquisitive nature, turmoil stirred within him. He was not oblivious to Kaya's intentions. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. Even if he were divorced from Wu Pianpian, his foremost priority remained the expansion of his career. As a man, without a thriving career, all aspirations would be in vain. Although there were moments of solitude that could incite impulsive thoughts. After all, he was a man of normal desires. He was rational and discerning, fully aware of what actions were appropriate and which were not. As Lu Jinchuan smoked, he turned to Lu Qingyun, saying, Your mother and I have discussed this. You are exceedingly busy every day, and we have been here for quite some time. We plan to return to our hometown tomorrow. Lu Qingyun opened his mouth to persuade them to stay, but his father silenced him with a gesture. Do not attempt to sway us. Our decision is made. He subtly gestured towards Tang Yuan, winking discreetly. Lu Qingyun comprehended his father's intention, which was clear. If they lingered any longer, their secret would inevitably be revealed. No need to purchase anything more. This is sufficient. We have already returned with abundant spoils, his father remarked, gesturing to the items piled high on the tea table with a grin. All right, tomorrow, I shall escort you to the train station. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting stood by the roadside awaiting a taxi. It was the peak hour for commuters, and despite numerous cabs passing by, none were vacant. Several groups of people were also waiting, evidently having been there for quite some time without success in hailing a ride. Among them were two men with accents from other regions, who were discussing their predicament. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to catch a taxi in Longhua City. I'm worried we might miss our train, one voiced anxiously. The other replied, Well, there's no use fretting. The South City area is more convenient. The subway never encounters traffic, with trains arriving every few minutes. A local resident chimed in, Our subway in Longhua City is already under construction. It will be operational within a year or two. Really? The first man responded to his companion. Indeed, everything in the inland regions seems to lag behind coastal cities. Just then, a vacant taxi appeared. Someone craned their neck to look to the left. Lu Tingting raised her hand, noticing several others doing the same. She hurried forward, only to find the two men with the foreign accents nudging her aside and blocking her path, allowing the empty taxi to stop right in front of them. Lu Tingting shook her head in resignation and stepped back to continue waiting. Beep, beep, just as she was about to ascend the sidewalk. The sudden sound of car horns startled her, making her think she was in someone's way. Beep. Again, the horns blared, the vehicle halting beside her. What does this mean? Is this intentional? With such a wide road, why crowd the area where so many people are gathered? She silently fumed. Raising her eyes, she saw it was a BMW. The windshield reflected sunlight, obscuring her view of the driver. As the window slowly descended, a voice called out to her, Isn't this Assistant Lu? Where are you headed? Lu Tingting leaned down to peer into the car, recognizing a young man at the wheel, leaning slightly to the right with a smile. Who are you? Oh, I remember now. You are Manager Yu. We met at the banquet. The driver was indeed Yu Guangwei. I'm returning to the office, Lu Tingting replied. Yu Guangwei remarked. At this hour, it's quite challenging to catch a taxi. Look at all these people waiting. Even if a cab comes, it must be difficult to get one, right? Why not, Assistant Lu? Hop in and I'll take you there. Lu Tingting took a step back, declining. No, it's all right, I'm not in a hurry. Yu Guanghui simply opened the passenger door, smiling at her. Assistant Lu, please don't be modest. It's just a matter of stepping on the gas. Do I look like a bad person? With no further objections, Lu Tingting got into the front seat and closed the door. Then I must trouble you, Manager Yu. Yu Guanghui's face lit up with a smile as he released the brake and turned to inquire. Assistant Lu, are you here on business? Why didn't you drive yourself? I came with our general manager, Lu. He had to leave early. My car is parked at the company, and I need to retrieve it, Lu Tingting explained. Oh, by the way, I still don't know where your esteemed company is located, he added. Chapter 38. The relationship between her and Lu Qingyun Yu Guanghui was completely unaware of Lu Qingyun's company address. nor did he have the slightest inkling of the nature of Lu Qingyun's business. At the soiree, when he attempted to exchange business cards with Lu Qingyun, he was met with indifference. He felt both embarrassed and envious. However, upon reflection, he realized that anyone favored by Mr. Koken, who had provided funding for his new project and bestowed upon him a black gold membership card, must be an extraordinary individual. If he were to inquire with Yang Xiaoyue, he could easily uncover Lu Qingyun's background. Yet, he believed that someone of Lu Qingyun's stature would likely be beyond the reach of Yang Xiaoyue and her husband, a modest logistics entrepreneur. That evening, his attention had been entirely captivated by the merchants from the Roshok nation, leaving little room for conversation with Yang Xiaoyue and her spouse. Now, serendipitously encountering Lu Qingyun's beautiful assistant on the street presented a fortuitous opportunity. Not only could he charm the lovely lady, but he could also venture into Lu Qingyun's territory to extend his apologies once more, should the chance arise. Under the guidance of Lu Tingting, Yu Guanghui steered his vehicle towards the Shungbang Engineering Company. He moderated his speed, savoring the presence of the enchanting companion beside him. There was no need to rush. At times, driving recklessly with a beautiful passenger could elicit delightful shrieks, a thrill in itself. Yet, there were moments when one ought to let time linger. If one sped too quickly, the lady might soon alight and depart. Currently, Yu Guanghui found himself in the latter scenario. As he observed car after car zipping past him, he murmured, "Alas, this wretched vehicle. Having just returned from abroad, I'm not accustomed to driving it." He instinctively wiped the BMW emblem at the center of the steering wheel. "No need to hurry. I'm not pressed for time," Lu Tingting remarked with a sidelong glance. As they awaited the red light at an intersection, Yu Guanghui continued, "Once my new company's operations commence, I shall promptly replace this with an imported Mercedes. For now, I shall make do with it for a few days." Lu Tingting replied, "A car is merely a means of transportation. As long as it runs, that suffices." Yu Guanghui waved his right hand dismissively, asserting, "It's not quite that simple. As the saying goes, one's appearance matters. A boss should possess a fine car to demonstrate his prowess." "Green light," Lu Tingting interjected, pointing toward the signal ahead, cutting him off. Upon arriving at the Xingbang Engineering Company, Yu Guanghui parked the car and exited from the left side, intending to open the door for Lu Tingting. However, she had already stepped out on her own and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Manager Yu, for driving me back. Would you not join me at your esteemed company for a visit?" Yu Guanghui ventured tentatively. "It's after hours. The office is empty." "Perhaps another time," Lu Tingting replied, making her way towards her own vehicle without entering the building. "Since the workday has concluded, Ms. Lu, might I invite you to dine with me? We can consider ourselves friends, and who knows what future collaboration opportunities may arise with your company." Stopping in her tracks, Lu Tingting turned back and remarked, "Manager Yu, you are in trade, are you not?" "We currently have no intentions of venturing into the trade sector. That is of no concern. I am interested in any opportunity that promises profit," he responded. "Furthermore, I am acquainted with several prominent real estate magnates. Should you require assistance, I can facilitate introductions, provided I receive a modest referral fee. Is that agreeable? Who do you know? Pray, share your thoughts." Yu Guanghui hastened a few steps forward, approaching Lu Tingting, and suggested, "Let's find a place to dine and converse." He surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon the old chef's restaurant across the street. "How about we gather there? I would be honored if you would join me, Assistant Lu." Despite her skepticism regarding his ability to generate business for the company, Lu Tingting could not refuse his earnest demeanor. She accompanied him across the street and entered the establishment. Her disbelief in Yu Guanghui's business acumen led her to dismiss his inquiries about Shungbang Engineering Company during their meal, treating them with indifference. The real estate tycoons he mentioned were familiar to her, and Lu Qingyun was likewise acquainted with them, offering no fresh insights. Furthermore, as a woman, she could distinctly sense that Yu Guanghui was not only interested in Shungbang Engineering, but also had an eye for her, which irked her considerably. Meanwhile, Yu Guanghui, captivated by Lu Tingting's exquisite figure, felt a spark of intrigue. Throughout their time together, he appeared exuberant, engaging in lively conversation with animated gestures. Securing this woman would indeed be a delightful conquest. Yet, he understood the need for subtlety. He must first establish himself. Such a woman, accustomed to the company of Lu Qingyun, would hardly glance at an ordinary man. Yu Guanghui recognized this truth. At the very least, he had to present himself as Lu Qingyun's equal. Boasting was his forte, yet he found himself challenged by Lu Tingting, for the more grandiose his claims became, the more she perceived him as a mere buffoon. Lacking any desire to continue the charade, she hastily concluded her meal, feigning other commitments, and bade farewell to Yu Guanghui. Alone in his BMW, a sense of loss enveloped him, as if he had misplaced something vital. He lit a cigarette and reminisced about Wu Piampian. At their last reunion, it was his silver tongue that had won her over. Although an unforeseen incident had prevented him from taking that crucial step, he remained confident in his eloquence. Regrettably, Wu Piampian had ceased returning his calls. If only she would answer, he believed he could still win her heart. He refused to accept that women did not appreciate sweet words of affection. Days had passed without any news from Wu Piampian, prompting him to dial her number once more, only to be met with a voice message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After so many days of silence, was it possible she had changed her number? Surely not. Surely, she could not bear to change her phone number simply to evade him. This notion struck a heavy blow to his self-esteem. Scrolling through his contacts, he found Yang Xiaoyue's number. This is Yu Guanghui. He introduced himself. Old Yu? You are not seeking me, but rather Piampian, are you? I must inform you, I am equally in the dark regarding her whereabouts. Her phone is off, and no one is at her residence. It is as if she has vanished from the face of the earth. It is utterly maddening. Vanished from the face of the earth. Yang Xiaoyue. Has she changed her phone number? Yu Guanghui inquired. Changing her number doesn't necessarily mean she has also changed her residence, does it? She just rented the place a few days ago. Yu Guanghui pondered for a moment and added, could she have gone abroad? If she has, her domestic phone would be useless, and she might have turned it off. Is that a possibility? Where could she have gone? She doesn't even have a job right now, and she's about to divorce Lu Qingyan. What? What did you say? What is her relationship with Lu Qingyan? Divorcing Lu Qingyan? Yang Xiaoyue, do you know Lu Qingyan? Yu Guanghui, as if grasping at straws, pressed on eagerly. Chapter 39. Never giving up as Yu Guanghui bombarded her with questions, Yang Xiaoyue suddenly realized she had let something slip. However, the words had escaped her lips and could not be retracted. She could only stammer a vague explanation. Wu Piampian and Lu Qingyan are a couple. After all, I am good friends with Piampian, so it's quite normal for me to know Lu Qingyan. Isn't an overreaction? Yu Guanghui let out a long sigh, his mind racing to piece together the information. Yang Xiaoyue, Lu Qingyan is Wu Piampian's husband. Why didn't you tell me this before? You never asked. Besides, how well do you know Lu Qingyan? If I had told you, would you have stopped pursuing Piampian? How absurd. A few words left Yu Guanghui momentarily speechless. He had intentionally refrained from inquiring whether Wu Piampian had a husband, let alone who he was. When Wu Piampian mentioned she was married, he had not pressed her for details, instead diverting the conversation with a few affectionate remarks. Just as Yang Xiaoyue had said, if you had inquired so thoroughly, knowing she had a husband and who he was, would you have given up? He hadn't anticipated that the very Lu Qingyan he was so eager to befriend was, in fact, Wu Piampian's husband. Was this a blow or a provocation for him? He secretly shook his head. I will never give up. Isn't Lu Qingyan quite remarkable? Doesn't he ignore me? I apologize, yet you humiliate me in return, exchanging business cards while leaving me in the lurch. I am determined to win Wu Piampian's heart, and I shall crown you with a grand green hat. Yang Qiayue, you just mentioned that Wu Piampian is having a marital dispute? She is currently unemployed? He seized upon the information embedded in Yang Qiayue's words for further confirmation. That is a private matter of theirs. We are outsiders. Why are you so inquisitive? I must hang up now. Yang Qiayue wished to avoid revisiting the topic and prepared to end the call. Don't be hasty, Yang Qiayue. Yu Guanghui called out urgently. Is there anything else? I am quite busy, Yang Qiayue replied impatiently. Aren't you and Wu Piampian good friends? She has been out of contact for several days. Don't you find that suspicious? She is having a marital dispute with Lu Qingyan and has lost her job. Think carefully. When was the last time you saw Wu Pianpian? How was her demeanor at that time? His words jolted Yang Xiaoyue. She was taken aback. Indeed, in their last few encounters, Wu Pianpian had been in poor spirits and ill-tempered. Wu Pianpian had mentioned that she had already signed the divorce agreement with Lu Qingyun. Desiring to defend her, he intended to confront Lu Qingyun, but was restrained by Wu Pianpian. Lao Yu, do you mean to suggest that Wu Pianpian might act irrationally? That she could do something foolish? Yang Xiaoyue could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Yu Guanghui replied, that is not my implication. You are closer to Wu Pianpian than anyone. You understand her situation best. What is your perspective? No, I must hang up first. I will inquire with Pianpian's parents to see if they know her whereabouts. The more Yang Xiaoyue pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. If it were as Yu Guanghui suggested, her marriage lost, her job gone. What if, in a moment of despair, she took a drastic step? She dared not contemplate further. Yu Guanghui set his phone aside, reflecting on Yang Xiaoyue's words. If Wu Pianpian were to vanish, would not his fanciful musings of cuckolding Lu Qingyun be rendered futile? Moreover, the stunning beauty who once ignited his fantasies would simply be gone, leaving him deeply unsatisfied. He hoped it was merely a false alarm. Perhaps tomorrow, Yang Xiaoyue would bring him good news. Yet, how would he endure this night? He picked up his phone again, searching through his contacts. He found the number of a local garment factory sales manager and dialed. Hello, Miss Wang, what are you up to? Care to join me for a drink? We should discuss the contract in detail. After finishing her square dance, Luo Chunhong returned home to find several missed calls from Yang Xiaoyue. As Xiaoyue and Pianpian were close friends, she wondered if something was amiss. Just as she was about to return the call, Wu Dongfeng arrived home. She quickly set her phone down and invited Wu Dongfeng to sit on the sofa. Lao Wu, when Pianpian was here last time, I noticed she seemed unsettled. It appeared she was at odds with Qingyun. I wonder how she is now. Why don't you give her a call and check? Wu Dongfeng replied. Weren't you just on the phone? Why don't you ask her yourself? Pianpian is closest to you. When I ask, she always tells me not to interfere, that she can handle it herself. If you ask, she will be honest, she insisted. Wu Dongfeng contemplated for a moment. I think it's best not to call now. At this hour, they might be together, and what could be said over the phone? It would be better for us to visit her home tomorrow after work and see for ourselves. Indeed, it has been a while since we last visited her home. It is time we checked in, Luo Chunhong agreed. Just then, as she reached for her phone, it rang again. Yang Xiaoyue was calling. Hello, Aunt Luo, it's Xiaoyue. Xiaoyue. I was just out dancing and did not have my phone with me. Is there something urgent? Luo Chunhong gestured for Wu Dongfeng to be quiet as she answered the call. Aunt Luo, is Pianpian at home? Yang Xiaoyue inquired nonchalantly. She was aware that Wu Pianpian's temporary residence was vacant. If she were at her family home, her anxious heart could find solace. She is not here. Why don't you call her directly? Luo Chunhong asked, puzzled. I have tried. Her phone has been off for days. I assumed she would be at home. Yang Xiaoyue replied. Luo Chunhong straightened up and pressed further. Xiaoyue, you say Pianpian's phone has been off for days? That cannot be right. Is she perhaps too busy with work to answer? She, Yang Xiaoyue, was grappling with her thoughts, contemplating whether to inform Aunt Luo, who appeared to be unaware of the fact that Pianpian was unemployed. As Yang Xiaoyue hesitated, Luo Chunhong grew increasingly suspicious, and nearby, Wu Dongfeng approached. Xiaoyue, has something happened to Pianpian? You must tell Aunt Luo. Speak quickly. Has Pianpian not mentioned anything to you? Yang Xiaoyue probed. Mention what? Child, why are you playing riddles with Aunt Luo? You're going to worry her to death. Unable to contain herself any longer, Luo Chunhong abruptly stood up and paced back and forth in the living room, urging, Xiaoyue, you and Pianpian have grown up together. If there is something troubling you, you mustn't hide it from Aunt Luo. Yang Xiaoyue gritted her teeth and finally said, Aunt Luo, Pianpian is no longer employed. She was looking for jobs not long ago, but I can't get in touch with her. What? What happened to Pianpian's job? Wasn't she doing well at Lu Qingyun's company? Aunt Luo, let me be honest with you. Yang Xiaoyue realized that the truth would eventually come to light. Moreover, with Wu Pianpian's whereabouts currently unknown, it was no longer feasible to keep this secret. Aunt Luo, Pianpian has divorced Lu Qingyun. What? Pianpian has divorced? When did this happen? Where is she now? Xiaoyue, Can't you find her? Luo Chunhong's words startled Wu Dongfeng, who jumped up in shock. He leaned closer, listening intently as Yang Xiaoyue spoke on the phone. They have signed the divorce agreement, but Haven T completed the formalities. Aunt Luo, I'm worried that Pian might be feeling low and could do something drastic. Wu Dongfeng, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, What are we waiting for? We need to search for her immediately. Luo Chunhong responded into the phone. Xiaoyue, I understand. I will speak to you later. Turning to Wu Dongfeng, she said, Old Wu, let us go ask Lu Qingyan. Yu Guanghui was enjoying drinks at a bar with manager Wang from the clothing factory. Observing the rosy flush on her face brought on by the alcohol, which sparked his imagination. Although she lacked the beauty of Lu Qingyun's assistant and paled in comparison to Wu Pian, manager Wang was older than the other two. However, for Yu Guanghui, the allure of a mature woman was quite significant. Recalling their previous encounters, he remembered her skills and techniques, which were nothing short of exquisite. Tonight promised to be another delightful evening. Miss Wang, let us finish our drinks. They clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Supporting each other, they exited the bar. Miss Wang, later, could you give me a massage like last time? Would that be all right? Yu Guanghui feigned drunkenness, speaking vaguely. No problem. I have a new technique that will surely please you, Miss Wang replied softly, leaning into his arm. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at it, preparing to dismiss the call, but Miss Wang, noticing the interruption, teased, Whose call is it? Another admirer? Why not answer it? It's fine, I won't interfere. She extended a delicate finger to press the answer button. Old you. It's Yang Xiaoyue's voice. Indeed, another admirer. Her affectionate greeting was quite endearing. Miss Wang leaned closer to Yu Guanghui's ear and whispered, Don't speak nonsense. She is my old classmate and needs my assistance. Please wait a moment. Yu Guanghui pushed manager Wang aside and stepped into the shadow by the roadside, cupping his hand over his mouth as he inquired, Have you found out about Yang Xiaoyue? Where's Pian now? After making a call to Luo Chunhong, Yang Xiaoyue sensed the gravity of the situation. Aunt Luo was anxiously searching for someone, and she felt powerless to assist. After much contemplation, she decided it was imperative to inform Yu Guanghui. After all, the reason for Wu Pian's divorce was inextricably linked to him. Old Yu, Pian is not at her parents' home, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. We are all seeking her. I must tell you, her divorce is due to you. The effects of the alcohol began to wane for Yu Guanghui. He had never anticipated that Wu Pian's decision to divorce stemmed from their unsuccessful affair. Should he feel pleased or disheartened? If Wu Pian were to finalize her divorce, his chances of pursuing her would undoubtedly increase. However, now that she had seemingly vanished, if she truly sought to end her life, the police would inevitably trace the leads back to him. While he might not bear substantial legal repercussions, the thought alone was enough to cause him great distress. Yang Qiayue, do not panic. Allow me a moment to reflect. After a brief pause, before he could respond, Yang Xiao interjected, Old Yu, do you think she might jump off a building? Surely not. If she were to jump, the police would have intervened and notified her family by now. What if she went to a remote mountain and jumped off a cliff? Yu Guanghui replied, In that case, it is hard to say. Yang Qiayue, perhaps we should report it to the police and seek their assistance in the search. The police would be notified by Pian's parents. What role do we have in this? Never mind. I'll just let you know. Yu Guanghui continued. Is there a possibility, hypothetically speaking, that they had a quarrel over the divorce, and Lu Qingyan might have killed Wu Pian and disposed of her body? Old Yu, what are you saying? Lu Qingyan is not that kind of person. At least, in the past, he was quite compliant with Pian and would never commit such an act. While Yang Xiaoyue stood by Wu Pian's side in the divorce matter, she could not believe Lu Qingyan could be so heartless and cruel. In the past, Wu Pian often spoke of Lu Qingyan, portraying him as the epitome of a model husband. Yang Xiaoyue, I'm merely posited a possibility. Why are you so agitated? Such occurrences have been reported online. There are men who, after taking a lover, have killed their wives, dismembered them, and disposed of their remains in sewers. Often, these men appear to be quite honest, and acquaintances would describe them as good people. This illustrates the notion of knowing a person's face but not their heart. Utter nonsense. Yang Xiaoyue, in a fit of anger, hung up the phone. Yu Guanghui stood there in a daze, oblivious to the fact that Miss Wang awaited him nearby. He became ensnared in the scenario he had conjured, and the more he contemplated the possibilities, the more plausible they seemed. If Lu Qingyun had indeed taken Wu Pianpian's life, a dramatic spectacle would unfold. A hero, a rising star in the business world, and a demonic husband, all embodied in a single individual. Ha ha ha! In the darkness, Yu Guanghui erupted into laughter. Manager Wang, upon seeing him finish his call and remain in a daze, burst into laughter and approached him briskly, teasingly remarking, "Oh, is General Yu so elated after a phone call with his lover?" Yu Guanghui dismissed the moment with a wave of his hand, suppressing his smile as he replied, "You may return now. I have matters to attend to this evening. Don't you need me to give you a massage?" Manager Wang replied in a somewhat disappointed and envious tone. Perhaps next time, Yu Guanghui thought, feeling no inclination for a leisurely evening when there were more pressing matters at hand. He was determined to report a grave crime, murder and the concealment of a body. After sending Manager Wang on his way, he drove to the police station. Initially considering dialing 110, he decided that presenting his account directly to an officer would convey his message more effectively. Recently returned to the country, he was not well acquainted with the layout of the Longhua police station. After traversing several streets in the dark, he recalled the location where he and Wu Pianpian had been taken by the police. That place he knew well. As he entered the duty room of the police station, he nearly collided with an officer exiting. "Watch where you're going," the officer scolded. "Officer, I wish to file a report." "A report?" The officer scrutinized Yu Guanghui, asking, "What sort of report?" "What kind of report, you ask? Wu Pianpian is missing, and I suspect she's been murdered. Does that qualify as a murder case?" The officer retreated into the duty room, opened a logbook, and gestured toward a chair, saying, "Please take a seat." "What is your name?" As he inquired, he began to jot down notes. "My name is Yu Guanghui. The case I wish to report involves the disappearance of Wu Pianpian, which has lasted several days, and the fact that she is embroiled in a divorce with her husband," he recounted succinctly. "And what is your relationship with the missing Wu Pianpian?" the officer asked, lifting his gaze. "We were classmates, high school classmates." At that moment, two officers returning from patrol parked their motorcycles and entered the duty room. One of them approached, casting a glance at the notes taken, and casually inquired of his companion, "Who is the complainant? What's the situation?" Before the officer recording the details could respond, he suddenly turned to Yu Guanghui, exclaiming, "You again?" Chapter 41. Trouble finds him. Yu Guanghui looked up to find that this officer was one of those who had brought him and Wu Pianpian to the police station for an overnight interrogation. "Yu Guanghui, you are here to file a report?" the officer asked. "Yes, indeed, officer. I am here to file a report," Yu Guanghui responded, forcing a smile while reaching into his pocket for a cigarette to offer. The officer waved his hand, saying, "Stay put. Sit still. No need for such frivolity. What report do you wish to make?" I am reporting a murder case. The officer has already inquired, and I have provided a detailed account." Facing the officer's questioning, Yu Guanghui felt no trepidation. He was there to report a crime, not to be caught in a vice operation. Nonetheless, he remained composed, indicating the officer who had been recording the details. The officer glanced again at the logbook and exchanged looks with his partner, asking, "You say Wu Pianpian is missing. I recall that she was brought here with you just a few days ago. Your relationship seems rather significant. How is it possible that she has vanished in such a short time? Shouldn't the family report the case of a missing person?" questioned the officer. "What is your relation to her?" Yu Guanghui hurriedly rose from his chair, only to sit back down again, responding, "Officer, her family is currently frantic and searching for her, unable to come here. As her classmate, I took the initiative to report on their behalf. Is there an issue with that? But this is merely a case of disappearance. Why do you insist on labeling it as a murder? Are you a witness? Or have you discovered Wu Pianpian's body?" Yu Guanghui's composure began to waver. He had intended to report the case without becoming embroiled in it himself. "I merely speculated, as in the days leading up to her disappearance." Wu Pianpian appeared distracted and distressed. We were all concerned. At this moment, the recording officer interjected, "Yu Guanghui, you claim that Wu Pianpian's husband, Lu Qingyun, is a prime suspect. Are you aware that if your speculation holds true and Wu Piampian has indeed met with foul play, you too may be considered a significant suspect? I came to report the case. How can you suspect me? Yu Guanghui quickly defended himself. Lu Qingyun, that name sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I saw it recently. Another officer stroked his chin, deep in thought. I remember now. Isn't he the heroic figure who saved a child while driving? Yes, that's him. Yu Guanghui eagerly affirmed. Please, don't shout. When was the last time you saw Wu Piampian? The recording officer inquired. At a banquet at the Silver Lake Resort, hosted by merchants from the country of Luocha. It has been over a week now. By the way, Lu Qingyun was also at that banquet. So, you are quite familiar with Wu Piampian's husband, Lu Qingyun? Were you clandestinely meeting with his wife? The officer's skepticism was evident. Can a person like you be trusted? Yu Guanghui waved his hands and shook his head. Officer, that's not how it is. I just returned from abroad and am not well acquainted with Lu Qingyun. Furthermore, my relationship with Wu Piampian is purely that of classmates. His words were interrupted by the police officers who conferred among themselves, eventually asking Yu Guanghui to sign the report. May I leave now? Yu Guanghui sat up straight, cautiously inquiring. I'm afraid not. You must remain at the station. Given the gravity of the situation, since you suggested that Wu Piampian may have been harmed, we must report this. As one of the suspects, you need to stay here. The Criminal Investigation Unit may still wish to question you. At this moment, regret washed over Yu Guanghui. He merely intended to cause Lu Qingyun some trouble, never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. Had he known, he should have reported anonymously over the phone. Though the circumstances were peculiar and no evidence substantiated a murder, the police could not afford to act carelessly. Lives were at stake, and it was better to err on the side of caution. Moreover, the involvement of the heroic Lu Qingyun, recognized by the police department for his bravery, elevated the significance of the matter. They promptly sought guidance from the station leadership and reported the situation to the Criminal Investigation Unit in Longhua City. Team leader Yao, summoned from home, quickly organized a response team, splitting into two. One group would verify the details with the reporter, while the other, led by team leader Yao himself, would proceed to Lu Qingyun's residence. Lu Qingyun made an agreement with his parents to take them to the train station the following day. After enjoying dinner at home, his parents continued to watch their favorite drama in the living room while he retreated to his study. There, he opened his computer and booked 2 train tickets online. Lighting a cigarette, he began to peruse the news. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. His mother, Tang Yulin, slipped on her slippers and went to answer it, only to be greeted by the voice of his mother-in-law, Luo Chunhong. Lu Qingyun, come out. Mother-in-law, please come in. Let us discuss inside, Tang Yulin said, taken aback upon seeing her in-laws. Luo Chunhong's stern tone hinted at something amiss. Wu Dongfeng held on his wife while greeting Tang Yulin and Lu Jinchuan. Dear in-laws, when did you arrive in Longhua? He promptly closed the door behind him and explained, we are looking for Lu Qingyun. We have something to inquire about. Lu Qingyun hurriedly emerged from his study, surprised by the unexpected visit from his in-laws at such a late hour. Did they just now learn about his divorce from Wu Piampian? Had she not informed her parents? He had intended to keep this matter from his mother for a while longer, but it seemed that secrecy was no longer an option. With both sets of parents now present, honesty was the only course. Father, mother, please have a seat. He greeted them politely as he had always done. Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunhong settled beside Lu Jinchuan and Tang Yulin, while Lu Qingyun found a small stool to sit across from the 4 elders. Qingyun, we just heard about your marital discord with Piampian. Where is she now? Wu Dongfeng asked patiently, interjecting before his wife could speak. Luo Chunhong cast a glance at the television on the wall and raised her voice, questioning, how can you all sit here, comfortably watching television, while our Piampian is missing? Are you not concerned? How can you live like this? The words of the in-laws shocked Tang Yulin. Hadn't Ti Qingyun mentioned that Piampian was staying at her family's home due to some issues? She widened her eyes, filled with anxiety, and turned to Lu Qingyun. Qingyun, what is going on? Are you truly divorcing Piampian? She hasn't returned home for days. Where could she possibly be? Even Lu Jinchuan was taken aback. While he was aware that Qingyun was in the midst of a divorce, he had assumed that Wu Piampian was still at her family's house. NCNT pressed further. But now, With her family claiming she was missing, the matter had escalated. Regardless of the divorce, if anything were to happen to Wu Pianpian, how would Qingyun explain it? Father, mother, I am indeed seeking a divorce from Pianpian. The agreement has already been signed. Lu Qingyun confessed, lowering his gaze. I did not intend to keep this from you. I merely feared you would not accept it. Lu Qingyun, what faults does our Pianpian possess? How has she wronged you? You intend to abandon her? Luo Chunhong's voice grew increasingly agitated, and tears began to fall. Wiping her eyes, she continued, a few days ago when she visited, I sensed something was amiss with her mood. I thought you merely had a disagreement, and I kindly advised her that every couple has their quarrels. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyun gently shook his head. He did not wish to disclose the matter concerning Wu Pianpian and Yu Guanghui at this moment. In his previous life, Wu Pianpian had even borne an illegitimate child with Yu Guanghui and plotted to usurp his family estate. This was a truth he could not share with anyone. Our relationship is strained. Separation is the only viable option. There is no need for the elders to persuade him further. His resolve was unwavering. As for Pianpian's current whereabouts, he was equally in the dark. With that, he took out his phone, intending to leave a message for those searching for Wu Pianpian. A sudden, urgent knock resounded at the door. Chapter 42. A misunderstanding this time. It was Yao Ziming, the captain of the criminal investigation team from Longhua City. He left his team members downstairs and ascended alone, seeking to gather information from Lu Qingyun. On one hand, the informant lacked concrete evidence to substantiate claims of Wu Pianpian's demise. On the other, Lu Qingyun was regarded as a paragon of bravery by the police department, even receiving accolades from Mayor Li. To bring personnel directly to his residence, where neighbors could witness it, would undoubtedly create an unfavorable impression. If it were ultimately revealed to be a misunderstanding, it would lead to an awkward situation for all involved. Moreover, Yao Ziming had interacted with Lu Qingyun multiple times due to a previous kidnapping case, and he harbored doubts that Lu Qingyun could commit such a crime of passion. Upon entering Lu Qingyun's living room, he noticed 4 middle-aged individuals seated on the sofa. These were his parents and his in-laws. Lu Qingyun introduced them voluntarily. Dressed in plain clothes, Yao Ziming did not disclose his identity to the elders present. The unexpected visit from Captain Yao left him perplexed. His first thought was whether there had been any new developments in the interrogation of the suspects related to the kidnapping of Xiao Yaosha. Shall we move to my study? He proposed, glancing at Yao Ziming. However, Yao Ziming waved his hand, found a chair, and sat beside Lu Qingyun, stating, since both families are present, there are certain matters I wish to clarify. What matters? Everyone turned their attention to Yao Ziming, uncertain of what he intended to discuss. Clearing his throat, Yao Ziming surveyed the room to confirm that Wu Pianpian was indeed absent before speaking. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Ziming, the captain of the criminal investigation team in Longhua City. We have received a report stating that Wu Pianpian is missing. The criminal investigation team? How did this become a matter for them? Lu Qingyun's mother, Tang Yulin, exclaimed in surprise. Yinner, what have you done to Pianpian? What could I have done? Lu Qingyun turned to Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chanhong. Dad, Mom, did you file the report? Are you intent on making this a public spectacle? Who said we reported it? This officer did not state it was us. Yang Xiaoyue called me, and we rushed here without a second thought. Luo Chunhong interjected. After a brief pause, a realization struck her. If Pianpian had not encountered any trouble, why would there be a report? And, with the captain of the criminal investigation team involved, the situation was undoubtedly serious. A foreboding sensation enveloped her as she urgently questioned Yao Ziming. Officer, has something happened to Wu Pianpian? Where is she now? Her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Calm down, esteemed elders and Mr. Lu. Please allow me to finish speaking. Yao Ziming turned to Lu Qingyun and said, Comrade, Lu Qingyun, there are several matters I wish to verify with you. Please go ahead, replied Yao. Are you and Wu Pianpian on the verge of divorce? Yao Ziming inquired. Lu Qingyun silently nodded. So, the divorce is indeed a reality. When did Wu Pianpian leave home? Has she returned to her family? No, she has not returned. We were unaware of her divorce. Luo Chunhong interjected. Yao Ziming raised a hand. I am addressing Lu Qingyun. I will come back to you shortly. Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment and answered, I am unaware of when she left home. After I was discharged from the hospital, she no longer resided here. The divorce agreement was signed during my hospitalization. As for whether she returned to her family or where she is living now, I have no knowledge of that. However, Lu Qingyun then produced his phone, stating, I do not believe she has simply vanished. I have a message here. You all should take a look. Yao Ziming took the phone, revealing a message sent by Wu Pianpian before her departure. The message indicated that she intended to clear her mind and would arrange a time to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau upon her return. After reading, the phone was passed around among several seniors. Clearly, this had been a misunderstanding. I told you, Lu Qingyun would not commit murder. It is outrageous that someone reported you for such a crime. At that moment, Yao Ziming felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart, feeling considerably more at ease. Whether you and Wu Pianpian are divorcing is not my concern. Since the situation has been clarified, I shall take my leave. Just then, the phone reached Luo Chunhong, who was looking at it when two beeps indicated a new message had arrived. She casually tapped it open. I will return to Longhua City tomorrow evening. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after. Wu Pianpian. It's Pianpian. Old Wu. Quickly call her. Since she can send a message, it means the phone is operational. Luo Chunhong urgently called her husband. Witnessing this scene, Yao Ziming could not help but sit down again. With news of Wu Pianpian, the case could finally reach a resolution. The call indeed connected. Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunhong leaned in close, ears pressed together, listening to Wu Pianpian's voice on the line. Pianpian, where are you? You've made your mother worry sick. Mom, I'm fine. I'm on the train and will be back tomorrow. Wait, I sent a message to Lu Qingyun. Why are you calling? Pianpian, your father and I are currently with Lu Qingyun. You left without informing anyone, causing great concern. Even the police's criminal investigation team was alerted. Yao Ziming smiled. It's good that you're coming back. Mom, I can't talk long. The train is going through a tunnel, and the signal is poor. I have to hang up now. Luo Chunhong stared at the already disconnected phone, overwhelmed with joy, murmuring, Thank heavens. Lu Qingyun, had anything happened to Pianpian, you would have faced dire consequences. Yao Ziming rose once more. All right, I must take my leave. Allow me to see you off, Lu Qingyun said, accompanying Yao Ziming to the elevator. Captain Yao, I appreciate you running this errand. I will treat you to a meal another day. Yao Ziming replied, Between us, there is no need for such formalities. However, I genuinely wish to share a few drinks with you to celebrate your recovery and discharge from the hospital. Moreover, the directive for commendation for acts of bravery has been issued. At this critical juncture, it is rather disheartening that someone has chosen to report you by name. Rest assured, I will address this matter appropriately upon my return. Lu Qingyun refrained from inquiring about the identity of the informant, knowing that even if he asked team leader Yao, no information would be divulged. He could reassure himself that the revelation of the report was a gesture of goodwill, considering their past camaraderie. After seeing off Yao Ziming, Lu Qingyun returned home, only to encounter Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunhong exiting the premises. Wu Pianpian had received news, alleviating their concerns. Remaining here, now, left little to be said. That evening, Lu Qingyun faced a stern reprimand from his mother, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Ultimately, his mother declared, Since you are so determined to divorce Pianpian, we shall not leave for the time being and will stay here for a while. Lu Qingyun scratched his head in confusion. But I have already purchased the train tickets. Lu Jinchuan reclined on the sofa and sighed deeply. Have you not realized? Your mother is worried that after the divorce, you will be unaccustomed to being alone at home. We will stay to keep you company. Chapter 43. Let him be. For a few days it turned out that his parents were concerned about him feeling lonely and melancholic in an empty house post-divorce, which prompted them to propose staying temporarily instead of returning to their hometown. Parents always think of their children. Although they had previously scolded him, now that the situation was irrevocable, they accepted their son's decision and began to worry about his life after divorce. This deeply touched Lu Qingyun. Lu Jinchuan continued, Qingyun, the captain of the criminal investigation team mentioned that someone accused you of murdering Wu Pianpian and of concealing the body. Who could be so malicious? Spreading baseless rumors and slander? Indeed. Yinner, have you offended someone who would deliberately frame you? The entire criminal police team has been alerted. One can only imagine the vile words spoken. His mother, Tang Yulin, furrowed her brow in concern, echoing his father's sentiments. Lu Qingyun was unaware of who had lodged the report, yet one thing was certain. The informant harbored ill intentions. Regarding the divorce, Wu Pianpian had not even confided in her own parents. It was only this evening that Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunhong learned of the matter from Yang Xiaoyue. She must have departed Longhua City quietly. Yang Xiaoyue and Wu Pianpian were close friends. Prior to Pianpian's departure, they had spent considerable time together. Until there was conclusive evidence. One should first consider that Wu Pianpian had merely gone out to seek solace, rather than jump to the conclusion that her dear friend had met with a tragic fate. Furthermore, based on Lu Qingyun's understanding of Yang Xiaoyue, she maintained a good relationship with the Wu family. If she sensed something amiss, she would undoubtedly approach Luo Chunhong first, rather than take it upon herself to report the matter. Given the circumstances, even Luo Chunhong seemed oblivious to the situation. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Yang Xiaoyue was the one to report the incident. However, it could not be dismissed that she may have overheard something that sparked a malicious thought. Lu Qingyun curled his lips into a faint smirk, quickly replacing it with a gentle expression as he reassured his parents, "Do not overthink it. After so many days without news, it is understandable for others to be concerned and report to the police. When someone lodges a report, the police are obligated to respond. It is both their duty and protocol." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Who could I possibly offend? We are in the construction business. No one dares to cross us. For incurring our ire could jeopardize their payments. It is others who dare to offend me. Of course, I am no pushover. Anyone who provokes me shall not go unscathed." A flicker of sharpness gleamed in Lu Qingyun's eyes. "Go ahead and boast," Lu Jinchuan interjected. "In this industry, colleagues are often rivals. There are those whom you may offend without their even being aware of it." "Father, I am well aware of the dynamics," he replied. Upon leaving Lu Qingyun's residence, Yao Ziming promptly contacted his teammates who were at the police station to verify the report. "Captain Yao, the situation is as follows." His teammate reported on the interrogation details and the incident involving the complainant and Wu Pianpian being taken to the police station after a clandestine rendezvous. "Did I hear correctly? The complainant was having an affair with Lu Qingyun's wife and ended up at the police station?" "Indeed, there was an officer present at the time who can corroborate it." Officer Xiao Zheng confirmed resolutely. Yao Ziming cursed under his breath. How shameless. After years in the police force, he had seldom encountered such brazen behavior. A man from outside had reported the husband within his own home. Now, he understood Lu Qingyun's desire for divorce. Very few men could tolerate their wives' infidelity. The fact that the woman's lover had the audacity to accuse the rightful partner further incited Yao Ziming's disdain. As he contemplated how to deal with that despicable individual, he found a point of leverage. Xiao Zheng detained at Yuguanghui for a few days. Yao Ziming instructed his teammate. "Captain, on what grounds? Is there any need for further justification? Yuguanghui is a prime suspect. He may very well be the one shouting thief while being the thief himself." Yao Ziming intentionally refrained from mentioning that the case was a misunderstanding, adopting a serious tone. "Understood. I too sense that this fellow has ulterior motives. However, Captain, the police station only has a 24-hour detention authority. Extended detention requires approval from superiors." Yao Ziming raised his voice, directing it at Xiao Zheng. "Who says he must be held at the police station? Did not the complainant assert that it is a homicide? This is a criminal matter, not a public order issue. Take him back to the criminal investigation team for detention. They can hold suspects for up to 30 days. Yao Ziming intended to keep him detained until the day Wu Pianpian made her appearance. He harbored a desire to take him directly to the interrogation room for some rough handling, should the law permit. Xiao Zheng chuckled, promptly replying, "Understood, boss." Wu Pianpian decided to return to Longhua City ahead of schedule. Her previous days of melancholy vanished without a trace. She felt invigorated. Over 10 days ago, she had not anticipated how long she would drift aimlessly, lacking direction or plans while wandering in the western regions. The breathtaking scenery captivated her, and the local culture enchanted her. A sudden idea struck her. Could bringing the distinctive culture of the western regions to Longhua City be an opportunity? Beyond the culinary delights such as roasted whole lamb, large plate chicken, and spicy lamb trotters. There were unique ethnic costumes, embroidery, and musical performances. Merging these elements to establish a Western-themed restaurant of sufficient caliber in Longhua City seemed like a promising venture. However, she had never ventured into the culinary industry. It was merely a fleeting thought at present. Yet, this notion alone filled her with immense excitement. She resolved to return to Longhua City immediately to conduct a market survey. If the idea proved feasible, she would then make a trip to the western regions to further solidify her plans. Of course, her recent solitary travels had also led her to clarity on several matters. Regarding marriage, since she had reached this juncture, any further insistence would be futile. As for her career, with no suitable dream job in sight, it was time to pivot to a new path and become her own employer. Thus, she first opened her phone and sent a message to Lu Qingyun, aiming to resolve this troublesome issue. Then, she would embark on a new chapter of her life, unburdened. To her surprise, despite her attempts to conceal her intentions, her parents had already been informed. Now, having come to terms with her situation, she decided to stop hiding. Some things were inevitable. Upon arriving at Longhua Railway Station, Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunhong were already waiting at the exit, accompanied by Yang Xiaoyue. Wu Pianpian had not informed Yang Xiaoyue of her arrival. She had learned about it through Luo Chunhong and followed suit. The moment Luo Chunhong saw Wu Pianpian, she embraced her daughter, reluctant to let go. Wu Pianpian's return was a joyous occasion. "Come, let us go home," Wu Dongfeng urged, shouldering Wu Pianpian's luggage. The next day, as promised, Wu Pianpian arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize her divorce with Lu Qingyun, holding the liver-colored booklet in hand. She hailed a taxi without looking back and departed. At this moment, her focus was not only on conducting market research, but also on finding ways to secure startup capital. Lu Qingyun watched her leave before turning toward his car, only to find a group of girls, dressed in flamboyant outfits from anime, gathered around his Maybach. Posing for photographs taken by a young man with a digital camera, Lu Qingyun stood silently to the side, observing. One by one, the girls took their turns for solo and group shots, exuding charm and allure. "Hey ladies, would you allow me to open the car door so you can pose inside for a few more pictures?" Chapter 44. Lu's subordinates are no weaklings. Lu Qingyun's words drew the attention of the girls, who turned to look at him in unison. Dressed in a work jacket, jeans, and black and white sneakers, he appeared quite ordinary. A young woman in a puffed skirt disdainfully retorted, "You think opening the car door makes it yours?" "Exactly. I've seen you standing here, leering at us for ages. Don't you realize that only a wealthy and handsome man could afford such a car? Honestly, aside from your height, you hardly seem rich or handsome at all." "Ha ha." Another slightly plump woman in stockings chimed in, prompting laughter from all the women. The young man with the camera added mockingly, "Hey buddy, why not go back to the construction site? Be careful. The foreman might dock your pay for loafing around. We're just here for fun, you know?" The young woman in the puffed skirt continued, "It looks like you just came from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Did your wife leave you because you're poor? If a man is devoid of wealth, not only will his wife disdain him, but even a dog would ignore him." The effeminate man remarked this while raising his camera, addressing the women around him. Come, let's continue taking pictures, pay him no mind." A slender woman, leaning against the car door, peeked over the top and smiled radiantly at the effeminate man, saying, "Hurry, capture this angle for me. I wish to adorn it by my bedside." Lu Qingyun scoffed inwardly. He had merely completed the paperwork with Wu Pianpian and was on his way to the construction site, which accounted for his casual attire. Little did he expect to be subjected to such ridicule. This group of superficial and pretentious individuals was not worth his time, even if they were offered to him for free. He approached the women, who, mistaking his intentions, hastily sidestepped, fearful that their costumes might be sullied by him. As he passed by a slightly plump woman in stockings, he inadvertently cast a glance, his gaze landing on her partially exposed assets. She exclaimed, "Still looking, you old lecher?" Lu Qingyun chuckled softly and proceeded to his car, retrieving the remote key from his pocket to unlock it. Hearing the beeping sound, he pulled open the door and slid into the driver's seat. To his astonishment, was this car truly his? Surely there must be some mistake. How could this be? He realized then that he must be merely the chauffeur of some affluent gentleman. This vehicle could not possibly belong to him. They would not believe him unless he presented the vehicle registration. Noticing several women still obstructing the front of his car, he honked twice, rolled down the window, and shouted, "Are you all finished? Move aside." The first to react was the slightly plump woman in stockings. She turned to the others and said, "Have we misjudged him? Look at that cool demeanor and his tall, handsome appearance. Even dressed like a beggar, he cannot conceal his inherent charm." She dashed to the driver's side window, half squatting, pressing her ample bosom against the window frame, almost brushing against Lu Qingyun's cheek. "Handsome, did you just break up with your wife? A woman like that is unworthy of you." "Handsome, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Brother, what should I do?" Lu Qingyun raised the window, but the woman, unwilling to relent, clutched the door, pouting, "Brother, could you take me for a joyride? I would do anything you desire." Other women gathered around, clamoring, "Handsome, we all want to ride in your car. Let you drive us away, won't you?" With the path ahead cleared, Lu Qingyun pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, speeding away. The effeminate man clicked his tongue and turned back, saying, "Ladies, are we still taking pictures? The luxury car is gone, and the handsome man has vanished. What is there left to capture? I'm not in the mood. Am I not handsome?" The effeminate man spoke softly. "You? Just you? No one would want you even for manual labor." Lu Qingyun drove to an open area, a project site belonging to Mr. Pang, which had yet to commence construction. He had secured a subcontracting opportunity and had arranged to meet Gao Junsheng to survey the site and prepare for the preliminary work. Gao Junsheng had been waiting for a while, and, upon seeing Lu Qingyun's car approach, came forward, inquiring with concern, "Qingyun, has everything been taken care of?" In the morning, he first needed to handle some formalities, a matter he had previously mentioned to Gao Junsheng. They were like brothers, so there was no need for formality. He nodded, "It's all taken care of." The two strolled nearby, arriving at the bank of a small river. This was a high-end residential area. Apart from the elevator buildings, the riverside would soon be transformed into a villa district. Once completed, this river would be directed into a waterway that traversed the community, accompanied by some landscaping, which would create a pleasant environment. The subcontracted project of Shengbang Engineering Company was entrusted to Gao Junsheng. He addressed him, "Junsheng, once the community is built, I'll ask General Manager Pang to reserve a unit for you. It's time for you to upgrade from that old house. Qingyun, you're still living in that old community. How can I take precedence?" Gao Junsheng humbly replied, "You needn't concern yourself with me. Currently, I am alone. It matters not where I reside. Besides, right next to us is a prestigious secondary school in Longhua City. Your child can directly advance to a renowned institution when they enter middle school. This location is quite suitable for you." At that time, the concept of school district housing had yet to emerge, but Lu Qingyun was aware. In a few years, the housing prices here would soar dramatically. His Linghao real estate would secure the exclusive sales rights for this community. However, it was still too early. The foundation had yet to be laid. At this moment, a black car approached from a distance. "Who could this be?" Gao Junsheng inquired, gesturing toward the vehicle. "I have arranged for General Manager Pang to come. I need to host him. The last time we met hurriedly, I had to rush to a banquet and didn't get a chance for a proper conversation." "Perfectly. I will introduce you to him today, and henceforth you will coordinate with General Manager Pang." In no time, Pang Shirta had arrived. "General Manager Pang, you arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is my company's Vice President, Gao Junsheng. Gao, this is the renowned General Manager Pang." After a handshake, Pang Shirta smiled and remarked, "Lu, you have no weak soldiers under your command. I've heard that Gao is a university classmate of yours." "We're not only classmates but also brothers, as I slept in the lower bunk," Gao Junsheng replied. "General Manager Pang, please take good care of Gao." Lu Qingyun chuckled heartily, giving Gao Junsheng a friendly pat on the shoulder. Of course. Have you had a chance to look around? Just a quick glance?" He replied, "General Manager Pang, it's nearly mealtime. Shall we find a place to eat and chat?" Pang Shirta responded, "There's a restaurant nearby, just a 5-minute drive." "All right, General Manager Pang. You lead the way. I will treat. Please go ahead." Chapter 45. We are here to learn in a private room at the Nianfeng restaurant. Pang Shirta occupied the main seat, with Lu Qingyun and Gao Junsheng flanking him on either side. After ordering, Lu Qingyun retrieved 2 bottles of Wulianya from a bag he had brought. General Manager Pang, today we. Pang Shirda quickly waved his hand, saying, Lu, let's not drink at lunch. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. We will have plenty of time to drink in the future. Then he instructed the waiter, please hurry and serve our dishes. Understood. Please wait a moment. Very well. General Manager Pang is indeed a busy man. I still have a case in the car. You can take it with you later. Lu Qingyun spoke as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Pang Shirda and tossing another to Gao Junsheng before lighting one for himself. President Lu, I've heard a rumor that you have a new project that has secured investment from the Korkan Consortium of the Rus Nation. Could you share some details with your older brother? Haha. President Pang is quite well informed. I was just thinking of discussing this very matter with you. Perhaps I may even require your assistance. Pang Shirda's Shirda Construction Group is not only one of the largest and most financially robust construction enterprises in Longhua City, but also boasts branches and construction sites in many other major cities across the Dragon Kingdom. He maintains good personal relationships with numerous developers. If Linghang Real Estate were to secure Pang Shirda's support, their operations would surely accelerate significantly. Lu Qingyun provided a brief overview of Linghang Real Estate situation. Naturally, the financing plan for Mr. Korkan was already known to Pang Shirda. Upon hearing this, Pang Shirda slapped the table before him and exclaimed, this is truly a remarkable project, given the current market trends. The housing sector is bound to flourish in the coming years. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I would love to be involved. You jest, President Pang. We are merely in the initial stages. A powerhouse like Shirda Group surely has no interest in such minor profits. I hope for better opportunities to collaborate with you in the future, but for now, we must rely on your support. Qingye, my brother, if there is anything you need from me, do not hesitate to ask. I am not one for beating around the bush. Very well. To be direct, our first step at Linghang Real Estate is to act as a marketing agent for developers. If President Pang could assist in facilitating this, it would be an immense favor. Let me think. Your company has just been established, lacking both achievements and industry reputation. Securing a marketing agency is indeed quite challenging. Lu Qingyun and Gao Junsheng exchanged quiet glances, knowing this would be a formidable task. Thus, the first business endeavor, starting from scratch, would depend on connections. Pang Shirda was one of the key connections Lu Qingyun aimed to leverage. After a moment of contemplation, Pang Shirda said, how about this? I'll arrange a gathering with a few developer friends. You can present your ideas to them. While we may not secure the entire project, we should be able to negotiate a portion to start. That is splendid. I knew President Pang would have a solution, Lu Qingyun exclaimed, raising his teacup in salute to Pang Shirda. Let's toast with tea in lieu of wine today. Hold on. Don't rush, Pang Shirda continued. I haven't finished my thought. Assistance cannot come without conditions, you see. Lu Qingyun set down his teacup, smiling respectfully. Please, go ahead, President Pang. Pang Shirda cleared his throat before continuing. Regarding the territory of Longhua City, since you've established Linghang Real Estate, I want to dwell on that. However, as your business expands and you venture into other regions to establish new companies, I must have a stake in it. How does that sound? Not a problem. I can agree to that right away, Lu Qingyun replied with enthusiasm. Certainly. I shall not accept benefits without reciprocation. I have numerous projects in various cities and am well acquainted with the developers there, Pang Shirda added. The conversation flowed joyously, and time seemed to slip by swiftly. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, a precious spring rain. Pang Shirda's phone rang. It was his assistant calling. Mr. Pang, it is now raining. Will you still be going to the Panlong Bay construction site this afternoon? The assistant inquired. Yes, the schedule is tight. This little rain cannot halt our work. Urge them to continue, Pang Shirda replied. Very well. I shall head over first and wait for you at the site, the assistant said before hanging up. As Pang Shirda took the call, the private room was notably quiet. Upon hearing the mention of Panlong Bay, Lu Qingyun felt a jolt of recognition. He struggled to recall that in his previous life, an accident had occurred at the Panlong Bay construction site. The Shirda Construction Group faced significant repercussions due to this incident. Not only was the timeline delayed, leading to financial losses, but the company's reputation also suffered greatly. However, He was uncertain whether the accident transpired before or after this moment. "Mr. Pang, is the Panlong Bay construction site nearing completion?" He tentatively asked. "If we work overtime, we aim to finish the first phase within a quarter." "The developer is pressing us hard," Pang Shirta responded. "There should be no issues." Lu Qingyun glanced at Gao Junsheng and added, "If Mr. Pang does not mind, we would like to accompany you to Panlong Bay for a visit and learn from Shirta Group." "That sounds good. Brother Qingyun, your approach is prudent. Come along with me. Should you discover any issues, do not hesitate to bring them to my attention, ideally in person. We are merely here to glean knowledge." Pang Shirta looked out the window, his expression clouded with concern as he murmured, "I hope this rain does not intensify. If it does, working will become exceedingly difficult." "It should not. Spring rains rarely come down heavily. They tend to linger for days on end," someone reassured. After their meal, the group drove, following Pang Shirta to the Panlong Bay construction site. Already waiting there, the assistant handed each person a safety helmet and led the way into the construction area. A man resembling a project manager emerged from beneath the scaffolding to report on the progress of the work to Pang Shirta. Lu Qingyun surveyed the scene. Several towering cranes were diligently at work, and a few buildings were rapidly approaching completion. This was the first phase of the Panlong Bay community, while the adjacent second phase remained merely a deep excavation, with trucks lined up to transport earth and stone. "Mr. Pang, the workers are currently laboring in the rain. To be honest, if the rain intensifies, this becomes quite dangerous," the project manager noted, glancing up at the sky with concern. "I'm aware. This is due to the urgency of the timeline. If the rain becomes heavy, allow the workers to cease operations. I fear this rain may persist for several days. We cannot afford to wait." Pang Shirta expressed his apprehension. Lu Qingyun observed the nearest crane, gauging its angle, then turned back to the spot where Pang Shirta was conversing with the project manager, pacing back and forth. He distanced himself from the group and approached the crane. After circling the base of the crane, he suddenly shouted to Pang Shirta, "Mr. Pang, we must halt operations immediately. Have the workers on the crane evacuate at once." Chapter 46. Work suspension and rectification. The moment Lu Qingyun beheld the tower crane, a vivid memory resurfaced. In his previous life, the calamity at Panlong Bay had been precipitated by rain, which caused the foundation of the tower crane to become unstable. Pang Shirta insisted on overtime, refusing to halt operations. Mere days later, a tower crane unexpectedly collapsed, resulting not only in the immediate death of the operator, but also in the destruction of a corner of the building. Shirta Construction Group was compelled to redo the work, delaying the schedule and incurring compensation costs for the victim's family. Upon hearing Lu Qingyun's exclamation, Pang Shirta, the project manager, and his assistant turned their attention to him. "Mr. Pang, you must see this. There is an issue with the foundation of the tower crane," Lu Qingyun explained. "If the rain continues for several more days, we may face a grave situation." "Surely not. The tower crane has always operated like this. There's a slight sway beneath when it's in use," the project manager assessed after inspecting the situation, shaking his head. "By the time the problem becomes apparent, it may be too late." Lu Qingyun, with his extensive experience on construction sites, seldom misjudged such situations. Moreover, the warning from his previous life loomed in his mind. Pang Shirta scrutinized the scene, torn between trusting Lu Qingyun and the project manager. After all, they were pressed for time. Halting the tower crane would impede progress. Yet, if a disaster were indeed to occur, it would be catastrophic, and he was not prepared to take that risk. In the midst of his hesitation, Lu Qingyun suggested, "Perhaps we should inspect the foundations of the other tower cranes for comparison. If uncertainty remains, Mr. Pang, I recommend bringing in specialists for an assessment. It's best if there are no issues. For now, let us call down the personnel operating above." Gao Junsheng, a former project manager, although unable to pinpoint the problem, placed his trust in Lu Qingyun. In matters of safety, it is better to err on the side of caution. "Mr. Pang, I believe we should heed Mr. Lu's advice. Engaging professionals for inspection will allow us to identify and address any issues promptly," Gao Junsheng added. Ultimately, Pang Shirta made up his mind, instructing his assistant, "Contact them. Have the technical personnel from the Quality Supervision Bureau come to inspect and also notify the tower crane company to send representatives to the site. He then addressed the project manager, suspend operations, and withdraw the workers. Until the problem is resolved, no one is to approach the vicinity of the tower crane. The project manager had no choice but to comply. The group retreated to the project office, where the assistant made several phone calls, reporting to Pang Shirda, everything is arranged. They will dispatch personnel with the inspection equipment shortly. Seated on the sofa, Pang Shirda silently smoked a cigarette. He hoped fervently that no problems would arise, as that would delay the project. Yet he simultaneously wished for issues to be present. Trusting Lu Qingyun this time, he believed that if there were a problem, it would be addressed in a timely manner, thus potentially averting immeasurable losses. At this juncture, Lu Qingyun had no intention of leaving. As the one who raised the concern, he could not depart until the inspection results were in. The project manager arranged for tea to be served while he stepped outside to provide guidance to the workers. An hour later, a vehicle from the Quality Supervision Department arrived at Panlong Bay. 2 technicians, equipped with inspection devices, disembarked. The assistant and project manager welcomed them to the site, remaining nearby to assist throughout the process. In order to ensure safety, all the tower cranes at the construction site underwent inspections simultaneously. Pang Shirda could no longer remain idle. He summoned Lu Qingyun and Gao Junsheng, and personally proceeded to the site to observe the technicians at work. Subsequently, the head of the tower crane company arrived as well. After a lengthy period of examination, the quality inspection technician looked up and inquired, who identified the issue. The project manager gestured towards Lu Qingyun, stating it was him. I maintained that there was no problem, yet he insisted there was one, which is why we called you. The technician shot him a disdainful glance and continued, who claimed there was no issue. Underneath this tower crane's base, the soil composition has altered. Fortunately, it was detected in time. Otherwise, continued use would have surely led to a collapse. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the technician approached Pang Shirda and remarked, Mr. Pang, timely reporting of issues is commendable. You have done well. This tower crane must cease operations, and after reinforcement, it must undergo further inspection before it can be utilized. After issuing a rectification notice, the quality inspection technicians began to pack their equipment and load it onto their vehicle. Pang Shirda signaled to his assistant, quickly invite them to the project office and ensure they are well taken care of. Coordinate with the head of the tower crane company. We must expedite the rectification process, as we cannot afford any delays in the schedule. Only then did Lu Qingyun finally exhale a sigh of relief. Brother Qingyun, we owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Reflecting on it now, I feel a twinge of fear. Had an incident occurred, it would have been too late for regrets. Pang Shirda grasped Lu Qingyun's hand, expressing his profound appreciation. However, he was also puzzled. After releasing Lu's hand, he probed, how did you discern that there was a problem with this tower crane? All of us present believed everything was normal. He continued, if a similar situation arises in the future, how can we prevent it? Lu Qingyun replied, it is normal for there to be some swaying during operation. But if there is a sudden and unusual oscillation, that warrants attention. I believe that as long as we adhere to the regulatory body's requirements and conduct thorough daily inspections, we can identify issues early on. Is there a designated person for daily inspections of this tower crane? Pang Shirda turned to the project manager, who affirmed, yes, it is stipulated in the regulations. Pang Shirda retorted, merely documenting it in the regulations is insufficient. If the inspectors are negligent and do not take their responsibilities seriously, what good is it? He scolded sternly. Yes, I will certainly remind them, the project manager responded. Is a reminder even necessary? This incident must have accountability. Investigate diligently and identify who is derelict in their duties. Those responsible must be dealt with severely. And you, as the project manager, must also reflect on your actions. Lu Qingyun had come to Panlong Bay for this very matter. With the issue resolved, he addressed Pang Shirda. Mr. Pang, we shall take our leave now. We did not partake in any drinks today, but we shall make up for it another time. Upon returning to Shengbang Engineering Company, Gao Junsheng followed Lu Qingyun into his office. Qingyun, I can't shake the feeling that your sole purpose for visiting Panlong Bay today was to identify the problematic tower crane. Did you know in advance that there was an issue there? Gao Juanxing's face was one of confusion. Even if the tower crane had a problem, they were merely there to observe. Who would be so meticulous as to pay attention to the construction equipment? Lu Qingyan chuckled. It's a habit. We who work on construction sites are accustomed to being particularly attentive to the construction equipment. Having spent over a decade in the field, he had always been immersed in the grassroots level of construction work. Unlike Pang Shida, who has a vast enterprise to oversee and thus lacks the time to monitor every construction site, significant accidents often occur due to human factors and negligence. This underscores the vital role of the project manager. An incompetent project manager invites calamity. He approached the window, observing the intensifying rain, and said to Gao Junsheng, "Notify our construction sites to cease operations for the next few days." Wang Chong had just called me. He has already made the arrangements, replied Gao Junsheng. In the rain, a taxi pulled up in front of Shengbang Engineering Company, and a robust man in his 30s alighted from vehicle. Lu Qingyun smacked his forehead, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh, how could I forget about this?" Chapter 47. Working with brother without conditions. The man who descended from the taxi was Luo Yongjia, who had recently been released from prison. A few months prior, Lu Qingyun had made a special visit to him during his incarceration, promising to pick him up on the day of his release. However, amidst a car accident and subsequent life-altering events, including a divorce and the initiation of a new project, Lu Qingyun had completely forgotten this commitment. "This is all my fault," Lu Qingyun lamented as he rushed out of the office towards the entrance. Luo Yongjia had already entered the building and was inquiring about Lu Qingyun's whereabouts. "I'm looking for Lu Qingyun. Is he here?" "Yongjia, I sincerely apologize for not being able to pick you up. I was momentarily preoccupied," Lu Qingyun said as he reached Luo Yongjia, extending his hand for a handshake. "Brother Lu, I understand you must be incredibly busy. I managed to come by myself using the business card you gave me," Yongjia replied. "Have you returned home? Is your family well?" Lu Qingyun inquired with concern. "Everyone is doing well. My mother mentioned that these past years have been bearable thanks to your assistance, Brother Lu. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how we would have endured," Yongjia responded. "Now, let's not stand here. Come to my office and take a rest." Lu Qingyun led Luo Yongjia back to his office. "Yongjia, please have a seat while I prepare you a cup of tea." After handing him a teacup, Lu Qingyun settled into the chair opposite. "Brother Lu, I heard that uncle and aunt have come to Longhua City." "Indeed, they have been here for several days. If you accompany me later, you will get to see them," Lu Qingyun replied. Luo Yongjia and Lu Qingyun hailed from the same village. After graduating high school, Yongjia joined the military, having trained as a martial artist from a young age. Shortly after enlisting, he was selected to join the Flying Dragon Commando Unit, where he participated in numerous special operations and earned commendations. After his discharge, Lu Qingyun introduced him to a bodyguard position in Longhua City. At that time, Lu Qingyun's company was modestly sized, and the income of a foreman was less than half of what Yongjia earned as a bodyguard. Moreover, Yongjia was reluctant to become a foreman. As he put it, he had spent years training and lacked any other skills. He couldn't even comprehend construction blueprints, let alone lead workers in their tasks. It was precisely due to his role as a bodyguard that he had faced legal consequences after an incident of excessive self-defense that resulted in serious injury to another individual, leading to a 3-year sentence. Now that he was released, Lu Qingyun intended to keep him close, which is why during his last visit, he had informed Luo Yongjia of his plans and provided him with a business card for the company. Lu Qingyun promptly made a phone call to his family, informing his parents that Luo Yongjia would be joining them that evening. "Brother Lu, has the company expanded its operations?" Luo Yongjia inquired, casting a glance around the office. "Are you worried that I cannot afford to support you?" "Rest assured, working with me will not put you at a disadvantage," Lu Qingyun reassured him. "That is not my concern. I'm committed to working alongside you without conditions. My worry is that I might become a burden. I understand that the company does not accommodate idleness." Lu Qingyun chuckled. "You're certainly not idle. My intention for you extends beyond merely being a bodyguard. I plan to establish a security department, and I want you to serve as its manager. As for the personnel you wish to recruit, that will be entirely up to you. We can discuss this further later. For now, let us proceed." "Brother Lu, where will I be staying tonight?" Luo Yongjia asked. "Aren't you coming back with me?" "I have already informed my parents. They must have prepared a feast in anticipation. I meant, is it convenient for me to stay at your home? Is your sister-in-law still working at the company? To be candid, I have been divorced. Your former sister-in-law no longer works here. There is no inconvenience at all. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to find you accommodation. For tonight, you can make do at my place. The following day, Lu Qingyun ensured that Luo Yongjie receive a mobile phone and asked Lu Tingting to rent a one-bedroom apartment near the company. In that era, many people utilized the inexpensive Xilingtong service. However, it had a significant limitation. It could only be used within the city, akin to a wireless landline, rendering it useless outside city limits. Although mobile phones were more costly, with charges for both outgoing and incoming calls, including long-distance fees for calls made outside the city, they offered the convenience of nationwide roaming, albeit with additional roaming fees. Lu Qingyun intended to provide his parents with a mobile phone each, but they firmly declined. Consequently, the elderly couple shared a single device. Upon arriving at Shungbang Engineering Company with Luo Yongjie, Lu Qingyun summoned Wang Chong from the construction site. Mr. Lu, what instructions require my return? Was it necessary to call me back? Wang Chong exclaimed as he entered the office. Xiangzi, look who has arrived. Lu Qingyun gestured towards Luo Yongjie. Yongjie? When did you get out? Wang Chong, a childhood friend of Lu Qingyun, recognized Luo Yongjie, who, though slightly younger, was from the same village, making their reunion feel quite familiar. Brother Wang, I have been out for a few days. I just arrived in Longhua yesterday. Wang Chong turned to Lu Qingyun. Brother Lu, this is your oversight. Yongjie arrived yesterday. Why did you only tell me today? Had I known sooner, we could have enjoyed a few drinks last night. Yongjie's arrival was rather late, and it was raining. Besides, you were at the construction site. Lu Qingyun paused before continuing. Moreover, Yongjie will be staying with us, so there will be plenty of opportunities for drinking in the future. Let us not wait for later. Let us go out tonight. I'll treat everyone, and we should invite Gaoge too. Just a few of us. All right, you can arrange it. Lu Qingyun chuckled. However, I have a condition for treating you. Yongjie, you must teach me a few moves, Wang Chong said with a cheeky grin. You might as well give up on that idea. Having read too many martial arts novels, do you think a few moves will suffice? Yongjie has honed his skills through years of dedication, Lu Qingyun remarked, then turned to Luo Yongjie. In my youth, I also studied under Master Luo for a brief period. However, I lack the aptitude and feel embarrassed to claim to be his disciple. I have heard my uncle mention him, Luo Yongjie replied. Primarily, it is your diligence in studies that will pave the way for your university aspirations, remarked Luo Yongjie. On the evening when Lu Qingyun, Gao Junsheng, and Wang Chong were indulging in revelry with Luo Yongjie, Yang Xiaoyue found herself seated across from Wu Pianpian in another restaurant. Xiaoyue, you summoned me here, and I must discuss the matter of the loan with you, she began. I find myself in urgent need of funds. Could you perhaps contemplate a solution? Yang Qiayue, wearing an expression of distress, replied, It's not that I haven't considered options. I recently provided you with 20,000, did I not? The remaining amount, I shall endeavor to gather swiftly. Pianpian, we are close friends. Your troubles are mine as well. Fear not, I shall not abandon you. She ordered several bottles of beer and poured a glass for Wu Pianpian. Come, let us drink and converse. You cannot fathom how worried I have been during your absence. Just as she began to elaborate, she fell silent. Did you believe I had perished? I overheard my mother mention such a notion. How could that be? I have yet to experience enough of life. Yang Xiaoyue raised her glass and clinked it with Wu Pianpian's before taking a generous sip, then continued, truth be told. It was not my assertion, but rather you Guanghui's, who speculated whether you might have sought an end to your own life. At that moment, I could only harbor concerns. You Guanghui? Wu Pianpian fell silent, contemplating. Luo Chunhong had informed her that someone had reported Lu Qingyun had taken his own life, which had alarmed the criminal police. Upon hearing this, she had speculated about the identity of such a dull informant. It now seemed highly probable that it was indeed Yu Guanghui. Have you encountered Yu Guanghui recently? She inquired. Not at all. The last time I saw him was at the Silver Lake Resort event, where you were present as well. She recalled, then added, a few days ago, he called me to inquire about you. Since then, there's been no word from him. Such a man, it appears, only seeks out women when he is lonely. You seem quite perceptive regarding the nature of men Wu Pianpian teased. Not at all. However, I have come to understand Yu Guanghui quite well. Pianpian, if you require financial assistance, perhaps you could approach Boss Lu. He is certain to aid you. Lu Qiming? Wu Pianpian gazed at Yang Xiaoyue in astonishment. Are you suggesting I seek a loan from Lu Qiming? Why would he lend me money? She recalled Yu Guanghui's words from a gathering, where he had mentioned that Lu Qiming had a wife at home and several mistresses outside. On that occasion, at Silver Lake Resort, she had sensed Lu Qiming's excessive attentiveness towards her, leading her to form a rather unfavorable opinion of him. Yang Xiaoyue hesitated. Perhaps it's merely a hunch. You might as well give it a try. If it works, splendid. If not, we shall reassess. Wu Pianpian set her glass down, feeling a surge of anger. I came to you for repayment, yet you suggest I seek debts from another. As the saying goes, when money is mentioned, affection dissipates. She felt utterly disillusioned with her dear friend before her. Yet, she refrained from breaking their bond, for that would complicate her efforts to reclaim her funds. Let us not discuss Lu Qiming anymore. I only wish to retrieve my own money, she said, her tone cold and devoid of expression. I never claimed I wouldn't repay you. It's not a trifling sum. You must grant me some time, Yang Xiaoyue replied, equally vexed, not due to the debt itself, but because of Wu Pianpian's indifference to her suggestion. Come, let us drink. Lu Qiming approached her, clearly expressing his desire for Wu Pianpian to be his girlfriend and requesting Yang Xiaoyue's assistance in fulfilling this wish. He further promised that if she helped him realize this aspiration, he would wholeheartedly support Li Weizing in establishing the freight line to Luosha country. Consequently, she began to gradually distance herself from Guanghui, sometimes intentionally provoking him with her words. In front of Wu Pianpian, she would also speak ill of Guanghui. This was indeed the purpose of her invitation to Wu Pianpian that evening. However, upon reflection, she realized that she could not directly suggest that Wu Pianpian become Lu Qiming's lover. Should Wu Pianpian refuse outright, it would complicate future discussions. Just then, Wu Pianpian mentioned her urgent need for money, prompting Yang Xiaoyue to have a sudden idea. Why not borrow money from Lu Qiming first? With that relationship established, Lu Qiming would surely find a way to proceed. Yet, this suggestion was also deftly avoided by Wu Pianpian. Could she refrain from feeling anger? Yet she could not afford to show it. How could she facilitate connections for Lu Qiming if their relationship soured? Thus, they restrained themselves, continuing to drink, engaging in casual conversation while each harbored their own concerns. After parting ways with Yang Xiaoyue, Wu Pianpian, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, called her brother, Wu Tong. With Yang Xiaoyue's financial support momentarily out of reach, she pondered whether her brother, considering her recent divorce, might lend her some money. However, just as she broached the subject of finances, the call was abruptly snatched away, the line cut off by her lovely sister-in-law, whose voice was raised in argument with her brother. A sorrowful expression crossed her face as an inexplicable pain surged within her. Friends proved unreliable, and family offered no solace. The men who sought to draw near her all harbored unspoken intentions. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Instead of returning to her parents' home, she took a taxi back to her rented apartment. After a refreshing sleep, she awakened revitalized. She encouraged herself to be strong and confident, convinced that solutions would present themselves. She resolved to continue her market research. If the project showed promise, she would seek funding. She roamed the streets and alleys of Longhua City, analyzing the diverse dining landscape. Whether it was genuine confidence or a necessity to be confident, she increasingly believed that her concept held great potential. A themed restaurant featuring the flavors of the Western regions represented a gap in the Longhua market. That evening, she posted photos of the exquisite dishes she had captured in the Western regions on a local online forum, which attracted numerous responses, most of them filled with praise. Her confidence swelled further. On this day, she boarded a bus, intending to explore the western part of the city. The southern area of Longhua City, colloquially known as the affluent district, boasted many high-end villas, yet it was relatively low in population density, characterized by wide streets and predominantly low-rise buildings. In contrast, the western region was teeming with numerous residential complexes of various sizes. Among them, Longhua Garden stood out as one of the hottest properties in recent years. not only for its expansive grounds but also for the meticulous landscaping both inside and out. Furthermore, surrounding it were the renowned Seven Sisters, the 7 major gardens of Longhua. With a large resident population, the streets bustled with pedestrians and vehicles, and shops abounded. Wu Pianpian wandered for a considerable time, yet she felt that the outcomes were less than ideal. She seeks a spacious venue, preferably one that boasts ample parking facilities. Previously, she contemplated venturing to the outskirts in search of a serene locale, nestled amidst mountains and water. However, upon estimation, the costs appeared to be rather steep. While the environment would be splendid, elevating the establishment status, the marketing expenses would correspondingly increase. She understands that typically, such specifications attract a clientele of affluent individuals who possess vehicles, who among the ordinary working class would travel such distances for a mere meal. Of course, if the marketing is executed effectively and the reputation is well established, business would flourish. Yet, this is a venture that requires substantial capital to sustain. Her ambition is not only to cater to the wealthy, but also to captivate a multitude of salaried individuals. Thus, the issue of accessibility must be taken into serious consideration. As noon approached, her stomach began to growl. Glancing around, she found herself at the entrance of a garden. This was an open garden adjacent to Longhua Garden, filled with a variety of trees that provided ample shade. Beneath the leafy canopy, a network of gravel pathways meandered through the area. To the left of the entrance, a wide concrete path snaked deeper into the garden, flanked by a sign that read, Weiji Dao Specialty Kitchen, 150 meters ahead. What a delightful surprise. There was a restaurant within. Wu Pianpian felt a surge of excitement. She was eager to experience the park-style dining concept. Following the concrete path, she turned a corner and soon spotted several bungalows surrounded by bamboo fences, wisps of smoke curling up from chimneys atop the roofs. In front of the houses, several small cars were parked. Notably, beside the buildings stood an artificial pond, adorned with clusters of floating duckweed. As she stepped inside, a young waitress approached her with a warm smile, inquiring, "Hello, how many in your party?" "Just one," Wu Pianpian replied. "Would you prefer dining inside or under the willows by the pond?" The waitress asked with a cheerful demeanor. Wu Pianpian glanced inside and noticed that both the interior and the bungalows were occupied. "I'll sit by the pond, please. I do like to enjoy the atmosphere." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I set up a table for you," the waitress responded. She arranged a small table and a chair beside the pond and brought over the menu. After placing her order, it wasn't long before the waitress returned, bearing a tray laden with dishes. "I noticed you were hiring at the entrance. Are the working conditions satisfactory here?" Wu Pianpian called out to the waitress. "They're quite good," the waitress replied. "We have 5 staff members, but one is leaving due to personal reasons, so the owner is looking to hire another." "Oh, is the owner here?" Wu Pianpian asked. The waitress paused, then responded, "Are you looking for our owner?" She asked at the counter. "Do you need something?" Wu Pianpian stood up, declaring, "I would like to apply for a position as a waitress." Chapter 49. Come to work tomorrow. The owner of Wei Zhidao Specialty Kitchen was a woman in her late 30s, with a stylish bob of chestnut hair and a subtle touch of makeup. Her fitted suit accentuated her slightly curvaceous figure, presenting an image that was both polished and graceful. She scrutinized Wu Pianpian from head to toe and addressed the waitress. "You may go about your duties now." Once the waitress had departed, the proprietress turned her attention to Wu Pianpian. "My dear, are you not here to dine? What prompted you to consider a position as a waitress?" Indeed, Wu Pianpian had come under the pretense of dining to covertly observe the operations of this quaint little restaurant. However, upon witnessing their recruitment efforts, she was struck by a sudden inspiration. Having never ventured into the culinary industry, she realized her knowledge was exceedingly limited through mere observation. Immersing herself in the environment would not only grant her a clearer insight into the authentic operational status, but also allow her to glean the intricacies of the food service business. A brief period of 2 or 3 months would suffice. Moreover, she found herself currently unemployed, idly consuming her savings. Thus, this could be considered a form of employment. Although the remuneration was modest, it would adequately sustain her. Aware of the proprietress's scrutiny regarding her attire, she understood that she did not appear to be the typical waitress. Hence, She felt compelled to exhibit sufficient sincerity and eagerness for the role. "Madam, I find your establishment quite appealing, and the compensation for waitstaff aligns with my expectations. Furthermore, I perceive you as a kind-hearted individual. Working under your guidance would undoubtedly be a pleasure." The proprietress, non-committal, probed further. "What I mean to say is, given your appearance, it seems you have not previously worked as a waitress. What led you to pursue this position?" Wu Piampian fell silent. The proprietress, with her keen eye for character, could discern whether or not she had experience in waitressing at a glance. Noticing Wu Piampian's hesitation, the proprietress gestured for her to sit on a nearby chair and continued amicably, "Dear, if you don't mind, could you share what you did before, as well as a bit about your family situation? Do you have children?" After a moment's contemplation, Wu Piampian realized that evading the truth would not allow her to pass this hurdle. "I previously worked as an accountant, but I am now divorced and live alone, without children. Currently, I am in need of employment to support myself." "Without a job, you could take your time searching," the proprietress reassured her. "Accounting positions are relatively easy to find if one has relevant experience." Wu Piampian lifted her head and replied, "I have a keen interest in the culinary industry and wish to start from the ground up. Madam, I assure you I will exert myself diligently. If I perform well, I aspire to continue in this field long term." The proprietress chuckled softly and shook her head. Wu Piampian's heart sank, thinking she had likely been rejected. Rising from her seat, she addressed the proprietress, "If you find me unsuitable, it is perfectly all right. I shall take my leave to dine." Yet, the proprietress beckoned her to remain seated. "I know you're facing difficulties. In this life, who can guarantee that they will not encounter challenges? I do not expect you to stay forever. If you're willing to work, you may begin tomorrow. Should a better opportunity arise, simply inform me in advance." "Really?" Wu Piampian asked, astonished. "Indeed, with your grace. It will be a privilege to have you as my waitress. And considering your background in accounting, during busy times, you may assist in attending to the guests. When things are quieter, you can help me with the bookkeeping, and I will increase your salary by 20%. What do you think?" "Thank you so much, boss," Wu Piampian exclaimed with joy, rising to bow to her female superior. The woman replied, "My surname is Zhuang, and you can call me Qingxia from now on. There's no need for formalities. And what is your name?" "I am Wu Piampian." "Well, Qingxia, I'll head off to eat now." "Wu Piampian, a lovely name. Go ahead. Your meal is on me," Zhuang Qingxia said with a gentle smile, waving her hand as Wu Piampian departed. Upon returning to the dining table by the pool, the waitress approached and quietly inquired, "Did Qingxia agree to take you on?" "Yes," Wu Piampian nodded. "Then we shall be colleagues. I am Ling Yan, and I believe I am older than you. What do you go by?" "I am Wu Piampian." "Yan Jia, I look forward to your guidance." Since the female boss is called Qingxia, it felt appropriate to address Ling Yan, who appeared to be in her 30s, as Yan Jia. "Of course, we are colleagues now. Let's look out for one another," Ling Yan replied modestly. "By the way, is it true that the owner is a woman? The waitstaff are women, and even the chefs are female?" "Ha! Who said all the waitstaff are women? Over there, you can see two handsome gentlemen. Did you not notice?" "Is that so? I must have overlooked it. And the chefs are also handsome, older gentlemen," Ling Yan added. Being new, Wu Piampian felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply. Certain matters would become apparent with time. Besides, she would be assisting Zhuang Qingxia with the accounts, providing her with ample opportunities to learn. After the meal, Zhuang Qingxia summoned her again to discuss some workplace regulations. Zhuang Qingxia was quite pleased with Wu Piampian. Regardless of how long she stayed, a restaurant is ever-changing. And as long as she was present, she could be of service. Many patrons here held considerable status and naturally valued the appearance of their waitstaff. With Wu Piampian's potential, with proper guidance, she could certainly attract a number of male diners. This was another of Zhuang Qingxia's subtle calculations. With a standard salary, she was able to recruit a young, beautiful, and graceful waitress like Wu Piampian, bringing her satisfaction. After being detained for several days, Yu Guanghui was released upon learning that Wu Piampian had returned. Before he left, he received a thorough reprimand. Chasing shadows and harboring baseless suspicions is a waste of police resources. Do you think the police are at your beck and call? You think we can just arrest anyone you want? This time, We 1T charge you with defamation. Consider yourself lucky. Go home and reflect on your actions. Emerging from the criminal investigation team, Yu Guanghui felt disheartened. He had intended for Lu Qingyun to suffer consequences, yet found himself in trouble for several days instead. What a stroke of bad luck. However, upon reflection, Wu Pianpian had not been harmed. She had returned, as Captain Yao confirmed. Wonderful. She is back. And she is even divorced. My chances have improved. Yu Guanghui's spirits lifted instantaneously. He promptly pulled out his phone to call Wu Pianpian, preparing to offer her comfort during her transition back to single life. A recently divorced woman undoubtedly experiences profound loneliness and heartache, yearning for the companionship of friends to confide in. If possible, extend an invitation for her to join you this evening, perhaps starting with a drink. The phone rang persistently, yet Wu Pianpian did not answer. Patience is key. One cannot rush the enjoyment of warm tofu, he reassured himself. During his time in the Criminal Investigation Unit, his longing for culinary delights took precedence over any desire for romantic companionship. He sought out a Western restaurant and ordered a steak, a habit cultivated during his time in the land of the Rus, treating himself to a well-deserved meal. Gazing at the medium-rare steak, he grasped his knife and fork and sliced into the tender meat. Wu Pianpian, you are akin to this perfectly cooked steak. The texture is just right, he muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 50. What brings him here in the office of Lu Qingyun at Shengbang Engineering Company? He pushed a newspaper across the desk to Luo Yongjia, pointing an intriguing job advertisement. Yongjia, this glorious trading company, is a newly established entity. Do you have any suitable associates? Arrange for one of them to apply for a position there. Luo Yongjia scrutinized the advertisement before raising his eyes to Lu Qingyun. Brother Lu, they are engaged in foreign trade. Does that conflict with our interests? Lu Qingyun replied, in terms of business, there is no connection. However, I require a comprehensive understanding of their operations, as detailed as possible. Luo Yongjia pondered briefly before responding, I have someone in mind, a comrade of mine. I'll invite him to Longhua to apply. If he secures the position, everything will fall into place. Agreed. However, do not disclose too much to your comrade. He is to approach the application without any task in mind, Lu Qingyun clarified. Luo Yongjia immediately understood. His comrade, a member of the Flying Dragon Assault Team, had previously undertaken reconnaissance missions. Brother Lu intended to plant an informant within Glorious Trading Company. This marked the first assignment Luo Yongjia received since joining Lu Qingyun's ranks, and it was a task he found quite manageable. He made a phone call, and the recipient answered promptly. Big Brother Zhang, this is Luo Yongjia. He introduced himself. Squad leader, is this your number? It's been ages. I heard you've had some trouble. Are you out now? Where are you making your fortune? The other party inquired eagerly. I'm in Longhua City. What about you, Big Brother Zhang? Still guarding that warehouse? Luo Yongjia asked. Alas, what else can I do? With no specialized skills, a job as a gatekeeper is quite fortunate. Without this call, you wouldn't have found me, Big Brother Zhang lamented. Why don't you come to Longhua City? There are ample opportunities here, Luo Yongjia suggested. Squad leader, are you still working as a bodyguard? If there is a chance, take me along. Zhang replied. Let us set aside the bodyguard discussion for now. Are you coming or not? If you do, we can catch up and share a drink. Luo Yongjia proposed. Absolutely. I'll resign immediately and head your way. Just wait for me, Zhang declared without hesitation. All right, make sure to note this number. Let me know before you arrive, and I'll meet you at the train station, Luo Yongjia instructed. He contemplated inviting a couple of former comrades to bolster his security team, but decided to prioritize the task assigned by Lu Qingyun before taking any further steps. Moreover, should all the comrades be absorbed into the security department while excluding the esteemed Zhang, sending him off to another company would indeed seem rather unreasonable. The Guanghui Trading Company is in fact a new establishment founded by Yu Guanghui in Longhua City. He is simultaneously preparing for the grand opening celebration while publishing recruitment advertisements in the newspapers for positions such as purchasing agents, quality control personnel, warehouse managers, and security officers, among others. This Guanghui Trading Company essentially serves as the Longhua City office for the Changhong international trade of the Russian nation, tasked with organizing supply sources and dispatching goods to the Longhua Mall in Russia. Preparations are nearly complete. Unable to reach Wu Pianpian during this period, Yu Guanghui has set aside this matter temporarily, busily attending to various tasks. For the opening ceremony, he not only extended invitations to representatives from various suppliers, but also personally sent invitations to his old classmates in Longhua City. For Wu Pianpian's invitation, he specifically sought out Yang Xiaoyue, insisting that she deliver the invitation directly to Wu. Such a momentous occasion surely deserves an audience. How could he not showcase his achievements before his former classmates? He even procured a Mercedes-Benz for his new company, driving this brand new vehicle, which made him appear as a successful individual. Naturally, he need not drive himself every time, as he hired a bodyguard and chauffeur named Zhang Hai. With his towering stature and formidable presence, is affectionately known as Big Zhang. Having previously served in the Flying Dragon Commando, he possesses remarkable skills. Yu Guanghui is quite pleased with Big Zhang, keeping him close as a status symbol akin to his Mercedes-Benz. Indeed, this Big Zhang is a comrade and brother of Luo Yongjie. When he applied for the position of warehouse security, he did not anticipate being sought after by Yu Guanghui, who inquired about his background. Upon learning that he is a veteran of the Flying Dragon team, skilled in martial arts, and capable of driving, Yu Guanghui appointed him as a full-time bodyguard and chauffeur. After all, in special forces, driving is but a trivial skill. They could operate tanks if needed. Thus, Big Zhang easily secured a position at Guanghui Trading Company. Lu Qingyun, upon hearing about Big Zhang, felt a tinge of regret. Yongjie, why didn't you recommend such talent to me? Wouldn't it be better to have him under your command? Rest assured, should you require his services with a mere command, Big Zhang will be at your disposal. Luo Yongjie replied with a smile, continuing, aren't you supposed to be placing someone in that company? He is indeed an exceptional scout. Very well. Do you have more individuals like him? Bring a couple more. Your security department could surely use reinforcement, Lu Qingyun said earnestly. Currently, the security department has little to do. Perhaps we should wait a while, and I can summon them when needed? No, we must establish the security department promptly. It will soon prove its worth. The current scale of Shengbang Engineering Company might not necessitate the formation of a security department. Yet Lu Qingyun's ambition to rapidly expand and strengthen the company cannot avoid encountering challenges. He must prepare in advance, especially regarding the logistics-based project, as Lu Qiming has already expressed his intentions. Once the project is initiated, the bidding process will commence, and Lu Qiming will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable competitor. He is now curious about how Lu Qiming, who started a journey in logistics, managed to engage in project bidding. Clearly, he currently possesses only the Shengbang Engineering Company, which lacks sufficient strength. Based on my previous life's understanding of Lu Qiming, he would undoubtedly seek to collaborate with a qualified enterprise, employing various means to gain control over that company before stepping forward to participate. After all, Lu Qiming is the undisputed underworld kingpin here, and it remains uncertain with which companies he has clandestine collusions or even shares. Fair competition and open bidding do not concern Lu Qingyun. Rather, he fears that Lu Qiming might resort to unscrupulous tactics, threatening and intimidating other bidders into submission, as he did in his previous life. Should that occur, Lu Qingyun would not allow him to succeed this time. Mr. Lu, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The Lao Zhang has arrived, remarked Luo Yongjie, who had been standing by the window. Lu Qingyun quickly leaned over to look outside, spotting a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the company. After the Lao Zhang exited the vehicle, he hurried to the other side and opened the door. Yu Guanghui emerged, adjusted his attire, and walked towards the entrance of Shengbang Engineering Company. What brings him here? Lu Qingyun pondered. He had never interacted with Yu Guanghui. How did he find this place? Before long, Yu Guanghui arrived at the office door and called out loudly, Mr. Lu, do you still recognize me? I am Yu Guanghui from Guanghui Trading Company. We met at the banquet in Inhu Resort Center. Chapter 51. Are we friends? Is it you? Lu Qingyun feigned enlightenment, smiling, so it's boss you. Your visit here is indeed a rarity. Seeing this, Luo Yongjie promptly extended his hand to the Lao Zhang behind Yu Guanghui, saying, Master, while their boss is in discussion, please enjoy some tea over here. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Lao Zhang and exited the office, leading him to the adjacent lounge. Although De Lao Zhang complied, a hint of suspicion lingered in his mind. Once in the next room, Luo Yongji poured a cup of tea for him. Yet De Lao Zhang could not resist asking, "I say, old class leader, what is the meaning of this?" "What do you mean?" Luo Yongji responded. "You may not know, but the boss I worked with previously had a conflict with Boss Yu. I'm uncertain if he recognizes me, but it's best he doesn't discover that I know you." "Huh? So that is how it is," De Lao Zhang realized. "However, you needn't worry. I have no personal grievances with Boss Yu. It's just that if he learns of our connection, he might feel uneasy." De Lao Zhang took a few sips of tea and continued, "I understand. We are merely employees. We should not meddle in the affairs of our bosses. We can become acquainted now, as you're Mr. Lu's associate, and today we have indeed met." "Smart thinking, Master Zhang." Meanwhile, Yu Guanghui, noticing that only he and Lu Qingyun were in the office, did not wait for Lu Qingyun to speak. He took a seat and, after surveying the room, seemingly recalled something, asking, "Mr. Lu, where is your assistant for the building? I haven't seen him around." "Boss Yu, let us get straight to the point. Are you here to see me or the assistant?" Lu Qingyun replied bluntly. Yu Guanghui hastily produced 2 invitations, rising to place them before Lu Qingyun, wearing a smile as he said, "Of course, I have come to seek your esteemed presence, Mr. Lu. Our company is inaugurating soon, and it would be a great honor to have you grace the occasion with your guidance and support. The other invitation is for Assistant Lu. I kindly ask you to pass it along." Lu Qingyun did not reach for the invitations, but replied, "Mr. Yu, as you can see, I am in the construction business, which seems to have little connection with your trading company. My attendance will not affect your opening." This sentiment was misguided. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Moreover, Mr. Lu was a favored figure before Mr. Kurjin, and our company primarily engages in trade with the Rus nation. We will undoubtedly rely on Mr. Lu's patronage in the future. Yu Guanghui, wearing a broad smile, replied with utmost respect, "Are we not friends?" He patted his chest and continued, "Indeed. From this day forth, we are not merely friends, but good friends. I forgot to mention that I have also invited Ms. Kaya. You and Ms. Kaya are friends as well. Thus, friends of friends are naturally friends." Lu Qingyun mused silently. "I did not invite you in, yet you entered. I did not invite you to sit, yet you took a seat. You asked me to support your event and attempt to establish connections. Do you think you hold any sway?" He initially contemplated dismissing the invitation outright, but then reconsidered. It might be prudent to attend, to gauge the attendees and discern Yu Guanghui's intentions. As the ancient military strategist advised, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never face defeat." Although he had already placed an informant beside Yu Guanghui, differing identities yield varied perspectives. He smiled as he picked up the invitation, glanced at the specific time and venue, and then looked up to say, "Very well. As long as I am free that day, I shall certainly attend." Yu Guanghui stood, extending his hand to shake Lu Qingyun's in farewell, but Lu Qingyun did not reciprocate. After a moment of awkwardness, Yu Guanghui forced a smile and said, "Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Farewell." Once outside, Yu Guanghui smirked, letting out a derisive snort. "I shall make you feel embarrassed in public." He envisioned the day of the event, where guests would abound, and he intended to seize this opportunity to publicly pursue Wu Piampian. Having divorced Lu Qingyun, she was free for anyone to court her. Regardless of whether Wu Piampian accepted or declined, it would undoubtedly put Lu Qingyun in an awkward position. The thought of his recently liberated ex-wife being courted by another man was quite provocative. Should Wu Piampian accept, Yu Guanghui could hardly fathom the intensity of that moment. However, he needed to confirm Wu Piampian's whereabouts. He instructed the driver, Old Zhang, to head towards Li Wei's freight department. Upon arrival, Yu Guanghui asked Old Zhang to remain in the vehicle while he approached Yang Qiaoyue directly. "Yang Qiaoyue, have you delivered the invitation to Wu Piampian? You see that I am busy. Wait until I have time, and I will find her," Yang Qiaoyue replied without looking up, engrossed in her notes. "Oh, you have yet to deliver it? Is this how you assist an old classmate?" Yu Guanghui pressed. "If not, could you simply tell me where Piampian lives? I could deliver it myself." He thought to himself that if he knew Wu Piampian's address, there would be no need for Yang Qiaoyue to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xiao responded, "Well, that's fine. She is currently at work. You may go on your own. She likely does not have the time to support you." As she spoke, she retrieved an invitation from a drawer and tossed it to Yu Guanghui. "She works? Where does she work?" Yu Guanghui inquired. "Next to Longhua Garden, at a place called Waizido Special Cuisine. I heard it's in some garden, but I have never been there. You'll have to find it yourself." "Waizido, is it? Very well, I shall go alone." Although he did not ascertain Wu Pianpian's residence, he had learned of her workplace, which filled him with immense excitement. He instructed the older Zhang to take the bus back while he personally drove to the vicinity of Longhua Garden in the west of the city to seek her out. Wu Pianpian had been working for several days now. Though she had never worked as a waitress before, she quickly acclimated to the role, having arrived with a clear purpose. She was undoubtedly proactive and diligent in her tasks. She had become quite familiar with her colleagues, especially with Zhuang Qingxia, who observed Wu Pianpian gracefully attending to the guests. Patrons even praised Wu Pianpian in front of the owner. The business's revenue over the past few days had notably increased, which delighted Zhuang Qingxia. Wu Pianpian was certainly more presentable than her previous waitstaff. After several portly gentlemen finished their meals at the counter, Wu Pianpian politely followed behind, professionally seeing them off. "Take care, and we hope to see you again soon." One middle-aged man turned back, waving at Zhuang Qingxia and exclaiming with a hint of alcohol on his breath, "Boss, where did you find such a beautiful waitress? You can't possibly fail with service like this." Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Qingxia replied, "Gentlemen, please do visit our little establishment more often." As she bid farewell to the guests, Zhuang Qingxia turned to Wu Pianpian with concern. "Pianpian, you've been busy for quite a while. Why don't you take a break inside?" Wu Pianpian brushed her hair back from her forehead, about to respond when a man entered, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his brow. "Table for how many, sir?" Wu Pianpian quickly approached, standing with her legs together and hands crossed in front of her, bowing slightly in inquiry. "Just one," the man replied. Wu Pianpian gestured toward an empty table. "This way, please." The man followed her to the table, slightly lifting his cap to look at Wu Pianpian. "Is it you?" Yu Guanghui. Chapter 52. Do you also feel envious? Yu Guanghui chuckled as he sat down. He pointed to the seat across from him and said to Wu Pianpian, "Pianpian, why not sit down and share a meal with me? I apologize, but I am at work. What would you like to eat? Here is the menu." Wu Pianpian handed him the menu, stepped back, and stood there, glancing at the counter. Zhuang Qingxia was likely in the kitchen. Yu Guanghui casually marked a few items on the menu, and as Wu Pianpian turned to leave, he called out, "Pianpian, I searched for quite some time to find this place. I never imagined you would be here as a waitress. What prompted your decision? This is my affair. Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served shortly," Wu Pianpian replied, holding the menu as she headed to inform the kitchen, seizing the opportunity to leave. However, to her surprise, Yu Guanghui also stood up, saying, "I want to see how their chefs prepare the dishes. What makes this special cuisine so unique?" He followed Wu Pianpian into the kitchen. Wu Pianpian, evading the situation, recognized that his interest in the chef was merely a facade, and his true intent lay in his pursuit of her. Fearful that she might find an excuse to escape, she felt compelled to intercept him, saying, "Yu Guanghui, please sit down. I will notify you when I'm ready. You should return quickly. There's no need to linger idly." Yet, Yu Guanghui remained undeterred. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Zhuang Qingxia, who cheerfully beckoned. "Pianpian, is this your friend? Why not accompany him for a chat? I will summon others to oversee the remaining tasks." Yu Guanghui eagerly interjected, Yes, I am Pianpian's friend." He grasped Wu Pianpian's hand and led her out from the kitchen back to their seats, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was observing them. He leaned closer to Wu Pianpian and whispered, "Pianpian, I never imagined you would take on the role of a waitress. I am aware of your recent divorce and your search for employment. I can assist you. My new company is about to launch, and I would love for you to join me. What do you say?" As he spoke, he produced an invitation and presented it to Wu Pianpian, adding, "I initially intended to deliver this to you today. The company opening is coming up, and I hope you can attend to show your support. Many of our old classmates will be there." Surprised by her current occupation, he pressed on, "Pianpian, listen to me. Resign from here and come work with me. I assure you, the remuneration I can offer will far exceed what you earn here. Twice, even thrice as much. What do you think? Wu Pianpian returned the invitation without hesitation. Asserting, Yu Guanghui, I am quite content here. I see nothing wrong with being a waitress. My colleagues are wonderful, and my boss treats me well. I simply do not have the time for your opening celebration. Please, Pianpian, I promise I have the capability to elevate the company, and you must look to the future. Joining my company will provide you with ample opportunities for advancement, far brighter than remaining here as a waitress. By the way, I have upgraded my vehicle. Yu Guanghui gestured towards the entrance, that Mercedes over there. If you join my company, I will let you drive it. Not interested, Wu Pianpian replied coldly. You need not rush your answer. Take your time to contemplate. You can reach out to me whenever you wish. Regarding the opening, you could request a day off. Or I could directly speak to your boss, he suggested. Do not be ridiculous. Wu Pianpian waved her hand decisively, stating, even if my boss grants me leave, I will not attend. Your affairs have nothing to do with me. Despite Yu Guanghui's persistent entreaties, Wu Pianpian remained resolute in her refusal. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He feared that if Wu Pianpian did not attend, the entire plan would unravel. Pianpian, do you not understand my feelings for you? He grasped her hand, his eyes pleading. I have always loved you, since our school days. He drew her hand to his chest. My heart belongs solely to you, Pianpian. Wu Pianpian withdrew her hand, glancing nervously around. Pianpian, I know you love me too. Don't you? You told me that one evening. Why the sudden change? You avoid me, do not answer my calls, and when we meet, you are no longer as affectionate. You once mentioned you had a family, a husband, and I understood that you did not wish to betray your family. But now, you are divorced, are you not? You are free. Why do you still hesitate in pursuing our love? As Yu Guanghui spoke with increasing fervor, it was as if a man were truly facing heartbreak, desperately attempting to salvage what was lost. Yu Guanghui, I have no desire to revisit the past. I do not love you. You may partake and then depart. Are you still unable to let go of Lu Qingyan? Do you wish to reconcile with him? Do not be foolish. Are you not aware that he is accompanied by Lu Tingting? Wu Pianpian remained silent. Noticing her reticence, Yu Guanghui continued, aside from Lu Tingting. His relationship with Kaya from the Demon Kingdom is rather extraordinary. Do you know? On the day of the banquet, Kaya was entwined with Lu Qingyan's arm, and they spent an entire night on a yacht, immersed in each other's affections. Oh, right, you left early that day. It is understandable that you are unaware. Everyone present witnessed it. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Yang Xiaoyue. Wu Pianpian maintained an impassive expression, yet upon closer observation, one could discern her eyes brimming with unshed tears, struggling to contain her emotions. However, she soon composed herself, rose to her feet, and stated to Yu Guanghui, please refrain from mentioning that individual in my presence. This is the final time. Whom he associates with is of no concern to me. You may continue your meal. I must attend to other guests. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Yu Guanghui, eager to seize the moment, wished to perform a public display of affection in hopes of swaying Wu Pianpian's heart, believing there might still be a chance. Unfortunately, Wu Pianpian did not afford him the opportunity. It was not until the meal concluded that another 30-something waitress arrived to bid him farewell. Wu Pianpian did not reappear. Ling Yin saw Yu Guanghui off before searching for Wu Pianpian. Pianpian, who is that man to you? Women often possess a curious nature. He is a high school classmate of mine, a nouveau riche who relishes showing off in front of classmates. It is utterly exasperating. I saw him arrive in a Mercedes. He certainly has the means to flaunt. I have a classmate back home who drives 2 Santanas and boasts about his wealth to everyone in the village. Many young women are envious beyond measure. Eventually, someone exposed him, revealing that he had rented the car before returning home. Isn't that amusing? As Ling Yin recounted this, her laughter rang out, prompting her companion to join in. Sister Yin, are you envious as well? Wu Pianpian asked unexpectedly, causing Ling Yin to cease her laughter and reply earnestly, me? I would never fall for a ruse involving a rented car. Honestly, Sister Yin, why do you not seek a partner? In your village, girls your age must already be carrying school bags to class, right? Enough about me. Pianpian, We have guests arriving. Ling Yin dismissed Wu Piampian and moved toward the entrance. Wu Piampian smiled faintly and recited a line from Dream of the Red Chamber. The clear moon is rare, but the colorful clouds are easily scattered. Chapter 53. The gift box. As Yu Guanghui drove away from the specialty kitchen, Wei Ji Dao, he glanced back one last time. He had committed this garden to memory. Although he had been unable to persuade Wu Piampian to attend the opening ceremony of his company, learning of her employment here was a significant gain. It was certainly preferable to having his calls ignored and being unable to locate her. However, he had specifically invited Lu Qingyun, hoping to create a scenario where Wu Piampian's absence would hold greater weight. Alas, that plan had faltered. Today, delivering the invitation to Lu Qingyun had already required a considerable degree of humility, a desperate act to present himself before him. Though he was a person capable of bending and stretching to achieve his goals, wearing a smile was a trivial matter if it meant reaching his ends. Yet, this objective remained perpetually elusive, leaving him in a state of deep despondency. He wished fervently that Lu Qingyun had refrained from attending. After all, did Lu not say that he would certainly come if he had the time? But what if he were preoccupied and unable to attend? Naturally, should Lu indeed arrive, it would not be a catastrophe. After all, Lu Qingyun was still a favored individual in the eyes of Mr. Guoguanghui, who often espoused the notion that the more friends one had, the more pathways opened up. Lu enjoyed a cordial relationship with Miss Kaya, whom Guoguanghui was keen to cultivate ties with. He resolved to act as though nothing had transpired between him and Wu Piampian, provided Lu Qingyun remained discreet. He did not mind feigning innocence. The day of the grand opening of Guanghui Trading Company arrived swiftly. Guoguanghui donned his finest suit, complete with a tie, and had styled his hair meticulously. Although he had rented an office, the celebratory activities were to be held at the company's warehouse. The company was modest in scale, yet the opening ceremony was orchestrated with considerable flair, even incorporating a ribbon-cutting segment. He had invited Lu Qiming, who, unfortunately, could not attend in person, but sent a subordinate to deliver a floral arrangement and congratulatory gifts. As the proprietor of a logistics line from the land of the Rakshasa, Guoguanghui had hoped for Lu Qiming's presence, ideally to preside over the ribbon-cutting. With Lu absent, Guo was left to request his subordinate to perform the honors instead. Another individual he wished to invite for the ribbon-cutting was Miss Kaya. Guests began to arrive steadily, primarily representatives from suppliers with whom the Yu family had long-standing partnerships. A few of Guoguanghui's classmates had also gathered to show their support, extending their congratulations upon witnessing the spectacle. However, as time passed, Kaya had yet to appear, and neither had Lu Qingyun. While he was indifferent to Lu's attendance, Kaya's absence filled Guo with disappointment. He attempted to call Kaya, but the line was perpetually busy, with a voice prompt indicating that the number he dialed was currently engaged. As several distinguished guests he particularly valued remained absent, anxiety gnawed at him, prompting him to wipe the sweat from his brow incessantly. The guests who had already arrived began to wonder why he had yet to officially commence the celebration. One individual, unable to contain their curiosity, approached him discreetly and inquired, "Mr. Yu, when shall we begin? I have other commitments this afternoon. If we delay further, I may have to take my leave." Just a moment, just a moment," Guoguanghui replied patiently. He called over the burly Zhang, intending to personally drive to Kaya's office to escort her. Just as he was about to get into the car, he spotted a red Ferrari approaching from a distance. Kaya had not initially intended to come. However, after a conversation with Lu Qingyun and learning of his impending arrival, she made a last-minute decision to attend, driving what she considered a rather understated Ferrari. Upon seeing Kaya, Guoguanghui felt as though he had encountered a savior, or rather, a celestial being. He abandoned Zhang and jogged over to the Ferrari, bowing to open the car door for her. "Miss Kaya, welcome. Please." He extended his right hand to shield her from the sun as she emerged from the vehicle, then gestured for her to follow him, eager to lead the way. Yet, Kaya remained rooted in place, gazing back along the path she had taken. At that moment, a magnificent Maybach came to a halt beside a Ferrari, eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. A man clad in a work jacket, jeans, and black and white sneakers emerged from the car. He was none other than Lu Qingyun. He closed the car door, circled to the rear, and retrieved a gift box adorned with colorful ribbons from the trunk. Locking eyes with Kaya, he addressed Yu Guanghui, saying, "Mr. Yu, congratulations on the opening of your esteemed company. Please accept this modest token of my appreciation." His face beamed with a radiant smile, as though he were a longtime friend of Yu Guanghui, while he extended the gift box towards him. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. It is an honor to have you here," Yu Guanghui replied, accepting the gift and promptly handing it to one of his subordinates. "Mr. Liu, please. Miss Kaya, please." Many of the attendees did not recognize Kaya and Lu Qingyun, but seeing the two arrive in a Ferrari and a Maybach, respectively, and witnessing Yu Guanghui's humble reception, they surmised that their status was extraordinary. It became evident that Yu Guanghui had delayed the announcement of the celebration's commencement in anticipation of these two distinguished guests. The crowd surged forward, presenting their business cards to Kaya and Lu Qingyun, introducing themselves in a flurry of excitement. Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue, who recognized Kaya and Lu Qingyun, discreetly began to introduce them to Yu Guanghui's former classmates. The one driving the Maybach is Wu Pianpian's ex-husband. That beauty from the Rus country is the representative of the Koken Consortium and the biological daughter of Mr. Koken. Really? Wu Pianpian's husband drives a Maybach now, yet she still chose to divorce him? "I can't fathom her reasoning," said one male classmate in a hushed tone. Given their situation, it's possible her husband had an affair and decided to leave her. Another remarked, "If I had the chance to be with the daughter of a world-class tycoon, I would also consider divorce. A stunning and alluring foreign beauty like her could save me decades of struggle. Who wouldn't be delighted? Come on, can't you all refrain from such gossip?" Yang Xiaoyue interjected. She had initially been reluctant to attend, but since Li Wei was aiming to establish a freight route to the Rus country, and Yu Guanghui was a potential client, her presence was essential. Yet, she couldn't comprehend why Lu Qingyun was also in attendance. Was he truly so magnanimous, unconcerned about the matter between Yu Guanghui and Wu Pianpian? "Dear friends, may I have your attention, please? The grand opening ceremony of Guanghui Trading Company will commence shortly," the MC announced from a makeshift stage set up in the open space inside the venue. Below, Yu Guanghui stood alongside Kaya and Lu Qingyun, radiating joy. Stealing a glance at his former classmates, an inexplicable sense of pride surged within him. "And now, let us welcome Mr. Yu Guanghui, the general manager of the company, to the stage for a few words. Let's give him a warm welcome." As the MC's announcement concluded, Yu Guanghui waved in acknowledgement and swiftly ascended the stage, taking the microphone in hand and testing it with a couple of hellos. He began his well-prepared speech, which he had crafted to highlight the uniqueness of his company. After each segment, he would translate his words into the Rus language, repeating them with flair. Although none in the audience understood the language, they all displayed profound envy. Indeed, returning from the Rus country, he exuded an unmistakable charm. Yu Guanghui derived immense satisfaction from the adoring gazes of the crowd. As his speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream pierced through the applause, causing it to abruptly cease. "A snake! A venomous snake!" Several female voices cried in unison. Where did the poisonous snake come from? Yu Guanghui's radiant smile froze. "Mr. Yu, it emerged from the gift box." Several staff members responsible for receiving the congratulatory gifts reported in a flurry. Following the sound, Yu Guanghui's gaze fell upon the gift box brought by Lu Qingyun. "That Lu Qingyun!" he exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 54. "I'll take a taxi myself before Yu Guanghui," took the stage. Kajia and Lu Qingyun were clearly by his side. However, as he scanned the crowd, he could no longer find them. The staff, having heard Yu's outburst, deduced that the gift box must have come from Lu Qingyun and rushed to the entrance, only to find that the Ferrari and Maybach that had been parked outside had vanished without a trace. "Why aren't you apprehending the snake? What are you all doing?" Yu Guanghui shouted hysterically from the stage. In the ensuing chaos, people scattered in all directions. When the staff finally captured the two snakes, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Except for Yu Guanghui. The celebration must continue. Please remain silent." The host intervened promptly, gesturing to regain control of the situation. Yet, murmurs still circulated among the attendees. What kind of grudge does Lu Qingyun hold against Mr. Yu to resort to such antics? Who knows? Remarked someone. The beautiful woman from the kingdom of Lasha has also left. It seems Mr. Yu has indeed offended someone. Some observed passively, while others reveled in the misfortune. At the moment Yu Guanghui took the stage, Lu Qingyun pulled Ka Jia aside. Ka Jia, I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Didn't you promise to take me to tour your esteemed company? The two quietly slipped away, starting their vehicle just as the applause swelled, departing one after the other. It wasn't until they arrived at the Shengbang Engineering Company and entered Lu Qingyun's office that Ka Jia inquired. Old Lu, why do I feel like you weren't there to offer congratulations today? You went and left abruptly. What is the reason? Lu Qingyun smiled mysteriously and replied, You're quite perceptive. I merely went to present him with a significant gift. Observing his expression, Ka Jia seemed to grasp something and refrained from further questioning. Looking around the office, she said, Old Lu, I have no other plans for today. I leave everything in your capable hands. Please begin by introducing your company. That day, Lu Qingyun guided Ka Jia on a tour of the company and the construction site. Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong, having previously met Ka Jia, joined them for dinner. Lu Qingyun also invited Lu Tingting to accompany them. Although she had received an invitation from Yu Guanghui, which Lu Qingyun had forwarded, she had no intention of attending. Upon receiving a call from Lu, she promptly made her way over. During the meal, Lu Tingting reported on the progress of Linghang Real Estate, mentioning that the recruitment of personnel had been completed and training was underway, with all storefronts rushing to complete their renovations. Lu Qingyun was not the only one pleased. Ka Jia nodded in agreement, saying, Old Lu, you have a capable assistant. Furthermore, I have some good news that I might as well share with everyone, Lu Qingyun continued, beaming at those present. What good news? Lu Good, do tell. Wang could hardly contain his eagerness as he pressed for details. The initial phase of the Panlong Bay development has been tentatively agreed upon, with the villas assigned to our company, Linghang Real Estate, for exclusive sales. Lu Qingyun replied with measured calm. Is that so? Wang and Lu Tingting exclaimed in unison. Gao Junsheng, however, remained composed. He and Lu Qingyun had visited the site of the Panlong Bay project, which was set to be completed in just over 2 months. Manager Lu, I didn't expect Mr. Pang to be so straightforward. He must have exerted considerable effort in this matter, Gao Junsheng inquired. Indeed, our company is newly established and has yet to commence operations, lacking any track record. If it weren't for Pang Shirda, who would entrust such a critical task to us? He turned to Lu Tingting and continued, in a few days, you will represent Linghang Real Estate to sign the formal contract with the client. We must exert our utmost for this first venture, as it is crucial for our future endeavors. Lu Tingting was already brimming with excitement, nodding vigorously. What a splendid beginning. I propose we all raise a toast to celebrate. Kaya suggested, holding up his glass. Cheers. Let us go for it. On a flight from across the ocean to Longhua City, Tang Shengli gazed out the window as the aircraft soared steadily above the clouds. In just over 10 hours, he would return to his homeland's airspace. Filled with anticipation and uncontainable excitement, a flight attendant approached with a card, and he raised his hand, softly calling out, May I have a cup of coffee, please? At that moment, a woman wearing sunglasses beside him echoed his request. Tang Shengli lowered his hand and offered her a slight smile. The flight attendant handed over the coffee. Please serve this lady first, he gestured. The woman graciously replied, Thank you. Once Tang Shengli received his own coffee, the woman turned to him and nodded in acknowledgement. Miss, are you also headed to Longhua City? He attempted to strike up a conversation, prompted by the flight stopover in Haicheng. The woman nodded and responded, So, you are also going to Longhua City? Yes. You look like a student. Are you returning home for a visit? The woman queried. No, I've just graduated. How about you? Are you visiting family? Dang Shengli Gao De. The woman pushed her sunglasses up to her forehead, revealing a delicate oval face, and smiled lightly. I'm here for further studies. My program has concluded, and I'm returning to work. They engaged in conversation, and the woman introduced herself as Li Manqing, an attending physician in the neurosurgery department at the First People's Hospital of Longhua City, sent abroad for a year of advanced study. Miss Li, I didn't realize you were so young and already an attending physician in a top-tier hospital. Tang Shengli complimented. You, too, are quite impressive, having graduated from a prestigious university at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly bright. By the way, please refrain from calling me miss. It sounds a bit awkward. Very well, Dr. Li. I'm also from Longhua City. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tang Shengli responded. His flight was scheduled to arrive in the afternoon, and Lu Qingyun had intended to ask Lu Tingting to pick him up. However, she was exceedingly busy training employees and overseeing shop renovations alongside the newly appointed business manager, Wu Shikai. Consequently, Lu Qingyun had no choice but to ask Luo Yongjia to drive to the airport. He tossed the car keys to Luo Yongjia, but just as Luo was about to turn and leave, he reconsidered and decided to go himself. Although Tang Shengli was the son of his old colleague, and this lad persistently referred to him as Uncle Lu, he was nonetheless a talent introduced to the company, deserving of due respect. After all, why would someone forsake the opportunities at a major Wall Street firm to come to this small establishment? Yongjia, wait, I'll accompany you, he declared. At the airport pickup area in Longhua City, as Tang Shengli emerged with a luggage cart, he spotted Uncle Lu waving at him. Uncle Lu. He reciprocated the gesture and turned to Li Manqing beside him, saying, My Uncle Lu has come to greet me personally. Dr. Li, is anyone here to pick you up? Li Manqing shook her head. No, I'll take a taxi home. Why not ride with my Uncle Lu? He is a very kind person. As they approached Lu Qingyun, Tang Shengli continued, Uncle Lu, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Li, a neurosurgeon at the First Municipal Hospital. Is it all right if she joins you? Hello, Dr. Li. It's a trivial matter, no problem at all. Where do you reside? I can have the driver take you, Lu Qingyun said amiably. Li Manqing assessed Lu Qingyun briefly and politely declined. Thank you, but I'll manage on my own. With that, she waved goodbye to Tang Shengli and began to move away with her luggage cart. Chapter 55. Could it be the same person? As Li Manqing was about to depart, Lu Qingyun instructed Luo Yongjia, Yongjia, please load Dr. Li's luggage into the car. Luo Yongjia complied, certainly. Dr. Li, allow me to assist you. He pushed her luggage cart towards the parking area. Dr. Li, since you're a friend of Shengli, it's only right that I see you off. Lu Qingyun smiled broadly. See me off? I'm not dead yet. Li Manqing's expression shifted unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Tang Shengli quickly clarified. My Uncle Lu didn't mean it that way. Dr. Li, it's a misunderstanding. Realizing his abruptness, Lu Qingyun also apologized. I'm sorry, Dr. Li. I meant to say, all right. I was just teasing you. Do you think doctors are that sensitive? Li Manqing interjecta. Mr. Lu, thank you. I am Lu Qingyun. He introduced himself, extending his hand. Li Manqing hesitated for a moment, then removed her sunglasses and shook his hand, introducing herself as Li Manqing. After you, Dr. Li. Lu Qingyun gestured politely. As the group approached the car, Li Manqing glanced at the Maybach, while Luo Yongjia had already opened the trunk and placed her luggage inside. You should sit in the back, Lu Qingyun advised Li Manqing. Meanwhile, Luo Yongjia loaded Tang Shengli's luggage into the vehicle as well. When Tang Shengli attempted to sit in the passenger seat, Lu Qingyun pulled him down, saying, Shengli, you go in the back. I'll sit here. Reluctantly, Tang Shengli opened the rear door and settled beside Li Manqing. She observed him from Lu Qingyun's left rear side, noting his strikingly handsome profile. Dr. Li, where do you live? Lu Qingyun inquired as he turned his head. I just returned and am staying in the staff dormitory. Please drop me off at the entrance of the First People's Hospital, Li Manqing replied courteously. Understood. Yongjia, please take Dr. Li to the First People's Hospital first, instructed Lu Qingyun to Luo Yongjia. Shengli, your mother is waiting at home. I will drop you off, and tomorrow we shall welcome you properly. Lu Qingyun then addressed Tang Shengli. All right, thank you, Uncle Lu. The car sped along the airport expressway, the buildings on either side swiftly receding into the distance. The group fell into silence. Li Manqing sat quietly, occasionally glancing out the window at the familiar cityscape before her. She wished to engage Lu Qingyun in casual conversation to dispel the stillness within the vehicle. However, Lu Qingyun leaned back against his seat, gazing ahead, while even Tang Shengli leaned back with his eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Mr. Lu, Li Manqing called out. Yes. What is it? Lu Qingyun turned his gaze through the rearview mirror. Mr. Lu, Is it customary for you to be so domineering? Li Munking in Kidath. What? Lu Qingyun was taken aback. Am I really domineering? Li Manqing pouted and replied, I haven't even agreed to ride in your car, yet you had someone move my luggage. Is that not domineering? Lu Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. Dr. Li, it was merely a small effort on my part. Besides, you are a friend of Sheng Li's. Why trouble yourself with a taxi? After all, you are a doctor at the First People's Hospital in Longhua City. Who knows? There may come a time when I need your assistance. It's best to make friends. Oh no, those who seek my help often bring trouble. It is preferable that everyone remains in good health. Lu Qingyun laughed heartily. Dr. Li, you're always mindful of your medical profession. It seems there are many taboos when conversing with a doctor. A careless word could lead to a misstep. Not at all. I consider myself quite easygoing, Li Manqing defended herself. She was unaware of why she felt compelled to retort against Lu Qingyun with each of his statements today. This was not her usual demeanor. Tang, Sheng Li quickly interjected, Uncle Lu, Dr. Li is wonderful. In fact, my Uncle Lu is quite amiable as well. Lu Qingyun merely chuckled in response, while Li Manqing's cheeks flushed, shooting a glare at Tang Sheng Li. This subtle gesture did not escape Lu Qingyun's notice through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he recalled that in his past life, after suffering a cerebral hemorrhage and being hospitalized, the head of the department was referred to as Director Li by the other medical staff. She had been masked, making her features indistinguishable. Could it be her? By age estimation, the Director Li of 19 years later must indeed be the same Dr. Li before him now. If this were the case, this doctor, Li was his savior in his previous life. Though ultimately, he could not survive and was reborn after a confrontation with Yu Guanghui, Dr. Li had done her utmost. This debt of gratitude must be remembered. Initially, Lu Qingyun regarded Li Manqing merely as a friend of Tang Sheng Li's, extending polite gestures. Now, he realized his previous demeanor had been somewhat aloof, bordering on dismissive. Thus, he softened his tone and engaged her in light conversation. Dr. Li, upon your return, is there no one to greet you? I am not a child. I do not require someone to fetch me home, Li Manqing replied, only to realize her words had come out more curtly than intended. Seated beside him was Tang Sheng Li, who had been specially sent by Lu Shu to pick him up, indicating that Tang Sheng Li was still but a child, not yet matured. Li Manqing couldn't help but blush deeper, hurriedly explaining, my family is not in Longhua City. Lu Qing smiled faintly, then, through the rearview mirror, began to scrutinize Li Manqing. Previously, he had not taken a close look. Now he noticed that Li Manqing, youthful and sweet in appearance, possessed a well-proportioned figure that, even while seated, could not conceal her graceful stature. Mr. Lu, such scrutiny is rather impolite, Li Manqing said, feeling embarrassed and adjusting her clothing at the chest. Lu Qing quickly averted his gaze, nodding in comprehension. No wonder you still reside in the company dormitory. Li Manqing was puzzled by his remark. What was wrong with living in the company dormitory? Just as she was about to argue her point, her phone rang. Manqing, have you landed? She vaguely heard the other party inquire. I'm already on the airport expressway. I'm hitching a ride with a friend. I'll head to the hospital first, then I'll come see you, she replied succinctly before hanging up. After dropping Li Manqing off at the entrance of the First People's Hospital, Luo Yongjie exited the car to assist her with her luggage. Subsequently, Li Manqing expressed her gratitude to Lu Qing, who remained in the vehicle as she dragged her suitcase into the hospital. Sheng Li, this Dr. Li is quite intriguing. Where did you get to know her? Lu Qing turned to ask. On the plane. We happened to be seated next to each other. She doesn't seem very chatty. Is it typical for doctors to be so aloof? Dang Sheng Li Zip Li? Not all. She is quite conversational. Otherwise, how would we have survived those 10 hours without boredom? Tang Sheng Li found himself at a loss for words, noticing that Dr. Li and Uncle Lu seemed to have never engaged in meaningful conversation. At that moment, Luo Yongjie, who had been focused on driving, suddenly remarked, Brother Lu, I believe that sometimes even the most loquacious individuals can find themselves at a loss for words in the presence of someone they are attracted to. Lu Qing scoffed, Yongjie, stop talking nonsense. Am I smitten with her? Impossible. Luo Yongjie responded, Brother Lu, I never said that about you. Why are you so flustered? Don't forget, I come from a reconnaissance background, attuned to the nuances of speech and behavior. I've never been mistaken in my judgments. I bet that doctor. Li is certainly interested in you. Uncle Lu was left momentarily speechless, casting a glance at Tang Shengli, as if he wanted to say something but held his tongue. P.S. Just a single fellow now, Luo Yongja joked, pressing the accelerator and driving ahead. Chapter 56. Do you remember me? Singing Tang Shengli's return felt to Lu Qing like gaining an indispensable ally. He was well aware of Tang Shengli's capabilities, not merely due to his overseas education and credentials, but because of his performance in the previous life alongside Lu Qing. After Tang Shengli had rested at home for 2 days, he arrived at Xingbang Engineering Company to officially assume the role of assistant to the general manager. Lu Qing engaged him in a lengthy discussion, beginning with a detailed introduction to the current status of the company and the situation with Linghao Real Estate, including the initial financing from the Koken Consortium, before delving into the future direction of Xingbang Engineering Company. They discussed strategies for rapidly enhancing the company's strength and participating in tenders for large-scale projects. Tang Shengli proposed an innovative idea of leveraging existing resources for growth. Lu Qiming, a logistics magnate, can participate in bidding using the names of other companies. Why should Lu Qingyun be any different? However, Lu Qiming is known as the underworld boss of Longhua City, and his connections with those companies remain unknown to outsiders. What leverage does Lu Qingyun possess to control other firms for his own benefit? If a leading enterprise has the strength and capability to bid, what relevance does Lu Qingyun hold in the outcome? Ultimately, to borrow power, one must have the chicken heed Lu's command. After Tang Shengli officially assumed his position, he began referring to Lu as Lu Zong. Lu Zong, please grant me a moment. I need to thoroughly review the relevant materials and the market trends of Haisher and Shunsher over the past 2 years before presenting you with a concrete proposal. Is that acceptable? Certainly. The bidding for the logistics base is expected to commence in the latter half of this year. Will there be sufficient time? Lu Qingyun inquired. Without analysis, one lacks the authority to voice opinions. I am hesitant to express a definitive stance. I can only say I will do my utmost. In truth, Lu Qingyun had contemplated this matter long before, and Tang Shengli's words resonated with him. He needed Tang Shengli to formulate and refine the proposal, as he required such assistance. Shengli, there's another task I wish for you to undertake, Lu Qingyun stated. What would you like me to do, Lu Zong? In the name of Xingbang, register an investment company in the Cayman Islands. Please reach out to an agency in this regard and expedite the process. Upon hearing this, Tang Shengli was invigorated, exclaiming, Lu Zong, this is precisely what I have been contemplating. To ensure the company flourishes without drawing the ire of competitors, we must conceal our identity and intentions, building momentum to strike unexpectedly. The registration of the investment company must take precedence. Once I assess the domestic industry landscape and finalize the proposal, we can spring into action. Do you know what this is called? This is the operational model of leveraging funds, small investments yielding substantial returns. Lu Zong, with your endorsement, I feel reassured. However, I propose that as few people as possible know about this model before we make our formal move. Lu Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. Just you and me. For now, this remains our company's utmost secret. Tang Shengli stood solemnly. I will strive diligently to bring this to fruition. If he had harbored concerns on his journey back home about how to showcase his ambitions at a little-known company, those worries had now dissipated. With such a boss, a grand stage for his talents was assured. Lu Qingyun was, in fact, testing Tang Shengli. This notion he had not even shared with Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong. Now, he felt entirely confident that Tang Shengli would advance the agenda in alignment with his vision. Shengli, shortly the original assistant will arrive to hand over her responsibilities to you. Is it the assistant you mentioned? Tang Shengli inquit. Indeed. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Speak of the devil. It must be her. Shengli, please open the door, Lu Qingyun instructed. The moment the door swung open, Lu Tingting's eyes brightened upon seeing Tang Shengli. Senior, is it really you? Who are you? Tang Shengli was momentarily bewildered by the unexpected encounter. I am Lu Tingting. Do you not remember me? I certainly remember you. You are indeed the esteemed senior, Tang Shengli, and the president of our management department's student council. Am I correct? Tang Shengli nodded. I am Tang Shengli. I certainly remember you. You are Lu Tingting. He turned to Lu Qingyun, who suddenly recalled, and exclaimed, "Indeed, I hadn't considered that aspect. Both of you are from the management department of Dongjiang University. You must have crossed paths on campus." "Yes, back then, Senior Tang was quite a celebrity in our department." "Ah, I recall, Lu Tingting, you always wore a ponytail. And at the orientation gala, you even sang a song titled Rain Butterfly, didn't you? Dang Sheng Li Zimak Tao Gu Fun." "Yes, yes. You still remember my singing?" Lu Tingting exclaimed with excitement. How time changes a person. The current you bears no resemblance to your former self. You have become increasingly beautiful. Dang Sheng Li Gom Lim. I hadn't anticipated that the new assistant recruited by President Liu would be Senior Tang. Lu Qingyun remarked, "Isn't this even better? You two should collaborate closely, fostering each other's growth. I must learn much from Senior Tang. He is a talent returned from overseas studies, so I hope to receive your guidance in the future." As Lu Tingting spoke, she unexpectedly bowed to Tang Shengli. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Shengli proposed, "How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? Lu Jr., no, I mean President Liu and President Liu. It is my turn to host this meal." Lu Tingting interjected, "No, I am the new employee. I shall treat you," representing my heartfelt intentions. President Liu, please allow me this privilege." "Wait," Lu Tingting turned to Lu Qingyun. "It is unreasonable for a newcomer to treat the executives." "President Liu, do you not agree? Enough of this contention. Little Liu, I have matters to attend to tonight. Please represent me and host Assistant Tang. It is a perfect opportunity for you both to handle the work transition." "As you command." Lu Tingting shot a glance at Tang Shengli, embodying the demeanor of a victor. Lu Qingyun was not actually busy. He had noticed that since Lu Tingting entered, Tang Shengli had been particularly animated. Could it be that he was captivated by that song Rain Butterfly back then? Why did he not pursue her at that time? "I fly towards you, gently falling like rain, enveloped by your embrace. I could fly any distance for you without fatigue, despite the pain and tears along the journey." Perhaps back then, Tang Shengli's family faced financial difficulties, leaving him lacking in courage and confidence. Now, having returned from abroad, he possesses both. Lu Qingyun aimed to create opportunities for him. Thus, he feigned having business to attend to, allowing the two to confront their circumstances together. Seeking a good match for Lu Tingting was also a cherished wish since his rebirth. After driving home, Lu Qingyun found his abode eerily empty, exuding a sense of desolation. His parents had insisted on returning to their hometown a few days prior. Though they had spent some time in the city, they longed for their roots, where familiar faces and friends awaited, free to visit and converse, as well as a few acres of farmland. They were unaccustomed to the city life of closing doors each day, where even neighbors remained strangers, devoid of interaction. Observing Lu Qingyun's bustling routine, seemingly undeterred by his divorce, relieved the elderly couple, prompting them to conclude there was no need to linger. Lu Qingyun prepared a bowl of noodles for himself, eating while watching the news on television. A person's life is simultaneously simple and leisurely. He donned his athletic attire, preparing to run a couple of laps on the nearby fitness trail. During his parents' visit, he seldom ventured out in the evenings. Now seemed like the perfect time, as he felt he had gained a bit of weight. Under the streetlights, he jogged slowly around the trail, where few people were present. Occasionally, he encountered fellow night runners, exchanging a few pleasantries. Suddenly, a vigorous figure approached from behind. He was running at a slow pace, while the other outpaced him. In that fleeting moment, he recognized a familiar face. "Dr. Li, are you also here for a run?" Chapter 57. The impression I leave you with Li Manqing turned her head in surprise. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here?" "I often run here." "Why haven't I seen you before?" Lu Qingyun queried, and then realized the question was rather superfluous. They had not known each other previously, and even if they had crossed paths, it was unlikely that one would remember the other. Moreover, she had only just returned to the country. It was entirely normal for them not to have met. He then added, "Oh, you enjoy night running? Just a few days back in the country, and you're already out exercising?" Suddenly sensing something amiss, he continued, "Aren't you living in the dormitory of the First People's Hospital? It's south, not particularly close to here. How come you're running in this area?" Li Manqing slowed her pace, keeping stride with Lu Qingyun, and laughed as she replied, "Mr. Lu, what is the matter? With all those questions, which one should I answer first?" I've just moved. I've left the dormitory. And my new rented apartment is quite nearby. Is that so? You found this exercise spot right after arriving. You should come here often. The environment is quite pleasant. And I frequent it as well. Li Manqing immediately responded. Should I take that as an invitation? Shall we exercise together in the evenings? Lu Qingyun thought to himself. Is this really an invitation? I didn't mean it that way. Yet he did not deny it, and chuckled, with a beauty like you for company. I cannot ask for more. However, I'm accustomed to jogging slowly. Judging by your form, you've undoubtedly had training, haven't you? You have a good eye. I have trained for long-distance running and even participated in a marathon. How about it? Are you interested in joining me for the next marathon in Longhua City? That is something I've never considered. However, I could cheer you on and provide support. As their conversation progressed, the initial awkwardness faded away. The number of runners gradually increased, and in a spacious area beside the trail, several older women were playing music and dancing, while couples practiced ballroom dancing, spinning, and twirling. Many families strolled with their children, walking or standing, playfully gathered around the square. On one side of the square were various fitness equipment. Some were using parallel bars. Others were doing pull-ups, while others engaged in sit-ups or utilized the spacewalk machine, all enjoying themselves immensely. Shall we take a break? Lu Qingyun suggested. Sure. Let us rest for a bit and then run a couple more laps. That should suffice for today as exercise. Li Manqing Alta, stepping in place while observing the people exercising in the square. Lu Qingyun chuckled. I've just realized that you aren't the type to always clash with others or the aloof woman who kills a conversation with her cold demeanor. Li Manqing chuckled softly. Is that the impression I give you? Clad in a snug, athletic ensemble, her laughter resonated like distant echoes of rolling hills and surging waves. Lu Qingyun hastily diverted his gaze, feigning interest in a middle-aged man executing a grand maneuver on the pull-up bar. He responded, somewhat off-topic. There are quite a few people exercising at this late hour. At that moment, a group of children, playfully chasing one another, dashed into the fitness area. Li Manqing called out, "Come out. Little ones, come out quickly." Yet it was too late. A young girl had already reached the very front of the pull-up bar, just as the middle-aged man swung downwards, perilously close to colliding with her. In a moment of panic, he instinctively attempted to retract his legs to avoid her, but lost his balance, his hands slipping from the bar, and he fell heavily towards the little girl. Oh no, this is trouble. Without hesitation, Li Manqing sprinted towards the fitness area like an arrow, with Lu Qingyun hot on her heels. Many passers-by also gathered around. Li Manqing pushed through the crowd, calling out, "Make way! I'm a doctor! Everyone step back!" The little girl was knocked several meters away, landing on the grass. After a brief examination, Li Manqing sighed in relief. Fortunately, the girl was light, and aside from some abrasions on her palms from the fall, she appeared to be fine. "Doctor, please check on that man. He seems to be in distress," someone urgently urged, tugging at Li Manqing. The middle-aged man who had been performing the maneuver now lay on the ground, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. Li Manqing leaned down for a closer inspection and shouted to Lu Qingyun, "Why are you still standing there? Call 120 immediately." Lu Qingyun quickly retrieved his phone from his running belt and dialed the number. The man had ceased breathing. Li Manqing called out to him twice, but received no response. Placing her index and middle fingers on his carotid artery, she felt for a pulse, shaking her head in dismay. She then pressed down on the man's chest, yet he remained unresponsive and breathless. Cardiac arrest. "We need to commence CPR immediately," Li Manqing declared decisively. "You two, come here and assist." She instructed the two men nearby. Following her directions, several individuals adjusted the middle-aged man's position, laying him flat on his back, tilting his head slightly back. Kneeling beside him, Li Manqing intertwined her hands, placing the heel of her palms at the junction of the lower third of his sternum, commencing rhythmic compressions, observing her proficient movements and serious demeanor. Lu Qingyun felt her return to her usual composed self. He secured his phone, crouched down, and said to Li Manqing, "Dr. Li, let me take over." "Do you know how?" She continued her compressions without looking up. "Ido," Lu Qingyun replied. "Very well. You could take my place shortly. We'll alternate." "I can help too," chimed in the two men who had assisted earlier, joining the rescue effort. 5 minutes passed. then 10, with no signs of the man regaining consciousness. "Hold on. Stay strong. The ambulance will be here soon," they encouraged one another. Amidst the onlookers, some craned their necks as the distant wail of an ambulance approached. It was the ambulance from the First People's Hospital of Longhua City. The unconscious man was lifted onto a stretcher, while Li Manqing remained kneeling beside him, continuing her efforts in cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Others lent a hand to hoist the stretcher into the vehicle. Once inside, Li Manqing turned back to the girl's parents and urged, "You should bring your child aboard as well, to have her checked at the hospital." As the ambulance, sirens blaring, sped away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Qingyun felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He had just begun to familiarize himself with Li Manqing, suggesting they take a breather before running another couple of laps. Yet this sudden incident had disrupted their interaction. He hadn't even had the chance to inquire about the location of her new home in the vicinity. Perhaps he should run a few more laps alone. After all, he had intended to jog by himself when he left. He had not anticipated encountering Li Manqing at all. He silently mocked himself. Li Manqing was not someone significant to him. Her residence was of no consequence to him. Even without this incident, would he have been so bold as to directly ask her where her new home was? Chapter 58. First, dismiss, and then proceed, given Lu Qingyun's current mindset. He would certainly not take the initiative to inquire about Li Manqing's new address. He had numerous matters to attend to and had never considered devoting his thoughts to pursuing women. In his previous life, he had been blinded by Wu Pianpian, losing a fortune that had fallen into the hands of others, while even his own partner conspired against him, compelling him to raise another child. He believed that in this life, he would not easily trust women again, nor would he expend much effort to win their favor. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Manqing was indeed the director Li who had once been responsible for his rescue in his former life. He did not even know the name of Director Li, so how could he ascertain this? Should he inquire directly with Li Manqing? Could she possibly foresee that 19 years later, she would be involved in saving the wealthiest individual in Longhua City? Or did she have the foresight to know that by then, she would already be the head of the intensive care unit? Such mysteries may remain forever unresolved. Nonetheless, as a man, surrounded by enchanting women, he felt a thrill, experiencing a surge of dopamine within him. He secretly relished the sensations. From that day forth, he cultivated a new habit. Previously, he had only occasionally jogged at night on the fitness trail, but from that day forward, he made it a point to decline evening engagements, returning home to have dinner, tidy up, don his workout attire, and run for a while. However, days turned into weeks without encountering Li Manqing again. He found it amusing, akin to those young people who, after catching sight of a captivating figure at a bus stop, would return daily, hoping for another serendipitous meeting. Was he engaging in such childlike behavior? Until one evening, while watching the news, he learned of an outbreak in the South, and that the First People's Hospital of Longhua City had assembled a medical team to assist in the epidemic-stricken areas. Among the assembled medical personnel, he spotted Li Manqing. This meant that for the foreseeable future, she would undoubtedly be absent from the fitness trail. Lu Qingyun's motivation for his nightly runs suddenly evaporated. He had returned to his former state, only occasionally running to alleviate boredom. Wu Pianpian worked as a waitress at a local specialty restaurant while continuing to plan her themed restaurant inspired by the exotic flavors of the Western regions. As she became increasingly familiar with the culinary industry, her confidence grew immensely. She believed that, with the right location and unique offerings, her venture would have a substantial chance of success, much like the several charming bungalows owned by Zhuang Qingxia. Her greatest concern was funding. She knew she needed to have a serious conversation with her brother, Wu Tong, and if that didn't yield results, she might have to involve their parents. If she could recoup even a portion of her investment, she could raise additional funds or consider a partnership. After all, who would be willing to partner with someone who had nothing to contribute? That weekend, she took advantage of her morning off to visit her brother's home. The last time she had called Wu Tong to discuss repayment, her sister-in-law had snatched the phone and hung up on her. This time, she intended to confront him directly. Upon seeing his sister at the door, Wu Tong immediately understood her purpose. Before Wu Pianpian could speak, he and his wife began discussing their plans to change houses, lamenting how much money they still needed. Initially, He had intended to borrow from his sister, but given her recent divorce, he felt compelled to seek alternative solutions. Implicit in their words was the reality that they were short on funds and could not repay her. "Sister, I know you're working at a restaurant now, barely making ends meet. I empathize with you, so let us forget about the money you lent me," Wu Tong said, adopting a pained expression. Wu Piampian stated plainly, "It's not about borrowing money again. You know my job as a waitress isn't a long-term solution. Isn't at time you repaid me?" She added, "If I had any other options, I wouldn't have come to you." Wu Tong shrugged, glancing at his wife. "Sister, I truly cannot spare any cash right now. If I had it, I would certainly repay you. We are siblings, after all, connected by blood. Let's take it easy. Alternatively, you might want to approach our parents. They have some savings and could lend you a bit to tide you over." His wife shot him an incredulous look, and Wu Tong continued, "By the way, sister, why are you so desperate for money? What do you plan to do with it?" Wu Piampian was reluctant to disclose her intentions, so she responded vaguely, "I'm thinking of starting a small business, but I don't even have the capital." Wu Tong quickly interjected, "I thought it was something urgent. If you lack funds, why not postpone the business? You're in a position where you can support yourself, so just keep working as a waitress for now, and we can discuss it later." Wu Piampian, feeling offended, retorted, "How can you say that? Whenever you needed assistance in the past, I was there for you. Yet now, when I simply ask for repayment, you deflect my concerns." Growing increasingly agitated, she stood up and stormed out. Meanwhile, Wu Tong's wife slammed the door shut and glared at him. "Wu Tong, if our parents have money, why can't we borrow from them?" Wu Tong pulled her down onto the sofa and began to massage her shoulders. "Dear, our parents don't have money. They've spent their entire lives saving, and they used all of it for your dowry." "What about what you just said?" she asked, perplexed. "If I hadn't said that, would my sister have let it go?" "We need to send her on her way first," he replied. Wu Piampian left her brother's house and headed toward her parents' home. She was aware that her parents had exhausted all their savings to secure a bride for her brother, and now they must surely be left with little. She wished to persuade her parents to discuss with her brother the possibility of repaying a portion of the debt. However, upon arriving at her parents' home, she was met with a barrage of admonitions. When Luo Chunhong saw Wu Piampian, she exclaimed, "Piampian, we do not oppose your divorce. But are you truly foolish or merely pretending? How could you agree to leave empty-handed? Lu Qingyun runs a company and earns a substantial income. You should at least secure a few $100,000 for yourself, if not half." "Indeed," chimed in her father, Wu Dongfeng. "You concealed this matter from your mother and me, and now you are unemployed. What are your plans for the future?" Wu Piampian, having endured humiliation from her brother, returned home only to be scolded again. Overwhelmed with frustration and unable to reveal the true circumstances, she retorted, "Who says I am unemployed? I have a job. Why didn't I secure hundreds of thousands from him? The money you received was all given to Wu Tong, wasn't it? I just went to him, and he was lamenting his financial woes. Do you only care about your son and not your daughter? Why are you always criticizing me?" Luo Chunhong, incensed, shouted back, "What is wrong with saying a few words to you? Is that what you call work? Carrying trays and putting on a smile? You are a university graduate. Can you really spend your life as a waitress? That's my concern. You have no right to meddle." Wu Piampian, already feeling aggrieved, lost her composure and pointed at Luo Chunhong, declaring, "You are biased. Why don't you demand Wu Tong repay the money? That was given to you secretly, and I hid it from Lu Qingyun. What have I done wrong? You still feel wronged? As the elder sister, isn't it your duty to support your brother?" Wu Dongfeng interjected, trying to mediate. "Let us calm down, everyone. We are family. Piampian, how can you speak to your mother like that? Let us discuss this civilly." "Dad." Wu Dongfeng handed her a tissue, and Wu Piampian wiped her tears, remaining silent for a while. "Come, Piampian, let us go to your room. Whatever you need to say, you can tell me there." Wu Dongfeng led her into the small room where she used to live and closed the door behind them. "Piampian, regarding your divorce, did you commit some wrongdoing? You must tell me the truth," Wu Dongfeng gently inquired. Chapter 59. Why did you call him here? Upon hearing her father's question, Wu Piampian fell silent. Wu Dongfeng continued, "Your sudden decision to divorce Lu Qingyun and your departure to another city, coupled with your relinquishment of rights to shared marital property, must involve some underlying issue. Is it because you have not had children in these past few years of marriage? Wu Piampian shook her head and then nodded. No, it's that I have wronged Lu Qingyan. Please, Dad, do not speculate. All right, if you prefer not to discuss it or find it difficult to do so. I want to press further. What are your plans moving forward? Gazing at her father's kind face, Wu Piampian hesitated before finally responding, Dad. I'm currently working as a waitress at a restaurant, which is not my true intention. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the restaurant industry's operational model. To be honest, I have a promising project in mind related to culinary entertainment, but I currently lack the necessary startup capital. How much do you need? Wu Dongfeng inquired. Wu Piampian gestured with her hand, indicating a number. Is this enough? Wu Dongfeng remained silent. Naturally, this represented the most ideal scenario. If it fell short, I could seek collaboration with others to pool resources. However, at this moment, I am utterly empty-handed and unable to contribute anything. Wu Dongfeng seemed to have made a resolution, clenching his fist and striking his thigh as he said, Piampian, do not be overly anxious. I shall devise a solution for you. You ought not to argue with your mother. She possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. You cannot fathom how worried she was during the days you went missing. Wu Dongfeng rose, patting Wu Piampian on the shoulder. Very well. Are you still headed to work? I shall not keep you any longer. I will call you with any news. With that, he turned and exited the room. Wu Piampian glanced at the time and followed her father to the living room, softly stating, I'm off to work. Without looking back, she opened the front door and hurried down the stairs. While seated on the bus, she received a call from Yang Xiaoyue. Piampian, do you have some time? It has been ages since we last sat down together. I'm working and will be late. As you know, when would I have the time to chat? Wu Piampian interrupted Yang Xiaoyue. By the way, I managed to gather several thousand yuan with Li Wei. I'll return a portion to you. If you're free, I'll bring it along. Really? Wu Piampian brought the phone closer to her ear, fearful of mishearing. Would I lie to you? It's the weekend. Aren't you taking a break? Wu Piampian replied. We are busier on weekends than during the week. It's a different industry altogether. We don't close until after 10 at night. All right then, I will call you after 10 tonight. Wu Piampian's gloomy mood instantly lifted. She had not anticipated that Yang Xiaoyue would be ready to repay her so soon. Although it was merely a small portion of the several thousand she had lent, it was better than nothing. Every little bit counts. When she had originally lent the money, she had not hesitated at all. Now, she realized how difficult it was to collect debts. During this time, Yu Guanghai had been accompanied by Big Zhang everywhere. Even on weekends, he still called upon Big Zhang to drive him. Zhanghai, I'll give you a raise this weekend. Consider it overtime. Not a problem. My home ISNT in Longhua City, and I have nowhere to go on weekends. As long as the boss gives orders, I will do whatever is required. Good. I have a dinner with several clients tonight. You'll accompany me. Zhanghai replied, I'll drive you there. Once you finish eating, call me, and I will come to pick you up. When I say to go, you go. Don't waste breath. Yes. Boss, I'll go refuel the car first. Big Zhang readily agreed. As he left the company, he mumbled, this young master is unpredictable. One moment he seems easy to deal with, and the next, he is unreasonable. If it weren't for the decent salary, I truly wouldn't want to endure this. That evening, he followed Yu Guanghai to a restaurant. Expecting to be invited to dine at the table, he was instead relegated to standing by the door of the private room, watching as the guests clinked their glasses while he could only endure hunger. Had he known, he would have arranged for some food in advance to satiate his appetite. At long last, the guests had finished their meal. Yu Guanghui, his face flushed from drink, wiped his mouth, and, with an air of elegance, bid farewell to his guests. Glancing at his watch, he turned to the ever-reliable old Zhang and instructed, drive to Longhua Garden. Yes, boss, Zhang replied, refraining from further chatter, knowing well to follow orders. Once seated in the car, Yu Guanghui realized he was engaged in personal matters and ought to have driven himself. However, having indulged in drink to the point of dizziness, he thought it best to let Zhang take the wheel. He leaned back against the rear seat, half closing his eyes to rest. Boss, we have arrived at Longhua Garden. Old Zhang softly reminded him. Already? Yu Guanghui opened his eyes and peered out the window. Drive a bit further. Yes, that's south the place. Turn left upon entering the main gate. He directed Zhang as they reached the parking area of Wei Ji Dao Specialty Kitchen. Zhang, You wait in the car. I'll go have a look. It was nearly closing time for the restaurant, and he intended to wait for Wu Pianpian, ready to pick her up after a shift. On this weekend evening, the nightlife was just beginning. Deep down, he felt uncertain whether Wu Pianpian would join him. After waiting outside for a while, as patrons gradually departed and the staff began tidying up, he peered inside but saw no sign of her. "Sir, we are preparing to close. If you wish to dine, please return tomorrow," said the same waitress who had seen him off before. Noticing him peering anxiously through the door, she approached with a warm smile. "I am not here to dine. May I inquire if Wu Pianpian is present?" "I am looking for her." Yu Guanghui stepped into the light to ask. "Wu Pianpian? She has already left. A friend came to pick her up about 15 minutes ago," Ling Yin remarked, appraising Yu Guanghui with a knowing look. "You must be your classmate. She mentioned you during your last visit." "Indeed, I am an old classmate. May I ask who came to collect her?" he inquired with a smile. "It seems to be another classmate of hers, a female who drove here." "Perhaps you know her," she replied. At once, Yu Guanghui thought of Yang Xiaoyue among his classmates. She alone drove a car. "Oh, I know who it is. Thank you," he said, turning to leave. Ling Yin called after him as he walked away. "Sir, we welcome you to visit again." As he strolled, he pulled out his phone and dialed Yang Xiaoyue's number. "Old you, what is up?" "I'm driving," came Yang Xiaoyue's voice. "Is Wu Pianpian in your car?" he asked urgently. "Yes, I just picked her up. We're heading out for karaoke. If you want to speak with her, do it yourself." "Wait, where are you going for karaoke?" "I want to come." Yu Guanghui pressed on. "To Chengnan Impression. For folk music," Yang Xiaoyue started to explain, but was interrupted by Wu Pianpian, who snatched the phone from her. "Why did you call him here?" Wu Pianpian said, visibly displeased. "Pianpian, you heard it. I didn't call him here. He chose to come on his own," Yang Xiaoyue replied as she turned back to the road. "I really didn't want him to come. He has been pestering me about her situation, and it's quite bothersome," Wu Pianpian retorted. "What situation do we even have?" Yang Xiaoyue contrat. "There's nothing going on." Wu Pianpian tossed her phone to Yang Xiaoyue, tilting her head as she said, "All right, let us not discuss him any further. It dampens the mood. It's a rare occasion for us to gather tonight, and we must make the most of it." Upon arriving at the South City Impression Folk, the sound of music could be felt even from outside the entrance, with flickering lights and a lively rhythm emanating from the hall. In such an atmosphere, one instinctively feels compelled to sway to the music. Yang Xiaoyue exchanged a few words with a waiter, who replied, "Please follow me. Is it just the two of us?" "Xiaoyue?" Wu Pianpian asked, gripping Yang Xiaoyue's arm. "How can it be? Two girls singing is rather dull. Come on, Pianpian. Our friend Li Wei has organized a gathering with several friends inside, and they are waiting for you." Wu Pianpian Baoset, turning to Yang Xiaoyue. "If you give me the money, I won't join the revelry. You all enjoy yourselves." "Don't be like that. I specifically drove to pick you up for a good time. If you don't come, what's the point? Let's go. Now that we are here, you won't have to pay for anything." Yang Xiaoyue insisted, pulling Wu Pianpian into a private room. The room was dimly lit, and upon entering, the noise was overwhelming. A man was bellowing loudly, singing along with the music on the screen, accompanied by a woman harmonizing with him. The number of people present was unclear. Wu Pianpian rubbed her eyes to adjust to the darkness, and then recognized the loud singer as Lu Qiming. Surveying the room, aside from Lu Qiming and Yang Xiaoyue's husband Li Wei, there were two other men and several flamboyantly dressed women whom she did not know. "Why have you brought me here?" Wu Pianpian shouted at Yang Xiaoyue, struggling to be heard over the noise. "Miss Wu, welcome." Lu Qiming paused his singing and stopped the screen, greeting Wu Pianpian. "Please take a seat. We started singing a bit while waiting for you," he explained before addressing the women. "You may leave. This is no longer your affair." The accompanying singers chattered for a moment before exiting the room, bringing a slight calm to the space. Li Wei handed Wu Pianpian a glass and poured her some beer. "Tonight, I'm treating Boss Lu to a meal, and then we came here. Xiaoyue mentioned you were coming, so it's perfect. We're all friends. Let us sing together. It's the weekend. After a long week of hard work, it's time to unwind. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," Lu Qiming concurred. "Knowing that Miss Wu doesn't enjoy too much noise, I sent them away. Now it's just a few friends. Come, Miss Wu, why not start us off with a song?" Wu Pianpian found herself in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. Despite her reservations about the company, she felt compelled to engage in polite conversation. Mr. Liu, you sing, and I shall merely listen. How about Mr. Li and Yang Qiayue perform a duet? Lu Qiming clapped enthusiastically. Excellent suggestion, Miss Wu. Mr. Li's sister-in-law, you two sing first, and then I shall duet with Miss Wu. Wu Pianpian shot him a sidelong glance, and finally noticed that the other two men were Lu Qiming's lackeys. They merely nodded and applauded at whatever he said. Yang Xiaoyue was not one to defer. She took Li Wei's hand and selected a song, both of them holding microphones, singing in harmony. Lu Qiming handed a wine glass from the coffee table to Wu Pianpian, raising his own in a toast. Miss Wu, I hear you're contemplating a themed restaurant. Is it true you are short on startup capital? It was evident that this information had come from Yang Xiaoyue. Wu Pianpian waved her hand dismissively. It's still in the nascent stage, merely an idea for now. If you require funds, I can offer my assistance. Consider it a friendly loan for your needs. How much do you estimate you might need? Lu Qiming pressed further. Boss Lu, I wouldn't want to trouble you with my affairs. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your kind words. All right then, let us toast. If I were unaware of this matter, it would be one thing, but since I know, I cannot refrain from helping. I am not one to fuss over money. If a friend is in need, I will raise a glass without hesitation. Lu Qiming endeavored to portray a magnanimous character. Although Wu Pianpian merely sipped from her glass, he did not insist. Instead, he tilted his head back and downed a full glass of beer in one go. After Li Wei and Yang Xiaoyue had sung a couple of songs, they passed the microphone to Wu Pianpian, saying, "It's your turn now." She accepted the microphone, stating, "I won't perform a duet. Instead, I shall sing a solo." Selecting a female solo piece, she stood, approached the screen, and began to sing along with the lyrics. Lu Qiming watched intently, and gradually, he picked up another microphone and began to holler, his coarse voice overshadowing Wu Pianpian's melodious tones. Wu Pianpian ceased her singing and returned to her seat. Miss Wu, please continue. Your singing is delightful, Lu Qiming encouraged. Boss Lu, I think I shall remain a listener, she replied. Lu Qiming continued to sing, casually offering his glass to Wu Pianpian. Here, feel free. Subsequently, the others sang a few songs in turn. Yang Qiayukuet Li remarqued, Wu Pianpian. You sit for a moment, I need to move the car. The waiter said it's blocking the way. Wu Pianpian stood, responding, I must leave as well. You enjoy yourself. I'll take a taxi back. Oh no, sing a few more songs. I brought you here, so I must see you home safely. Wait for me. I will drive you. With that, Yang Xiaoyue gently pressed Wu Pianpian back into her seat before turning to exit the private room. Come now, Miss Wu. This time you sing, I promise not to join in. My voice is hardly worthy of your ears. Lu Qiming jested as he handed the microphone to Wu Pianpian. Reluctantly, she accepted it, thinking this would be her final song before leaving once Yang Qiayue returned. As the prelude began, she glanced at the lyrics, her peripheral vision catching sight of Li Wei rising. When Li Wei departed, only Lu Qiming and his two associates remained in the room. A sudden sense of unease washed over Wu Pianpian. She hastily set down the microphone and rushed after Li Wei, calling out, Boss Li, Qiayue has gone to move the car. Li Wei appeared not to hear her and strode straight out of the private room. As Wu Pianpian attempted to pursue, she was abruptly halted by Lu Qiming's firm grip. Miss Wu, Boss Li has gone to the restroom. He will return shortly. With determination, Wu Pianpian struggled free and dashed towards the door of the private room, but was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, her feet feeling as though they barely touched the ground. No, her eyes were clouded, yet her mind remained alert. It was not the ground she could not feel, but rather someone had seized her in a tight embrace. Yang Qiayue, you have betrayed me. This was her final coherent thought. Lu Qiming placed Wu Pianpian onto the sofa in the private room and exchanged glances with his two henchmen. Understanding the cue, they simultaneously exited, ensuring to close the door behind them. Today, there will be no place for you to hide. Once I have my way with you, you shall belong to me. The fire of desire flickered in Lu Qiming's eyes as he impatiently loosened his belt. He failed to notice a burly man behind him who, in a swift motion, struck him with a punch, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed onto the sofa. Chapter 61. Consider it a favor owed upon hearing Yang Qiayue mention Southern Impression folk songs. Yu Guanghui's call was abruptly cut off. He surmised that they had certainly gone to Southern Impression folk songs. He instructed old Zhang to head directly there. Upon arrival, he spotted Yang Xiaoyue's car parked and felt a surge of amusement. You don't want me to come? I shall indeed show up. He left old Zhang in the car and ventured inside. In the dimly lit hall, he approached a waiter, inquiring, "Did two beautiful ladies enter just now? Which room do they go to? We have many beautiful ladies here. I cannot know who you seek," the waiter replied, shaking his head. "Oh, I mean two female guests. Not the ordinary women in your establishment," Yu Guanghui exclaimed. Another waiter, overhearing, approached and pointed towards a particular room, saying, "Are you referring to the two female guests who arrived by car? They are in there." Following the direction given, Yu Guanghui traversed a long corridor and arrived at the door of the private room, poised to push it open. After a moment's contemplation, uncertain of who might be inside, he paused and peered through the crack of the door. He observed Wu Pianpian singing into a microphone, while Yang Xiaoyue and several men sat on the sofa. How amusing! Two shameless women have come to entertain men with drinks and songs. He muttered under his breath, but upon closer inspection, he recognized not only Yang Xiaoyue's husband, Li Wei, but also Lu Qiming, the notorious logistics kingpin of Longhua City. Yu Guanghui instinctively took a step back, relieved that he had not recklessly barged in. He understood that crossing Lu Qiming would be perilous. If he were to storm in seeking Wu Pianpian, it would incite Lu Qiming's wrath, leading to trouble not only for himself, but also jeopardizing the Yu family's business. Patiently, he remained outside, secretly observing as Lu Qiming persistently coaxed Wu Pianpian into drinking. Yu Guanghui's frustration grew as he pondered his next move. Wu Pianpian was so close, yet he could not bear the thought of retreating in defeat. Thus, he found a corner in the hall, ordered a beer, and sipped it slowly, casting occasional glances towards the private room at the end of the corridor. What transpired within that room remained a mystery to him, until he noticed Yang Xiaoyue quietly exiting and making her way towards the entrance. He felt an urge to follow and inquire further, but ultimately restrained himself. Hiding in the corner, he remained unnoticed by Yang Xiaoyue. After a while, Yang Xiaoyue's husband emerged as well. "This is bad. What scheme have these two concocted? Leaving Wu Pianpian alone with Lu Qiming?" Yu Guanghui had long heard of Lu Qiming's character. Wu Pianpian is in danger. That thought struck him immediately. Shortly thereafter, two men simultaneously stepped out from the private room, standing at the entrance with their hands clasped behind their backs. It's over. Inside, only Wu Pianpian and Lu Qiming remained. Yu Guanghui's mind raced as he sent a message to Big Brother Zhang. "Zhang Hai, come quickly. I'm in the corner to the left front of the lobby." In no time, Big Brother Zhang appeared before him. "Zhang Hai." He pointed towards the private room and the two men outside, continuing, "There's a woman inside. She is my friend. She is in trouble. Can you rescue her?" "Boss, what is going on? How many people are in the private room?" Big Brother Zhang asked anxiously. "I estimate there's only one man and my female friend now. The two men at the door are his lackeys." Big Brother Zhang's eyes glinted with understanding. "Boss, as long as the waiters here don't meddle, I can go save her." Yu Guanghui nodded affirmatively. "Are you sure you can handle it alone?" "No problem. All right, leave the waiters to me. I initially intended to call on them to intervene, but I doubt they would dare offend those men. However, they certainly wouldn't openly shield them. Act swiftly, retrieve my friend, and take her directly to the car." Big Brother Zhang waved his right hand in a casual manner and strolled towards the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the door of the private room, he leaned down and quietly asked the two men a question, then suddenly struck out, catching them off guard and knocking them out cold. He then gently pushed open the door of the private room and slipped inside. When Wu Pianpian regained consciousness, she felt herself in a car, with the silhouettes of two men beside her. As she opened her eyes, she realized she was lying in the back seat, while Yu Guanghui and an unfamiliar man occupied the front. Big Brother Zhang glanced at the rearview mirror and informed Yu Guanghui, "Boss, she is awake." Wu Pianpian sat up, looking around in confusion. "Why am I here? Yu Guanghui, what happened to me?" Yu Guanghui turned around, pleadingly exclaiming, "By all that is good, that scoundrel Lu Qiming drugged you and was up to no good. It was I who had my brother rescue you." You truly do not know what is good for you, like a dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a good heart. In truth, he regretted bringing Zhang Hai along today. Had Zhang Hai not been present, he could have seized the opportunity to win over Wu Pianpian. Yet without Zhang Hai, he would never have dared to confront and incapacitate Lu Qiming's lackeys to rescue her. Fortune did not favor him. Now, he must play the Good Samaritan. Having Zhang Hai lay Wu Pianpian in the back seat without knowing where she lived, and then return her home, further complicating her misunderstanding. He could only wait in the car until she awoke. It was indeed Boss Yu who called me. I subdued those few men and rescued you, Big Brother Zhang added. With grace, I have long cautioned you, do not entangle yourself with Lu Qiming. He is hardly a man of good character. Moreover, that couple, Yang Qiaoyue and her husband, harbor ill intentions. It was only tonight that I discerned their true nature. They have conspired with Lu Qiming to set a trap. Your dear confidant truly embodies the essence of a good friend. Wu Pianpian fell silent for a moment, then raised her head. Where is Yang Qiaoyue? Have you seen her? Why are you still searching for her? She and her husband left in their car long ago. Wu Pianpian bit her lip, filled with resentment. Very well. This time you have saved me. Consider it a favor owed to you, Yu Guanghui. Thank you. As she spoke, she pushed open the car door, preparing to exit. Wait. Pianpian, where are you going? Yu Guanghui urgently inquired. I'm taking a taxi home. It's late. I worry for your safety if you go home alone. Allow me to drive you back. With that, Yu Guanghui jumped out of the car and ushered Wu Pianpian back inside. I can manage. It's merely a matter of stepping on the gas. Wu Pianpian thought to herself, reluctant to let him know her address. Yet, even if she were to exit and hail a cab, Yu Guanghui would undoubtedly follow her in his car. Where do you reside? Yu Guanghui asked as he settled beside her. Wu Pianpian provided the address of her parents' home, and Lao Zhang started the vehicle, departing from the city's southern impressions under the cloak of night. Chapter 62. It was intimate. Lu Qiming lay in the private room, having taken a heavy blow, motionless for an extended period. It was the two henchmen outside who first regained consciousness and rushed in to rouse him. Who the hell just ambushed me? How are you two guarding the door? Lu Qiming erupted with anger. Master Lu, we were also knocked unconscious. We just woke up ourselves, the two replied, quaking in fear. Fools! Are you simply here for a meal? How many attackers were there? Lu Qiming interrogated fiercely. I only saw one person, head down, couldn't team make out the face. That's all I know, one henchman replied, gesturing with his hands, and then I was out. Go fetch the waiter. Is he still operating? How could someone openly abduct another here without any intervention? A few waitstaff and the manager entered the private room. The manager, with a sycophantic smile, bowed deeply to Lu Qiming. Master Lu, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused. Apologize? Is a mere apology sufficient? What are the security personnel you employ doing? Master Lu, it's not favoritism. Whoever you have an issue with, we wouldn't dare get involved. We are merely conducting business, and we cannot afford to offend anyone. Please forgive us. Lu Qiming's anger intensified. In Longhua City, he had suffered a blow without even knowing the identity of his assailants. Then tell me, who were they? How many were there? Surely you can disclose that much? Master Lu, may I have a word in private? The manager respectfully suggested, bowing. Lu Qiming waved his hand. You all may leave. The waitstaff and his two henchmen retreated, leaving only the manager and Lu Qiming in the room. Speak. What is the situation? Lu Qiming pressed again. Master Lu, I dare to say what you were doing in this private room is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. That is enough. However, it has already been exposed. The individual has threatened that either the police should be called to the scene, or we must turn a blind eye and refrain from intervening. Consider this. If the police arrive, how will you resolve the situation regarding your actions? Not only will you face legal repercussions, but our humble establishment will also be ordered to rectify the matter. I advise you, Mr. Lu, to let go when necessary. The situation has unfolded as it is, and since the opposing party has not escalated the matter, let her leave. Am I speaking sensibly? Lu Qiming remained silent, deep in thought. The manager continued, saying, furthermore, our people do not recognize that individual. She has never been here before. You must ponder who it could be, Mr. Lu. We are all outsiders. Enough. Lu Qiming struck the coffee table with his hand, exclaiming that if even a whisper of today's events were to leak, not only would your establishment fail to operate, but you, old fellow, should also be cautious. Indeed, today Mr. Lu is merely here to sing and enjoy drinks with friends. Nothing of consequence has occurred. Ha ha ha. The manager laughed heartily. Yang Xiaoyue and Li Wei returned home, reflecting on how Mr. Lu's wishes had been fulfilled, and it was time to assist Li Wei in establishing the logistics route to the land of the Rakshases. They even opened a bottle of wine to share a toast at home. Xiaoyue, it's ironic that Wu Pianpian is your close friend, and yet Mr. Lu has set his sights on her. She deserves this misfortune. Such is the fate of an individual. Li Wei raised his glass, both admiring and fearing his wife. It was Yang Xiaoyue who suggested this plan. He merely played along. The thought of Wu Pianpian falling into Lu Qiming's embrace tonight stirred a certain discomfort within him. Hey, Li Wei, it sounds like you're blaming me for this. Are you feeling guilty about Wu Pianpian's beauty? Why are you bringing me into this? I simply think that if Wu Pianpian discovers the truth later, I wonder how you will explain it to her. What is there to explain? If she ends up with Mr. Lu, her future will be far better than mine. Look at your struggling logistics department, constantly busy yet unprofitable. When will you ever catch up to Lu Qiming? We still need to rely on him. I'm doing this for our business, after all. Are you suggesting your wife should personally serve that Mr. Lu to plead for an opportunity? Enough. Since we've made our choices, let us not revisit them. Li Wei down his drink. Just then, Yang Qiao's phone rang. It was Lu Qiming. What could be the meaning of his call at this moment? Yang Qiao glunged at Li Wei. Answer it. You'll find out what is going on. Li Wei gestured. Yang Qiao pressed the answer button, and just by the tone of his voice, she could discern the intensity of Lu Qiming's anger. Yang Qiao, is this the game you're playing? Do you even want my help for your family? Asked Li Wei anymore. Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? What game? You bring Wu Pianpian here and then have someone snatch her away. What are your intentions? Lu Qiming shouted into the phone. What? Someone took her away? You're saying Wu Pianpian has left? Yang Xiaoyue felt a wave of unease wash over her. Wu Pianpian had clearly consumed the drugged wine. She was supposed to be Lu Qiming's prey tonight. How could she possibly have escaped? Stop pretending to be confused with me. It was not you who summoned them to seize the opportunity. Who else would know of Wu Pianpian's whereabouts tonight? Yang Qiaoyue, each out the unu. Should you play the game of feigned camaraderie while harboring deceit behind my back? You might as well come to my bed and plead for my mercy. Yang Xiaoyue felt a rush of crimson and pallor sweep across her face. Even if she wished to be in bed with Lu Qiming, she could not do so in such a subservient manner. The voice on the phone was loud, and Li Wei, seated nearby, could hear every word clearly. Her thoughts immediately turned to Yu Guanghui. If anyone knew Wu Pianpian's location tonight, it would be him. When Yu Guanghui called earlier, he had mentioned going out for karaoke and had referenced impression of South City. Yet, Yu Guanghui, with his frail physique, hardly possessed the audacity to confront Lu Qiming and his two henchmen to reclaim someone. Could it be that he sought assistance? Regardless, Yang Xiaoyue could not admit that she had informed Yu Guanghui, although doing so would redirect Lu Qiming's wrath towards him, admitting it would imply collusion, leaving her in a precarious position. If she confessed to informing Yu Guanghui, it would only validate Lu Qiming's accusations. There was no way to explain it, and it would be better to remain silent. Boss Lu, please temper your anger. I assure you on my honor that I will pick up Wu Pianpian tonight and deliver her directly. I have not mentioned this to anyone, nor will I seek anyone's assistance in this matter. Consider it, Boss Lu. Do I dare to offend you? How could I even think of employing underhanded tactics against you? I might offend Wu Pianpian, but I would never dare to offend you. Why would I risk everything for Wu Pianpian to procure her? If I had intended to take her, I would not have approached her with pleasantries. It must be some enemy of yours who has acted. Boss Lu, I regret having displeased you this time. Next time, I shall make amends. Lu Qiming replied, Is it truly not you? Indeed, it is not, Yang Xiaoyue asserted, shaking her head firmly. Very well, I shall investigate this matter further, Lu Qiming stated before hanging up. Yang Xiaoyue tossed her phone aside, collapsing onto the sofa. Her eyes glazed over. After a moment, Li Wei timidly suggested, Xiaoyue, perhaps we ought to reconsider our exclusive line to the Rakshasa country. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyue was taken aback. What was Li Wei suggesting? She had invested considerable effort, hoping that he could expand their business and, one day, attain the wealth and confidence of someone like Lu Qiming. No, she sprang up from the sofa, pointing at Li Wei. You must not lose heart. I still aspire to drive a BMW. If it comes to it, I shall sever ties with Wu Pianpian. What is there to fear? But we owe her a considerable sum. If we sever ties, how shall we handle her demands? Li Wei azitata. By breaking ties, we would only further entangle ourselves with her. Is she not an urgent need? I refuse to be anxious. What could she do to me? Had I known, I should never have given her that sum today. A resolute glimmer flashed in Yang Xiaoyue's eyes. Fearing that Li Wei might voice further objections and seeing her determination, he swallowed his words. After returning home, Wu Pianpian meticulously reviewed the events of the evening. Yang Xiaoyue came to meet her, merely suggesting a night of karaoke, without mentioning the presence of others. However, the scene in the private room revealed that aside from Lu Qiming's associates, it was just her and Li Wei. Li Wei had claimed that they were treating Lu Qiming to dinner before joining them, indicating a premeditated arrangement. In the room, she had only taken a few sips of her drink, mindful of the potential for intoxication and the vulnerability it might bring. When Yang Xiaoyue and Li Wei both concocted excuses to leave, she found herself dizzy and disoriented, slipping into unconsciousness at a crucial moment. According to Yu Guanghui, when he burst in, Lu Qiming was poised to exploit her. She realized that Yang Xiaoyue had betrayed her. Despite previously considering their friendship, she had refrained from pressuring Yang Xiaoyue for repayment of debts, only to discover that she had offered herself to Lu Qiming. Recalling the party at the Silver Lake Resort, where Lu Qiming had shamelessly spoken to her, and the earlier encounter in the bar where he had intervened against a rogue, it became clear that his intentions had never been pure. Wu Pianpian's disdain for Lu Qiming even surpassed that of Yu Guanghui. It was Yu Guanghui's surveillance that ultimately freed her from Lu Qiming's grasp. When Yu Guanghui rescued her, she was still unconscious, and had he wished to harm her, she would have had no means to resist. Yet, he did nothing, quietly waiting in the car until she awoke. She understood that it was not only Yu Guanghui's driver who saved her, but that Yu Guanghui had instructed him to do so. Had he desired something else, he could have easily dismissed the driver with a mere excuse. The driver would have complied without question, but he refrained from such actions, which touched Wu Pianpian to some extent. Perhaps he truly harbored deep feelings for her. During their earlier hotel visit, she had indeed initiated some of their interactions. Drinking with him in the room, perhaps using alcohol as a means to bolster her courage for what was to follow. She had continuously berated Yu Guanghui for not respecting her, but perhaps he was merely a bit too hasty and somewhat brusque in his approach. Subsequently, in an effort to salvage her marriage, Wu Pianpian deliberately avoided Yu Guanghui, offering no kind words and maintaining a frosty demeanor during their encounters. Nevertheless, Yu Guanghui remained undeterred. Without his perseverance, she would not have had the chance to escape the crisis tonight. Yet, even now, she found herself unprepared to embrace a new relationship. Yang Xiaoyue had once spoken ill of Yu Guanghui, labeling him a philanderer surrounded by numerous women, a sentiment she had accepted. Are not all men like this? Any man of allure typically has a cadre of admirers. However, she vowed never to be merely a woman in someone else's life. She must first establish her independence and grow her business. Yang Xiaoyue, you have wronged me. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. When she transferred money to Yang Xiaoyue, she had not requested a promissory note, yet she retained a receipt. But where had that receipt gone? She remembered placing it in a paper bag at the time. Had it ended up at home or at her workplace? The specifics eluded her. She had initially planned to stay overnight at her parents' home, but now she must return to her rented place and search for that bag, wondering if she had taken it when moving out from Lu Qingyun's. Despite the persistent invitations from Wu Dongfeng and Luo Chunong, she bid them farewell and took a taxi back to her rented accommodation. She rummaged through all her boxes and bags, but could not locate the paper bag containing the stubs. Lying on her bed, she meticulously recalled that she had indeed brought the bag home, placing it in the bottom drawer of the wardrobe in her bedroom. Alas, in the haste of moving, she had forgotten this crucial item. She picked up her phone, intending to call Lu Qingyun to inquire, but upon checking the time, she realized it was already quite late, and Lu Qingyun might have already fallen asleep. She decided against contacting him at this hour, opting instead to wait until the following day. At that moment, Lu Qingyun was not asleep. To be precise, he was in the neighboring province of Qingyang, having just returned to his hotel from a banquet. It was Pang Shida who had summoned him to introduce some developer friends. Additionally, Pang Shida had a significant project in Qingyang, which he intended to subcontract to Lu Qingyun. Grateful for Lu Qingyun's assistance in addressing the safety hazards of the tower cranes at the Panlongwen construction site, Pang Shida now regarded Lu Qingyun as his closest friend and brother. He had previously stated that should Lu Qingyun embark on new ventures, he would be included. Therefore, he was now exerting every effort to incorporate Lu Qingyun into his circle. The development of Qingyang was on par with that of Longhua City. If Lu Qingyun were to venture beyond Dongjiang Province, his initial consideration would be Qingyang, establishing a foothold there before gradually expanding into other regions. Currently, Linghang Real Estate was making strides in Longhua City and was poised to become a formidable contender in the local real estate agency industry. His sights were now set on Qingyang. His visit to Qingyang was not only to assess the local real estate market and finalize the subcontracting project with Pang Shida, but also for a significant reason. He recalled that in his previous life, one of the largest private construction enterprises in Qingyang, the Hong Kong-listed Nanda Group, was controlled by the local Nan family. The chairman, Nan Jianghe, was expected to pass away shortly, and his widow and several children, including an illegitimate son, were embroiled in a legal battle over the inheritance. This presented Lu Qingyun with a rare opportunity. During the banquet that evening, he had subtly mentioned Nan Jianghe to the attendees, who seemed unaware of the situation, indicating that Nan Jianghe was still alive and that outsiders were not fully cognizant of his condition. Coincidentally, Pang Shida had some acquaintanceship with Nan Jianghe and had not seen him for quite some time. Upon returning to his room, Lu Qingyun turned on the television, watching the news while pondering how he could leverage Pang Shida to visit Nan Jianghe in the hospital. He seized the hotel room phone and dialed his assistant, Tang Shengli, who was still in Longhua City. Chapter 64. Nan Jianghe Victory. How is the matter I asked you to investigate progressing? President Lu, I searched online, and the last sighting of Nan Jianghe was 4 months ago at the Nanda Group's Spring Festival gathering. I have a few photos, which I have sent to your email. There has been no further information since then, Tang Shengli reported. The absence of information suggested that nothing untoward had occurred. Victory during this period. Please pay attention to the market trends of the South Group. Should a decline occur at opportune low points, we ought to acquire shares of the South Group through our Shangbang investment registered in the Kaimai Islands, as well as through my personal account, the more the better. General Liu, are you certain that the stock price of South Group will fall? Dang Sheng Liu in Gui. I checked, and South Group has been performing steadily of late, and the domestic real estate industry is flourishing with an upward trend. I suggest you observe first. If South stock declines, seize the opportunity. Lu Qingyun was unable to provide an explanation. Who could predict the untimely demise of Nan Jianghe? Furthermore, the contention over his estate by his family could only be comprehended by someone like him, a reborn individual. In his previous life, with Nan Jianghe's passing, his shares were divided into 5 parts, causing him to miss out on becoming the largest shareholder, gradually being acquired by Hong Kong Capital. In this life, Lu Qingyun intends to be the opportunistic fisherman, and taking the first step is crucial. Waiting until the event transpires would draw the attention of many investors, and, given his current strength, he would have no opportunity left. Over there, Tang Shengli pondered and expressed his concern, based on the share structure of South Group. Aside from acquiring scattered shares, we should also secure half of the shares held by the Nan family to ensure control. Given our current financial status, it seems we may not have sufficient funds. You need not worry about that. I will handle the financial matters. Very well. Starting tomorrow, I will monitor the trends of the Hong Kong stocks as per General Lu's instructions. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingyun revealed a contented smile. Nan Jianghe was also a prominent figure in Qingyang City, having initially risen from humble beginnings as a middleman, earning his first pot of gold. In the 1990s, he contracted a local construction company during a time when the nation was transitioning to a market economy implementing urbanization policies and engaging in extensive construction. His South Construction Company flourished in this favorable climate. Furthermore, a few years ago, through a series of asset restructurings, it successfully went public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, with Nan Jianghe personally holding 30% of the shares, thus becoming the largest shareholder. Nan Jianghe's first wife, Zhu Fengxia, bore him a son and 2 daughters. Due to his frequent travels, his wife Zhu Fengxia remained at home to raise their children. This led to Nan Jianghe taking a mistress named Song Bailey, with whom he had another son. Zhu Fengxia remained unaware of this until Nan Jianghe fell gravely ill and was hospitalized. During his hospitalization, Song Bailey brought her 10-year-old son to visit, and the affair was finally revealed. Zhu Fengxia, lacking in education, had 2 daughters currently attending high school, while their son, age 19, was studying abroad. Like many self-made entrepreneurs from farming backgrounds, Nan Jianghe allotted only a minimal share of the South Group to his first wife. When Song Bailey arrived at the hospital with her son Song, Zhu Fengxia was not present. Seizing this opportunity, she brought her son to meet Nan Jianghe. Little did she know, Zhu Fengxia hurriedly arrived shortly thereafter. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, she saw a woman in her 30s, alluring and graceful, accompanied by a young boy of about 10. The woman stood by Nan Jianghe's bedside, weeping softly. The private nurse patiently awaited outside the hospital room. Upon noticing Mrs. Nan's arrival, she was about to greet her when Zhu Fengxia halted her with a gesture. Unfamiliar with the woman inside, she initially considered rushing in, pondering if perhaps she was a relative of Nan Jianghe. Eventually, she retreated, hiding outside to eavesdrop. It was then that she comprehended the shocking revelation. Nan Jianghe had been involved with another woman and even had a son. Now, mother and child had come to visit him under the guise of concern for his health, clearly intending to stake a claim to his inheritance. During Nan Jianghe's hospitalization these past few months, the doctors had subtly hinted at the deterioration of his condition, suggesting that his time might be limited. As a family member, Zhu Fengxia had gradually accepted this grim reality, recognizing that the likelihood of recovery was slim, merely awaiting the inevitable. In this moment, the sudden appearance of a woman and her child incited her fury. She stormed into the room, pointing accusingly at Song Bailey, unleashing a barrage of insults. How shameless! What kind of vixen are you? How dare you come here and cause a scene? Crying? Just get out. Initially taken aback, Song Bailey quickly realized she was facing Nan Jianghe's legitimate wife. Though slightly flustered, she resolved to stand her ground. Who are you calling a bastard? This is Jianghe's son, his very own. If he isn't called Song, he should be named Nan. She then turned to the better Nan Jianghe, pleading, Jianghe, speak up. Do you not recognize your own son? Naming him Nan or Bei is of no consequence. As long as I am here, you shall not set foot in the Nan household, Zhu Fengxia declared defiantly. The little boy, frightened, burst into tears. Zhu Fengxia pointed at him, exclaiming, Take this bastard away from me. I never wish to see him again. As she advanced to strike the boy, Song Bailey swiftly shielded him, pushing Zhu Fengxia back. How dare you, vixen? You think you can hit me? Zhu Fengxia yelled, lunging forward to grasp Song Bailey's hair, and the two women began to grapple fiercely. Nan Jianghe, lying in bed, was incensed, exclaiming, What is all this commotion? I'm not dead yet. Fengxia, do you wish to kill me with your rage? Taking a step back, Zhu Fengxia cried out, Where on earth did you find such a wild woman? You blame her instead of addressing me? After all these years of hardship by your side, raising your children, is this how you repay me now that you are wealthy and a big boss? Woe is me. Nan Jianghe waved his hand dismissively and turned to Song Bailey, saying, Bailey, take Oer and go home for now. I will ensure you and Oer are well taken care of. Please return. I cannot. Since we are here, we must speak. Jianghe, you need to say something for us. Otherwise, how will Oer and I survive? With all his strength, Nan Jianghe leaned forward, sighing, It seems you all want to drive me to my grave. I might as well succumb now. With that, he yanked out his foredrip. Both women were taken aback, rushing forward in alarm, exclaiming, Jianghe, you must hold on. Stay strong. The commotion attracted a nurse, who arrived to admonish them. Family members, please take your disputes elsewhere. This is a hospital, and the patient requires a tranquil environment. Holding her son's hand, Song Bailey softly addressed Nan Jianghe. Jianghe, we will leave for now. We shall return in a few days to see you. As she turned to leave, Zhu Fengxia spat at her retreating figure, exclaiming, Bah, Vixen. Once the nurse had reinserted the four-line for Nan Jianghe and offered a few words of advice before departing. Nan Jianghe turned to the remaining Zhu Fengxia with a sense of remorse, saying, Fengxia, I am truly sorry. I have wronged you and the children. He proceeded to recount the entire affair concerning Song Bailey to his wife. Ultimately, he acknowledged his faults. Yet the reality remained that the young boy was indeed his flesh and blood. Having reached this point, he chose to be forthright. Observing the emaciated Nan Jianghe, Zhu Fengxia found herself unable to express anger. Sitting dazedly on the edge of the bed, she pondered for a moment before suggesting, Jianghe, perhaps we should offer her some financial assistance to settle this matter? Nan Jianghe grasped Zhu Fengxia's hand and weakly remarked, Thank you for your understanding, my dear. Jianghe, I have called you back. She is expected to arrive in the next couple of days. Fei and Mayer mentioned wanting to visit you today, but I advised against it since they are still in school and must not neglect their studies, Zhu Fengxia chattered. Yes, I understand, replied Nan Jianghe, withdrawing his hand from hers to gently caress the back of it as he gazed towards the door. Outside, two men approached. One was a middle-aged man who, while entering, greeted Nan, How are you doing? The speaker was none other than Pang Shirda, accompanied by Lu Qingyun. Oh, it's Brother Pang. How did you find your way here? As you can see, I am unable to rise to greet you. Nan Jianghe feigned an attempt to sit up, but Pang Shirda quickly gestured for him to remain still. Brother Nan, please stay in bed. We specifically came to check on you. Zhu Fengxia, understanding the situation, stepped aside to free a chair, inviting Pang Shirda, Please, take a seat. I want to sit, Pang Shirda replied. I heard yesterday that President Nan was unwell, so I came to visit today. He casually handed a gift box to Zhu Fengxia, adding, Sister-in-law, I apologize for the haste. Please accept this small gesture. Your kindness is much appreciated, President Pang. Nan Jianghe remarked, turning to Lu Qingyun and inquiring, I believe this is our first meeting, brother? Pang Shirda promptly introduced, This is my friend and brother, Lu Qingyun, the owner of Xingbang Engineering Company in Longhua City. He happened to be in Qingyang these past few days, so he joined me in visiting you. Nan Jianghe extended his hand, and Lu Qingyun stepped forward, shaking it while expressing, It is an honor to meet you, President Nan, a predecessor in our industry. Upon hearing from President Pang about your visit, I could not resist accompanying him. Please focus on your recovery. I hope to seek your guidance once you are well. Guidance is too grand a term. I truly hope for better health, as you say. However, given my current state, I find it rather embarrassing, Nan Jianghe replied. As he began to cough, the two exchanged words of comfort, inquiring about Zhu Fengxia's treatment before Pang Shirda clasped Nan Jianghe's hand and said, President Nan, please take care of yourself and rest well. We shall not intrude further. He nodded to Zhu Fengxia in farewell, preparing to leave. I will see President Pang and President Lu out, Zhu Fengxia offered, following the two men as they exited the ward. Sister-in-law, please do stay. Pang Shirda courteously waved his hand and spoke. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingyun produced his business card, presenting it with both hands to Zhu Fengxia, saying, Sister-in-law, here's my card. Once Mr. Nan recovers, please convey a word to us, and we shall come to offer our congratulations then. His purpose for visiting was to establish a connection with Mrs. Nan, ensuring that Zhu Fengxia would remember him. Zhu Fengxia accepted the card, glanced at it, and then looked up to scrutinize Lu Qingyun. Mr. Lu, I appreciate you and your brothers coming to see old Nan at this time. However, I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential for now, as it is old Nan's wish. Just as Pang Shirda was about to inquire further, Lu Qingyun nudged him with his elbow and interjected, Understood. It is of utmost importance to maintain morale. Rest assured, sister-in-law, we shall not mention this to anyone else. Well, you both take care. Upon exiting the hospital and entering the car, Pang Shirda finally asked, Brother Lu, did you bring me along because you have thoughts regarding the projects held by the Nanda Group? Given that both Nan Jianghe and Pang Shirda were in the construction business, Lu Qingyun likely had intentions of securing project from Pang Shirda to connect with Nan Jianghe. Lu Qingyun did not hold back. He nodded and added, "Let's set that aside for now. Mr. Pang, I wish to discuss the establishment of a new company in Qingyang. According to Lu Qingyun's plan for the Qingyang branch of Linghang Real Estate. Linghang Real Estate of Longhua City would hold a 30% stake. Lu Qingyun would possess 20%, and Pang Shida would also hold 20%, with the remaining 30% divided among the other three partners, each receiving 10%. Thus, he and his Linghang Real Estate would only need to invest 50% to become the largest shareholder and maintain actual control. This model could be replicated in real estate agency ventures, allowing for gradual expansion by attracting more partners with minimal investment. This was the project Lu Qingyun had been preparing, and Pang Shida had no objections. He was simply investing and waiting for profits. However, Lu Qingyun insisted, "You cannot remain uninvolved. As the second largest shareholder, you must take some interest in the company's operations." Lu Qingyun was resolute, recognizing that Pang Shida possessed valuable resources that needed to be effectively utilized. "Ha ha, after all, it's just a developer. I can certainly facilitate introductions," Pang Shida chuckled. "I will send someone for the chairman, but it must be your choice for the general manager, Mr. Pang," Lu Qingyun stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. "All right, you are assigning me a task," Pang Shida said, grinning broadly. This Lu Qingyun is indeed impressive. He has a grand vision and is quite generous. At that moment, a call came in from Wu Pianpian, and Lu Qingyun pressed the answer button. "Qingyun, I've left something at your place. When would it be convenient for me to come by and retrieve it?" Wu Pianpian's voice inquired. "What have you left behind? Didn't you move everything?" Lu Qingyun responded bluntly. "It's a paper bag. I remember placing it in the drawer of the bedroom. Inside are the receipts for the transfer to Yang Xiaoyue," Wu Pianpian briefly explained. "Oh, I'm currently out of town. Let us discuss it when I return," Lu Qingyun said, preparing to hang up. "Wait, when will you be back? Can I go pick it up myself?" Wu Pianpian hurriedly pressed. "No, I have changed the locks. Please wait for my return, which will be in about 3 days." Lu Qingyun put away his phone, while Pang Shida remained silent, patiently waiting. It was only then that he interjected, "Now that you and your sister-in-law have parted ways, do you have a new objective?" Lu Qingyun chuckled. "What, Brother Pang? Are you trying to play matchmaker for me?" Pang Shida stroked his chin, feigning deep thought, then replied, "If you truly desire, I can think of someone. If you manage to win her over, it would indeed be a triumph in both love and career." "Brother Pang, I was merely jesting. You took me too seriously. At this moment, I lack the energy to entertain a woman. A man should prioritize his career. With a successful career, who needs a wife?" Pang Shida smirked. "I didn't even mention who it was, yet you were so quick to dismiss it. Don't regret it. This individual happens to be the daughter of the mayor of Longhua City." "Absolutely not." Lu Qingyun waved his hands dismissively. Pang Shida sighed. "If I were a decade younger, single, and had such a handsome brother like you, I would definitely give it a shot. How would one know it's impossible without trying? Enough of that. Your sister-in-law is also an esteemed graduate from a prestigious school with a fine background, isn't she? Aren't you content?" Lu Qingyun teased. Just kidding, just kidding. These words are for us brothers to share. Don't let them reach your sister-in-law's ears, you know what I mean." As they exchanged light banter, they unknowingly arrived at the hotel where Lu Qingyun was staying. Upon getting out of the car, Lu Qingyun told Pang Shida, "I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Let us reconnect when we return to Longhua City." "All right." Watching Pang Shida's south car drive away, Lu Qingyun did not return to the hotel, but instead hailed another taxi and instructed the driver to the People's Hospital of Qingyang. Chapter 66. Implications earlier. When he accompanied Pang Shida to the hospital, he had caught sight of a woman in her 30s leading a young boy out of the inpatient department. Upon reaching Nanjiang's ward, he noticed that his wife, Zhu Fengxia, had red-rimmed eyes as if she had been crying. Nanjiangha held her hand, attempting to comfort her. As they entered the room, Zhu Fengxia exhibited a hint of panic, striving to conceal her inner turmoil. Lu Qingyun suspected that Nanjiangha's mistress had visited, bringing along their son. This indicated that Zhu Fengxia was now aware of the existence of another woman in Nanjiangha's life, along with an illegitimate child. Lu Qingyun, by nature, felt a deep sympathy for the original wife. In such times, he believed it necessary to take action. He returned to the hospital, but did not go to Nanjiang's ward. Instead, he waited outside the inpatient department. He took out some paper and a pen from his briefcase, writing a note and placing it in an envelope. Given Nanjiang's status, he would undoubtedly require special nursing care during his hospitalization, and Zhu Fengxiao would remain at the hospital at all times. He needed to wait. Sure enough, Zhu Fengxiao exited the hospital's inpatient building and headed directly for the parking lot. Lu Qingyun quietly followed her, watching as she got into her car and drove out of the parking lot. He quickly hailed a taxi to follow her, determined to trace Zhu Fengxiao to Nanjiang's home. In his recollection from a previous life, Nanjiang had established 2 wills, one to be presented by a lawyer after his passing and the other provided by his mistress. The contents of 2 wills are in conflict, leading to animosity among several heirs who have taken their disputes to court. He aims to discreetly provide Zhu Fengxiao with a hint. Yet, given his current status, and having just made the acquaintance of Nanjiang and Madame Nan, it is inappropriate for him to approach her directly. Observing Zhu Fengxiao's car entering a high-end villa community, Lu Qingyun glanced around. This must be the residence of Nanjiang. He retrieved a pre-prepared envelope and addressed the taxi driver. "Sir, could you kindly deliver this to the security guard at the entrance and ensure it is handed directly to Madame Nan, the wife of General Manager Nanjiang?" Just as Zhu Fengxiao returned home and had not yet settled in, the property management called. "Madame Nan, there's a letter for you at the gate. Please come to collect it." Confused, she wondered why she had not been informed of a letter upon entering. And who still sends letters these days, especially to one's home? Nevertheless, she promptly exited to the gate. "Is there a letter for me?" she inquired of the attending security guard. He handed her the envelope and explained, "A taxi driver just left this for you, instructing me to deliver it personally." Taxi driver? Zhu Fengxiao's confusion deepened. She cautiously scanned the area outside the gate, immediately suspecting that someone might be pursuing debts at her home. However, there was no one in sight, nor any taxi visible. "He handed me the letter and left," the guard clarified. The news of Nanjiang's grave illness had not been disclosed to the public to avoid causing panic or attracting debt collectors. Why would someone pursue debts not at the company, but come to my home, leaving this letter without showing themselves? What could this mean? Zhu Fengxiao muttered to herself as she retraced her steps. She refrained from opening the envelope in front of the guard, fearing it might contain distressing news. Yet once she returned home and eagerly opened the envelope, the contents compelled her to act. She immediately called her lawyer. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun sat in the taxi, silently reflecting, "Madame Nan, I can only assist you to this extent." 3 nights later, Lu Qingyun returned to Longhua City. Luo Yongjie drove to the airport to pick him up. Once in the car, Luo hesitated for a moment, seemingly burdened with something to say. "Yongjie, if you have something to express, please do so directly," Lu urged. Finally, Luo spoke. "Mr. Lu, there is something I am uncertain whether to share. A few days ago, my former sister-in-law was drugged in a private room by that scoundrel Lu Qiming and nearly faced a terrible fate. Had it not been for the timely intervention of old Zhang." He recounted the information he had gathered from Zhang Hai. Calculating the timeline, it was precisely the night when Wu Pianpian had called him late. Suddenly, he recalled her mentioning needing a paper bag containing the receipt for a transfer to Yang Qiaoyue. Could this be connected? When old Zhang burst into the private room, only Lu Qiming was present. Thus, the information Luo had gathered did not mention Yang Qiaoyue. "I am aware of this matter. Is there any recent activity from Guanghui Trading Company? That is what I require. They have sought out several shoe factories for private label processing. Currently, the volume is low and in the trial order phase," Luo Yongjie reported. Lu Qingyun instructed to keep track of their order quantities, the brands being used, recipient information, and so forth. He pondered that it was not yet the opportune moment to take action against Guanghui. Under normal circumstances, if the trial order progressed smoothly, a formal bulk order would be established. This process would not take long. "Very well, Mr. Lu. Shall we head to the company or return home?" Luo Yongjie inquired as he drove. "Please take me home first, then you can take the car. Come back tomorrow morning to fetch me." After a few days of constant hustle, he was relieved that the matters he needed to attend to had gone smoothly. Upon arriving home, he went straight to the bedroom. retrieving the paper bag mentioned by Wu Piampian from the bottom drawer of the wardrobe. Indeed, inside he found a remittance receipt. Noticing the late hour, he decided against calling Wu Piampian at this time. He placed the paper bag into his briefcase, planning to take it to the office tomorrow and have Wu Piampian collect it there. At that moment, Wu Piampian called. "Have you returned?" "I just got back. The items you wanted will be ready for you at the office tomorrow," Lu Qingyun replied calmly. "I'm already downstairs. Either I come up to get it, or could you please bring it down?" Wu Piampian had anticipated Lu Qingyun's return and came directly after finishing work. "All right, I will bring it down to you." Lu Qingyun retrieved the paper bag once more and took the elevator down. This was their first meeting after the divorce, and he noticed she appeared considerably weary. Handing over the paper bag, Lu Qingyun turned to leave but paused, saying, "Allow me to offer a friendly piece of advice. It would be wise to consult a lawyer before holding on to this. Yang Xiaoyue's husband runs a freight department, and if the evidence is accepted, the court will find a way to address them. Also, I have already rectified the company's deficit, so refrain from mentioning the misappropriation of company funds that pertains to your personal lending arrangements with them." Wu Piampian watched Lu Qingyun's retreating figure, her emotions a tumultuous blend. In just a few brief sentences, he had provided her with both guidance and a subtle warning not to entangle herself further. Biting her lip, she exited the once familiar community. As she hailed a taxi at the entrance, she suddenly turned around, spotting a familiar vehicle approaching the complex. It was one that she and Lu Qingyun had previously used, which was later given to Lu Tingting. What could Lu Tingting be doing here at such a late hour? Chapter 67. Why do I feel a bit dazed? Under the dim streetlights, Lu Tingting, seated in the passenger seat, did not notice Wu Piampian departing. The car was being driven by Tang Shengli, who, engrossed in his task, skillfully navigated towards the underground parking entrance. Lu Qingyun had specifically summoned them to discuss work proposals. Before long, Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong arrived one after the other, gathering at Lu Qingyun's residence. During this trip to Qingyang City, Lu Qingyun successfully secured 2 projects. One was the subcontracting project for Pang Shirda, and the other involved establishing a branch for Linghang Real Estate in Qingyang City. The overall direction has been determined and requires further implementation. Among the group, the most exhilarated is undoubtedly Lu Tingting. In just 2 months, not only has Longhua City South Linghang Real Estate officially launched, but has also expanded into neighboring provinces. This pace has far exceeded her expectations. Naturally, the pressure on her is immense. President Lu is responsible for outlining the vision and constructing the framework, while she must translate it into concrete actions. Yet, even so, they are still far from the ambitious targets set by Lu Qingyun. He envisions propelling Linghang Real Estate to prominence throughout the entirety of Longhua, establishing branches in 1st and 2nd-tier cities, and even in 3rd-tier prefecture-level cities, is his goal. If all goes smoothly, they aim for an early public listing, aspiring to become the leading enterprise in the real estate agency industry. The establishment of a second company under Linghang in Qingyang City is merely the first step. Since Lu Qingyun was discharged from the hospital after his injury, his actions have distinctly demonstrated a change from his former self. Not only has he suddenly divorced, but he has also launched new projects without any prior indication. In terms of engineering, he is taking strides much more rapidly than before. The grand blueprint Lu Qingyun has envisioned, which once seemed unimaginable, now advances steadily and methodically. Who wouldn't desire a promising future? Under Lu Qingyun's leadership, everyone feels invigorated. As Lu Qingyun's assistant, Tang Shengli, though newly appointed, has deeply felt that his decision to return to his homeland was indeed wise. Lu Qingyun poured rare fine wine for everyone and retrieved some snacks. The group gathered, eating, drinking, and engaging in lively discussions. "Brother Lu, I feel there is a certain lack of atmosphere in your home," Wang Chong remarked, leaning back on the sofa and glancing around the living room, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Lu Tingting. "A bachelor's home needs nothing more than wine," Gao Junxing chuckled. Lu Tingting quickly rose and addressed the group. "Please continue your conversation. I'll check the kitchen to see if there is anything readily available to accompany the drinks." Everyone turned to look at her, as if she were the hostess of the gathering. "Can you find anything? It seems President Lu is quite familiar with this place. Wang Chong teased. Don't forget, I was the one who brought President Liu back when he got drunk last time, Lu Tingting replied, unfazed by Wang Chong's remark, and confidently walked toward the kitchen. Tang Xingli considered offering to help, but hesitated upon observing the others, particularly in Lu Qingyun's home. Lu Tingting's assertive behavior made him reluctant to intervene. Xingli, why are you sitting there? Go on. Lu Qingyun gently nudged him, encouraging him to join. Once Tang Xingli also ventured into the kitchen, Wang Chong remarked, What is going on here? Brother Lu, I'm a bit confused. Gao Junxing nodded in agreement. I see it as one word, suspense. Hey guys, I actually think those two make quite a pair. Lu Qingyun raised his wine glass, shaking it in front of Gao Junxing and Wang Chong. In the future, let us not carelessly conjecture about relationships. All right, let us get back to business. I believe what we lack most right now is manpower. Wang Chong awkwardly shifted the topic. That's easily addressed. In the realm of engineering, I urge everyone to devise strategies to attract more skilled project managers. The capabilities of Xiangzi and Junsheng are already well known. Regarding Linghang Real Estate, we can consider the Linghang branch in Longhua City as our own Huangpu Military Academy. After a period of training, we will identify promising talents to bolster our new company, allowing them to assume significant roles, with capable individuals directly appointed as store managers. This approach will invigorate the team. In the kitchen, Lu Tingting skillfully retrieved various ingredients from the refrigerator. Noticing Tang Xingli approaching, she gently pushed him away, asserting, I can manage on my own. You won't be of much help. Why don't you go entertain the executives? Tang Xingli, however, had received permission from General Lu to assist, and he could not simply retreat at Lu Tingting's insistence. Thus, they both plunged into the bustling kitchen, their roles becoming irrelevant amidst the flurry of activity. A month later, Linghang Real Estate's Qinyang branch officially opened its doors in Qinyang City. With Pang Shirda holding a substantial stake, his efforts propelled the company's operations to flourish, rivaling the success of the Longhua branch. In line with Lu Qingyun's vision, both branches established a unified company website, facilitating online resource sharing. The promotional advertisements proliferated not just online, but also across local stations, public transport systems, and taxis, while television broadcasts featured them daily, igniting fervor among the citizens of Longhua and Qinyang. Outside each storefront, representatives donned in identical uniforms lined up in formation, presenting a distinctive spectacle. For purchasing property, choose Linghang Real Estate. We promise you a dream home. This slogan became widely recognized. During this period, Lu Qingyun also visited the hospital to see Nan Jianghe. Even Nan Jianghe, who had been bedridden for an extended time, was aware of the newly established chain of Linghang Real Estate in Qinyang City. Young Lu, I hear this is a venture you partnered with Brother Pang. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I would have invested. With Nan Jianghe's keen insight, he immediately recognized the project as potential. Rest well, Nan. We plan to expand into more cities soon, and there will be ample opportunities ahead. Your involvement would be invaluable. Lu Qingyun intentionally shared some information to enhance Nan Jianghe's impression of him. During this visit, he also met Nan Jianghe's eldest son, Nanya, who had returned from abroad to visit his father. The young man, still in his first year of university, appeared somewhat naive. Upon learning that he was studying computer science and performing well, Lu Qingyun offered him encouragement. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Qingyun's phone rang. It was Lu Tingting calling. She had also arrived in Qinyang City recently, assuming the role of chairperson of Linghang Real Estate's Qinyang branch to oversee operations. General Lu, I just received a notification from the Qinyang City government regarding a conference on chain operations, hosted by the city government. They require our company to send representatives. A conference on chain operations? You can attend that. Lu Qingyun replied casually. No. What they mean is that they seem to be preparing to establish a chain operation association and want us to take the lead. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to take charge. Chapter 68. Misunderstanding of Victory. Lu Tingting mentioned that the city of Qinyang is preparing to establish a chain operation association, with Linghao Real Estate Qinyang Company at the helm. The implication is clear. The leading entity of this association can only be Linghao Real Estate Qinyang Company. This is both an honor and a responsibility, and she did not dare to make a decision on her own. Thus, she called Lu Qingyun. They simply want us to appoint someone as the president. You are the legal representative of Linghao Real Estate Qingyang Company. You should take on the role, and I will support you, Lu Qingyun replied with a smile. Am I capable? Lu Tingting hesitated in her response. Of course, no problem at all. Furthermore, Lu Tingting mentioned that Director Zhao from the Qingyang Bank's credit department had called several times, wishing to discuss loan matters with them. Ha! This is excellent news. Our company has a good reputation and operates well. The bank is eager for us to lend them money. If our performance were poor, even if we sought their assistance, they might not approve our requests. You should maintain a good relationship with Director Zhao. The initiative regarding the loan is in our hands. After a moment of silence, Lu Tingting asked Lu, do you have time tonight? What is it? I have some thoughts I wish to discuss with you. All right, set a time and place. And I will be there, Lu Qingyun replied. The CAF on the top floor of the house and hotel, where Lu Tingting arranged to meet, offered a splendid view of Qingyang's nightscape. Upon seeing her, Lu Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Lu Tingting wore a long dress with a light, sheer cover, and her already tall stature appeared even more graceful. Over the past few months, her transformation was evident. She had evolved from an assistant into a formidable businesswoman, serving as the legal representative for two companies, sharp, capable, yet retaining her feminine charm. Deep down, Lu Qingyun intended to maintain a certain distance and uphold the hierarchical relationship between them. Thus, he had attempted to foster a connection between Lu Tingting and Tang Shengli. During this visit to Qingyang, he had left Tang Shengli in Longhua City. If it were merely a private meeting, he would have found an excuse to avoid a one-on-one encounter with Lu Tingting, especially being in a different city at night. However, on the phone, it seemed she wanted to discuss work-related matters. Once seated, Lu Tingting placed her phone on the table in front of her and proactively ordered coffee for him as they sat across from each other. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, they could admire the night view of Qingyang City. Lu, I didn't expect our two companies to see results so quickly, Lu Tingting stated, taking a stack of documents from her briefcase and handing them to Lu Qingyun. This contains my reflections on our recent work. I believe the chain operation model, proven through practice, can be replicated in other cities. The market is ever-changing, and seizing the opportunity is crucial. Therefore, I was pondering, why not strike while the iron is hot and expand to other cities promptly? Lu Qingyun nodded in approval, replying, your proactive thinking illustrates that you have fully grasped my intentions. He casually flipped through the pages and remarked, please return and conduct a comprehensive feasibility analysis. Regarding funding, we can pursue further financing. Do not forget, aside from the local banks, I possess a black gold card. I will have a conversation with Miss Kaya later. Speaking of Miss Kaya, she reached out to me recently. Oh, when was that? What did she want to discuss? Lu Qingyun inquired. It was nothing significant. She merely inquired about the situation with Navigator's real estate. Since she is one of our investors, I reported to her truthfully. So, this means there is more clarity regarding the financing. Given the current state of the company, even banks are approaching us to offer loans. Kaya is a shrewd investor. She would not let this opportunity slip away. Lu Tingting smiled. I think so too. Both she and Director Zhao from the bank share the same goal, to increase their investment. As long as we have the sycamore tree, we need not fear the arrival of the golden phoenix. First and foremost, we must manage the company well. Lu Tingting contemplated for a moment and said, General Lu, I wish to establish a training school at the headquarters of Navigator's Real Estate in Longhua City. In addition to training new employees, we can regularly rotate the key personnel from various stores for further training. We should also develop a set of internal evaluation and grading standards, assigning appropriate positions to those who meet certain criteria. Excellent idea. I mentioned this in my home the other day. The headquarters is responsible for cultivating talent for all branches. I wholeheartedly agree. For Lu Qingyun, it is now a dual approach. The Navigator's real estate line is currently in the lead. The engineering aspect is still in the works, pending the smooth progress of a Nanda Group project. He felt a surge of joy and instinctively reached for a cigarette, but then glanced at Lu Tingting and withdrew his hand. Lu Tingting noticed this and gently advised, General Lu, you should smoke less. It is not good for your health. At that moment, Lu Tingting's phone screen lit up and Lu Qingyun glanced at it. Noting the name, Tang Shengli, Lu Tingting picked up her phone and said, "I will take this call," before pressing the answer button. "Senior Tang, what can I do for you?" she inquired into the phone. Lu Qingyun stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view outside. He heard Lu Tingting continue, "I'm currently at the CAF with General Lu. If there's nothing urgent, I will hang up." Lu Qingyun returned to his seat. Smiling at Lu Tingting, "Little Lu, how can you say you are with me? Isn't it true? I am indeed with you, General Lu. If Senior Tang had something important, he would be reaching out to you since he is your assistant." Lu Qingyun could see through Lu Tingting's cleverness. She surely understood the purpose of Tang Shengli's call. She was feigning ignorance deliberately. "Little Lu, if you phrase it that way, Shengli might get the wrong idea. We are here discussing work. Please clarify that with him later." Lu Tingting took a sip of her coffee and replied, "What should I explain to him? Can't you see? Shengli has developed feelings for you. When a man is fond of someone, he will think about them constantly, especially now that you are away. He is merely concerned for you." Lu Qingyun decided to be straightforward, observing Lu Tingting. However, she merely smiled faintly, fell silent for a few seconds, and shifted the topic. "General Lu, let's not dwell on him. The feasibility analysis will be completed promptly. As a great man once stated, 1,000 years is too long. We must seize the day." Ha ha ha. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be familiar with such profound words. Lu Tingting pouted slightly. "Director Lu, I'm not that young anymore, so don't assume there's a generational gap between us. My knowledge extends far beyond this. Setting aside the notion of a generational divide, I must candidly express that I find Shengli to be quite admirable. You're not only alumni, but also colleagues, and of similar ages. Perhaps you should consider this." Lu Tingting quickly waved her hand. "Director Lu, I've already said not to mention him. Why are you playing matchmaker?" Chapter 69. You must not laugh with Lu Tingting's remark. Lu Qingyun felt it inappropriate to continue on that subject. They discussed various aspirations regarding the company's development. Noticing that time was drawing near, Lu Qingyun rose and said, "Let us proceed according to our earlier discussion. You can return and refine your points. That will be all for today. You have the business association meeting tomorrow, and I must return to Longhua City. Make sure to rest early. All right, I will report to you after the meeting concludes." Lu Tingting accompanied Lu Qingyun to his room. Standing at the doorway and waving, "Director Lu, I'm leaving now." She turned and took the elevator back down. Upon returning to his room, Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment before deciding to call Tang Shengli, feigning inquiries about various matters while subtly indicating that Lu Tingting had already departed and that he was alone in the hotel. It was he who encouraged Tang Shengli to approach Lu Tingting, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Lu Qingyun, having lived 2 lives, understood Lu Tingting's sentiments. However, since she had not explicitly stated her feelings, how could he overtly reject her? Girls are often sensitive about their pride. If he were to lay everything out plainly, she might vehemently deny any interest, leading to accusations of being overly sentimental. His current course of action was to facilitate Tang Shengli's advances. Yet, it seemed the results were less than ideal. Lu Tingting appeared to show little interest in Tang Shengli, who was currently infatuated. After obtaining his degree, Tang Shengli had spent several years striving abroad before returning to his homeland. At that time, both he and Lu Tingting were single, yet for reasons unknown, they never became a couple. Eventually, Tang Shengli married another woman. Now that Tang Shengli had recently returned, had Lu Tingting not recognized his capabilities or the potential that lay ahead, a returnee with such promise, destined to shine in the business arena, would undoubtedly become a rising star before long. It was perplexing that Lu Tingting overlooked such a promising prospect. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. As Gao Junsheng had aptly put it, it's uncertain. The following day, Lu Qingyun flew back to Longhua City and went directly to Shengbang Engineering Company. After alighting from the vehicle at the company entrance, he walked inside, while Luo Yongjia parked the car. Upon entering, several colleagues greeted him. "Director Lu, you're back?" "Hello, Director Lu." He responded to each salutation, but sensed an unusual gaze from everyone, leaving him perplexed about the situation. As he ascended the stairs and entered his office, Lu Qingyun was greeted by the sight of Wu Pianpian seated on the sofa against the wall, while Tang Shengli was engrossed in something behind his desk. Upon noticing Lu's arrival, Wu Pianpian felt a twinge of awkwardness, but she quickly regained her composure. "What brings you here?" Lu Qingyun inquired, glancing at his watch. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" He had previously learned that Wu Pianpian was employed as a waitress at a restaurant, and with noon approaching, it was typically a busy time for such establishments. "I no longer work there," Wu Pianpian clarified. At that moment, Tang Shengli looked up from the documents he had been reviewing. "Mr. Lu's sister-in-law. Wu Jia asked me to look over this proposal she drafted." Wu Pianpian interjected. "I've quit that restaurant. For the time being, I'm seeking a venue to open my own restaurant. I intended to consult you, but since you weren't available, I asked Shengli for assistance." "Consult me? I am hardly an expert in the culinary industry. Besides, why would you seek my counsel for opening a restaurant?" Lu Qingyun responded with an impassive expression. "I believe in you," Wu Pianpian asserted without hesitation. "If it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have retrieved that payment from Yang Xiaoyue, which has enabled me to secure initial funding. My plan might have languished for an indefinite period." "I merely mentioned it in passing," Lu Qingyun replied. "Shengli, have you finished reviewing the materials? Please inform General Gao and General Wang that they are to return to the office for a meeting this afternoon." "Yes, Mr. Lu. I will notify them immediately." Tang Shengli collected the documents and turned to Wu Pianpian, saying, "Sister Wu, why don't you leave this with me for now? I can examine it thoroughly this evening." "All right. Having a high-achieving overseas student like you to oversee things is far more reassuring than relying on someone who has merely labored on construction sites," she remarked. Casting a glance at Lu Qingyun, she contemplated greeting him, but ultimately chose to leave silently. Observing Wu Pianpian's retreating figure, Tang Shengli glanced at Lu Qingyun with a hint of discomfort. "What are you looking at? I am myself and you are you. If she seeks your assistance and you choose to lend it, that is entirely your affair." "Yes, Mr. Lu, I assure you I will not neglect my responsibilities." Dang Shengli Apfim. Lu Qingyun resumed his seat and addressed Tang Shengli. "In a few days, Lu Tingting will be submitting a feasibility analysis report. I'll have her send it to you first for your review before it reaches me. As an accomplished overseas student, you are certainly more qualified than I, a mere laborer. Mr. Lu, you have risen from the grassroots and possess much wisdom from which I can learn," Tang Shengli hastily replied. "I was joking with you. I'm providing you with an opportunity, so make sure to seize it." Lu Qingyun chuckled. "I will certainly do my best. Also, please arrange a meeting with Kaya." Lu Qingyun paused, then revised his request. "Never mind, I will contact her myself. You may leave now." After the afternoon meeting, Lu Qingyun drove himself southward into the city. He called Kaya, who arranged to meet him at her home, specifically noting that she would personally prepare a meal for him. Lu Qingyun had been to Kaya's residence before. It was located in a villa district in the southern part of the city. After registering at the entrance, the security guard permitted him entry. Upon arriving at Kaya's residence, I rang the doorbell, and Kaya, adorned in a floral checkered apron, hurried to open the door. "Are you truly preparing a meal yourself? Where's your housekeeper?" Lu Qingyun inquired with a hint of confusion. "The cook at home is from the Rusalka nation, and she specializes in their cuisine. Today, I wish to attempt crafting a dish from the Dragon Kingdom, and I thought it would be perfect to invite you, old Lu, to evaluate my efforts," Kaya replied. "In that case, allow me to assist," Lu Qingyun said as he followed Kaya into the kitchen. Kaya raised her hand to halt him, insisting, "Old Lu, you mustn't interfere. Let me learn. Your role is simply to taste and provide feedback." Lu Qingyun glanced at the counter, where all the necessary ingredients were neatly arranged. "Very well. Did you procure these?" he asked with genuine interest. Kaya bashfully admitted, "I prepared the list and had the cook do the shopping." Watching Kaya fumble with the ingredients and clumsily slice the meat with a small knife, Lu Qingyun felt the urge to help several times, yet she continually thwarted his attempts. He thus crossed his arms and stood aside, smiling as a spectator. "This is my first attempt at Chinese cuisine. Old Lu, you are not permitted to laugh," Kaya declared. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to chuckle, he heard her words and could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Kaya, you're doing splendidly. Please continue. Mastery of a knife requires practice, so take your time." "All right, then I shall practice more. I noticed those chefs in Dragon Kingdom restaurants wield their knives with such proficiency. They must have honed their skills over many years, she responded. That is certainly true. There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Practice makes perfect, which encapsulates this very principle. Kaya set down her knife and turned to Lu Qingyun, saying, I know this saying. It seems more like an idiom than a proverb. It recounts the tale of an old oil seller, doesn't it? Indeed, it is an idiom, Lu Qingyun affirmed. Kaya's command of the Dragon Kingdom language was commendable, surpassing that of over 70% of its native speakers, Lu Qingyun praised. Lu Qingyun had initially come to discuss the next round of funding with Kaya, yet he found himself captivated by the vibrant atmosphere of domesticity. He had not anticipated her earnest pursuit of mastering Dragon Kingdom cuisine. As she perused the recipe and executed the steps, after more than an hour, she finally presented several dishes on the table. Handing a pair of chopsticks to Lu Qingyun, she respectfully asked, Old Lu, please taste and let me know how it fares. Even without tasting, Lu Qingyun was confident in her abilities. Each step she had taken was according to the recipe, leaving little room for error. Although she may not rival a restaurant chef, the balance of oil, salt, and seasonings was adequate, and as a home-cooked meal, it was certainly commendable. After sampling a few bites, he praised, quite impressive. For your first time in the kitchen, this level of skill is remarkable. With a flourish, Kaya retrieved a bottle of vodka, pouring it into 2 glasses, one for each of us. Lu Qingyun furrowed his brow. Kaya, this is strong liquor, and your glasses are rather large, are they not? No worries. We need not adhere to the Dragon Kingdom custom of toasting each time. Let us be informal, she replied. As Lu Qingyun raised his glass, he intended to express the purpose of his visit before indulging in the drink. Kaya raised her wine glass and interjected, Old Lu, hold your thoughts. I already know what you wish to say. Did your father not grant you a black card membership? I have acquainted myself with the operational status of Linghang Real Estate, and I am curious to know how much funding you will require for your next steps. Ha. It seems Miss Kaya is even more impatient than I am. In due time, I shall have Manager Lu finalize the feasibility analysis report and provide you with a copy. The precise amount needed will require meticulous budgeting. Despite the backing of the Koken Consortium, I must still contemplate the funding cycle and costs, correct? Kaya gave Lu Qingyun a thumbs up, saying, I knew it. Old Lu, you are a shrewd individual. Now let's drink to this. I must admit, the liquor from this land is indeed potent. It burns the throat. Lu Qingyun hastily consumed a few bites of food before continuing, aside from Linghang Real Estate. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. He elaborated on his plans in detail, and Kaya nodded in agreement. No problem. This is indeed a significant venture. Rest assured, Old Lu, I will keep this matter confidential. I propose we refrain from discussing work tonight, instead enjoying the cuisine and sampling my culinary skills. In this land, both men and women consume such high-proof spirits as if they were mere beverages. Lu Qingyun felt himself reaching his limit and carefully moderated his intake. He reminded himself not to become intoxicated in Kaya's presence. He glanced around the room and inquired, Kaya, what about the others in your family? Them? No need to concern yourself. We shall dine, and they will not interrupt us. Kaya grew increasingly spirited with each drink, continually refilling Lu Qingyun's glass. I cannot drink anymore. If I do, I will be unable to drive home. Lu Qingyun politely declined. It's all right. I will arrange for someone to take you back. If it becomes necessary, you can stay over. I have plenty of guest rooms. Old Lu, this is a rare opportunity. Keep me company. Kaya lifted her glass, realizing she had misspoken, quickly correcting herself. What I meant was, since there is nothing else planned for the evening, let us enjoy a few more drinks and revel in the experience. Well, Kaya, I'm already quite pleased. I can stay a little longer, but you ought to refrain from drinking more. Lu Qingyun thought it would be somewhat impolite to depart at this moment, so he decided to linger and engage in casual conversation. Kaya set down her glass and ceased her insistence. Very well, we shall drink again when the opportunity arises. Old Lu, Kaya leaned forward, her ample bosom resting on the edge of the dining table, hesitatingly asking, perhaps this is a matter of personal privacy and I should not inquire. But I have heard that you are divorced and now alone? Indeed, Lu Qingyun responded candidly. adding, being alone allows me the freedom to dedicate time to my endeavors. Without any attachments, is this not splendid? Receiving an affirmative response, Kaya smiled and remarked, "You speak the truth." I recall a book from the Dragon Kingdom that likened marriage to a city. Some wish to enter, while others seek to escape. If one could guard a city with a beloved companion, would that not be wonderful and romantic? To fall in love with someone and, in turn, develop an affection for a city. How poetic is that? I find myself quite enamored with Longhua City at present. Ha ha ha. Kaya, you may have misunderstood. This city is not the same as that city. The former is merely a metaphor. A writer from the West once remarked that marriage resembles a grave, conveying the same sentiment. Kaya stifled her laughter, straightened her posture, and said, "Lao Lu, your perspective is rather pessimistic." Lu Qingyun quickly shook his head, insisting, "This is not my viewpoint. Did you not just express that yourself, Kaya? I never claimed such a thing. So, you have someone you cherish?" Kaya pressed on. "No, not at the moment," Lu replied. "Kaya, how do we end up discussing this? It's getting late. I really must take my leave." Lu Qingyun stood up, and Kaya rose alongside him. "It was a pleasure having you at my humble abode tonight. Do visit often," she said. As he reached the entrance, Lu Dongyang glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Kaya standing in the wind until he drove away, as if fleeing. Wu Piampian explored several locales, particularly districts with a concentration of dining establishments and high foot traffic, yet the exorbitant rents posed substantial cost pressures for a new venture. She departed from the Flavor Path Special Kitchen and secured a new partner, Zhuang Qingxia, the female owner of Flavor Path. When Wu resigned, Zhuang inquired about her future plans, prompting Wu to briefly outline her ambitions. To her surprise, Zhuang expressed keen interest and even wished to join her endeavor. Given her doubts about Wu's ability to maintain a long-term role as a waitress, their months of interaction had fostered mutual understanding. Zhuang even commended Wu for her willingness to serve as a waitress prior to officially launching the project. Wu initially contemplated seeking partners through various channels, such as online platforms or newspaper advertisements. In this era, such information abounds. Some individuals possess funds in search of projects, while others have projects seeking financial backing. Although most advertised projects lacked allure and bore unknown risks, Wu was confident in the feasibility of her own venture. With the addition of a friend like Zhuang, who had years of experience in the culinary industry, her confidence grew. Ultimately, they selected a suitable property along the Second Ring Road, an old house with an appropriate rent, featuring 2 small floors in the front and a courtyard at the back, which Zhuang had favored. The courtyard could accommodate several yurts adorned in a Western style, and there was parking available in front of the small building. Wu made a dedicated trip to the West to recruit chefs and performers for the restaurant. The Western-themed dining establishment soon made its official debut in Longhua City. On the opening day, a grand archway of colorful balloons flanked by flower baskets welcomed guests. Wu had also enlisted a local elderly waist drum team to perform on-site and distribute promotional flyers. Simultaneously, the local traffic radio station in Longhua featured a segment called Sweet Sister Talks Food, hosted by the melodious and charming local, albeit non-famous, presenter Sweet Sister, along with her male co-host. In a playful exchange, they introduced the Western-themed restaurant to the citizens. "Hey, Sweet Sister, I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and he wants to host a rather special birthday banquet. Since you claim to have tasted all the delights of Longhua, do you have any unique restaurant recommendations?" The male host inquired. "You've come to the right place. I happen to have a splendid suggestion for you," Sweet Sister replied. On the outskirts of the city, along the West Second Ring Road, a new restaurant themed around the exotic cultures of the Western regions has recently opened its doors. Here, patrons can not only indulge in the distinctive culinary delights of the West, but also enjoy captivating performances of song and dance by stunningly beautiful performers from those regions, all presented in an authentic and organic manner. Moreover, guests have the opportunity to interact with the artists. Huiga, do you think it possesses a unique charm? Indeed, your words make me eager to visit immediately. Could you share the exact location of this enchanting establishment, Tianmei? The address is as follows, and a reservation phone number is available. A friend of mine mentioned that his parents are visiting from their hometown and wish to treat the elders to something they have never tasted before. Do you have any recommendations? Huigu inquired. Certainly, the Western-themed restaurant by the West Second Ring Road, the first of its kind in our city, offers a rich experience of exotic culture. To celebrate its opening, the restaurant is offering a 40% discount for 6 days. Be sure to make a reservation in advance. Every taxi and private car in the city, when tuned to the traffic station, broadcasts Tian Mei's culinary program, repeating this enticing information endlessly. Remarkably, during its first few days of operation, the restaurant's business boomed unexpectedly, leaving the cashiers overwhelmed with customers, while Wu Pianpian and Zhuang Qingxia shared joyful smiles. Sister, your establishment is thriving even more than my Flavor Path restaurant. I knew you had the vision. Tivikinka exclaimed, Dorstai Wu Pianpian. It is thanks to your strong support, Qingxia. Otherwise, I am unsure if we would have succeeded in opening, Wu Pianpian replied gratefully. Your keen insight in identifying this unique venture has truly shone through. I have certainly benefited from your brilliance. After a moment's thought, Zhuang Qingxia continued. Once the initial rush of opening settles, we could consider hiring a few individuals to establish a marketing department, primarily targeting enterprises and institutions to launch group projects. Indeed, Wu Tianqian nodded. Amidst the joy, a hint of anxiety lingered within her. She confided in Zhuang Qingxia. Sister Qingxia, I still feel a bit unsettled. I lack experience in the restaurant business, and, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. I worry weather complications might arise. Zhuang Qingxia gently patted Wu Pianpian's shoulder, offering reassurance. Your concerns are not without merit. The reason I chose this location is because with my presence, any troublemakers in the area will think twice before causing a disturbance. Wu Pianpian regarded Zhuang Qingxia thoughtfully. Although they had spent several months together, she knew little of Qingxia's background and felt hesitant to inquire directly. However, hearing Zhuang Qingxia's words eased her worries somewhat. On the 6th day of operation, as Wu Pianpian welcomed guests from the Mongolian yurt in the back, she stepped in the grand hall on the first floor and spotted Yu Guanghui entering with a few friends. Old Yu, I apologize, but the Mongolian yurt is fully booked. Would you prefer to go to a private room upstairs? Wu Pianpian approached him, taking the initiative to speak. On opening day, Yu Guanghui had also come to show his support, and now Wu Pianpian treated him with courtesy, no longer avoiding him. Never mind. Let the private rooms be for other guests. We shall stay here in the grand hall. It's more lively. Yu Guanghui responded understandingly, glancing at his companions before addressing Wu Pianpian. Yes, the grand hall will suffice. As long as there's a table, a friend who accompanied him chimed in. That works. There will also be performances in the grand hall shortly, with the performers singing toasting songs and offering drinks to the guests at their tables, Wu Pianpian explained. We came specifically to enjoy the performance. How perfect! The guests, satisfied, sought out a large table to gather around. Pianpian, if you're not busy, would you come over later for a drink? Yu Guanghui inquired tentatively. I'm afraid I won't have the time. Look at how many guests there are now. You all enjoy your meal and drinks. I must attend to my duties. Wu Pianpian politely declined, leaving the main hall to head to the kitchen. Yu Guanghui and his friends ordered a case of beer, eagerly anticipating the arrival of roasted meat as they indulged in feasting and drinking. Before long, 2 women dressed in traditional attire from the western regions entered the hall, performing a dance before raising their cups and singing a toast as they circled the room, offering drinks to the guests. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Drink up. Cheers. Echoed throughout the space. Mr. Yu, is the lady in charge here your friend? Someone asked. What friend? She is the owner of this place. Yu Guanghui corrected. I see, Mr. Yu. Are you interested in this lady owner? Did you bring us here to support her? Before Yu Guanghui could respond, another voice interjected. Is there even a question? Can't you see? Come on, brothers. Let us drink. Just as they were about to clink their glasses, a sound of a cup shattering drew their attention, followed by a woman's shriek. Oh no. The crowd turned to see several drunken men across a few tables yelling at a Western region woman. What are you shouting about? You spilled wine on my buddy. Hurry and clean it up. I'm trying to help, but he is touching me. The Western woman defended softly. What's the matter with a little touch? With such a pretty face, it's a compliment. Clean it up, shouted the man, wearing a shirt adorned with mountain carvings. It became evident that the men had intentionally knocked the wine cup from her hand while she was serving drinks, causing the wine to spill on a guest. And she hastily apologized, trying to wipe it off with a napkin. Yet, the mountain-clad man brazenly reached out to grope her. This was clearly a provocation. Yu Guanghui watched quietly, contemplating whether to intervene. He didn't feel the need to step in regarding the woman, but if it involved Wu Pian, he felt compelled to make a stand. After all, this was Wu Pian's establishment. The commotion caught the attention of everyone present, halting the feasting as they turned to witness the unfolding drama. Wu Pian emerged from the back, having learned the details of the incident, and politely addressed the guests. "My friends, she spilled wine on a guest, and that was indeed her fault. I apologize on her behalf. A little wine can be wiped off. It's nothing serious. Please, continue to enjoy yourselves, and let me know if you need anything." The mountain-clad man eyed Wu Pian with a lewd gaze and shouted, "What do you need? I need you to drink with us. Come on. Give the owner a cup." Chapter 72. She is definitely someone special. Wu Pian took the cup, poured a small measure of wine, and turned to the guests at the table, stating, "This drink is my way of apologizing to everyone." With that, she tilted her head back and drank it down. "That doesn't count. We haven't clinked glasses yet. Boss lady, your employee spilled wine on me. You owe me a drink." The mountain-clad man seized Wu Pian's wrist in a drunken grip. Yes. If we're drinking, let us do a toast. Fill the owner's cup." Others chimed in, urging her. "Did you hear that? We need a toast." Several friends gathered, all there to dine. "I have already offered my apologies, so I implore you not to take things too far," Wu Pian exclaimed indignantly. "Oh, come now, it's just a drink." Someone nearby remarked with a lewd gaze fixed upon the delicate skin of Wu Pian's neck. "If you continue this foolishness, I will summon security," Wu Pian retorted, lifting her gaze toward the entrance. The restaurant security guard was still outside, directing patrons to park their vehicles. "Huh, you mean the guard outside? What difference does it make if he shows up? Can he do anything to us? You might as well just join us for a drink." The guests surrounding Yu Guanghui all turned their attention to him. Being visitors from afar, they were disinclined to intervene. Yu Guanghui, feeling the pressure, approached the group. "I say, gentlemen, let us speak amicably." No sooner had he uttered these words than he was met with a hostile glare from several individuals. "And who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to meddle? Get lost." "I'm a friend of the owner," Yu Guanghui replied, his voice steady. "I saw clearly that this gentleman intentionally caused trouble by knocking over her drink." He pointed towards a Western woman nearby, and then took advantage of the situation to harass her. "Enough," a burly man bellowed. "If you don't want to get hurt, you'd best leave now. Speak again, and we'll deal with you too. I am merely an observer, speaking the truth. Why are you being so unreasonable?" Yu Guanghui protested, his irritation evident. A few individuals had already risen to push him back, landing a few blows while cursing. "You think reason matters to us? Fists are the only language we understand." The burly man seized Wu Pian, causing her to lose her balance and fall into his embrace. Struggling to regain her footing, she desperately flailed her fists against his chest. "Good, come me again," the man taunted with a sinister grin. "Stop," a commanding voice echoed from the entrance. Silence fell over the room. It was Zhuang Qingxia, who had just arrived from Weijidao. The security guard at the entrance had briefed her on the situation inside. She rushed in, witnessing Wu Pian being bullied, and shouted in anger. Upon recognizing the burly man's face, she advanced toward him. He paused momentarily, allowing Wu Pian to straighten herself and adjust her disheveled clothing. "You, Husan, dare to wreak havoc on my territory? Have you lost your mind? Do you want me to inform Master Qian? Let us see how he deals with you." No, Sister Qing, I had no idea this was your establishment. Please, don't mention it to Master Qian. I beg you, Sister Qing." Husan immediately backed down. Master Qian was just dining at Weijidao. Should I call him right now? Zhuang Qingxia pulled out her phone, ready to dial. "Sister Qing, let us leave. Let us go now. Please don't make that call." Husan waved his hand to his companions, signaling their retreat. "Not so fast," Zhuang Qingxia coldly commanded. Turning to Wu Pian, she inquired, "Have they settled their bill?" "Oh, indeed." Husan glared at his subordinates and scolded. "Why haven't you gone to settle the bill yet? Do I have to ask for everything? You blind fools. You may dine here in the future, but if you cause trouble, don't blame me for my lack of warning. Oomph. Understood, Sister A. Qing. We won't dare to come again. Hu-san hurriedly replied. Zhuang Qingxia adopted a gentler tone, pulling Wu Pianpian aside as she inquired, Pianpian, are you all right? Thank you, Sister Qingxia. I'm fine, Wu Pianpian whispered in response. This group of ruffians really needs to be dealt with. I must have a serious talk with Master Qian. If he chooses to ignore this, I shall find someone who will not, Zhuang Qingxia declared. Raising her voice to the dining hall, everyone, please continue your meal. Everything is fine now. Yu Guanghui returned to his seat, and those around him murmured quietly, Mr. Yu. That must be the proprietress of this establishment. She is undoubtedly a formidable person. Those thugs fear her immensely. In the back courtyard, Wu Pianpian, still shaken, asked Zhuang Qingxia. Sister Qingxia, why are those thugs so afraid of you? And who is this Master Qin you mentioned? Do not worry. They will not trouble us again, Zhuang Qingxia replied, avoiding a direct answer, simply comforting Wu Pianpian. Noticing Wu Pianpian still standing there in a daze, she added, Pianpian, some matters are better left unknown for your own good. Rest assured, I am here for you. Wu Pianpian nodded, somewhat dazed. By 10 o'clock that evening, the establishment closed its doors. After tidying up, she picked up her small bag and stepped outside. Just as she was about to hail a taxi home, a figure emerged unexpectedly, startling her. Pianpian, it's me, came Yu Guanghui's voice. What are you still doing here? Didn't you leave with your friends? Wu Pianpian had witnessed him settling the bill and departing with a few companions. I let the go ahead. I was worried about you after the ordeal you faced today, so I stayed behind to wait for you. Cool, me. Let me give you a ride home, Yu Guanghui said, his tone warm and inviting. Wu Pianpian, who had no vehicle of her own and relied on taxis daily, felt a pang of guilt for him waiting so long. He had proactively defended her earlier, and though it didn't change much, she felt a twinge of gratitude. All right, old Yu, thank you for today, she sighed, and Yu Guanghui secretly reveled in his decision to stay. Then please, after you. He gestured for her to enter. Wu Pianpian approached the car, opened the back door, and took her seat. Yu Guanghui chuckled lightly, not insisting she sit in the front. He thought, as long as she didn't refuse, there was hope for a change. Upon arriving outside Wu Pianpian's apartment complex, she instructed Yu Guanghui to stop the car. I live in there, she said. Yu Guanghui glanced around and softly asked, so this is where you reside? Yes, Wu Pianpian nodded. I spend every day at the shop. I only come here to sleep. Her implication was clear. She preferred he refrain from seeking her out here in the future. This was also the reason she had allowed him to drive her home. Yu Guanghui caught her drift and replied with a smile, Pianpian, you need not distance yourself from me. I'm only looking out for your best interests. As Wu Pianpian opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, she expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you and walked towards the community gate without a glance back. Upon returning to her residence, Wu Pianpian placed her bag on the table and sank into the sofa. This evening had indeed been a harrowing experience for her. She had never encountered such a scene before. She understood that in the service industry, one must learn to endure and accept grievances, for the customer is always right. Their satisfaction is paramount for business prosperity. She was also aware that in dining and entertainment venues, conflicts between waitstaff and patrons, as well as among customers themselves, are inevitable. She even sensed that as business flourished, jealousy would inevitably arise, particularly from competitors. However, she could not control the potential malice that might ensue. The public humiliation she faced tonight was far beyond her expectations. The ruffians were either envious of her thriving business and sought to extort protection money, or they were simply intoxicated and harbored ill intentions. As a vulnerable woman, surrounded primarily by female staff and entertainers, she shuddered to think how she would have navigated the situation without Sister Qingxia's intervention. She felt a sense of relief for having partnered with Zhuang Qingxia. Yet she could not rely solely on her. Zhuang Qingxia had her own establishment, the Taste of the West, to manage and could only occasionally check in. At this moment, Wu Pianpian felt exceedingly vulnerable. The weight of her emotions compelled her to seek someone to confide in. She scrolled through her phone's contact list, but found no suitable confidant. Lu Qingyun, who had once been so attentive and caring towards her, was now an unapproachable figure. In her previous role at Shungbang Engineering, conflict and brawling were commonplace. Yet those matters seemed distant from her. She merely sat in the finance office, waiting for someone to inform her that issues had been resolved. Now, faced with problems, she had to confront and resolve them herself, and she quickly realized it was far more challenging than she had imagined. She no longer felt entitled to seek Lu Qingyun's protection or assistance. Others, too, were indifferent to her current plight. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. Since the restaurant's opening, her number had been used for both business and personal purposes. Without hesitation, she answered the call. "Hello, is this Miss Wu?" Came a rough male voice. Wu Piampian promptly responded with politeness. "Greetings, this is the Western-themed restaurant. May I assist you with a reservation?" Cough, cough. The man cleared his throat and chuckled. "Wu Piampian, this is Lu Qiming." Without uttering a word, Wu Piampian was ready to hang up. The memory of that night in the private room at the Southern Impression resurfaced vividly. "Miss Wu, please don't hang up. Let me finish," Lu Qiming urged quickly. "What is there to discuss?" Wu Piampian retorted, and with a decisive click, she ended the call. Yet, Lu Qiming called again immediately. Wu Piampian chose not to answer. Dismissing the call and blocking the number altogether, she dashed into the restroom, splashing her face with cold water to invigorate herself and regain her composure. Upon returning to the sofa, her phone rang once more, this time from an unfamiliar number. She pressed the answer button without uttering a word, patiently waiting for the other party to speak first, in order to ascertain whether it was a client or a nuisance call. "Tian, I've heard there has been a bit of trouble at your restaurant today." It was once again Lu Qiming's voice, who had deliberately addressed her as Pian instead of Miss Wu. "What does that have to do with you?" "It's my concern." Tian. "Don't push me away so coldly." "I am merely expressing my concern," Lu Qiming replied with unabashed audacity. "I appreciate your concern, but I cannot bear the weight of it. Please refrain from bothering me." Wu Tian retorted coolly. Yet Lu Qiming remained unfazed, continuing, Pian, you see, you opened a restaurant without informing me. I heard not long ago that you were short on startup funds. I had the intention to assist you, but you declined. How is your business now? I've seen your advertisement." "Ha, Boss Lu, you truly have too much time on your hands." Lu Qiming persisted. "Look at me. I've been busy. I didn't manage to come and support your opening. How about this, Pian, one of these days I'll make some time, gather a few friends, and come to patronize your establishment. What do you say?" Although the adage goes that all who enter a business are welcomed, Wu Pian did not extend that hospitality to Lu Qiming. "Suit yourself. For reservations, call the landline during the day." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qiming added, "Let us make it tomorrow then. For dinner, reserve 2 private rooms for me." With that, he hung up before Wu Pian could respond. Pondering the situation, Wu Pian decided to call Zhuang Qingxia. She was concerned that Lu Qiming might cause a stir, and with Qingxia present, she could assess the situation and, if necessary, avoid confrontation. As soon as Lu Tingting returned to Longhua City, she hurried to Shungbang Engineering Company, eager to present the newly drafted feasibility report to General Manager Lu. On her way, she called Lu Qingyun, who was at the office. However, Lu Qingyun instructed her to first discuss the matter with Tang Shengli and prepare a detailed proposal. All right, Lu Tingting complied, and upon arriving at the company, she rushed into Tang Shengli's office. "Tang, the general manager asked me to give this to you. Could you please review it and suggest any modifications or additions? We need to finalize it while the general manager is available," Lu Tingting urged. Tang Shengli took it calmly, rising to pour her a cup of tea. "Lu, take a moment to rest and have some water," he said, then inquired, "Do you have an electronic version?" "Yes," Lu Tingting replied, producing a USB drive and handing it to Tang Shengli. He connected it to the desktop computer and opened the document. After a preliminary glance, he invited Lu Tingting to pull up a chair and sit beside him, saying, "Lu, let us go through this together." As they reviewed the document and engaged in discussion, Lu Tingting lifted her gaze to Tang Shengli, earnestly stating, "Tang, may I offer a suggestion? Please refrain from calling me General Manager Lu. Just call me Xiao Lu, as the General Manager does." Tang Shengli paused momentarily, then, realizing her intent, smiled in response. "You are indeed the General Manager of Linghang Real Estate. However, I do find this title rather formal. How about I call you Tingting, and you can call me Xingli? We are of the same generation, after all. All right then. No one in the company has ever referred to me as Tingting. You are the first. Really? They don't call you Tingting? What do they call you? Tang Xingli gazed at Lu Tingting in disbelief. They used to call me Assistant Lu, but now it's Manager Lu haha. I see. Tang Xingli chuckled. You must be quite formidable in the company, exuding the aura of a strong woman. Everyone feels that calling you Tingting diminishes your stature, as if they were addressing a little girl. Wouldn't you agree? Not at all, Lu Tingting retorted, although a flutter of realization struck her. So that was the crux of the matter. No wonder Manager Lu assigned me significant responsibilities, yet did not regard me as a woman. Just kidding. To me, Tingting is simply an adorable young lady. Now let us continue. Tang Xingli's somewhat veiled confession was met with Lu Tingting's selective disregard. At that moment, Lu Qingyan knocked on the door and addressed the two inside. Please discuss thoroughly. I must head to the construction site. Lu Tingting sprang up from beside Tang Xingli, exclaiming, Manager Lu will be ready shortly. Then she realized her abruptness. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she offered a gentle smile and waved delicately at Lu Qingyan. All right. I shall further consult with Assistant Tang, and we will submit our findings to you once we are prepared. Chapter 74. Just waiting for your words, it was Gao Junsheng who called earlier, mentioning that Pang Shirda had gone to the construction site, which prompted Lu Qingyun to rush over. He had matters to discuss with Pang Shirda and intended to meet him. Upon arriving at the project apartment, Gao Junsheng was accompanying Pang Shirda for tea, awaiting his arrival. Brother Gao, I came to check on the construction progress. I heard you just returned from Qingyang City? Pang Shirda initiated the conversation. Yes, I just returned this morning. Lu Qingyan replied as he took a seat across from Pang Shirda. Gao Junsheng instructed someone to brew him a cup of tea, which was soon placed before him. Mr. Gao, have you shown Mr. Pang around? He inquired. Before Gao Junsheng could respond, Pang Shirda interjected, Yes, Mr. Gao introduced me and took me on a tour. So what are your impressions from your trip to Qingyang City? How was that fellow Zheng Wu faring? Zheng Wu was appointed by Pang Shirda as the general manager of Linghang Real Estate S Qingyang branch. Since Lu Tingting wasn't stationed there, the thriving success of the Qingyang company was largely attributed to Zheng Wu's efforts. Old Pang. Lu Qingyan replied with a subtle smile. I didn't visit the Qingyang branch this time, but I have heard from Lu Tingting that Zheng Wu is performing admirably. I trust the individuals under your command. On the topic of discussion, Lu Qingyan continued, by the way, did you know that a new real estate agency chain has emerged in Longhua City? We must accelerate our pace to seize the initiative. Lu Qingyan was well aware. Whenever a new project is discovered to be profitable, imitation is inevitable. Everyone will replicate the successful model to attract investment and sponsorship. The market is not solely yours. Can you truly prevent others from participating? Old Pang, I came to discuss this very matter with you. We must seize this opportunity. I plan to initiate projects simultaneously in the eastern and central regions of Longhua. Would you be interested? Absolutely. I have been waiting for your proposal. Pang Shirda chuckled heartily as he patted his thigh and continued. As for funding, we can enlist more partners. When there is wealth, everyone profits, and when there are challenges, we all share the burden. This is the way to expand and strengthen our endeavors. I believe, with Longhua and Qingyang as templates, securing funds should not pose a significant challenge. I share this sentiment as well. Regarding finances, I do possess some resources. During my recent trip to Qingyang City, I briefly shared my thoughts with General Nanjianghe. Although he is bedridden, he expressed a desire to participate. Really? How is old Nan's health? Pang Shirda inquired, his smile fading. It remains the same. It seems he won't recover anytime soon. He intends to invest in our Linghang real estate under his son, Ninya's name. What do you think, old Pang? Isn't his son studying abroad? He must be returning to visit, but will he not leave again afterward? Pang Shirda questioned, puzzled. Indeed, General Nan's intention is for the shares to be registered under Nanya's name without any active involvement, as he lacks the energy to oversee matters, was the response. Hearing this, Pang Shirda let out a slight sigh and muttered to himself, I suspect he is primarily arranging his affairs. He then turned to Lu Qingyun, saying, In that case, I have no objections. As I always say, many hands make light work. Let's get things started. The two men were engaged in spirited conversation when Gao Junsheng, smiling, interjected, "General Liu, General Pang, I would also like to invest a small amount personally, if I may." Laughter erupted from Liu Qingyun and Pang Shida simultaneously. After a pause, Liu Qingyun replied, "You already hold shares. The largest shareholder of Linghang Real Estate is Shengbang Engineering. And as a shareholder of Shengbang, your stakes are assured. Even Xiangzi has shares. We are all brothers. How could I overlook you?" "Well, that is not what I meant. I wish to invest a bit more personally," Gao Junsheng clarified. "Absolutely. We can discuss the details later," Liu Qingyun affirmed. In the presence of Pang Shida, he refrained from elaborating further, as he had more significant plans for Gao Junsheng and Wang Chong. However, these arrangements were still confidential, particularly from outsiders. To date, only Tang Xingli and Kaya were privy to his plans. Tang Xingli was the operational mastermind, while Kaya served as his robust financial backing. Unbeknownst to him, Pang Shida had been subtly drawn into the fold. In the meantime, a phone call from Liu Qingyun came in. Liu Qingyun picked up his phone and said to Pang Shida, "I need to take this call. Please excuse me for a moment." Stepping out from the project department, Liu Tingting said, "General Liu, I have finalized the project feasibility report and sent it to your email. I have a few other matters to attend to, so I want to be waiting for you." "All right, I will review it later," he responded. Li Manqing, accompanying a medical team, rushed to the southern epidemic-stricken area. After the pandemic subsided, she returned to Longhua City and was subjected to a period of mandatory quarantine. Today marked her release from isolation. After bidding farewell to her colleagues, she dragged her suitcase and hailed a cab, heading home. This dwelling, which she had rented but barely occupied before departing for the south, awaited her return. After a brief rest, she retrieved the day's newspaper and perused it for a while. Having been away for so long, the house was devoid of any food. "It appears that dinner must be resolved outside," she murmured to herself, as she casually picked up the newspaper. An advertisement for a restaurant themed around the exotic charm of the western regions caught her eye. Is this a new establishment? Earlier, she had heard the female host on the traffic radio mention this very restaurant while in the taxi. The allure of the western regions, how delightful. After the arduous tasks of aiding in epidemic relief and enduring quarantine, she had not truly savored a meal. Today marked the first day of her liberation from isolation, and she felt it imperative to treat herself. However, dining alone seemed rather dull. Such a culinary adventure, steeped in the essence of the western regions, warranted the company of several friends. She promptly retrieved her phone and reached out to a few close colleagues from the medical team. Like her, they had only just regained their freedom from quarantine today. Upon hearing from Dr. Li, everyone responded eagerly, except for a few who had family commitments to attend to. The excitement intensified, especially upon learning that it was a newly opened restaurant featuring Western delicacies. Among those expressing interest was her dear friend, the attending physician in internal medicine. "Du Xiaodong, Manjing, let us finalize our plans. I'll pick you up at 7. Please send me your new address," Du Xiaodan said. Recently returned to the country, Li Manjing was without a home or a car, and Du Xiaodan offered to drive without hesitation. "Sound good. You can come a bit earlier to check out my new place," Li Manjing replied with a smile. "Indeed, I haven't had the chance to see your new home yet. I must prepare to celebrate your housewarming." "Don't be ridiculous. We don't need to fuss over such matters. Come early and help me tidy up. I would gladly appreciate that. How about inviting Chen Hongwei? He would surely be enthusiastic about assisting with the cleaning." "Absolutely not. Please, let us not involve him. I didn't even invite him tonight. He is likely on duty this afternoon, right? How do you remember his schedule, yet claim you want to engage him? Aren't you being a bit contradictory?" "Du Xiaodong zid. What do you mean, Xiaodan? He is our department's deputy director. Remembering his shifts seems entirely reasonable. Stop it and hurry over." Together, Du Xiaodan and Li Manjing set to work, tidying the room. Noticing the time, they concluded their efforts. The two took the elevator down to the parking garage. As they approached Du Xiaodan's car, a man emerged from a luxurious Maybach sedan. Chapter 75. A dual connection. Li Manjing had been engaging in light-hearted banter with Du Xiaodan, but upon seeing the individual who had exited the Maybach, she froze instantly. She recognized him at once. Sensing that Li Manjing had fallen behind, Du Xiaodian turned to see her fixated on the man from the Maybach. She began to scrutinize him from head to toe, but before she could speak, Li Manjing had already walked towards him. "Mr. Liu, is that truly you? What brings you here?" Li Manjing endeavored to mask her astonishment, greeting him with a smile. At that moment, Lu Qingyun also noticed Li Manjing and shared her surprise. "Doctor Li," he glanced at Du Xiaodian, who had reached her own vehicle. Realizing something, Lu Qingyun inquired, "Oh, is Dr. Li here to visit a friend?" "Not quite. I reside here. She is my friend. Come to see me," Li Manjing clarified. This time, it was Lu Qingyun who was astonished. After so many days without seeing Li Manjing, he had presumed she had gone south to assist in the epidemic-stricken areas. The last time they had encountered each other was during a run about a month or two ago, when she mentioned having just moved to the vicinity. To his surprise, they resided in the same community, in the same building. "Is it true? You live here?" "I live here too. What floor are you on?" Li Manjing could hardly contain her excitement, equally astonished to find that Mr. Liu was her neighbor. "I'm on the 16th floor, 1603. What a coincidence." Lu Qingyun found it utterly incredible. "I live in 1601. How have we never crossed paths?" "Oh, right, you went south. When did you return?" "Li Munking Ruplia. I just got back today. However, before I went south, I had been living here for almost a week and hadn't seen you either." At that moment, Du Xiaodian, who had followed them, chimed in, "Do you two know each other? How is it possible to live on the same floor and not be aware of one another? This is something that wouldn't even happen in a novel." Li Manjing suppressed her laughter and contemplated for a moment before saying, "I remember now. During that time, I was on night shifts for several days in a row, and later, I signed up for the medical team. Our schedules must have perfectly misaligned." Du Xiaodian chuckled softly and turned to Li Manjing. "Today was just right. You didn't miss out." "Manjing, aren't you inviting this handsome friend of yours along?" Lu Qingyun quickly inquired. "Dr. Li, are you all heading out?" "Yes, we just finished our quarantine and are planning to go out to celebrate with a few colleagues." "Why don't you join us, Mr. Liu?" Li Manjing invited immediately. "No, thank you. You all enjoy your gathering. I don't want to intrude. Go ahead. We'll have opportunities to meet again as neighbors." Lu Qingyun smiled and waved as he walked toward the elevator. Upon reaching the 16th floor, he deliberately glanced at the door of 1603. Usually, he would return home, open the door, and step inside without giving thought to who else might reside on the same floor. Meanwhile, Li Manjing got into Du Xiaodian's car. But Du Xiaodian did not start the engine immediately. Instead, she sat in the driver's seat and gazed toward the elevator. It was only after Lu Qingyun disappeared into the elevator that she teasingly turned to ask, "Manjing, tell me honestly, what does your handsome friend do? How did you two meet? And why keep a secret? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, how long would you have concealed it?" Li Manjing playfully pushed her, replying seriously, "Why are you so nosy? Did you not hear that we didn't even know where the other lived? To be honest, I'm not aware of what he does either. There's nothing to keep secret. He is just an ordinary friend, a mere acquaintance." "An acquaintance? I find that hard to believe. If it were truly just an acquaintance, how did he know you were going south?" Du Xiaodian shook her head. "I never mentioned it to him. If you ask me, who should I ask? Why didn't you ask him directly?" Du Xiaodian's words began to sow seeds of doubt in Li Manjing's mind. Du Xiaodian laughed. "Do I even need to ask? Only someone who truly cares about another would pay attention to them. I noticed the way you looked at him and how he looked at you. It's certainly more than just a fleeting encounter." As she spoke, Du Xiaodian suddenly paused, straining to recollect, muttering to herself, "I feel as though I've encountered you somewhere before." "What did you say? You've met him?" Du Xiaodian lifted her gaze to Li Manjing, inquiring, "Manjing, what is your Mr. Liu's full name?" "His name is Lu Qingyun. I only know his name. I am unaware of his profession," Li Manjing replied. "Lu Qingyun, driving a Maybach, must be a significant figure. How could I have possibly met him?" Du Xiaodian continued her soliloquy. "Does it truly matter what car he drives?" Li Munking Kuntareth. "Of course it matters. At the very least, it indicates his substantial capabilities and influence." "Please, do not interrupt. I recall now. I've seen him in the newspapers and on television. It must be him, the courageous hero who saved others. Lu Qingyun, indeed." Du Xiaodian exclaimed with delight. "What heroism? He has never mentioned such things," Li Manjing retorted. "Isn't it rather obvious?" "You have indeed met him," Li Manjing amended. a fleeting acquaintance. When I returned to the country, he picked me up at the airport, and I accepted a ride from him. We met again, and I assure you, I speak the truth. Duxio don't did. That is quite normal. When one finds the right person, even a couple of encounters suffices. Li Manqing, unwilling to elaborate further, glanced at her watch and urged, "Let us go. We are running late." "All right." Du Xiaodan started the car. Upon arriving at the parking area in front of the themed restaurant, they waited a moment until their companions had gathered, then proceeded towards the entrance together. Due to a late reservation, they could only secure a large round table in the lobby on the first floor. Following the guidance of a server, everyone settled around the table. Before long, Wu Piampian emerged from the back, approached the table with a smile, and greeted them. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I am the manager here, Wu Piampian. When Ms. Li called today, all private rooms were booked. Please let me know in advance next time, and I shall reserve a table for you. Wishing you all a delightful dining experience." The group observed this young proprietress, clad in a tailored suit, with a silk scarf adorning her neck, her subtle makeup enhancing her distinguished demeanor. Even among a table full of women, she attracted several admiring glances. Li Manqing responded warmly, "Boss, your establishment seems to be thriving. We have come here with great anticipation. Please serve us promptly, as it has been quite a while since we've enjoyed a proper meal." Wu Piampian promptly replied, "Certainly. It will be served shortly." At that moment, Zhuang Qingxia appeared from an unknown direction, approaching the counter where she exchanged a few words with Wu Piampian. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Zhuang, is this restaurant yours?" Zhuang Qingxia lifted her gaze, recognizing the table of guests whom Wu Piampian had just greeted. Among them were her familiar patrons. She hurried over. "Dr. Du? What a surprise. Are you dining here with friends?" The one who greeted her was none other than Du Xiaodan from the First People's Hospital. Du Xiaodan nodded. "Yes, a few colleagues just concluded their quarantine, and we are here to gather." "Isn't the owner of Wei Ji Daoyu?" Du Xiaodan inquired. "Is this your new venture?" Zhuang Qingxia humbly responded. "One could say that. I am partnered with my friend, Wu Piampian, who is the proprietor here, while I assist her." I inquired, "Dr. Du, did you not go to the epidemic-stricken South? Have you returned?" "Indeed, I have returned and undergone a period of quarantine, just recently emerging. My appetite has been whetted, so I came here to treat myself." "Very well. You are all angelic saviors, and I shall raise a glass to you shortly." Zhuang Qingxia was engaged in pleasantries with guests when she glanced through the window and spotted several luxury cars approaching from a distance. Recognizing the arrival of distinguished guests, she promptly turned and made her way to the entrance. The vehicles parked in the designated area, and around 10 individuals disembarked, surrounding a robust, middle-aged man who seemed to be the focal point of the group. Zhuang Qingxia did not recognize him, but identified one of his companions, Qian Yongfu, the notorious underground boss of the area, known as Master Qian. Wu Piampian had informed her the previous night that she needed to be present today. Upon witnessing the arrival of these individuals, she understood the significance of the occasion. With a cordial smile, Zhuang Qingxia greeted, "Master Qian, what brings you here today?" Qian Yongfu replied quietly, "Sister A. Qing, I am here accompanying Master Lu." He cast a glance at Lu Qiming. "Ah, welcome. Gentlemen, please come inside," she said, gesturing for them to enter. As she spoke, Qian Yongfu surveyed behind Zhuang Qingxia and asked loudly, "Master Lu is here to support Wu Piampian. Where is she? Why is she not here to greet us?" Zhuang Qingxia turned to the entrance and said to Lu Qiming, "Wu Piampian is busy inside. Shall I fetch her?" Lu Qiming waved dismissively. "No need, let us proceed in." Zhuang Qingxia led the way into the hall, and Wu Piampian, having noticed the commotion, attempted to slip away to the back courtyard. However, she heard Lu Qiming calling her name as he entered. "Piampian, I said I would come to support you. And here I am. I am a man of my word. So why do you not come to welcome us?" Wu Piampian had no choice but to force a smile and respond, "Master Lu, gentlemen, shall we proceed to the private room upstairs?" "Not so fast," Lu Qiming boomed. "Piampian, allow me to introduce my friends. This is Qian Yongfu," he continued, pointing to Wu Piampian, "and this is Wu Piampian, the owner here. I trust everyone will take good care of her." "Indeed," the men echoed. "Master Lu has spoken. We shall remember." Zhuang Qingxia observed Wu Pianpian, momentarily taken aback. With a forced smile, she said, "Welcome, everyone. Please, let us head upstairs." She realized that the local ruffians were wary of Master Qian. Yet here, Master Qian appeared almost subservient to Master Lu. Suddenly, a name flickered in her mind, one she had heard of but never seen. This individual was a renowned logistics magnate in Longhua City, sharing the surname Lu. Could it be him? How had Wu Pianpian secured such a formidable ally? Moreover, Master Lu could have waited until they reached the private room to formally introduce Wu Pianpian, yet he chose to announce it loudly at the entrance, thereby asserting his protection over her establishment. Zhuang Qingxia now questioned whether partnering with Wu Pianpian was a boon or a bane. Accompanying the guests upstairs to the private room, Wu Pianpian intended to withdraw, but was halted by Lu Qiming's commanding voice. "Pianpian, do not leave. Stay and join us for a few drinks." His tone was imbued with authority, leaving no room for refusal. The others quickly chimed in. "Indeed, Boss Wu, we all came here for you, especially Master Lu. You cannot disregard his presence." Zhuang Qingxia gently pulled Wu Pianpian aside and whispered, "Pianpian, just stay and ensure our guests have a pleasant time." In the presence of her guests, Wu Pianpian felt it inappropriate to voice her dissent. She had summoned Zhuang Qingxia the previous night specifically to help manage Lu Qiming. Yet now Zhuang Qingxia was pushing her forward. Zhuang Qingxia winked subtly, conveying that this group was not to be trifled with. If Wu Pianpian chose to leave today, the consequences could be dire. These individuals could elevate one's status when pleased, but could just as easily undermine it when displeased. With a reluctant glance at Zhuang Qingxia, Wu Pianpian turned to Lu Qiming, saying, "Boss Lu, I will first attend to the kitchen and return shortly to toast with you all." Before Lu Qiming could respond, Qian Yongfu interjected, "Let a Qing do that. You need not leave. Come, sit beside Master Qian." Wu Pianpian's expression shifted. While she could accept honoring Lu Qiming with a couple of drinks, being required to sit beside him throughout the meal was beyond her capacity for service. Recalling Lu Qiming's past behavior in the private room, she felt even offering a few toasts was a challenge. Ignoring Zhuang Qingxia's persistent glances, she firmly stated, "Gentlemen, your presence is welcomed for dining, but any further requests cannot be entertained." With that, she disregarded Zhuang Qingxia and swiftly exited the room. Zhuang Qingxia watched Wu Pianpian's retreating figure, uncertain of the dynamics between her and Master Lu, and could only continually apologize with a forced smile. "I beg your pardon. Our boss Wu is rather shy. I hope you gentlemen can forgive her. I will stay and ensure everyone enjoys their drinks." How brazen to openly confront Master Lu. Someone at the table exclaimed angrily. Zhuang Qingxia stood frozen, awkwardly glancing at Lu Qiming. With a dark expression, Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply, slamming his hand on the table, declaring, "So you are Boss Zhuang? You need not remain. Go tell Wu Pianpian that today I shall not hold it against her. But she should consider her position if she wishes to continue." The group immediately lauded. Master Lu is magnanimous. They then urged Zhuang Qingxia, "Boss Zhuang, hurry and prompt the service. Bring the dishes quickly." "Yes, yes. I will go right away. Please wait a moment," Zhuang Qingxia hurriedly replied. As the group ascended the stairs, Du Xiaodan leaned close to Li Manqing and whispered, "I perceive that the group who just entered is not to be trifled with, regardless of their character. We are simply here to dine and shall not provoke them." Li Manqing responded quietly. She then inquired, "By the way, Xiaodan, how do you know that female boss?" "You mean a Qing? My husband took me to Wei Ji Dao for a meal. She is the owner there." "Isn't that Boss Zhuang? Why then call her a Qing?" Li Manqing asked in confusion. "She bears the surname Zhuang, yet everyone affectionately refers to her as Sister A Qing, perhaps due to her resemblance to the character A Qing." Du Xiaodan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Oh, Sister A Qing operates an underground transportation station. Let us not indulge in wild conjectures. Our grand plate of chicken has arrived." At that moment, two waiters approached, balancing trays laden with food. Just then, Wu Pianpian hurried down the stairs, her expression notably grim. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Qingxia followed suit, pulling Wu Pianpian aside to whisper, "Pianpian, you summoned Lord Lu, yet you confronted him so boldly." showing him no respect? Who cares about him? He came of his own accord. Could I possibly refuse him? Wu Piampian pouted defiantly. So, you are quite familiar with Lord Liu? Is he the logistics expert, Liu Qiming? Zhuang Qingxiao probed further. Indeed, I wish to have no association with him, which is why I called you, Sister Qingxia, to handle him, Wu Piampian explained. Ah, I see, Zhuang Qingxiao remarked thoughtfully. However, given your confrontation today, it seems our restaurant may face turbulent times ahead. I suggest you go up, and Wu Piampian shook her head vehemently. I will not go. Her resolve was unwavering. Zhuang Qingxia sighed and said, we shall revisit this later. I must go urge the kitchen. Du Xiaodan observed the entire exchange and quietly whispered to Li Manqing beside her. I was right. The newcomer does not bode well. Just look at Wu's expression. I fear this newly opened restaurant themed on the exotic flavors of the West may encounter difficulties. Chapter 77. The arrival of the peak season. Du Xiaodan drove Li Manqing to the entrance of her community. After Li Manqing alighted, she casually glanced upwards at the building. You should hurry up. Your Mr. Liu is undoubtedly at home right now, Du Xiaodan teased. If you keep jesting, I will, upon turning. Du Xiaodan had already pressed the accelerator, speeding away in her car. Taking the elevator to the 16th floor, upon opening her door, she deliberately cast a glance at the door of Unit 1601. This building had one elevator serving 6 households, with 2 large units at either end of each floor, while the remaining 4 were smaller one-bedroom apartments. Li Manqing's unit, 1603, was a 1-bedroom, whereas 1601 was a 3-bedroom. Driving a Maybach, yet residing in such a modest elevator building. What sort of person was he? Li Manqing felt a surge of curiosity. She softly approached the door of 1601, contemplating a friendly knock, but hesitated. They had only met twice. Could one truly claim familiarity? It did not seem so. Furthermore, she knew nothing about him, whether he was home or who else might be there. Nothing at all. Perhaps it was best not to intrude, she told herself. Just as she turned to unlock her own door, the sound of a door opening behind her caught her attention. Doktordi, a young man called out, prompting her to look back and find none other than the overseas student Tang Shengli, whom she had met on the plane. Xiao Tang, do you live here? Since returning from the airport, Li Manqing had yet to see Tang Shengli, so encountering him here was quite a surprise. Isn't this Mr. Liu's residence? She quickly realized that Tang Shengli referred to Liu Qingyun as uncle, and his presence here seemed entirely reasonable. Dr. Li, are you looking for my Uncle Liu? He.S. at home. I came to deliver some documents to him. As Tang Shengli spoke, he intended to turn back and knock on Liu Qingyun's door, but was halted by Li Manqing. Xiao Tang, since your Uncle Liu is busy, I won't disturb him. She gestured towards her own door and added, I live here. If you're not too busy, why not come in for a while? Is that convenient? Tang Shengli hestita. What could be inconvenient? I live alone, Li Manqing replied, already opening the door. Being at someone's doorstep, Tang Shengli found it difficult to decline. Moreover, he was curious about how Dr. Li had come to live next door to his uncle, considering they seemed not to know each other before. Recalling what Luo Yongja had said on the day he returned to the country, he wondered if this Dr. Li might indeed have feelings for his uncle. Komin, Xiao Tang. Li Manqing opened the door wider and invited Tang Shengli in. I just moved here not long ago. I was on a business trip and only returned today, having just tidied up my home. Make yourself comfortable, Xiao Tang. As she welcomed him, she busied herself with pouring tea. Dr. Li, you just moved in? Is it to be closer to my Uncle Liu? Tang Shengli Zhuge. You little rascal. Why are you joking with your elder sister? I had no idea Liu Qingyun lived here when I moved in. I only noticed today, Li Manqing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Haha, that's what we call fate. Tang Shengli laughed even more joyfully. Indeed, being neighbors is a form of fate, Li Manqing conceded, continuing to inquire, what does your Uncle Liu do? What is his wife's surname? Why do you bear the surname Tang while he is Liu? That's a long story. Tang Shengli briefly recounted his relationship with Liu Qingyun, his words imbued with emotion. No wonder. I felt he couldn't be much older than you. Why do you call him uncle? He must be a kind-hearted person, right? Did you return to the country to work at his company? Yes. I'm his assistant, which is why I came to deliver documents to him. Now that Uncle Liu is alone, he often works from home. Tang Shengli et lai. Is his wife not at home? Are they living apart? Or is she on a business trip? Look at me. Am I being too nosy? Li Manqing asked, self-deprecatingly. They are separated. After a pause, Tang Xingli added, my former aunt has opened a restaurant called the Western Region-style theme restaurant. I even helped her revise the feasibility plan. Huh? Li Manqing almost dropped the teacup she was holding. What's her name? Zhuang Qingxia? She inquired curiously. Tang Xingli shook his head. No, who is Zhuang Qingxia? Her name is Wu Piampian. Wu Piampian? How so? Tang Xingli asked, his eyes widening at Li Manqing's astonished expression. No, I don't know her, Li Manqing denied. However, she had dined at the Western Region-style theme restaurant that very evening and had witnessed Wu Piampian entering an upstairs private room with several unsavory characters, which had left her quite upset. According to Du Xiaodan's perspective, what kind of awkward situation would arise if Lu Qingyun were also invited? Fortunately, he did not attend. Tang Xingli glanced at the time and stood up, saying, well, Dr. Li, it's getting late. I must take my leave. After Tang Xingli departed, Li Manqing turned on the television, which was broadcasting the Korean drama day Jang Jiam. She was not particularly fond of such shows, so she switched channels several times but found nothing of interest and ultimately turned it off. Initially, she had contemplated going for a run, but feeling somewhat fatigued today, she abandoned that idea. After freshening up, she went to bed. However, sleep eluded her. At that moment, a phone call came in. She reached for her phone on the bedside table and pressed the answer button. Manqing, are you resting? I'm in bed, she replied. Director Chun, is there something you need? It was Chun Hongwei, the deputy director of the surgical department at the First People's Hospital. Your quarantine ends today, and I'm on duty, so I couldn't find the time to pick you up. Li Manqing quickly interjected, it's all right. With so many colleagues, we can all go our separate ways. There is no need for anyone to pick me up. You're being too polite. Chen Hongwei continued. Well then, how about we go out for dinner tomorrow? To celebrate your triumphant return and welcome you back? Is this a welcome for the entire medical team? Li Manqing asked with a slight smirk, deliberately phrasing it that way. You know that's not what I meant. I'm only inviting you, if that is all right. Director Chun, let us not. We shouldn't create exceptions. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll bid you good night. With that, she decisively hung up the phone. After Chun Hongwei's call, she found herself peacefully drifting into slumber. Since the onset of summer, Longhong International Trade has experienced rapid growth in its operations within Russia. Located in the frigid Far East, this region enjoys a few months of peak business each year. Yu Guanghui has secured contracts with several shoe manufacturing companies to produce the latest brand of travel shoes under his label. As per their agreement, each outer packaging box is marked with different wording to facilitate customs inspection. He is now constantly urging the progress of orders and coordinating logistics. His subordinates are also busy rushing between various shoe factories, inspecting goods and packing boxes. By the end of June, his orders have been placed until the end of August. One day, he received a call from his father, Yu Changhong, requesting an additional 10 containers to be arranged swiftly with manufacturers. They must be shipped to the Longwa Mall in Russia before autumn. Otherwise, it would jeopardize this year's sales target. Chapter 78. Time is of the essence, however. The factories are already operating at full capacity, and increasing the volume will undoubtedly overwhelm them. He expressed his concerns to Yu Changhong. Can't you find a few more factories? I brought you back to Longhua City to oversee the factories. Yu Changhong was unwilling to relent, considering this a significant opportunity. Longhong International Trade has become the regional agent for several renowned foreign brands, leveraging this title to source manufacturers in Longhua for producing replicas at wholesale prices comparable to genuine products, which would bring substantial profits to Longhong International Trade. Although this approach carries risks, the potential for enormous profits leads Yu Changhong, as a wholesale merchant, to deem it worthwhile. After all, leaving one's hometown for a foreign land is all about making money. Yu Guanghui felt a sense of helplessness. He spoke to his father, Dad, if we seek out another factory, we first have to undergo trial orders, and given the tight timeline, they will undoubtedly demand price reductions and concessions. We cannot afford that. Let us offer them a 10% discount. It's imperative to expedite the shipment. I will transfer the advance payment to you immediately. Yu Changhong appeared composed. having anticipated such an opportunity long ago and carefully considered the circulating capital. Currently, with the swift turnover of goods, the influx of funds was quite substantial. Very well. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin my rounds. With a heavy heart, Yu Guanghui ended the call and sifted through the business cards of all the shoemaking enterprises he had investigated recently, contacting each in turn. He initially reached out to those with whom he had already signed supply contracts, but each one lamented the pressing timeline, stating the production schedules were completely booked. Even with increased prices, it was unfeasible. The profit margins in the shoemaking industry were inherently slim, regardless of how much the finished shoes could fetch in the retail market. The factories perpetually earned only meager profits, relying on high-volume sales. However, if their own production capacity was already maxed out, taking on additional orders and passing them to competitors would yield little to no profit for anyone involved. Thus, every factory was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Consequently, Yu Guanghui was compelled to explore options with other factories. He dispatched personnel to follow up with leads, while he himself tirelessly continued the pursuit. If local factories proved unviable, he ventured to those in distant regions. With a ceaseless schedule of negotiations and discussions, he longed to steal a moment to rest his eyes upon returning to his vehicle. Therefore, he refrained from driving himself, instead requesting that Lao Zhang forego his day off to manage the daily commutes. After visiting 3 factories that day, Yu Changhong called again from the distant country of Rakshasa. Guanghui, how was the order progressing? His voice was filled with urgency. Dad, I have been on the move. Several factories are willing to accept orders, but they are demanding an increase in the advance payment from 30% to 40%, and they refuse to accept letter of credit settlements, deeming them too cumbersome. They want full payment upon the goods leaving the factory. This poses a significant risk for us. You might negotiate further with them. We are looking to establish a long-term partnership, not merely to fulfill these orders and then part ways, Yu Guanghui replied. The issue is that we are currently in peak season. Every factory is occupied. I will do my utmost to negotiate. After dropping Yu Guanghui off at home, Lao Zhang had just returned to his residence when he received a call from Luo Yongjie. Lao Zhang, are you home now? Not busy, I hope? Luo Yongjie inquired. Lao Zhang chuckled. I've been quite busy lately, just got back. Old squad leader, what brings you to call me? I happen to be passing by your place, and it has been ages since we last met. Why not step out for a couple of drinks? Luo Yongjie suggested. Lao Zhang glanced at the night sky outside and asked, now? You're already at my doorstep, just come in. What could a single man like me have in my room? Let us meet outside your house. I'll wait for you. Feeling fatigued from the day's labor, Lao Zhang welcomed the idea of enjoying a drink and chatting with his old squad leader to unwind. Who knew how long he would be busy the next day? He readily agreed, all right, I'll be there shortly. The following day, Lu Qingyun arrived at Shengbang Engineering Company and habitually powered on his computer, connecting to the internet. As soon as he opened his email, a notification appeared indicating the arrival of a new message. Almost simultaneously, his phone rang. It was Kaya. Old Lu, have you checked the email I sent you? Kaya inquired directly. I just saw it, but I haven't had the chance to read it yet. Lu Qingyun replied. It's an investment announcement from the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. It was just released this morning and is also available on their website, Kaya informed him. All right, I'll take a look and call you back later. Lu Qingyun ended the call and opened the email, which indeed contained an official document bearing a red header. He then searched the official website of the Investment Promotion Bureau, where the announcement was prominently featured on the homepage. The project for the logistics base had officially commenced its recruitment phase. From this day forth, interested enterprises were required to submit materials for registration with the Bureau and undergo qualification review. The deadline for registration was set for 1 month. Given that Lu Qingyun had previously shared his plans with Kaya, she was particularly attentive and had taken the initiative to send him an email, followed by a phone call for confirmation. However, he pondered what he could possibly present for the bidding. Although Shengbang Engineering had seen a surge in project opportunities over the past few months, projecting growth several times greater than the same period last year, their capabilities still fell short. A month felt exceedingly brief. His plans, while ambitious and promising, were hindered by factors beyond his control. He still needed to wait. After careful contemplation, he decided to first gauge the preliminary registration situation at the Investment Promotion Bureau to ascertain who his competitors would be. His own qualifications seemed rather tenuous in relation to this investment opportunity. Although he had some acquaintance with Director Yuan Jiangwo of the Bureau, reaching out to him regarding a project unrelated to himself would yield little effect. Kaya, however, was different. The Kurgan Consortium was the principal investor in this project. He picked up the phone and called Kaya back. "Old Liu, have you finished reading it? I wonder how prepared you are," Kaya asked first. "Kaya, do you have some time? I would like to meet you to discuss this in person," Liu Qingyun replied. "Sure," Kaya responded excitedly. "Come to my office." Liu Qingyun packed his briefcase, stood up, and prepared to leave. As he opened the office door, he encountered Luo Yongjia, who was approaching. "General Liu, are you heading out?" Luo Yongjia greeted. "Yes, I'll be driving myself. No need to arrange a car," Liu Qingyun replied, assuming Luo Yongjia was offering him transportation. "General Liu, I have something to report regarding Guanghui Trading Company. You continue with your business. I will wait for your return," Luo Yongjia said. "Oh, don't wait. Come with me. We can discuss it on the way." Liu Qingyun promptly changed his mind, allowing Luo Yongjia to drive him while he reported his findings. The car was parked in a space right outside the company building. Luo Yongjia took a few steps ahead to open the back door for Liu Qingyun. "I'll sit in the front," Liu Qingyun said. Luo Yongjia then opened the front passenger door, and after Liu Qingyun entered, he made his way around to the driver's seat. "General Liu, I met with Big Brother Zhang last night and treated him to a drink," Luo Yongjia reported, sharing the information he had gathered from Big Brother Zhang with Liu Qingyun in detail. After hearing the report, Liu Qingyun's expression shifted to one of inscrutability. "Mr. Liu, it appears that Mr. Yu's business is flourishing more than ever. He has even granted a raise to old Zhang. The time has come," Liu Qingyun remarked enigmatically. Chapter 79. Project Briefing. "Mr. Liu, what did you say?" Luo Yongjia inquired, turning to him. "Nothing. You are performing admirably, and old Zhang is doing splendidly as well. During this period, it will be beneficial for you to engage with him more frequently," Liu Qingyun advised. Having positioned this piece strategically beside Yu Guanghui, Liu Qingyun had refrained from taking any action for a considerable time, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. When striking a serpent, one must aim for its vital spot. Either one refrains from action, or if one does act, the cost must be substantial. The opportunity he had been anticipating was imminent, and Liu Qingyun felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Coincidentally, he was about to meet Kaya, and this matter must ultimately rest in her hands. This was a personal vendetta he had never disclosed to anyone, including Luo Yongjia. He merely requested Luo Yongjia to keep an eye on old Zhang and the business activities of Guanghui Trading Company, without revealing the specifics of his intentions. Luo Yongjia, understanding the nature of discretion from his background as a special forces soldier and former bodyguard, never pressed for details. He knew that if his employer wished him to be informed, he would be told in due course. Upon arriving at Kaya's office, Liu Qingyun spotted her in the distance, gazing expectantly in his direction. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Kaya rushed over, pulling him towards another car that had been waiting. "Please return home first. No need to wait for me," Liu Qingyun instructed Luo Yongjia as they entered the car. Once inside, Kaya remarked, "I just received a call from Director Yuan, requesting me to head to the Investment Promotion Bureau. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Accompany me there. You might glean some insights along the way." Upon reaching the conference room of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Liu Qingyun noticed a number of attendees already present. This was a project briefing hosted by the Bureau, attended by representatives from companies that had been preliminarily vetted and deemed eligible to participate in the bidding process. As someone who had labored for many years in the realm of construction in Longhua City, Liu Qingyun recognized most of the attendees. They were invited participants, while he was merely benefiting from Kaya's association. As he entered, various gazes were cast upon him, and to his surprise, he spotted Liu Qiming among the crowd. Shortly thereafter, Director Yuan of the Investment Promotion Bureau entered, accompanied by several subordinates, greeting each attendee in turn. Upon reaching Kaya and noticing Liu Qingyun beside her, he extended his hand in greeting. "Mr. Liu, it has been quite some time. I have heard that your navigating real estate is currently thriving, rising impressively in such a short span. Are you now interested in our logistics-based project? Welcome aboard." "Director Yuan, it was I who brought him here. I believe that since we are determining the final construction entity through a bidding process, it should be open, fair, and transparent. Anyone capable should be allowed to participate, correct? Kaya asserted loudly to Director Yuan. Well said. Director Yuan replied with a smile. We certainly hope for enthusiastic participation, as we will select the optimal proposal from all bidding companies. The crowd erupted into applause. Lu Qiming rose from his seat, approaching with an expression of incredulity as he scrutinized Lu Qingyun. He then remarked, Boss Lu, do you genuinely intend to participate in the bidding? While your Linghao real estate has performed admirably, it primarily engages in real estate agency business. The project we're discussing today pertains to the construction of a logistics hub. If I am not mistaken, your Shengbang engineering lacks the requisite qualifications, does it not? Indeed, it appears that Shengbang engineering has never undertaken a general contracting role, consistently relegating itself to minor subcontracting tasks under various bosses. Now, it seeks to compete with us major corporations? Not everyone is suited to join the fray. Someone echoed this sentiment. Lu Qingyun glanced up to see Jin Hui, the deputy general manager of Yadong Construction Company, who is closely linked to Lu Qiming. He smiled faintly, but chose not to respond. In a previous life, it was Yadong Construction that employed unscrupulous tactics against Lu S Group during their competition, coercing Wang Chong to withdraw and even discreetly arranging for him to be injured. It was hardly surprising that their deputy manager would rally to Lu Qiming's side. Clearly, the battle between him and Lu Qiming was set to commence prematurely. Another voice chimed in, shaking his head. Our company is determined to secure this logistics hub project. That small firm is merely here to inflate the numbers. After all, during the bidding process, we need an audience, and perhaps they are merely here to observe and learn. The speaker was Liao Mingyuan, the general manager of Qingshan Construction Group and the eldest son of Chairman Liao Qingshan. Do not speak so prematurely, Qingshan Construction Group. Your Luhu project is on the verge of becoming a derelict venture, yet you dare to boast here. The outcome remains uncertain, someone retorted. Liao Mingyuan quickly countered. Do not spread rumors. We are ensuring the quality of the project. It is far better than certain enterprises that barely pass inspections through backdoor dealings. Lu Qingyun found himself at the center of the discourse, yet the focus shifted from him to the mutual barbs exchanged among the others. He had not come to engage in the bidding competition and felt no need to clarify anything to these individuals. Once Director Yuan and others took their seats at the main table, the discussion subsided. At that moment, someone gently patted Lu Qingyun on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Pang Shida, who had just returned from out of town and hurried over without delay. Brother Lu, you are here too? He inquired. I came with Kaya. Lu Qingyun explained, also introducing Kaya to Pang Shida. Good to listen in. Are you considering participating in the bidding? Pang Shida asked quietly. Lu Qingyun chuckled, replying, Do I look like I am? He leaned in closer and whispered, Once you secure this project, don't forget to share a piece with your younger brother. Needless to say, were their S mine, their S yours, Pang Shida readily agreed. The participation of Pang S Shida Construction Group in this bidding was anticipated. At this moment, he would not divulge any information to Pang Shida. Brother Lu, shall we find a place to sit after this concludes? Perhaps in the evening? Lu Qingyun nodded and said he needed to discuss some matters with Kaya later. One of his intentions in seeking Kaya was to ascertain the status of pre-registration. Kaya, as if she were a worm in his belly, understood his thoughts without him needing to articulate them. How could he not comprehend the subtle hints she dropped that night after drinking? Yet, having just divorced, he found himself reluctant to contemplate such matters. The project briefing lasted over an hour, during which Lu Qingyun not only meticulously recorded the meeting's content, but also memorized the representatives in attendance. After the meeting, he returned to the office with Kaya and engaged in a lengthy conversation. Just as he was about to call Pang Shida to arrange their evening meeting, he received a phone call from Qingyang City. He promptly bid farewell to Kaya, hailed a cab, and rushed home. En route, he first notified Tang Shengli and then called Pang Shida. Mr. Pang, I sincerely apologize, but the gathering tonight has been canceled. I must make a trip to Qingyang City. Pang Shida quickly responded, I was just about to inform you, Lu, that Nanjiang he has passed away. I received the call and was about to head there as well. Let us meet at the airport. Chapter 80. Mutual accomplishment. Kaya watched Lu Qingyun depart, standing still for a long moment before returning to her office. Lu had just discussed his plans with her, seeking support from the Koken Consortium. After taking a phone call, he exclaimed, "Thank you," and hurriedly left. This man consistently acted with resolute efficiency and possessed a unique vision. Take his new project, leading real estate, for instance. From its initial concept to concrete implementation, it has garnered significant influence. It is foreseeable that in the near future, leading real estate will expand its reach across various regions of Longwa. How could the Koken Consortium possibly refrain from supporting such a venture? Now, as he sought to revive his original profession, Kaya shared his optimism. Though Lu Qingyun held the status of a black gold member, he consistently presented his plans to her in detail, striving for her understanding. This openness indicated his sincerity towards himself and the Koken Consortium. Initially filled with gratitude for saving her brother, Kaya gradually came to admire him. Considering Lu Qingyun's affairs as her own, she secretly resolved that this time, regardless of the circumstances, she would exert her utmost support for him. At that moment, the phone on her desk rang, and she answered it casually. It was the receptionist downstairs. "Miss Kaya, a Mr. Lu wishes to see you. His name is Lu Qiming," the receptionist informed her. Kaya was well aware of Lu Qiming, who had taken the lead in targeting Lu Qingyun during the morning's project briefing. "Does he have an appointment?" she inquired. "No. He mentioned he had just met with you this morning," the receptionist replied. "I have no time right now. Please tell him to come another day," Kaya concluded, hanging up the phone. After the project briefing, Lu Qiming had invited Director Yuan from the Investment Promotion Bureau to dinner, and he had also called for Qian Yongfu to join them. As they indulged in drinks, Director Yuan revealed to him that the logistics-based project was a significant initiative for the municipal government's investment promotion, with one of the primary investors being the Koken Consortium from Russia. This marks the inaugural large-scale project of the Koken Consortium in Longhua City, and the government will bestow significant attention upon it, leaving no room for error. Implicitly, this means that in the bidding process, his words carry little weight. He must return and prepare diligently, allowing merit to be the sole determinant. Lu Qiming and Qian Yongfu conferred and decided to seek out Miss Kaya, the full representative of the Koken Consortium in the Dragon Nation, as she might provide a crucial breakthrough. He believed that his long-standing management of the logistics route to the Rus Nation would hold some weight in Miss Kaya's eyes. During Mr. Koken's last visit to Longhua, he had a private meeting with him. However, upon seeking her out, he was met with a polite refusal from Miss Kaya, citing the absence of an appointment. After encountering this setback, he patiently addressed the front desk attendant. "Could you kindly assist me in scheduling an appointment? I shall return for a visit at the designated time." "Certainly. Please leave your contact number, and I will notify you in advance regarding the specific timing," the front desk attendant replied courteously. Lu Qiming inscribed his phone number in the registration book, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. There was still ample time. The qualification review had to occur first, followed by the preparation of the bidding documents, with the official opening of bids still a ways off. He was resolute in his pursuit this time, dismissing the remarks of Liao Mingyuan from Qingshan Construction Group as inconsequential. Upon returning to his vehicle, he dialed his cousin, Ho Dongliang, the Secretary General of the Longhua City Government. "Dongliang, are you free tonight? Come out and join me for dinner." Lu Qingyun had been in Qingyang City for an extended period, and his assistant, Tang Shengli, who accompanied him there, had returned long ago while he remained behind. After Tang Shengli's return, following Mr. Lu's instructions, he met with Kaya once before becoming engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Lu Tingting, the subsidiaries of Pilot Real Estate in several major cities in Eastern and Central Dragon Nation had successively obtained operating licenses. After the completion of site preparations, they would soon commence official operations. On this day, Lu Qingyun returned from Qingyang City, coinciding with the graduation day of the training program for store managers at Pilot Real Estate's training school. Accompanied by Lu Tingting, he addressed the trainees who were nearing the conclusion of their program. The trainees were all top-performing employees selected from various branches of Pilot Real Estate in Longhua City and Qingyang City, who would be assigned as store managers to the newly opened branches in different cities upon graduation. The overall supervisor of the training was Wu Shikai, the business director of Pilot Real Estate. Observing these exceptional employees, clad in the standard Pilot Real Estate attire and donning sky blue ties, standing in an orderly fashion with spirited demeanor, Lu Qingyun expressed profound admiration for Wu Shikai's efforts. After concluding his speech, he and Lu Tingting returned to the general manager's office, summoning Wu Shikai as well. Shikai, please take a seat. You have been with the company for several months now. How do you feel about it? Mr. Lu, I am truly fortunate to have joined Pilot Real Estate, and I am grateful to both you and Ms. Lu for providing me with such an opportunity. This is indeed a place where I can truly showcase my abilities, Wu Shikai replied earnestly, sitting up straight. You are performing admirably. For a company, business is the foundation of survival and development. It is of utmost significance. Lu Qingyun paused momentarily, directing his gaze toward Lu Tingting. Luo Tingting continued, Director Wu, I have wonderful news to share. With the establishment of the new branch office, we shall form the Linghang Real Estate Group. I have recommended you to President Lu for the position of General Manager of the Business Department, where you will be responsible for overseeing the operations of all branches. What are your thoughts? Wu Shikai, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. How could he not be? When he first arrived, Linghang Real Estate was merely a fledgling company, and as a business manager, he was involved in everything from recruitment to training, tirelessly dedicating himself. Later, with the opening of the branch in Xingyang, he was not only tasked with managing the operations of Longhua Company, but also presiding over the Xingyang branch, frequently commuting between the two locations. Now, with the formation of a group company, the pace at which he was advancing felt astonishingly swift. Lu Qingyun chuckled. What makes you think you can't? I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Each branch manager has been trained under your guidance. The performance of Longhua and Xingyang companies these past few months has showcased your capabilities. We aim to embrace diversity in talent and promote the capable. Wu Shikai immediately rose, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your nurturing leadership. I shall strive even harder to contribute to the development of Linghang. Excellent. Lu Qingyun gestured for him to sit. We are working together towards mutual growth. Your success is my success, and together we shall achieve greatness. At that moment, not only Wu Shikai, but also Luo Tingting found herself looking at Lu Qingyun, her excitement matching his own. Chapter 81. Smooth Sailing? The news of Nanjianghe, chairman of Nanda Group's passing, could no longer be concealed, with various media outlets reporting on the matter. Rumors surrounding Nanda Group began to circulate fervently. Some tabloids revealed that, aside from his legitimate wife and their 3 children, Nanjianghe had an illegitimate son. Following his death, a fierce battle for inheritance was likely to ensue within the Nan family. In Hong Kong, Nanda Group's stock prices experienced drastic fluctuations, facing consecutive drops. After the funeral of Nanjianghe, some major shareholders began to stir, some colluding in secret, while others took advantage of the declining stock prices to make clandestine acquisitions. If Nanjianghe's widow and children contested the inheritance, his shares would be divided, potentially leading to a change in the group's largest shareholder. Among the shareholders, opinions were sharply divided into 2 factions. One faction, represented by the company's general manager Wang Yuan, consisted of those who had fought alongside Nanjianghe to build the company. Though most held a small percentage of shares, they held deep affection for Nanjianghe, wishing for his legacy to remain within the Nan family. For them, the position of chairman represented a unifying spirit. A change in leadership would offer them no advantage. The opposing faction primarily comprised shareholders who had joined Nanda Group during its expansion, including Vice Chairman Pan Fugue, who eagerly anticipated a split within the Nan family. They hoped to unite and nominate a new chairman, seizing opportunities for personal gain amid the conflict. Some even approached Nanjianghe's mistress, Song Bailey, encouraging her to bravely step forward and claim her rightful share. It is said that the will of Nanjianghe has been read by a lawyer at the Nan family residence, but the specifics of the situation have not been disclosed to the public. Zhao Fengxiao remains at home, isolating herself. The siblings Nanya, Nan Fei, and Nan Mei have taken leave to stay at home, unwilling to engage with outsiders. On this particular day, Pan Fugue arrived again with several shareholders of the Nan household. Sister-in-law, Look, the arrangements for Nandong's funeral have been completed, yet the atmosphere within the group is one of unease. The stock prices in the Hong Kong market continue to plummet. As the vice chairman of the board, I am deeply concerned. Pan Fugui lamented with a troubled expression to Zhao Fengxia. This was not the first time Zhao Fengxia had received him. She understood the purpose of his visits all too well. Old Pan, it has only been a few days since Old Nan's departure. We are not in a position to address these matters right now. Please exert more effort. We cannot allow chaos to ensue. We must not jeopardize Nanda because of Old Nan. Did Nandong leave any instructions regarding his affairs? Who will succeed him as chairman? Is it Nanya? But isn't he supposed to study abroad? Pan Fugui pressed anxiously. Why the urgency? Even the replacement of the chairman requires a shareholders' meeting. This is not something you and I can decide here today. Zhao Fengxiao replied with a composed demeanor. Very well. Since you say so, I, representing the shareholders, strongly demand that a shareholders' meeting be convened as soon as possible. Pan Fugui desired nothing more than this statement. If the shareholders' meeting were to vote on the new chairman, his chances of victory would be considerable. Yet, he remained somewhat unsettled. Had Nanjiang's shares been divided? Zhao Fengxiao remained tight-lipped, revealing not a word to him. Can you truly represent all shareholders? Zhao Fengxiao countered. Whether I can or not is irrelevant. The immediate priority is to stabilize the situation and convene the shareholders' meeting, which is imperative. Regardless of who is elected as the new chairman, it is of great significance to the group. Very well. As the vice chairman of the board, you shall commence preparations for the shareholders' meeting. Zhao Fengxiao rose, signaling the end of the conversation. With that, Pan Fugui felt it inappropriate to linger. He awkwardly smiled, bidding farewell as he departed with a few companions. Subsequently, Wang Yuan also discreetly visited the Nan residence under the guise of paying a visit. Zhao Fengxia, however, revealed not a single word to him, merely reassuring him Old Nan had already made arrangements before his passing. Return and await the shareholders' meeting in peace. After a temporary board meeting, it was decided that the shareholders' meeting for Nanda Group would take place 2 weeks later at the headquarters in Qingyang City. Lu Qingyun, having confirmed the date for the shareholders' meeting, departed Qingyang and returned to Longhua. He first visited the headquarters of Linghang Real Estate to inspect the progress of the new branch. If all goes as planned, the official opening of the new branch would coincide with the establishment of Linghang Real Estate Group. He then hurried to Shengbang Engineering Company, where Tang Xingli had been waiting. Lu Qingyun called him in his office and closed the door before inquiring, Xingli, how is the situation progressing? In recent days, Tang Xingli had been issuing commands via computer, amassing a significant quantity of shares in Nanda Group. He provided Lu Qingyun with a detailed report on the developments. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the shareholders' meeting, we must remain vigilant and continue to bolster our positions, Lu Qingyun instructed with a nod. I sense that someone is manipulating the stock price. Nanda Group's shares exhibit a trend of rebound. Should we proceed? As long as it does not surpass the pre-decline levels, we shall continue. Lu Qingyun understood that someone had indeed recognized the potential of Nanda Group and commenced repurchasing shares in the market. Given Nanda Group's stable performance, it is unlikely that the major shareholders would sell at such low prices. Only individual investors, unable to bear the risks of a market downturn, would sell in a bid to minimize their losses. Mr. Lu, how are things progressing in Qingyang City? Tang Shengli inquit. Lu Qingyun formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, flicking the remaining 3 fingers, signaling a positive gesture. He had visited the Nanjiang River multiple times over the past few months. This day had been his objective. Mr. Tang, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Tang Shengli said, rising to head toward the door. Shengli, please summon Luo Yongjia, Lu Qingyun called out to him. In a short while, Luo Yongjia knocked and entered. Approaching Lu Qingyun, Mr. Lu, you called for me? Yongjia, please have a seat. Lu Qingyun gestured towards the chair across from him. Once Luo Yongjia was seated, Lu Qingyun asked, how many personnel are currently in your security department? Counting myself, there are 8 in total, divided into 2 shifts, Luo Yongjia replied without hesitation. How many of them are your comrades? 3. Su Man Song, Lu Qi, and Shun Si Hai. The other 4 were recruited locally. Lu Qingyun calculated briefly before shaking his head. Not enough. Expedite the hiring process. We need at least 30 individuals on board as soon as possible. Is that truly necessary? 8 personnel is already quite sufficient. In reality, for would suffice, Luo Yongjie replied with confusion. Recruit 30 personnel, you will find them useful. Moreover, prioritize hiring veterans and individuals from outside the area, as we may need to deploy them elsewhere in the future. Luo Yongjie immediately grasped the implication, standing straighter as he replied, Understood. I assure you the task will be completed. Chapter 82. The first guest, Lu Qingyun, weary from the day's exertions, stepped out of the vehicle and waved farewell to Luo Yongjie, watching as he drove away before heading towards his residence. Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 16th floor, the doors were about to close when they opened again, allowing someone to step inside briskly. Is that Mr. Lu? I haven't seen you in quite some time. You've been quite busy, I presume? The newcomer was Li Manqing. I just returned from a business trip. Lu Qingyun replied. Is that so? Have you had dinner yet? Li Manqing kazwali inkirat. Lu Qingyun honestly replied, Not yet, but it's all right. I'll just prepare some instant noodles when I get home. That one tea do. You just returned, and your home must have little in the way of fresh ingredients. Relying solely on instant noodles is not nutritious. As a doctor, Li Manqing was particularly mindful of dietary nutrition. One meal like this is permissible. I'm accustomed to it, Lu Qingyun remarked nonchalantly, having often dined on instant noodles alone. No, I haven't eaten either. Why not come to my place? I can prepare some dishes, and we can eat together, Li Manqing offered eagerly. Lu Qingyun quickly waved his hands. That might be too much trouble. What trouble could that possibly be? In the spirit of neighborly camaraderie, Mr. Lu need not stand on ceremony for merely a meal. Upon reaching the 16th floor, the two exited the elevator simultaneously. Li Manqing reiterated, as promised, once I'm finished, I'll call you. Please refrain from eating instant noodles. With that, she produced her keys and unlocked her door. Turning back, she smiled as she observed Lu Qingyun opening the door to Unit 1601. She set down her bag and proceeded to the kitchen. From the refrigerator, she retrieved a piece of meat and some vegetables, donned an apron, rolled up her sleeves, and set to work. Since moving into her new home, she had only welcomed Du Xiaodan as a guest. Lu Qingyun was her first official visitor, although she was preparing only a few simple dishes. She poured her heart and soul into creating a colorful spread. As she worked, she hummed a cheerful tune, her joyful mood evident in her demeanor. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun sat idly on the sofa in his unit, feeling rather bored. After some contemplation, he realized that since he had promised to dine at her place, he ought to lend a hand. It would be rather inappropriate to wait until the meal was served before casually showing up to partake. Therefore, he stepped out again, gently knocking twice, then 3 times on the door of Unit 1603. He heard a response from inside. Coming. Li Manqing, with her apron still tied, opened the door, rubbing her hands together as she said, It's not ready yet, but I'll call you when it is. Are you hungry? Please come in. Actually, I just came to see if you need any help, Lu Qingyun explained. You need tea assist. You look quite worn out. Please, take a seat and rest, she replied. Lu Qingyun smiled lightly. Do you not have faith in my culinary skills? I can cook quite well. Really, it's not necessary. It will be ready shortly. Li Manqing urged him to the sofa, turned on the television, and said, Just watch the news for a bit. 10 minutes will suffice. Lu Qingyun tilted his head toward her. You enjoy watching the news? Aren't you watching Korean dramas? I believe Daejang is airing recently. I'm not a fan of Korean dramas. Oh dear, my pot. Li Manqing exclaimed suddenly, rushing toward the kitchen. Lu Qingyun followed her, observing her expertly balancing a pot in one hand while skillfully stirring with a spoon in the other. He chuckled, Dr. Li, your stirring technique is quite professional. Just don't mock me. Everything is ready. Please take a seat. They sat opposite each other, and Li Manqing remarked, after a long day's toil, a drink in the evening would be refreshing. However, as I have just moved in, I haven't tea-stocked any beverages. Would you like some wine? I have some good stuff, Lu Qingyun suggested, rising to leave. Don't bother. I meant you. I don't drink, Li Manqing quickly interjected. Initially, Lu Qingyun had refrained from bringing wine, thinking it inappropriate for a woman. It felt somewhat inconsiderate to arrive empty-handed for a meal. He insisted it's quite all right. I'll fetch it, and you can keep it for entertaining guests. Since the wine is here, it's only right to pour some for the guest, Lu Qingyan argued. You don't drink, so it would be rather awkward for me to indulge alone. Let us just enjoy the dishes, she countered, unable to resist his insistence. Li Manqing reluctantly set the wine aside, smiling as she said, Why don't you taste it and see if it's up to par? Lu Qingyun picked up a piece with his chopsticks, tasted it, and exclaimed in surprise, Not bad. You're almost matching my skills. Just keep boasting, she retorted playfully. The next time it will be your turn. I shall see if you are indeed boasting. Very well, come to my house next time. To be honest, I used to be the one cooking at home, but at that moment, Lu Qingyun fell silent. Yet from that half-sentence, Li Manqing already discerned what he was about to say. She did not press further, merely remarking, It seems Mr. Lu is still a model husband. That is all in the past. Dr. Lu, are you not residing in the hospital dormitory? Why move out and pay rent? Lu Qingyun shifted the topic. I prefer living alone. There is no freedom in dormitory life, Li Manqing replied. But before you went abroad, did you not always stay in a dormitory? Li Manqing smilat. It was precisely because I grew accustomed to living alone while abroad that upon returning to a collective dormitory, I found it difficult to adjust. Speaking of which, my culinary skills were honed overseas. As they dined and conversed, they noticed that 2 hours had flown by, and their appetite for conversation remained unsated. Suddenly, the screen of Li Manqing's phone, which lay on the table, illuminated and rang. Mr. Lu, I need to take this call, she said apologetically, picking up her phone. Dr. Li, are you available? Came the voice on the other end. It was a colleague. Xiaowang, what is it? Dr. Li. We have a patient in the emergency room who has been severely injured in an altercation. Tonight is particularly busy, and both on-duty doctors are occupied. Director Chun has requested your assistance. What do you think? All right, I will be there immediately. Li Manqing hung up the phone and turned to Lu Qingyun. I sincerely apologize. There is an urgent matter at the hospital that I must attend to. No worries, just be cautious on the road. I did not bring my car today. Otherwise, I would have driven you. Without the time to tidy up the dishes, Lu Qingyun accompanied Li Manqing to the elevator before turning back home. Li Manqing descended and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the First People's Hospital. As an emergency surgeon, she was accustomed to the unpredictability of her profession. It was not uncommon to be called in for reinforcement when the workload was heavy, even when 2 doctors and 2 nurses were on duty. Fortunately, she had not indulged in any alcohol that evening. For a doctor, a patient's condition is a summons. Attending to emergencies is akin to extinguishing a fire. Upon arriving at the hospital, she hurried to the emergency surgery department. Nurse Xiao Wang spotted her in the corridor and promptly briefed her on the patient's condition. Upon entering the duty room, Li Manqing was taken aback upon seeing the patient. Wu Pianpian? Chapter 83. Why don't you understand my meaning? At that moment, Wu Pianpian remained in a state of unconsciousness, her head severely injured, blood saturating her clothing. The 2 individuals accompanying her were employees from a restaurant. What happened? Li Manqing inquired as she examined the injuries. Someone caused a ruckus at a restaurant. The boss went to mediate, but the group was unruly and began to vandalize. The boss tried desperately to intervene, but someone shoved him violently, causing him to fall and hit his head on a chair, rendering him unconscious on the spot. One employee recounted, Yes, we were at a loss for what to do. We quickly called 120 for an ambulance while notifying Sister Qingxia, the other employee added. Pausing before continuing, Sister Qingxia is another owner of our restaurant. What about the assailants? Did you call the police? Li Manqing pressed on. They fled long ago. The police arrived, but what transpired thereafter remains a mystery to us. Here we are, having brought the boss to this place. Li Manqing checked Wu Pianpian's breath and pulse, then instructed Xiao Wang, take her to the treatment room, perform wound cleaning, and check the injuries. Also conduct an EEG. Notify the imaging department to send someone for a bedside examination. While the procedures were underway, 2 police officers, accompanied by Zhuang Qingxia, hurried to the hospital. You may wait outside for a moment. The patient has yet to regain consciousness, Li Manqing stated, not lifting her head. Shortly after, the on-duty doctor from the imaging department arrived with the necessary equipment. After a while, Li Manqing emerged from the treatment room and informed the police, the patient has awakened. You may enter to ask your questions. The police replied, We have already gathered information at the scene. We are here to inquire whether the victim recognizes her assailants." Upon their entry, Li Manqing turned to Xiao Wang and said, "The patient's condition has stabilized. Once they finish their inquiries, please transfer her to a ward. I shall take my leave." With that, she departed from the emergency department. As she walked, her thoughts dwelled on the fact that although Lu Qingyun and Wu Pianpian were divorced, she pondered whether she should inform him of Wu's injury. Being neighbors, it seemed unreasonable to withhold such news. Ultimately, she opted to send Lu Qingyun a text message rather than speak to him in person. Once the notification was sent, what he chose to do thereafter was his own affair. The police questioned Wu Pianpian, but she could not clearly identify her assailants. Zhuang Qingxia had her suspicions but dared not voice them. This incident was undoubtedly connected to Lu Qiming, who had previously attended an event supporting Wu Pianpian and was publicly confronted by her. Following that, Zhuang Qingxia had advised Wu Pianpian, and Lu Qiming had visited once more, though she was not present to witness the events that unfolded. Now, trouble had arisen, yet there was no concrete evidence to confront Lu Qiming, and she wished to avoid enmity. The exotic-themed restaurant was Wu Pianpian's brainchild. How she would handle the situation would have to await her discharge. She remained by Wu Pianpian's bedside, watching the 4 drips steadily deliver fluids. Wu Pianpian turned her head and said, "Qingxia, I'm fine now. You should return home." "Shall I call your family?" Zhuang Qingxiao inquired. Wu Pianpian gently shook her head. "No need. I prefer to keep this private. A few days in the hospital, and I should be well again." "Very well. Focus on your recovery. As for the restaurant, I will handle things during this time." After a pause, Zhuang Qingxia added, "Pianpian, I sense that the attack was clearly aimed at you. Perhaps I am overstepping, but are you?" Her words were cut off by Wu Pianpian. "Qingxia, no need to say more. I understand. Please return home. I have the nurses to assist me once I finish my 4. Wishing to be alone, Wu Pianpian dismissed Zhuang Qingxia. This exotic-themed restaurant was a venture she had painstakingly built, from selecting the project and securing funding to finally launching operations. She had traveled to the region twice alone and even engaged in a debt collection lawsuit with the Yang couple. This establishment embodied her dedication. With a successful opening and thriving business, it was on the verge of settling into a prosperous routine. Initially, she believed that partnering with Zhuang Qingxia would resolve many issues. However, it has become evident that Zhuang Qingxia is equally powerless in the presence of Lu Qiming. The so-called Master Qian she mentioned is merely a subordinate in front of Lu Qiming. This realization deepens her resentment towards her former confidant, Yang Xiaoyue. It was Yang who, time and again, aided Lu Qiming, attempting to persuade her to become his mistress, even going so far as to conspire with him to drug her. Had it not been for Yang Xiaoyue, she would not have attended that social gathering with Lu Qiming, nor would she have divulged her financial struggles and aspirations to open a restaurant, inadvertently providing Lu Qiming with the opportunity to approach her repeatedly under the guise of seeking a loan. Furthermore, had Yang not forcefully dragged her to that bar, she would not have encountered the ruffians, and subsequently, Lu Qiming's feigned rescue would not have occurred. It seems that every step she has taken is intricately linked to Yang Xiaoyue. At this moment, her animosity towards Yang is palpable. Yet, she has overlooked another fact. It was Yang who encouraged her to attend the class reunion and conspired with Yu Guanghui to secretly book a hotel room. Presently, she believes that Yu Guanghui harbors genuine feelings for her, thus she has not contemplated this aspect. That evening, observing Zhuang Qingxia's sorrowful expression, she sensed a desire to discuss the future of the restaurant, yet she remains uncertain about what to do next. She is utterly exhausted. Since the restaurant's opening, she has not had a single day of rest. Rising early and retiring late each day, she yearns for the establishment to stabilize, allowing her to cultivate 1 or 2 capable individuals to share the workload. Alas, in this world, why must achieving even the slightest success be so convoluted? Throughout the night, Wu Pianpian was plagued by nightmares filled with malevolent figures and confrontations, or the unsettling visage of Lu Qiming. She awoke several times, screaming and startling the on-duty nurse. It was not until dawn that she fell into a deep slumber once more. Upon waking again, She found herself staring at Lu Qiming's face. Blinking vigorously, she questioned whether she was still dreaming, only to hear Lu Qiming say, "Pian, you're awake? As soon as I heard you were injured and hospitalized, I rushed over to see you." The truth is, Lu Qiming's subordinates had reported back to him, only to be scolded. "I only instructed you to smash the shop. Who told you to injure someone?" Wu Pian glared at him, her eyes filled with hatred. "What do you want? Who cares for your visit? Spare me your feigned compassion. Pian, if you heed my words and allow me to protect you, who would dare to cause trouble at your establishment? I have made my intentions quite clear, yet you fail to comprehend." Lu Qiming, with his thick skin and unperturbed demeanor, continued. Wu Pian propped herself up, pointing towards the door of the hospital room, and shouted, "Get out! Leave me alone! I do not wish to see you." Chapter 84. I recommended you. Her outburst attracted the attention of nurses, who hurried over from the station, admonishing Lu Qiming, "This is a hospital. Please refrain from making such a commotion." Yet, Lu Qiming retorted to the nurse, "She is the one shouting." I haven't uttered a word. Turning back to Wu Pian, he inquired, "Pian, calm down. Who caused you this injury? Tell me, and I will find a culprit for you." Wu Pian had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Those individuals were undoubtedly sent by him. Otherwise, how could he have known about her hospitalization so swiftly? Merely a night later, he had summoned people to create chaos, yet now he spoke with such righteous indignation. She turned to Lu Qiming and said, "Leave. I do not wish to see you." The nurse glanced at Lu Qiming and advised, "You should go. The patient needs peace. Do not disturb her emotional state." Lu Qiming retorted, "Then think carefully. I shall take my leave." He turned and exited the ward. Wu Pian felt utterly despondent. Injured and hospitalized, she did not even want to inform her parents, lying alone in the hospital, consumed by loneliness. Previously, she had her close friend Yang Xiaoyue to confide in, but now she found herself devoid of even a single true friend. Uncontrollably, she dialed Lu Qingyun's number. Lu Qingyun had learned of her situation from Li Manjing's message the previous night, and upon seeing Wu Pian's call, he hesitated momentarily before answering. "Qingyun, I've been hurt and am now in the hospital." Wu Pian was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. She merely sought someone to talk to and thought of Lu Qingyun. "I know," came Lu Qingyun's indifferent response. "I feel so awful. I have no one to talk to." Wu Pian murmured softly, "Just focus on your recovery. I have things to attend to," he replied flatly before hanging up. His words, devoid of emotion, severed the connection. In the past, if she had endured any grievance, Lu Qingyun would have been more anxious than she. Whether she was hospitalized or simply felt unwell, he would have rushed around, preparing medication and offering care. Yet today, he seemed merely like a wooden figure, unresponsive. Had Lu Qingyun shown her the same concern as before, she would have sought his counsel on how to navigate her current predicament. She longed to hear his advice. However, Lu Qingyun denied her that opportunity, choosing to terminate the call himself. People must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. Wu Pian numbly tossed her phone aside and stared blankly out of the window. Lu Qingyun, having ended the call, seemed entirely unconcerned about her plight. He was truly overwhelmed, facing the most critical 2 weeks ahead. It was akin to a chess game. He had already sacrificed 2 pieces and now needed to maneuver several pivotal ones to secure victory. Each piece required meticulous calculation, leaving no room for error, while also concealing his intentions from his opponent to avoid disrupting the entire strategy. In the coming days, he had to accompany Lu Tingting to the eastern and central regions of Longhua to oversee the preparations for the launch of Linghang Real Estate, as well as travel to Qingyang City to further negotiate with the Nan family. He aimed to solidify every aspect before the shareholders' meeting convened. Meanwhile, Wu Pian, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly joined by a flurry of medical personnel entering the room. Morning rounds had commenced, led by the Deputy Chief of Emergency Surgery, Chun Hongwei, with Li Manjing among them. Wu Pian became the first patient under her care, now serving as her attending physician. She introduced Wu Pian's injuries to Chun Hongwei and proposed some treatment suggestions. After the medical staff left the ward, Li Manjing lingered for a moment longer. "Wu Pian, your injuries have been addressed. There's a small amount of bruising in the brain, but a concussion has been ruled out. A few more days in the hospital should suffice for your recovery. Rest assured and focus on your healing. Thank you, doctor. Wu Piampian replied politely. No need for thanks. We have met before. The last time we dined at the exotic Western restaurant. You were the one who attended to us, Li Manqing said with a slight smile. Wu Piampian scrutinized Li Manqing anew, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, It truly is you. I remember now. There were no private rooms available, and you had to dine in the main hall. Indeed, that evening, there was also some disruption in the hall. It seems running a restaurant is quite a high-risk endeavor. Sighing, Wu Piampian replied, Who can argue with that? Before entering this profession, I was unaware of the perils. You're absolutely right. It is indeed a high-risk industry. One can inadvertently offend someone, often without even realizing it. Wu Piampian was acutely aware of how she had offended Lu Qiming. Yet she would not disclose everything to Li Manqing. Prepare yourself. A nurse will come shortly to administer your four. Li Manqing stated before swiftly exiting the ward to rejoin the group of medical staff. After the rounds had concluded, Li Manqing returned to the doctor's office, seated herself, and opened Wu Piampian's medical file in preparation for documentation. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly and turned to see Deputy Director Chen Hongwei, smiling as he leaned closer to her ear. Dr. Li, I had a social engagement last night and was unable to break away. I asked Xiao Wang to summon you for assistance. I appreciate your efforts. It's nothing, Director Chen. I had no engagements at home either. It was a minor matter, hardly worth mentioning, Li Manqing replied. Chen Hongwei continued. Your mindset is commendable. As a young person, taking on more responsibilities will benefit your medical skills and future promotions. I wish to provide you with more opportunities. Isn't it just a matter of coming in to help in the evening? How does that relate to promotions? Li Manqing retorted, Pour sin hellips. Chen Hongwei glanced around the office, noting that the other doctors had gone to the wards, leaving only himself and Li Manqing. He pulled up a chair and sat beside her, speaking softly. Do you know who I was with last night? It was Vice President Shun, who oversees the operations. I mentioned you to him. Really? Li Manqing replied with a lukewarm tone. Since you returned from your studies abroad, you should be considered for a promotion. Currently, I am the sole deputy director in the emergency department, and with Director Yang soon retiring, I will be the only deputy left. I have recommended you to Vice President Shun. Li Manqing quickly shook her head, saying, Director Chun, please don't tease me. I am merely an attending physician. I am not even a deputy chief physician. I'm simply not qualified for such a position. There is no need for these jokes. Chen Hongwei smiled broadly. I am well aware of your situation. However, Vice President Shun stated that the emergency department is in dire need of personnel and should not be constrained by conventional standards. Young and capable individuals deserve to be given opportunities, which is why I mentioned you. Li Manqing discerned Chen Hongwei's intentions and resolutely rejected his attempts at flattery. 2 years prior, when Chen divorced his ex-wife, Li Manqing had yet to leave the country and had been persistently pursued by him. Now, 2 years later, his character remained unchanged, and she was unwilling to entertain his advances. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Chen, but I must decline. I have no interest in the position of Deputy Director. Chapter 85. I have a boyfriend. Chen Hongwei laughed heartily. Manqing, you shouldn't say that. If a leader were to speak with you and you responded in such a manner, it would surely offend them. Of course, I only mention this to Vice Dean Shen. I cannot guarantee how the leaders will decide. Standing up and pushing his chair back, he continued, By the way, Manqing, are you free this evening? How about we have dinner together after work? Not interested, Li Manqing replied without hesitation. Chen Hongwei leaned closer and whispered, Manqing, 2 years ago, I had just divorced, and I understood your hesitations. Now that 2 years have passed, why do you still, Director Chen, Li Manqing interrupted, do you not grasp my meaning? Abruptly silenced. Chen Hongwei felt a twinge of annoyance, but composed himself and queried, What do you mean? What do you mean? Speak freely, what are your thoughts? Li Manqing stood up, holding a folder, and replied, I mean that we are simply not suited for each other. How are we not suited? We work in the same department and know each other well. I believe we are quite compatible, Chen Hongwei contended. As she walked away, Li Manqing declared, We are not suited. I have a boyfriend. I must attend to my patients now. so I cannot chat any longer. Chen Hongwei stepped forward urgently, asking, Manxing, wait, when did you get a boyfriend? I've looked into it. Before you went abroad, and after you returned, you had no boyfriend. Director Chen, as the head of the department, you have the leisure to investigate my personal life? Limanking Raturta. Do I need to report my relationship status to the organization? With that, she left without looking back. Frustrated, Chen Hongwei stamped his foot, thinking, even if you have a boyfriend, I will still pursue you. As long as you are not married, it is a fair competition. Do not think that I will retreat because of this. In her moment of desperation, Li Manxing had blurted out the existence of a boyfriend, surprising herself. In truth, she had no such partner. Yet, a fleeting image of Lu Qingyun appeared in her mind, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush as she hurriedly exited the doctor's office, hoping to evade Chen Hongwei's notice. Lu Qingyun's ex-wife was still hospitalized, and she had texted him about it. As of now, she had not seen Lu Qingyun visit. Part of her longed for him to come. If he did, she would have a chance to see him. Yet, she also wished he would not come, for his absence would indicate that he had truly severed ties with his ex-wife. The human heart is indeed filled with contradictions. Yu Guanghui had been busy for several days, but finally secured the supplementary orders for 10 containers. The factory agreed to a 40 prepayment, with the remaining balance to be settled upon delivery, ensuring a smooth transaction of goods and payment. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, he called Yu Changhong, who was far away in the land of the Rakshas, to report the news. Yu Changhong was exceedingly pleased, as the additional 10 containers had already been reserved by clients. Once the goods arrived, they would be taken without delay. Everyone aimed to maximize their sales during the peak season, for time is indeed money. He advised Guanghui, saying, once these 10 containers are shipped, the client may place further orders. You must maintain a good relationship with the factory. I have reiterated that this is not a one-time transaction. We will be engaging in long-term cooperation. Upon returning from the land of the Rakshas and having just established his new company, Guanghui found himself in the midst of a prosperous season. Though his days were filled with busyness, his heart brimmed with joy. That evening, he drove to a restaurant themed on the exotic cultures of the West, eager to share the good news with Wu Piampian and to win her favor. However, upon arriving, he discovered that Wu Piampian had been injured and hospitalized, prompting him to rush to the hospital without delay. At that moment, Wu Piampian was receiving a foreign infusion. When she spotted Guanghui at the doorway, holding a basket of fruits and a bouquet of flowers, she curtsied slightly and greeted him. Old Yu, how did you know I was here? Guanghui set down the fruit basket and placed the flowers at her bedside. His tone laced with mild reproach as he replied, why didn't you inform me of such a significant event? Had I known, I would have come to see you sooner. I only learned of it today at the restaurant from someone else. Wu Piampian smiled softly and responded, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. I'll be discharged in a few days. I didn't notify anyone. You may conceal it from others, but you shouldn't keep it from me. I genuinely care about you. Let me see where you are hurt, Guanghui said, leaning closer to her, reaching out to touch her. Wu Piampian swiftly blocked his hand, insisting, it's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Guanghui pulled a chair beside her bed and continued, I have heard that your restaurant has faced issues before. As a young woman in the culinary industry, it's understandable if business isn't thriving. However, when business flourishes, challenges are inevitable. And this is truly beyond your capacity to handle. He paused, casting a glance at her before adding, if it becomes too overwhelming, perhaps you should consider transferring the restaurant and joining my company. We are currently in dire need of an accountant, and it would suit your expertise well. It's a lighter, more respectable role, and we could spend more time together. He reiterated his previous suggestion, probing Wu Piampian's thoughts. Yet she laughed and replied, you have a knack for pessimism. You wish for my restaurant to fail, don't you? Guanghui quickly shook his head. That is not true. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Besides, I genuinely need an accountant. I believe a man should prioritize his career. Lately, I've been so busy that I haven't had the time to visit you. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Being busy is a good sign. It indicates that business is thriving. Ever since the restaurant opened, I too have been quite occupied, returning home late every day. It's quite an eye-opener. Running any endeavor with dedication is indeed exhausting. Wu Pianpian was uncertain as to why she felt compelled to share her thoughts with Yu Guanghui. Perhaps it was simply her yearning to confide in someone. Although she had no intention of accepting him, his genuine concern for her was evident. A brief exchange of pleasantries seemed harmless enough. It's apparent that you have lost weight and appear more haggard than before. My suggestion is worth considering, he pressed on, eager to seize the moment. Stop. I haven't even contemplated closing my newly opened restaurant so soon, Wu Pianpian retorted immediately. All right, I hope you can manage your restaurant well. If you require financial assistance, I can help devise a plan, he offered. Not at the moment. If you have matters to attend to, please do so, Wu Pianpian replied, recognizing that his incessant focus on a single topic rendered further conversation pointless, prompting her to urge him to leave. I'm not busy. I've completed everything. I wish to spend more time with you, Yu Guanghui insisted, determined to stay. As the four-drip neared completion, he proactively pressed the call button to summon a nurse to remove the needle. Old Yu, I wish to rest now. You should return, Wu Pianpian urged once more. Very well. If I have time when you're discharged, I will come and pick you up, Yu Guanghui said, waving goodbye as he exited the hospital room. Chapter 86. Will you still go for a run tomorrow? In the following days, Yu Guanghui consistently called Wu Pianpian at irregular intervals to check on her. On the day of her discharge, she chose not to inform him, opting instead to handle her discharge procedures independently and took a taxi directly to the exotic theme restaurant. This establishment, which she had painstakingly established, felt akin to her own child. She had been preoccupied with its management during her absence. Upon returning to the restaurant, it felt as though she had returned to her rightful territory. Despite her recent recovery, Wu Pianpian mustered her energy and resumed her usual bustling demeanor. During this period, Lu Qiming neither harassed her at the hospital nor visited the restaurant, as he was currently preoccupied with plans for the logistics-based project, leaving Wu Pianpian to her own devices. It was Yu Guanghui who, upon learning of her discharge over the phone, promptly visited the exotic theme restaurant that very evening. Adopting a demeanor of concern, he meticulously inspected both the interior and exterior of the establishment, lingering until 10 o'clock when the restaurant closed for the night. Pianpian, allow me to escort you home, he suggested, revealing his true intentions. Now that Wu Pianpian no longer harbored any aversion towards him, he aimed to leverage this newfound rapport to cultivate a favorable image in her eyes. Without a vehicle, Wu Pianpian nodded in agreement to his offer, but added, I could take a taxi home. You needn't have made a special trip just to pick me up. That is not the same. You've just been discharged. I couldn't rest easy without checking on you, Yu Guanghui replied, moved by his own words. They arrived outside her residential complex, and as Wu Pianpian prepared to exit the car, Yu Guanghui called out to her. Wu Pianpian. As she turned back, she inquired, Is there something else? No. I just want to ensure you enter safely before I leave, he said through the car window. Once Wu Pianpian's figure vanished into the complex, he let out a whistle, released the brake, pressed down on the accelerator, and the car roared away with a thunderous growl. Li Manqing returned home, had dinner, and switched on a news channel, before perusing a medical journal. It had been a while since she last went for a jog, so she changed into her athletic attire and laced up her sneakers, preparing to head out for a nighttime run along the fitness trail. As she stepped outside, she glanced at the door of apartment 1601. It had been several days since she had seen Lu Qingyun. People often remarked that in the city, no matter how long one resides in a place, one might not even recognize the person living next door. Everyone keeps different schedules, their comings and goings seldom aligning, and upon returning home, they shut their doors. The chances of encountering one another are so rare that it hardly seems strange to be strangers. Moreover, many individuals are temporary tenants, departing at unpredictable times. It is akin to a train journey, where passengers embark and disembark at every station. The individuals seated beside you may engage in delightful conversation, yet once one disembarks, the likelihood of reuniting is lost. What significance does familiarity hold in such a context? Yet, she and Lu Qingyun, by some unseen fate, had become neighbors. This was no ordinary connection. Reflecting on the day, she mentioned to Chun Hongwei that she had a boyfriend. She couldn't help but envision Lu Qingyun, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Upon arriving at the fitness trail, she found it bustling with people already engaged in their exercises, some running, others strolling, while the sounds of music from a dance gathering filled the night air. The warm weather drew even more individuals outside, eager to embrace the refreshing evening breeze. After warming up, Li Manqing commenced her slow jog along the path. Tonight, her intention was merely to stretch her legs, maintaining a leisurely pace. Despite this, she soon found herself perspiring. After completing 2 laps, she paused to stretch at the edge of the square before making her way home. "Dr. Li, is that you?" A voice called from behind her. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lu Qingyun, also clad in athletic gear, appearing as though he had just finished his workout. "Mr. Lu, did you also go for a run?" Li Manqing kidat astunisha. "How did I miss you earlier? I usually run in the evenings when I'm home and have some free time. I didn't see you either. It seems we perfectly missed each other," Lu Qingyun jested. In reality, he had only resumed running after Li Manqing returned from her quarantine. "Indeed, I ran slowly tonight, not overtaking anyone," Li Manqing mused, suddenly enlightened. While waiting for the elevator, she hesitated for a moment before casually mentioning to Lu Qingyun, "By the way, Wu Pianpian has been discharged from the hospital." "Oh, I have divorced her, so you needn't inform me about her affairs," Lu Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Li Manqing anticipated such a response and was somewhat relieved he had said it. However, since she had texted Lu Qingyun upon Wu Pianpian's hospitalization, she felt it necessary to inform him of her discharge, believing it to be a matter of closure. Exiting the elevator, she retrieved her keys and, while opening the door, asked, "Mr. Lu, will you be running tomorrow?" She intended to suggest that they could jog together if he planned to run. Lu Qingyun, however, replied, "I have a business trip tomorrow. I've been rather busy lately." Li Manqing responded with an "oh" and quickly entered her apartment. This was rather awkward. How could she have thought of inviting him to run? Moreover, she had not succeeded in doing so. Her heart raced, and she sank onto the sofa, pouring herself a glass of cool boiled water, which helped to slightly calm her nerves. She slipped into the bathroom, shedding her sweat-soaked workout attire, and removed her undergarments as well, examining her slender figure in the mirror. She released the hair tie that bound her hair, allowing her long locks to cascade over her shoulders. Turning on the shower head, she let the warm water pour over her from head to toe. After a run in the summer, rinsing off the sweat felt utterly invigorating. As she stood under the water, twirling in place, she faintly heard the sound of her phone ringing in the living room. Just once, ding! Who could that message be from? Was there an emergency at the hospital? Naked, she hurried from the bathroom to the living room, grabbing her phone to check. It was a message from Lu Qingyun. "I do have a business trip tomorrow. Once I finish this busy period, we can plan to run together in the evening." Is Lu Qingyun doing this on purpose? Li Manqing grinned and quickly replied with 3 words. "Got it." She then set down her phone and cheerfully returned to the bathroom to continue her shower. Lu Qingyun had originally made plans with Lu Tingting to travel out of town to inspect the preparation for the branch office's opening. Early in the morning, he packed his things and left the house, where Luo Yongjia was already waiting with the car at the entrance of the community. They then went to pick up Lu Tingting before heading to the airport. On the way to the airport, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Fengxia, the widow of Nan Jianghe. "Brother Lu, we have encountered some issues. Could you come over personally?" Chapter 87. I need to think Zhao Fengxia explained over the phone that rumors were rampant within the Nanda group, and some of the old comrades who had once fought alongside Nan Jianghe were beginning to waver. Some intended to switch allegiance to Pan Fuguei, while others wished to leave the Nanda group and seek other opportunities. More critically, Pan Fuguei was taking advantage of the situation to maneuver internally, aiming to acquire the shares of those planning to resign. Following Lu Qingyun's instructions before he left, Zhao Fengxia refrained from disclosing Nan Jianghe's final arrangements. Feeling utterly lost and unsure of how to respond, "Sister-in-law, remain calm. I will come over today. We will discuss everything once I arrive." After giving her a few reassurances, Lu Qingyun hung up the phone and said to Lu Tingting, "Xiao Lu, we must act separately. You go check on the branch office. I need to head to Qingyang City." He promptly purchased a ticket at the airport for the next available flight to Qingyang City. As soon as the plane landed, he took a taxi straight to the Nan residence. Long before Nan Jianghe's passing, an understanding had been reached between him and Lu Qingyun. Nan Jianghe was aware that none of his children were capable of succeeding him at Nanda Group, and his wife, Zhao Fengxia, lacked the ability to maintain the family's standing. Once he departed from this world, the fall of the Nan family from the Nanda Group was an unavoidable outcome. The most likely candidate to ascend to the position of chairman was the current vice chairman, Pan Fugue. Pan Fugue was the owner of a company that had been merged with Nanda Group during its expansion, and over the years, he had engaged in both open and covert struggles against Nan Jianghe within the board, harboring deep-seated grievances. Once Pan Fugue rises to power, it is highly probable that he will gradually eliminate the influence of Nan Jianghe from within, potentially even marginalizing the widow and children of Nan Jianghe from the Nanda Group. Lu Qingyun is acutely aware of these underlying connections. Seizing the opportunity to visit Nan Jianghe, he continuously reveals the promising prospects of his new company while also empathizing with Nan Jianghe, offering strategic advice and probing for potential successors within the Nan family capable of taking on significant responsibilities, particularly concerning the issue of the illegitimate son, Song O. He candidly advises Nan Jianghe that attempting to treat all his children equally will inevitably lead to enmity among them. The children born to Madame Zhao Fengxia may perceive Song O as a usurper of their rightful inheritance, while Song O, despite inheriting wealth, will never truly belong to the Nan family. Although the law stipulates that illegitimate children possess equal inheritance rights, as long as you are alive, it is prudent to first resolve the matters concerning Song Bailey and her son, and then establish a new will clearly stating it as the final and sole testament. Zhao Fengxia was present during this discussion, and this notion was one she had previously suggested to Nan Jianghe. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Jianghe had already penned a letter to Song Bailey, promising that when Song O matured, he would be recognized as part of the family. It was precisely this letter that ignited the inheritance dispute within the Nan family in the past. Now, realizing that the individual who left her a letter at the community entrance was this Lu brother, Zhao Fengxia listened as Nan Jianghe accepted Lu Qingyun's proposal. Nodding in agreement and looking towards her, "What do you think?" Seizing the moment, Zhao Fengxia replied, "I have always said that we should provide them with a sum of money, severing all ties with the Nan family henceforth." With a sigh, Nan Jianghe acknowledged that Zhao Fengxia's rejection of Song O made any notion of his recognition as a family member futile. Since it was evident they could never be a family, it was better for each to return to their respective homes, finding their own paths, even if it meant no further interaction, rather than harboring animosity. Furthermore, Nan Jianghe understood that he would need Zhao Fengxia's support to uphold the family. Thus, he must align with her sentiments. Consequently, after providing Song Bailey and her son Song O with a sum sufficient to ensure their comfort, Song Bailey accepted this arrangement. With the dispute between legitimate and illegitimate children resolved, Nan Jianghe began contemplating the future of his offspring. If they were to be ousted from Nanda Group, where would they go? His eldest son, Nanya, had just begun his freshman year, and both daughters were still in high school. He intended to invest in Lu Qingyun's new company under the names of his children, driven by such considerations. This aligned perfectly with Lu Qingyun's aspirations. He assured Nan Jianghe that until the three children completed their studies, their shares could be managed by Madame Zhao Fengxia. Once they graduated, should they desire, he would arrange suitable managerial positions for them within the company. However, there was one condition. As a seasoned player in the business world, Nan Jianghe could hardly be oblivious to Lu Qingyun's intentions. There is no hatred without reason, nor love without cause. He had already assisted him significantly. What could he possibly offer in return? "Lu, I hold great promise in your project, primarily due to your character. Speak your mind. What are your conditions?" As long as I can achieve it. Lao Qingwan had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. He promptly suggested that instead of utilizing the shares of Nanjiang River for his children to invest in Linghang Real Estate, he could exchange shares of the Nanda Group with Linghang Real Estate. The moment he uttered these words, even though Nanjiang River was somewhat prepared for this possibility, he could not help but be taken aback. Rather than responding immediately, he requested Lu Qingyun to grant him some time to ponder over the proposal. To elucidate his intentions, Lu Qingyun added, "Once I am integrated into the Nanda Group, I can assure you, with utmost responsibility, that the interests of your wife and children within the Nanda Group will be equivalent to those in Linghang Real Estate. Nanjiang River gestured with his hand, indicating his understanding, and said, I comprehend your meaning. Please return for now. I need some time to think. I shall get back to you in a few days, if that is agreeable. Lu Qingyun smiled slightly and replied, that is perfectly fine. Currently, Linghang Real Estate is flourishing. Once our subsidiaries are operating smoothly, we are preparing to establish the Linghang Real Estate Group. Therefore, your disagreement on the share exchange does not significantly affect me. However, should you or your wife contemplate transferring shares in the future, I hope to be considered first. Lu Qingyun was both casting a lure and subtly suggesting that Nanjiang River weigh the pros and cons. He could not press too urgently. He needed to afford Nanjiang River the time to deliberate. He also aimed to expedite the establishment of the Linghang Real Estate Group, as exchanging shares with a subsidiary would not hold the same weight as doing so with a group company. However, he did not receive a call from Nanjiang River, but instead learned of his passing. At that moment, he had just reached an agreement with Kaya, who was providing financial support for the acquisition of the Nanda Group. If Nanjiang River did not agree to the share exchange, he would have to persuade Zhao Fengxia to transfer a portion of the shares inherited by her and her children to him. When he and Pang Shida arrived at the Nan family home, Zhao Fengxia called him aside to inform him that, before his death, Nanjiang River had repeatedly instructed her to agree to the share exchange with Linghang Real Estate. However, Nanjiang River only consented to exchange shares with the Linghang Real Estate Group, not any subsidiary. Moreover, he had left instructions for Zhao Fengxia regarding the number of shares to be exchanged, stipulating that it should be sufficient for Lu Qingyun to surpass Pan Fugui and ascend to the position of chairman. After hearing Zhao Fengxia's recounting, it would be disingenuous to say Lu Qingyun was not moved. This was tantamount to Nanjiang River wagering the entire fate of the Nan family upon him. Chapter 88. Semi-guess away, Lu Qingyun aspired to seize control of the Nanda Group. If he did not, someone else surely would. His approach to Nanjiang River was motivated by the desire to find an opportunity to acquire their shares. Through several months of interaction, he held Nanjiang River in great esteem, and Nanjiang River reciprocated with admiration for him. The establishment of several new subsidiaries was not without the impetus of Nanjiang River. Although he was confined to a sickbed, he provided Lu Qingyun with numerous ideas and introduced him to friends among developers. When they learned of the shares from Nanjiang, negotiations for collaboration proceeded with remarkable ease. Now that Nanjiang River had passed, leaving instructions for his wife to continue her support, Lu Qingyun silently resolved never to betray the Nan family. At the very least, he must provide Zhao Fengxia and her children with a safeguard. He pledged to assist the Nan siblings in completing their education and to ensure they retain management positions. Not solely out of respect for Nanjiang River, the academic performance of the Nan siblings is commendable, and they are certain to develop into valuable assets for the company in the future. He has merely preemptively secured their positions. Lu Qingyun spent several days in Qingyang City last time, assisting Zhao Fengxia with the affairs concerning the Nanjiang River. Only after the date for the shareholders' meeting was confirmed did he return to Longhua City. He must hasten the establishment of the piloting real estate group, as the share exchange can only be formally executed thereafter. However, Pan Fugui is instigating dissent within the ranks. Should other shareholders defect, coupled with his acquisition of shares from some of the shareholders, Pan Fugui would emerge as his most formidable opponent and obstacle to realizing his plans. He must stabilize the situation and win hearts before Pan Fugui can make his move. Upon arriving at the Nan residence, Lu Qingyun called Zhao Fengxia from the gate. Sister-in-law, I have arrived. Are there any outsiders at home? He inquired. No, it's just me and you are at home. The two younger sisters are at school, Zhao Fengxia replied. Lu, you may come in directly, she invited. He could not afford to make a public appearance just yet, especially not to be seen meeting with Zhao Fengxia. This was a sensitive period. If it were suspected that the Nan family might transfer shares, numerous individuals would flock to them, and the situation would slip from Lu Qingyun's control. On his way, he had already devised a strategy. He hoped to persuade Zhao Fengxia and Nanya to sign a share exchange agreement prior to the official listing of the piloting real estate group. which would take effect as soon as the Group S license was obtained, rather than waiting for the formal listing. Additionally, he sought to discreetly inform Zhao Fengxia to share with her trusted subordinates from Nanjiang River that the Nan family shares would remain intact, and that the Nan family would still be the largest shareholder of Nanda Group. As for who would succeed as chairman, it certainly would not be given to Pan Fugui. If anyone else chose to leave, Lu Qingyun would personally step in, acquiring their shares under the name of the overseas enterprise Shengbang Investment. Yet, this would only be a last resort, akin to openly challenging Pan Fugui. He patiently explained to Zhao Fengxia how to communicate and act, with Nanya assisting with suggestions. Although merely a freshman, Nanya was astute. He understood that, at this juncture, both he and the Nan family required a figure like Lu Qingyun to rely upon. Nanjiang River had arranged for his overseas studies, intending to groom him as a successor. However, fate had not favored them, as Mr. Nan passed away prematurely. Even if Nanya were to abandon his studies and be thrust into the role, he would struggle to maintain his position. At this moment, Nanya exhibited more resolve than his mother, and the share exchange agreement was smoothly signed. Once the piloting real estate group secured its license, it would hold half of the shares owned by the Nan family in Nanda Group, making the Nan family the third largest shareholder of the piloting real estate group. The first and second largest shareholders would be Shengbang Investment and Longhua City, Shengbang Engineering Company, respectively. After the agreement was signed, Lu Qingyun chose to remain in Qingyang City for the time being, to closely monitor the internal dynamics of Nanda Group. Nanya acted as a liaison between him and Zhao Fengxia, while Lu Qingyun reassigned his assistant, Tang Xingli, to assist Lu Tingting with matters concerning the piloting real estate group. Uncertain whether he had caught wind of something or simply felt a sense of urgency, Pan Fugui sought out the Nan family a mere 2 days later. This time, he was not there to discuss the shareholders' meeting and the replacement of the chairman. Rather, he endeavored to persuade Zhao Fengxia to transfer her shares to him. With an expression of feigned concern, he inquired about the distribution of shares under Nanjiang's name. Sister-in-law, look at your children. They are still in school. Holding on to the shares won't serve much purpose for them. It would be far better to transfer them to me for cash, ensuring their education remains unaffected while securing the family's livelihood as before, Pan Fugui articulated with precision. Zhao Fengxia shot him a disdainful glance. Who said anything about giving the children shares? Let me make this clear, old Pan, although old Nan is no longer with us. We are still the largest shareholders in Nanda Group. We shall discuss everything at the shareholders' meeting. Is it not true that old Nan's shares have not been divided? Pan Fugui mused inwardly, his pupils narrowing as he pondered. His previous remarks were merely a test of Zhao Fengxia's stance. If the shares remained consolidated, it was highly likely they were still under her control. No, sister-in-law, listen to me. Pan Fugui quickly interjected. Even if the Nan family is the largest shareholder, who do you intend to appoint as old Nan's successor? ISNT, Nanya still in school? And can we really expect a novice with no business experience to occupy the chairman's seat? I will be the first to object. After a brief pause, he continued, Of course, I am not suggesting you transfer all of old Nan's shares to me. You may retain a portion. This way, you can have cash to maintain your living standards and support your children's education while still participating in the company's dividends at year-end. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Zhao Fengxia's expression darkened. It was clear that Pan Fugui harbored ulterior motives. Barely a breath after old Nan's passing, he had come to pressure them into relinquishing their position. If he succeeded, would the Nan family still have a foothold in Nanda Group? Although she had not been involved in the company's operations, she was not naive. She possessed a keen eye for character. Slamming her teacup onto the table, she addressed Pan Fugui. Old Pan, I am fully capable of managing the affairs of the Nan family without your interference. You may leave now. And let me be clear. Even if I were to consider transferring shares, it does not necessarily mean I would transfer them to you. Turning to Nanya, she instructed, please see your guest out. Nanya extended his hand politely. Uncle Pan, please. Pan Fugui, feeling disgruntled, retorted, I didn't come here to negotiate, sister-in-law. Can't you see I have good intentions? Nanya interjected, didn't my mother make it abundantly clear? Everything will be resolved at the shareholders' meeting. After this fruitless visit, Pan Fugue felt a sense of frustration. More aggravating was the fact that those who had previously contemplated leaving Nanda Group were now silent. Their plans to consolidate shares thwarted. From Zhao Fengxia's words, he deduced that the shares of Nan Zhanghe had likely not been divided and remained firmly in her hands. If that were indeed the case, his current shareholding could not surpass that of the Nan family, compelling him to seek faults in the successor they proposed. However, if he could acquire even a fraction of Zhao Fengxia's shares, it would prove advantageous for him. He was unwilling to concede and would not relent easily. How could he compel Zhao Fengxia to willingly transfer her shares? Chapter 89. A Glimmer of Hope. To persuade Zhao Fengxia to transfer her shares voluntarily, a strategy must be devised to create a situation within the Nan family that necessitates a substantial amount of cash urgently. An idea sparked in Pan Fugue's mind, one that even startled him. Kidnapping. The two daughters of the Nan family had to attend school daily, did they not? If someone were to abduct them, demanding a ransom from Zhao Fengxia, would she not panic? However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. Pan Fugue pondered and weighed the consequences. Although he was cunning and enjoyed scheming, he had never truly contemplated resorting to such criminality. As an entrepreneur engaged in legitimate business, he certainly would not undertake such actions himself. Yet, hiring someone to execute this plan would leave him vulnerable, and should the matter come to light, he could find himself entangled in a mess of his own making, which would be far from advantageous. Even if it remained undisclosed, individuals from the underworld could use it as leverage to ensnare him in a never-ending ordeal, spiraling out of control. Furthermore, given Zhao Fengxia's temperament, if she were to disregard the situation and alert the authorities, the matter would become exceedingly complicated. He would not only be committing a grave crime of kidnapping, but would also fail to acquire the shares of the Nan family he so coveted. Such games were best played with shrewd and composed individuals who would deftly circumvent law enforcement, resolving crises through monetary means. Much like the heir of that opulent family in the harbor city who, after being kidnapped, ultimately yielded a substantial ransom. Most others would likely have opted to notify the police. After much deliberation, Pan Fugue ultimately abandoned this idea, unable to conceive a better strategy. It was evident that the Nan family was deliberately evasive. What they truly intended and how they would act at the shareholders' meeting remained a mystery. Pan Fugue, scratching his balding head, summoned a trusted aide, Dong Jia, instructing him to position individuals near the Nan residence to discreetly follow anyone who visited, gathering intelligence on their identities. He then called upon another confidant, Shui Yi, and relayed his orders, which Shui Yi acknowledged with a nod before departing. Following Pan Fugue's directives, Shui Yi waited outside the high school attended by Nan Fei and Nan Mei, and through casual inquiries with some classmates, learned of a first-year student named Wei Xiaojia, who not only was close with Nan Mei, but also had a good rapport with her sister, Nan Fei. This was precisely the ideal candidate Pan Fugue sought. Through surveillance, Shui Yi discovered that Wei Xiaojia came from a modest background, frequently approaching the Nan sisters in an attempt to elevate her own status by association. Concocting a plan, Shui Yi successfully turned Wei Xiaojia into an undercover agent, embedded within the lives of the Nan sisters. When Shui Yi proudly reported this development to Pan Fugue, he did not express satisfaction. Shui Yi, what I require is intelligence. How it is executed is of no concern to me. Has Wei Xiaojia provided any valuable information? Not yet, Shui Yi replied with a sheepish smile. Then why are you still here? Go devise a plan. After a while, Dong Jia returned to report that outside the Nan family residence, from dawn until dusk, apart from the Nan sisters who came and went for school, there was a classmate who bore a resemblance to them, named Wei Xiaojia, who had also entered the premises. I see, thought Pan Fugue, shaking his head in resignation. In this endless investigation, it turned out to be two groups scrutinizing one another. So, Deputy Director Pan, will we continue to stake out tomorrow? Dong Jia inquired. Yes, we shall remain vigilant until the shareholders' meeting convenes. Do not let me down, Pan Fugue replied, his voice laced with irritation. The intelligence that the undercover Wei Xiaojia could gather was, in truth, exceedingly limited. The Nan sisters had likely been forewarned. They maintained a resolute silence regarding any matters pertaining to inheritance or shares. Wei Xiao Jia was hesitant to probe too directly, lest she arouse their suspicions. Meanwhile, Dong Jia and his associates, stationed outside the Nan residence, had similarly gleaned nothing of value. During this period, there had been no visitors to the Nan family aside from a few shareholders closely associated with Nan Jianghe, who occasionally dropped by. Pan Fugui would not overlook any clue. He meticulously analyzed each of those visitors. Employing his usual tactics, he sent individuals to engage them, persuading them to align with him or to relinquish their shares. Ordinarily, the shares he possessed paled in comparison to those of the Nan family. Even if he were to acquire additional shares, he would still fall short. His gamble now rested on the hope that the Nan family would fail to nominate a suitable successor, thus allowing him, as the second largest shareholder, the possibility of being elected as chairman. This outcome hinged on the support from other shareholders outweighing that of the Nan family, whose holdings amounted to a mere 30%. Uniting with other shareholders to surpass this proportion remained a plausible strategy. During this time, Pan Fugui also closely monitored the stock price of Nanda Group. Reports indicated that someone appeared to be discreetly manipulating the stock, engaging in low-price acquisitions of scattered shares, which had led to a slight rebound in the stock price. The recent trading volumes confirmed this as a cause for concern for him, in addition to persuading people internally to transfer their shares. He had also entrusted agents to acquire scattered shares in the market. What he could conceive, others could undoubtedly envision as well. Who, then, was this clandestine acquirer? Just as he found himself at a dead end, unsure of where to begin his inquiries, he received unexpected news from a trusted confidant sent to persuade others to align with him. They had uncovered a potentially credible rumor. The Nan family might be considering an outsider to succeed Nan Jianghe. An outsider? What connection could they possibly have to the Nan family? Pan Fugui plunged into contemplation. Neither Nan Jianghe nor Zhao Fengxia seemed to have a suitable candidate. Upon hearing this news, Pan Fugui felt an unexpected lightness. He had previously doubted Nan Ye's qualifications to succeed Nan Jianghe. Now, the prospect of an outsider taking the role seemed utterly preposterous. The position of chairman was not one that could simply be filled by whim. Pan Fugui sensed that victory was within his grasp. Vice Chairman Pan, do you think it could be that young man who assisted with the affairs of the Nan family? I believe his name was Lu Qingyun, correct? One of his confidants remarked while helping Pan Fugui analyze the situation. Is it the one you are referring to? Pan Fugui inhaled sharply. Indeed, during that time, there was a young man named Lu Qingyun who was bustling about, aiding the Nan family with their arrangements. At the time, no one paid much attention, assuming he was merely a relative of the Nan family or something of the sort. Are you certain his name is Lu Qingyun? Pan Fugui inquired once more. Absolutely. I heard the attendees at the wake refer to him as General Lu and Brother Qingyun. His subordinate responded. General Lu? What is his profession? Quickly investigate. Time is of the essence. Chapter 90. The interview confronted by the sudden emergence of Lu Qingyun. Pan Fugui urgently commanded his subordinate to conduct an inquiry. Following the demise of Nan Jianghe, it was inevitable that investors would take an interest in the Nanda Group and send representatives to negotiate with the Nan family, persuading them to divest. If this Lu Qingyun were dispatched by a powerful consortium, Pan Fugui's ambitions would be utterly thwarted. No wonder the Nan family remained tight-lipped. They intended to discreetly transfer ownership for a substantial sum. Leaning back on the sofa to mask his growing anxiety, he lit a cigarette. His subordinate, unwilling to be remiss, promptly powered up the computer and connected to the internet to commence the search. Have you found anything yet? Pan Fugui exhaled a plume of smoke, pressing for answers. Not yet. Our internet speed is rather sluggish and somewhat lagging, his subordinate replied. Vice Chairman Pan, please try to remain calm. How can I not be anxious? What is the background of this Lu Qingyun, and why have you only just now taken notice of him? Why didn't you inform me sooner? After a thorough search, they finally uncovered a piece of information regarding Lu Qingyun. Vice Chairman Pan, we have found something, though we cannot ascertain if it pertains to the same individual. Please tell me, where is he from? What does he do? Is there any contact information? Pan Fugue bombarded his subordinate with questions, leaving him uncertain where to begin. This Lu Qingyun is the legal representative of Shengbang Engineering Company in Longhua City. This is the only information available at present. The registered capital and business scope of this Shengbang Engineering Company suggests it is merely a small construction firm. His subordinate read out to Pan Fugue word for word. Pan Fugue grew increasingly perplexed. How could the owner of a small construction company from the neighboring province of Longhua City be connected to Nanjianghe? He had initially presumed that Lu Qingyun was a representative sent by a major conglomerate. However, it was still uncertain whether this Lu Qingyun from Shengbang Engineering Company was indeed the same individual associated with the Nan family. Can we obtain his telephone number? Pan Fugui inquired. Yes, there's a landline and a mobile number. His subordinate jotted down both numbers and handed them to Pan Fugue. No, I must verify this personally. Pan Fugue thought to himself. If these two Lu Qingyuns were the same person, there would be no cause for alarm. He posed no threat at all. How to verify? Pan Fugue first dialed the landline of Shengbang Engineering Company in Longhua City. When the other party answered, he spoke earnestly into the receiver. May I speak with General Lu? This is Shengbang Engineering Company. May I ask who you are? Do you have business with General Lu? Came the response. I am surnamed Wang. At present, I have a project and wish to arrange a meeting with General Lu to discuss it in detail, continued Pan Fugue. Oh, General Wang. General Lu is currently not in the office. You may contact him via his mobile phone, the other party replied courteously. Pan Fugue swallowed hard, glancing at the note, and inquired further, let me verify, is General Lu's mobile number this one? Yes, just call this number, and you will reach General Lu, came the response. Pan Fugue pressed on, may I ask, is General Lu presently in Longhua City? The other person replied, I am not certain about that. You may call to inquire directly. After hanging up, Pan Fugue dismissed several subordinates from his office, lit a cigarette, and began to ponder deeply. He needed to draw Lu Qingyun out via phone, to meet face-to-face, in order to ascertain whether he was indeed the Lu Qingyun from the Nanjiang River family. The likelihood of sharing a name with someone of the same name was substantial. A mistake could directly impact his succession to the chairman of the Nanda Group. And if Lu Qingyun represented a significant consortium, he might even jeopardize his position as vice chairman. Having formulated his words carefully, he picked up his phone and dialed Lu Qingyun's number. Beep beep. The other party quickly answered. Is this General Lu Qingyun? Pan Fugue asked, suppressing his voice. Yes. Who is this? Lu Qingyun, currently in Qingyang City, became alert upon noticing that the incoming number was also from Qingyang City. Pan Fugue hurriedly introduced himself. I am Wang Libin, a contractor. I heard that your company is in need of a project manager. I would like to apply. What do you think? Please tell me about your experience. Do you have any credentials? Lu Qingyun, with projects in both Longhua City and Qingyang City, did not suspect anything when a person from Qingyang City expressed interest in the project manager position. As the company expanded its operations, he indeed required a substantial number of project managers. Pan Fugue seized this opportunity, simply substituting his name with Wang Libin, possessing all necessary construction experience and qualifications. After decades as a contractor, he spoke with authority about his field. His extensive experience led Lu Qingyun to perceive him as a valuable talent, and he promptly arranged a time and place to meet with Pan Fugue. Well then, Wang, I happen to be in Qingyang City these days. How about you come to my construction site this afternoon? Lu Qingyun, still at the hotel, reasoned that discussing a project manager position at a hotel would be ineffective, so it was better to meet directly at the site. He provided Pan Fugue with the address of the construction site before ending the call. Upon hearing that Lu Qingyun had taken the bait, Pan Fugue was eager to locate the site immediately. The enigmatic Lu Qingyun was soon to reveal the truth. He had projects in both Longhua City and Qingyang City, which meant his presence at the Nanjiang River family home was plausible. However, this address was not linked to any project under Nanda Group. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to verify in person, as reviewing the contractor's documents would be straightforward. Now, he had to continue using the alias Wang Libin to meet Lu Qingyun in person. Certainly, he had no genuine intention of discussing the project manager position. He merely needed to meet the man. If it weren't for Lu Qingyun's previous connection with the Nan family, he would have concocted an excuse and slipped away. How to proceed? He summoned his driver, who took him in his luxury vehicle to the construction site where Lu Qingyun was. To enhance the illusion, he instructed the driver to park the opulent car outside, disembarking to walk onto the site. The bustling construction scene transported Pan Fugui back to his youth, a time when he, too, toiled on construction sites, establishing his foothold amidst the tumult of the 1990s business world. Eventually, in pursuit of a successful public offering, he allied with Nan Jianghe to merge and establish the Nanda Group, assuming the role of vice chairman, which gradually distanced him from the front lines of construction. As he approached the project department, a brand-new Maybach parked at the entrance caught his eye, leaving him astounded. Such a luxury vehicle was not something a modest construction firm could possess. Could it be that Lu Qingyun held multiple identities? This vehicle had been brought to Qingyang by Luo Yongjie at Lu Qingyun's request just days prior. He needed a car to manage affairs related to the Nanda Group, and it had to be a luxury model. Lu Qingyun noticed a man in his 40s with a receding hairline approaching, engrossed in thought. He greeted him with a smile, asking, "Are you Engineer Wang?" Their eyes met, both surprised to see one another. For Pan Fugui, if this Lu Qingyun was not the one associated with the Nan family, he would seek an excuse to withdraw. Yet, the individual before him was unmistakably that Lu Qingyun. He needed to probe further into Lu Qingyun's intentions. Conversely, Lu Qingyun had arranged to meet a project manager named Wang Libin. Yet here stood the vice chairman of Nanda Group, Pan Fugui. Although their encounters were infrequent, primarily occurring at the hospital with Nan Jianghe, Lu Qingyun could easily recognize Pan Fugui. Lu Qingyun quickly grasped Pan Fugui's motives for adopting a pseudonym to meet him. "Vice Chairman Pan," he said, a hint of irritation in his voice. "What is the meaning of this? My time is precious. I have no interest in engaging in such trivial games with you." Pan Fugui chuckled nervously, replying, "General Manager Lu, please don't take offense. I merely sought an opportunity to speak with you privately, fearing you might decline my request. Hence, I resorted to this approach." "You wish to speak with me privately? About what?" "It seems we lack both personal rapport and business collaboration," Lu Qingyun remarked, tilting his head slightly, his tone indifferent. "Perhaps we haven't before, but who knows what the future holds." "General Manager Lu, you have a good relationship with the Nan family, correct? Since Nan Jianghe's passing, I have seen you assisting with the arrangements. Nan Jianghe was the chairman of our Nanda Group. Have you never considered collaborating with us?" Pan Fugui asserted confidently, feigning contemplation. Lu Qingyun shook his head. "I do not comprehend your intentions, Vice Chairman Pan. Are you here today to discuss collaboration?" "Well," Pan Fugui pondered his words, "the matter of collaboration is something we can certainly revisit. Currently, my primary concern lies in observing Lu Qingyun's expressions as he continues. The matter that weighs on me, and indeed on my colleagues of the Nanda Group, is who the Nan family intends to appoint as the successor to the chairmanship after the Nanjiang River issue. Given your unique rapport with the Nan family, I believe you might possess some insights." Lu Qingyun let out a hearty laugh, then, regaining his composure, fixed his gaze on Pan Fugui and remarked, "Deputy Director Pan, isn't it rather absurd for you to inquire about internal matters of the Nanda Group from an outsider like me? By the way, isn't the shareholders' meeting set to convene in just over a week? Everything will become clear then, so why the urgency?" Pan Fugui, sensing the futility of his probing, decided to be forthright. Casting a glance at the car outside, he addressed Lu Qingyun, "You are no ordinary outsider. The mere fact that you drive such an impressive vehicle suggests that you are far more than just a small-time construction company owner. I have heard that the Nan family intends to nominate you as the chairman of the Nanda Group. Is there any truth to this?" Lu Qingyun shrugged nonchalantly and replied earnestly, "I would indeed relish such an opportunity. However, if I were to assume the role of chairman, would you, Deputy Director Pan, lend me your support? It would be quite challenging to gain the confidence of others, wouldn't it?" Pan Fugui, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "Let me speak plainly. If the Nan family lacks a suitable candidate, I believe I would be a more fitting choice for the chairmanship. Of course, this would require the Nan family's endorsement. Might I inquire if you would be willing to assist in this matter?" Lu Qingyun grinned and retorted, Did you not just assert that the Nan family plans to propose me as chairman? Now you wish for me to persuade them to nominate you instead. Are you not clearly vying for the position against me? How could I possibly assist you in this? With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, I truly cannot help you with this. In a fit of indignation, Pan Fugue exclaimed, Are you genuinely prepared to contend with me? You ought to reflect on your qualifications. A modest construction company, when compared to the Nanda Group, is but trifling. What merit do you possess to lead the Nanda Group? Lu Qingyan quickly interjected, Hold on. I have said nothing. It is you who speaks thus. Is it so that my small construction company does not meet your standards, Deputy Director Pan? Then what is it that you fear? Are you concerned that I might usurp something that rightfully belongs to you? It would have been better had you not mentioned it. Since you have, how could I refrain from contesting? You should return and await the shareholders' meeting. I have no desire to engage in further banter with you. Seeing the situation escalate, Pan Fugue rose angrily and stormed out. The time until the shareholders' meeting draws ever closer. Marking what seems to be the first direct confrontation with Pan Fugue, Lu Qingyun's somewhat ambiguous responses were designed to provoke Pan Fugue, revealing his determination to secure the chairmanship. Pan Fugue had come to verify the rumors of the Nan family's intent to nominate him. Lu Qingyun could not outright deny the claims. Doing so could sway those within the Nanda Group aligned with the Nan family, inevitably impacting the outcome of the shareholders' vote. It appears that the upcoming shareholders' meeting is destined to unfold in anything but tranquility. Lu Qingyun summoned Luo Yongjie and instructed Yongjie, please draw several key personnel from the security department in Longhua City and supplement the team in Xingyang City to establish a security force of at least 20 members. Complete this task within a week. Is it that urgent, General Lu? Is there a new project? Luo Yongjie inquired. Lu Qingyun nodded, then added, Utilize the vacant land beside the construction site as a temporary training ground. I require combat effectiveness, not mere decoration. I understand. Rest assured, General Lu. After days of relentless effort, the subsidiaries of Linghang Real Estate in several major cities of eastern and central Longhua were successively inaugurated. Lu Tingting let out a slight sigh of relief, yet she continued tirelessly preparing materials for the establishment of the group company. Due to the company's rapid growth, it had expanded from a newly founded entity to a large real estate agency with several subsidiaries across the east and central regions within just 6 months. Lu Tingting still maintained her habit